outcome we get from the election. I think getting this randomness aspect. It's funny. I got emails from like the Nasdaq. Be mindful of there are regulatory circuit breakers in stocks. Like we all know the 7, 13, and 20%. But everyone's sending out the perfunctory emails around. It could be wild. I don't know how wild it's going to be. It'll be interesting, but it'll be a quiet kind of. I think today we'll get little whips, and just because the liquidity will be a little bit lighter, but it should be an interesting. We'll see if it's 24 hours or if it drags on. I have no idea. I don't think anybody has any idea.
I definitely have no idea. Not that you asked me.
Yeah. Well, I am asking you.
You did go to...
Because you early voted. I tried. I have to vote.
Oh, so you still haven't done it?
I still haven't done it because the line was...
You're not doing it.
I am doing it.
You're not getting it.
No. Because there's a different place to go on the day you vote from where you do early voting.
How much do you want to bet you don't vote?
I'll bet you $100 I vote today.
Do I have to pay it if you vote?
If it's our usual bet, no. You only collect the winners. You never pay on the losers. So this would be our traditional vote.
Now I don't want to do it because now you will do it just for the bet.
$10.
Fine, $10.
Right.
There we go.
But you have to pay.
Good. Yeah, I have to pay the $10.
Okay, so we're changing the whole structure of the way you and I bet around things.
Yeah, I tried to get this at FanDuel. They won't support this kind of account.
DraftKings, they just won't do the "we'll return your money if you're wrong" thing. The whole Kelce election thing, no, nothing.
And they don't front me money for my bets beforehand.
See, this is completely wrong. This is why those places like FanDuel and DraftKings ultimately will fail.
But yeah, so you're planning on voting today. I already voted. Who are you going to vote for? Why don't you just tell everybody who you're voting for?
I'll vote for one of the two candidates.
Well, there's actually 3.
It's funny because is there Jill Stein and Cornel West on the ballot here?
I didn't see those names, but I did see RFK is on our ballot.
I don't want to offend anybody, but the whole running over a bear and dropping in Central Park.
Out of context. Out of context.
Is that it?
I mean, I'm sure there's context to these
I think the latest thing
always,
floating around was he wants to remove the fluoride from water.
That sounds good. There's fluoride in water?
Yes.
Is that bad?
Everywhere but Beverly. They put mercury in the water.
What do they put in the water that
helps.
I swim in? Chlorine. Not supposed to drink that, for sure.
No, but they don't put a lot. Actually, more and more pools are going to salt-based treatment instead of chlorine.
I've noticed that.
It's healthy.
But you float, right?
It makes the water a little, yes, it makes you more buoyant in the water.
So the salt, though, is to clean the water.
It keeps the water in balance. That's what chlorine did, was it kept the water in balance from, it's funny, when I was a kid, I did that. There were a couple.
You're a water guy?
A couple of neighborhood people where I'd skim their pools and I'd do the little testing of the water.
Really?
Yeah.
Did you bang any moms? What?
All right. No, I did not.
Okay. I don't know.
Wow.
That's the natural progression of pool boy.
Wow.
Is
Mrs. Kennedy would not be happy about that.
Mrs. Kennedy. Who's that?
One of the neighbors whose pool I skimmed.
Oh. I that was going to come out way wrong. I had a teacher, Mrs. Kennedy, in high school. She was great. I think she's still around. She was the one. Remember I told you the story about how when I was a kid, one 4th of July, my dad would always drive us to Indiana and we would get fireworks.
Right.
And we would always light them off in our backyard. And which, yeah, I can already see your face. No, we have all our fingers. But one year, a neighbor came over, this older woman came over and was like, "You can't be doing this, like, blah, blah, blah." And then I went to St. Ignatius, matriculated through high school.
Do you need a nap after using a big word like matriculated?
and this Mrs. Kennedy, great teacher. She was in the religion department. She was amazing. She was in charge of the newspaper. I was the managing editor of the newspaper. Very, very much a role model for me. And then
was she the angry neighbor?
So she lived near where I grew up,
right?
And then found out. I think I was saying how like maybe it was like around 4th of July or something. It was like the summertime, and we were talking, and I was like, "Oh yeah, we used to light off fireworks, blah blah blah." And she was like, "You were the neighbor that would bug us every single year. Her and her husband were in their, when I was a kid, they were in their late 50s, 60s, and her and her husband were annoyed every year. So Mrs. Kennedy. So
You had quite the reputation in the neighborhood of burning down a guy's grass.
Did kill someone's lawn.
All kinds of stuff.
He shouldn't have yelled at us to get off his lawn.
You were really,
it was bad.
A problem child.
It was a problem. But
and it hasn't changed.
You were just a good pool boy. That was it.
Well, again, when you call it pool, I never considered myself pool boy, but sure.
Well, you just said you skimmed the water.
And checked the chlorine and adjusted it accordingly. Yeah,
I
guess that makes me a pool maintenance guy, but I could be pool boy. I don't know. In your mind, again, I envision you having a whole different version.
How old were you?
I don't know. I was in high school, I think.
Pool maintenance. You were a pool boy.
I was a pool maintenance technician. Yes, not pool boy. That portrays a different dynamic along the lines of what you inferred in a disturbing way. Now, maybe in Beverly, that's the way it works. You have the key party, then who's ever left over with the keys gets a bonus pool boy.
Not a lot of pools in Beverly. You guys had a lot of pools.
No, but you guys would just you'd flood like.
Here we go.
You'd flood like an empty parking lot with a sinkhole, and that would be your pool. So it was a very interesting dynamic what you guys did.
So you're not voting for RFK, okay?
No, I'm taking again. I like the fluoride in the water. I don't want to see any animals in the park. Dead animals in the park.
Okay.
So
he
that
didn't.
One's off the
I don't
table.
think in that story. I don't think he killed the animal. I think he found a dead animal, and then he brought it to the park.
Right. Because he was late for dinner. Whatever the story was. I mean, I think this goes to say that anybody who is outside of the norms, and I don't know if. He's an interesting character. He's got very strong views and stuff.
Yeah.
But how when you threaten either of the main parties,
you're done.
The list of stuff that comes out. Remember, it's probably before you did. Do you remember Ross Perot when he ran?
I've heard the name, but maybe because
he was a guy in Texas who made a fortune in the technology space and sold his business. I forget what it was, but very pragmatic guy, and he ran against George Bush Sr.
Okay.
And they just went to town trying to find any dirty laundry on this guy and make it really
What
tough
did he do?
on him.
What were the stories?
It was all just, I can't remember. It was all just spun up, but he really made they made his life miserable. And kind of the same, airing the JFK stories out of context probably is a little bit the same thing. I doubt he's the nut they portray him to be. But they certainly, everybody loves to jump on the bandwagon. I don't know.
What possesses someone to run for president? I don't know. It seems like a bad idea. It doesn't seem like a lot of fun.
It's again, the stakes are high and the prize is big, and what you can do. Both, again, the people behind the money. You look at, everybody who's pouring. I mean, the amount of money they're pouring in.
Mm-hmm.
Now to the last 48 hours of TV ads. Luckily, we don't live in a swing state. We're in Illinois. It's blue. It's, whatever way you vote in Illinois, it's going to go Democratic. I mean, if you're a Republican, sure, cast your ballot. If you're a Democrat, sure, cast your ballot. But it's not like it's going to not be a blue state.
Sure.
But I guess the states that are in contention, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, even Ohio now and stuff like that, the amount of ads that they're running are just nonstop.
Gotcha.
So, we'll see. It should be interesting. Again, we talked about this, and today we'll spend a little bit of time walking through the markets and seeing where one of the tools we have in tastyFX is client sentiment, and we're going to walk through that. So we're seeing a softer dollar a little bit across the board. We saw this Sunday night. Mm-hmm. The shift in polls to Harris saw some dollar selling. Now, all day long yesterday in a very quiet market, everybody was buying dollars. So euro traded a little bit lower, sterling traded lower, yen traded a little bit lower. The dollar was basically stronger across the board. They're trying it again this morning, selling a little bit of dollars. Mm-hmm. We're seeing sterling up, dollar yen down, euro up.
Aussie's spiking pretty good.
Aussie is by far the outperformer today. So we're going to, again, this is what I want to keep my eyes on because this will be a little bit more elastic. We'll see a little bit, whatever happens, dollar-based wise, we'll see this have an expanded. I think all the currencies will have an expanded range because no one's going to necessarily want to get
It definitely seems like there's not really a tell one way or the other. Like I would love to open up, for example, dollar peso here, and say like, oh, the market is moving in this direction, and thus the market is saying that one candidate or the other is in the lead or likely to win.
Right.
But you paint the picture super clearly, Pete. I mean, we saw the dollar buying last week in tandem with Trump's increased odds
Right.
of winning. To start this week, we saw the dollar and a bunch of markets that have been correlated with Trump's candidacy give back some ground.
A little bit.
But not enough.
Little bit.
Not enough to
No.
the extent that you would think like, oh, it's completely flipped and now Kamala is really in the
Right.
lead. It really looked like, for the most part, either profit taking or just the market kind of middling a little bit here. And if we pull up the platform, you can see that not only did we get a little bit of a pullback right here on Sunday night, Pete, but we saw plenty of back and forth and continue to see back and
Right.
forth, where at certain points, the dollar yesterday, Pete, both going into the U.S. session and during the U.S. session to start the week here, looked like it was going to maybe move back towards those highs in tandem again with maybe Trump moving further past the 55 to 60% range to the 60 handle and beyond. We haven't seen that. We've seen this market relatively flat in here, whether you're looking at dollar peso, we'll look at a couple others in here. But yeah, market's not really giving you one side or the other. There's no tell. This isn't an FOMC event, Pete, where they've priced in,
Right.
95% of this person winning. And with that, you're likely to get a lot of swings back and forth. What market do you want to look at for potentially scalping the back and forth, or just to watch if you're just watching the election and not trading among these Forex pairs? Where do you go first?
I think you go to Euro, you go to Aussie.
Okay.
Both of those, I mean, for today, scalping back and forth, I take the range at face value. It's giving you, it's not a huge range, but it's definitely, I don't think we print well north of 109. Maybe we challenge the highs a little bit up to the 20s, or we dip back down to where they had sold them off Friday afternoon, 108 and a half. But there's some tradable range up to when we start to get announcements. Then once the polls start to close, we're going to widen out what we're going to look at as interesting scalping ranges. But for today, you're not, again, they're going to have exit polls and stuff, and I think they're constrained as to when they can publish those. So you'll see some stuff come back and forth. But I think that today you take the range that we have, which isn't huge. And if you want to do a little small scalping around it to stay engaged, absolutely stay with that. Stay where the liquidity is. And Aussie will give you that too. It's just giving you a little bit bigger range to scalp.
Yeah, and you raise a great point that the timing aspect. Maybe until today's equity close, you would be willing to scalp in a range of 50 points. And that's what this market has given you. If you're looking at, 108.60-ish being the mean for the last week of trading here in euro dollar, for example, they've traded down to 108.10, 108.20, and they've traded up to 109.10, close to 109.20 yesterday, like we said, on the peak of the dollar giving back ground and a bunch of these markets giving back ground from the prior week. This market got up to 109 and has seen some big chunky moves one way or the other, and is likely to see more of that on reduced liquidity going into the unknown.
Right.
And just a bunch of information that maybe is helpful, but doesn't make or break the actual decision that comes out. It's almost like, throughout today and getting closer and closer to tonight, there's a handful of CPIs and non-farm payrolls that are leading up to a big FOMC.
Right.
But that being said, when you get to tonight, you're looking at a wider range for these markets.
Absolutely. And that I'm not getting married to the first spike being, if I'm going to look at that expanded range, it will get thinner. And remember, we're when polls start to close is just when the currency markets trade 24 hours a day, but they tend to be a little bit thinner late afternoon, early evening, between 5 and 7 Chicago time, 6 and 8 New York time, before the full complement of traders come in Japan and China. So they'll be a little thinner and whippier. We're not going to have results right away. The polls don't close in the West Coast until probably 8 o'clock at night, our time, whatever.
Yeah.
But we'll want to be mindful that markets will get thinner. I think some of the back and forth we saw yesterday and today is guys taking positions off and just everybody's lightening up just a little bit, as you would probably want to do. You don't want to necessarily, you want to take your ideas off, but you want to make sure manageable that if it goes against you, and it's interesting, again, we're going to see some herky-jerky moves. It may give you the opportunity to get some of your position back at a better level or manage what you have on.
Yeah.
So, but once we get past that point today, again, 4 o'clock in the afternoon Chicago time, I'm going to widen out and be looking for more.
Okay.
And not expect that it's going to be a one-way rip and stay there. If we do get movement back and forth, chances are it's going to be back and forth. So I want to be mindful. I'm going to bring my size down, but I'm going to stay a little bit more active.
You wanted to look at where people are positioned.
And I
going
think that's
into this event.
that's an interesting way to do this. Now, there's ways to do this with futures once a week. You can look at a commitment traders report, but we have something on the tastylive platform called client sentiment. That's really kind of an interesting dynamic. And what it does is show that clients throughout IG Group globally and through tastylive, what they're leaning, long or short, each of these currency pairs. And you can look at it today, for the week, for the month. And right now, client sentiment is showing that this is kind of interesting because we're at the lows of the range. Now, in Euro, we tend to see at extremes the market either very long or very short.
Yep.
Long 60% is kind of balanced, even though we're at the low end of the range. Sometimes we'll see that number tick up to 70, 80.
Oh, yeah.
Dollar yen, we saw that up to 85%.
Yeah.
So, again, you can use this as, okay, people are long. So the majority of people are long. I want to go with the trend. You can use this as a contrarian indicator where again, depending on the trader, well, if everybody's long, I want to be short because they're going to probably be wrong. You can use it whatever way you want. It's just, again, another tool to look at how people are positioning. And it's a little bit interesting to see this. So let's kind of walk through the pairs and see how balanced or unbalanced the book is. And remember, this is one slice of a huge FX market.
Yeah.
So
we
put context around it.
To kick it off here, yeah, you have 60% long in the euro dollar market. And so, I mean, to your point, Pete, the first place, I asked you where the first place is, you go, this is one of the biggest Forex markets in the world, tends to be one of the most liquid, have a lot of people trading in this market. But let's, maybe move down the tiers, maybe
Absolutely.
move from essentially Apple to Amazon and Microsoft and Google as an analogy in this space. And with that, let's go to the pound here, just because we probably won't have to talk about it because I'm guessing it's going to be very similar, 62% long in that. So again, short dollar, long pound. Let's start to get off the beaten path, though, and take a look at this dollar-yen market that, as you can see here, the daily chart, this is a market, to your point, Pete, when we were up here, was showing, I mean, at certain points, 70%, 80% short dollar, looking for that mean reversion. And that didn't come for a handful of time, but it did eventually come. Here at 152 and a quarter, it'll be interesting
What's your guess?
to see. I would guess 72. I'll guess 72. You want to go over or under?
I'm going to say 55.
55?
Yeah.
You looked at this beforehand. 63. Okay. That's really surprising to me.
Yeah.
63%. Oh, gosh, long.
Yeah.
I was guessing 70% short. I was way off.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, we middled this. I was way off. That's really surprising to me.
Yeah. Yeah. So now here's one where majority of people are long and the market is moving in that direction. So that there is more of a, again, the carry trade can play into this because you're getting paid points to carry that position. And we'll talk more about that. I got a lot of questions over the weekend. I want to understand the mechanics of this a little bit. So we'll do some segments in the future talking about some of the unique properties of the pair here and where you get paid on a daily basis depending on the interest rate differential between the two countries. Some currencies, if you're long dollar yen, you get paid each night. If you're short dollar yen, you pay to carry that position every night. And the rate is the difference between the two interest rates, which is about 25 basis points in Japan and about a little under 4% in the U.S. So that difference in interest rates determines what the carry is. So it's an interesting dynamic. And some traders play that carry trade.
Wow. And so, yeah, between that and maybe people positioning themselves long, just because this is one that you would say is one of the purest dollar long plays.
Right.
Because
absolutely.
And part of it's because of the point you just
right.
made, where Japan interest rates are so low
right.
that it's almost like an even benchmark, that you're not looking at dollar competing with someone like the Euro area, where it's like they have high interest rates, so there's some competition. Same with the UK, high interest rates. So really interesting here. 63% long. Maybe it is part of the carry trade. Maybe it's something else.
What do you think?
Peso, dollar peso here.
Yeah, dollar peso, which is another carry trade.
But in the reverse fashion.
Yes, absolutely.
I mean, I have to imagine this is 70% plus short.
I'm going to go 75% short.
This is unbelievable.
Wow.
This another piece of this is maybe not only coming up to the election, Pete, but we did in the last handful of hours get a lot of zigzagging back
right.
and forth that led a lot of people who were either short dollar in this pair or short dollar in this pair, especially look at this dollar yen. This got up to 153, 154 right. here, and then came all the way back down to trade in the 151 handle. So maybe a lot of those shorts got out of their positions. All right, you want to go last one here. Let's look at dollar CAD. This is
a good one to look at,
an interesting one in here. Another relatively pure dollar play. You can see this huge
really,
dollar
the
run
weakest, I don't know, everything we've looked at, the weakest pair, it gave back a little bit of ground from
strongest for the U.S. dollar, weakest for
weakest currency pair. Really, kind of we've seen in the past couple of weeks is Canada.
This one's got to be short. I have to. I'm going to put my foot down and say 65% short. You want to go over or under?
Oh boy, I'm going to split. I'm going to go with 50-50.
This is unbelievable. Yeah, I would imagine that a lot of this has to be people lightening up positions ahead of this huge event. So the market a lot more split than we'd thought.
Yeah, and it's this is saying that again, the market's has balanced out a little bit before an event, and traders are being prudent. They're taking a little bit off the table, which you should. I never want to go in with my whatever your full position is into a random, because you could try to guess what the market's going to do if X happens or Y happens. Very rarely, I think we've said this before. If I gave you the election results and said, you can put on a trade, but you can't manage it for 24 hours, I wouldn't take that. I wouldn't.
Yeah.
It doesn't give you enough. So you want to be mindful, take advantage of the randomness. We're going to see a little bit of the swinging. It should be an interesting dynamic. The dollar hasn't backed off that much. So we've seen a little bit of selling, taking off the table. That's why those numbers have normalized a little bit. But it's another useful tool to look at, a little small slice of the pie, and which way it's leaning. So put that context into your trading decisions. And again, we can look at things like, if you want to look at something we'll look at next week is average true range, which is another way of looking at what has trading range been for a period of time. So it's the one standard deviation thing we like to look at in terms of probabilities.
What'll be really interesting as well is just tomorrow, seeing what these numbers look like tomorrow, because the move tonight will be across equities and everything else. Right. Everybody will watch it. Maybe you're trading it or whatever. But keep in mind that also the day after these elections, when this unknown is now known, you tend to see huge flows. I forget, somebody on either Twitter or internally here had crunched the numbers and shown, it was just in the S&P, this year it was plus 1% or minus 0.5% or plus 1.5% on election day. the day after, they were showing some huge moves across markets. So keep that in mind. Check this stuff out tomorrow as well. And then we have FOMC on Thursday. So plenty of stuff. But let's get out of here so Tom, Tony, and Vanetta can get on it. Hopefully everybody gets out there and votes and enjoys the election day. And I hope both people win, if that's possible. Both candidates, I think, should win.
All right. This is what I deal with every day. So, guys, have a great day. Good luck. Good trading. Bye.
You can get up to $4,000 when you open and fund a new account with tastytrade. That's 4,000 buckaroos, 4,000 bills, or clams, 4,000 in dough or cheddar, not the cheesy kind. 4 large, 4K, 4 grand, which is no small thing. Open and fund a new tastytrade account and get on the platform for traders who just want to trade. And did we mention a bonus of up to 4,000 smackaroos? Tastytrade. Make your move.
The unexpected upside of trading is losing. I know that sounds a bit perverse, but in a world where winning is everything, we have generations growing up now where winning has been dangerously commoditized. A culture where everybody wins is extremely vulnerable because it is not scalable or sustainable. Wealth creation and financial independence is not something we take lightly at Tasty. It's our lifeblood. Still, like most everyone, we don't handle losing very well. We know firsthand how difficult trading and investing can be. That's why success is so special, especially in finance. Achieving success, however, is never simple or a direct journey to the top. Failure and constant tests of resilience litter the trail along the way. Longevity is the ultimate measuring stick of one's achievements, and without failures to build upon, it's impossible to learn. As an active trader, most of us have some losing trades every day. However, those losing trades are the foundation for everything good that happens next. The sad part is, very few people outside of the world of trading truly understand the value of losing. We have been so conditioned to win at all costs that many people fail to recognize one of the most misunderstood reasons for success.
Come on, you know it, can you feel it? We got some things to talk about. Pre-market, it's early, but not too early. Come on, wake up now. Pour that coffee down your throat hole. It's hot. Now you got a hole in your throat. Oh no, just call your boss. Take the crust from out your eyes. So tasty, not a coffee.
Good morning, you knuckleheads. Happy Tuesday, the day that will live in infamy. How are you both?
Fix this beret.
I think they should make a song about that. Little beret, gotta fix my beret. Okay, is
girl.
that
you gotta fluff the hair.
fixed?
You gotta fluff the hair, and it's all of its majesty, honey.
I mean, if
yes,
the day,
girl, get it. Yes,
if the day's gonna live in
please,
infamy, then I gotta fluff the hair and fix the beret.
Is that fixed now? All right, if you say so. You look good, boss.
Can't tell.
It
You
looks
can't tell.
perfect.
Moving myself around. Okay.
Anyway, did you guys vote?
I
We
voted
voted early.
I voted a week and a half. Last Friday, a week ago Friday.
Did you vote?
long
I'm going today.
lines.
I'm going today, right after the show, 100%. After I do my option Trades Today podcast. That's right, every Tuesday and Thursday, no exception today.
There you go. And 24 states have in-person registration. So in 24 states, even if you're not registered to vote, you can register and vote same day. So
all you need is a note from your mom, I heard.
Just be prepared for long lines. There are long lines.
yeah.
This the suburbs, Saz. You know, we're civilized out here. You know, we just Everybody knows everybody. They go, hey, Tony, how you doing? I go, how you doing? Which one votes 3 times? Where do I go?
Do you want to make an under-over on how long Bat has to wait in line today? Ooh.
20 minutes tops.
Minimum, and from the time he gets there and parks his car, minimum 90 minutes, possibly as long as 3 hours. There's a good chance he quits in the middle.
Wow.
Oh, just like Saturday night. I had the same issue. I quit in the middle. I said, I can't do this anymore. I'm done.
There's a good chance. There's a good
You're
chance.
like, I'm just gonna mail it in.
There's a good chance he doesn't. He waits in line for a half hour and concedes.
I am willing to get jury duty again for my country. It's okay. I'm gonna do it.
Do you need help looking up stuff like the judges and stuff like that?
No, I'm going to abstain from the judges.
Okay, but you could do research beforehand. You know that, right?
I know there was that one site we had him on the show. What's it called?
Well, we had ballot ready on the show, but there's a bunch of sites that can help you make a more informed decision about your local.
I got my friend Spiro, who's got the little delicatessen in the neighborhood here. He's going to tell me who's going to help him, and I'm going to vote for who's going to help him.
Oh, named after also the disgraced politician Spiro Agnew. Great. Love that for you. He was
Spiro's
so crooked.
home of the bomber,
the
by
governor
the way,
of Maryland, just taking all the money. What?
Spiro's home of the bomber, by the way. If you like a good sandwich, get the bomber.
Home of the grifter, more
what's
like
the bomber? What is the bomber?
Oh, Beth's probably had a bomber. Have you, Beth?
No, sir.
Oh,
sir.
your husband has then.
My husband has for sure.
Oh, it's a beautiful sandwich. Stuff. It even has like roast beef on it. It's an old school kind of sandwich. You would love it.
Roast beast?
I'm not.
Roast beast.
Roast beef to me is not a Chicago thing. It has to be rare for me, and I don't like,
Okay, when was the last time you had a roast beef sandwich?
In Chicago, never.
That's my point, okay? So just for once in your life, will you just listen to me? Honestly, just one time.
Spiro's
They got
bomber.
their secret sauce on there. It's beautiful.
Ooh.
Actually, I did have a sliced roast beef sandwich at Manny's, and it was okay. Good, not great.
I know.
I mean, sometimes you just got to suck it up and go to Arby's.
No, Arby's is disgusting.
No.
I don't eat
But
beef.
my
I
wife,
don't know.
But my wife likes Arby's. I don't know how.
See?
With the horsey sauce.
Yeah.
It's disgusting.
Yeah,
Someone on Twitter said today, because it's so stressful, that airport lounge rules are now in effect. So no calories count today. No money that you spend matters today. And if you need to drink a beer at 10 a.m., that's also okay.
That's an airport lounge rule?
Airport lounge rules are in effect federally today. I'm mandating it.
I like that term, airport lounge rules.
Right. No calories don't count. You're in the lounge. It's all in the sky. It doesn't count. And yeah, if you want to get a mimosa at 8 a.m. before your flight to Cincinnati, you do you, girl.
That's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Sadnov, where would you need to be to have the airport rule?
I don't know. I don't drink.
On vacation, people don't care what they eat on vacation. Or like if it's my birthday, airport lounge rules in effect.
I would be in like an all you can eat and drink resort. One of those places would be airport rules for me. But I don't really like those. I don't really like those kind of resorts. They're not healthy for me. And let's see. Probably, I don't know. But I never heard the term.
From what I heard when you were in Mexico with Tony from Mexico, you had the airport rule going.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
You went to a restaurant. Oh, I forgot to tell you this. So we made reservations for a Linea.
Oh wow! That is the Michelin-starred restaurant
who
here
made
in
reservations?
Chicago, run by
Vinny.
Grant Achatz.
You're going with Vinny and your wife?
Yeah.
Oh, Bring it.
That's what he wanted for his birthday.
Alinea.
Yeah. That's what he wanted for his birthday.
You better bring about $2,000 for the three.
It's 1,800. It's 1,800 out without the wine pairing for three.
You should just buy a motorcycle.
I've never been to Alinea.
And you got to pay in advance.
I've never been there. Never been there.
I know. I said, listen, I hit it first. I'll let you know. I'll give you my report. I'm going to go with a clear mind, Sadnov. I'm going to go with an open mind.
Well, I mean, it's been around for probably 15 years now, something like that.
Oh yeah, for sure. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, I just want to point out that you're booking $1,800 dinners in Biden's economy. Oh!
Well, I mean, I want to do it.
You got to do
Biden.
You're going to have to do the wine pairing. That's an extra $500 a person.
No, you see, I would have. It is anywhere between like 150 and 500, but you have to do all three. Like they wouldn't let me do two.
But
so it had to be all three for the table, and one of the kids is 14 years old, or going to be 15.
One of the kids. So who's the other kid?
Well, that's it. I mean, one of the people of the three is 15 years old. So
I was going to say, if you're letting Vinny take a friend, we're paying you too much.
No. Listen. I don't want to go. Like it ain't for me, and my wife doesn't want to go. It's not for her. I mean, this is what the kid wants for his birthday. I mean, like, I think it's decadent enough just the way it is, but
dude,
that's what he wants.
Outrageous.
That's a little bougie.
Yeah. Sounds a little bougie. Don't tell Nick or anybody like that. Definitely don't tell Gina, my daughter, because she's a foodie too. So
I mean, that's pretty impressive for a solid C student.
Don't tell Gina. I'm texting.
C would be an uptick. How about this? How about math tutor? How much an hour? Now he's a teacher, so take that into consideration.
$60 an hour.
65 to 75.
180.
Really?
Does he take his top off?
$180 an hour for a math tutor?
To my wife, he should. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Now he has raised his grade considerably. Soon he'll be passing.
Oh man. All right. Well, congratulations, kids. You're going to Alinea. I'm an adult woman with a mortgage. I've never been to Alinea.
All I can tell you is you should have taken him to Royster and just told him it's the same chef, same food.
Nah, this kid knows. He likes to cook. He likes all the. He's a funny kid. I don't know what's happened to him. And once he gets a little taste of the women, then maybe he'll come back onto our side of the fence. You know what I mean? And he'll like fried chicken and chicken nuggets and stuff like that. But right now, he's finding himself. This is interesting.
But he can't find himself for less than $1,800. It was like, if it was my parents, it was like, here's $10. Go outside. Go find yourself.
Go find yourself an ice cream cone.
Yeah. They're like, we will take you to Big Bowl. It was like, we want to foster your culinary creativity. You can get whatever you want. Or what was that place you make your own Asian food, your stir fry, whatever?
Oh no, Iron Chef or something like that.
No, yeah, I can't remember what it's called, but I'll look it up.
Happy Lamb?
Yeah.
No, it was a chain. You don't remember? Like I'm gonna look it up. Hold on.
You mean the Mongolian barbecue place?
No. Hold on.
What's the under over on me having to stop after dinner for something to eat for him?
No, they'll give you enough food. It just because they'll wear you down after 3 hours.
Anyway, so that was my day yesterday. What was your day like, Tom?
I was here.
Okay, you can't do
terrorizing people.
Were you on the warpath, Sadnov? Are we allowed to say warpath? I don't know. We'll find out after the elections. Tom, were you angry with everybody?
No.
Oh, okay,
no,
good.
I was just busy doing stuff. What place were you thinking of?
Last night?
What place were you thinking of?
Iron Age. Iron Age. It's called Iron Age.
No. It was. I couldn't. Gosh darn it.
Iron Age Korean Steakhouse.
No. Keep talking amongst yourselves.
I'm telling you, that's what it is.
No, it's a chain. When you hear the name, you'll know about it. It wasn't Iron Age. This was a long ago
All you
chain.
can eat Korean restaurant, DIY experience. Make it special and fun.
No, it's driving me nuts. That's fine. Just talk amongst yourselves. It'll come to me later, I guess. I don't know. What'd you do last night, Tom?
We have nothing to say.
Nothing. I was out pretty late, and then I went and watched the game.
The Chiefs game?
Yeah, the Chiefs game. It's good.
Yeah. How about my Chiefs? Chiefs win in overtime. It was a crazy game. It started raining really hard.
I know.
There's no way you watched that game to the end.
I watched the end of the game. I fell asleep in the middle.
Fair enough. Ooh, side enough. It's getting cold out again. Do you have heat?
I watched the first half and then the second half of the fourth quarter in overtime.
Nice.
It was actually good.
Do you have heat? Do you have heat yet? Because it's going to get cold soon.
Yeah, kind of. Pretty much.
It's going to be 68 degrees every day.
Yeah, pretty much. It's hot out today.
Today it's hot, but not for long.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. No, it was a great game. Mahomes played great.
Yeah, because they're down to people. But DeAndre Hopkins, what a great trade out of Tennessee that guy was. They said he was washed, but he's not. McCole Hardman had a good game. Travis Kelce, first-time receiver over 35 years old, had 14 receptions. So that's pretty impressive.
There's some old
also,
videos.
My girl Tay was at the game, even though she just did 3 sold-out shows for over 200,000 people in Indianapolis. She was at the game serving Wagler style. We love to see it.
I know somebody that was at the show on Sunday. Was it on
went.
Sunday?
I know your friend KP went because KP gets tickets to all the era shows.
Yeah, I talked to her yesterday. She said it was the greatest show she's ever been to in her entire life.
It's great. If you can afford it, yeah, go multiple times. But it was the last show in the U.S. So she only has Toronto and Vancouver left. No one cares, but it's fine.
There's a lot of people that have never seen DeAndre Hopkins play like in his earlier days. There's a couple of videos, I don't know if they're still out there, where like he catches the ball like it's coming at you like
he had a miraculous catch, splitting two defenders. It just sort of dropped into his hands.
There's some old videos of him just putting his paw up there and just catching the ball like one hand's like with these tight spirals going about 1 million miles an hour. He had, when he was younger, his hands unbelievable.
Yeah, one of his dances last night after he found the end zone is in remembrance to Remember the Titans, the Disney movie. He did the it was kind of cute. Anyway, but Chiefs 8-0, so they are banged up and they are still winning games. But Baker Mayfield looked great last night. He was doing things that were making me mad, but he's a good little quarterback.
He's really good. He's really he came into his own. He's really good.
He is good for you, Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, he's really good.
Just calm down over there.
No, I'm surprised what he turned into because he is really good.
Yeah. Well, good times all around. Hey, whatever you got to do to get through this day. I'm going to take 1,000 milligram edible and I'm going to do a 10-piece puzzle. That's my plan for today.
We have a 5 Rabanitos.
You're gonna be on the show. Aren't you going to be on the show with us tonight?
I didn't say sober.
Fair enough.
But yes, I will be there physically.
We have a 5 Rabanitos.
I can't do the
today.
edible, so I'll be hitting your bourbon underneath your desk over there, Vanetta. That's what I'll be doing.
You can't do edibles? Does it freak you out?
Yeah, I don't like the creep that happens with the edibles. I can't do it.
That's okay.
Yeah.
No, it's fine. Hey, we got a great great show for you today. If you want to just sort of avoid all the noise, we got a great show for you today. At the top of the 8 o'clock hour, we got an options jive, market trends surrounding Election Day. Okay, well, I lied to you. I know, but we're going to talk about the market trends and just what happens around the election cycle in terms of the markets. We got Chris Vecchio in the house. Let me explain. We are going to bring him on at 8:40. What are you going to talk about with Chris?
Oh, today's going to be all election stuff.
Okay. All right. That's good.
Just
That's
statistics
good,
around, like, pre, post, all that kind of stuff.
Then 9 o'clock, we got a market measures, and it just says volatility. Awesome.
No. Yeah, today's today's piece I saw yesterday. It's really good. Gad put it together. Okay. It's a vol piece, but it's good.
And then we got Talking with Tom and Tony. Do we have Scott today? No, Scott. Scott's gone today.
He's gone today.
Scott gets election day off.
We'll be taking early phone calls if we have the time, for sure.
How come Scott gets election day off?
He's actually going to run one of the polls. He's like
good for him and doing his civic duty. Wow.
Yep. What can't he do?
What can't he do?
Yeah.
And what everyone's waiting for, the tastylive election unspecial. Oh, it is going to be a live hashtag hot mess starting at 6 o'clock tonight. A cavalcade of stars and guests heading your way. I will be the only vagina present. You're welcome. It's going to be.
Are you?
Man, that thing's a sausage fest.
Oh, that's good. You're right. You might be.
Yeah, but that's fine. No, we're gonna have a video. Julia made a video. She's gonna be in that, and we will have ladies featured in the tastylive squares. But yes, the tastylive unspecial is happening this evening. Coverage the likes of which you've never seen, and we've never seen because Tom won't come to rehearsals. No, that's a true story. We had practice yesterday, and someone was not there. I'm sure it's going to be fine. But anyway, that's our run of show for today. Would you like your daily dose?
Sure.
Yeah. All right. Hit me with my theme music. Let's go.
Our leading story. Breaking news. Coming across the wire. Leading story. Top story. Just in.
Today's headline.
This just in. Breaking news.
All right, everybody. Today is a terrific Tuesday. It's November the 5th. Please exercise your civic duty and go vote today if you haven't already. This is the part of the show we like to call the Daily Dose. We talk about today's financial news and headlines. My name's Vanetta. Are you ready for the news?
Sure.
Ready for the news.
I would like to also just thank all of the Canadians online who are like, Americans, if you need a Canadian emotional support person today, we are here from you. I mean, poor Canada. It's like living above a meth lab, but they are there for us.
I don't think it's that bad.
You really don't think Canada is just looking at us being like,
no.
Get it together.
No.
Ask a Canadian. Ask a Canadian.
That's true. I have it. That's true.
Yeah, that happens. But anyway, any earnings today, Mr. Bat?
Sure. You can look at SMCI. It would be a little bit dangerous there because it's on a free fall. Other than that, not too much. CVS, which is also on a free fall. AMC would be another one on a free fall.
Oh man, that's just the crap of the crap today.
Yeah. Not fun.
Tom, did you put on something in SMCI?
I have a very small position on in there, but I did scalp it good yesterday. So yeah, small.
Stock's up 70 cents this morning to 26.70. Call it 75. Up about 75 cents.
Yeah, we're fine in there.
The news today is Palantir for earnings, but I'm sure you have that.
Yep, I will got that. The stock market typically does after the U.S. election, according to history. I think you guys are going to get into this. But Tom, what do you remember about how the market performs the day after, the week after, the month after an election? I have like a little chart here. But how do you sort of categorize the move post-election?
It's the tale of very different cycles. In 2000, 2008, and 2016 there were big moves after the election, but in 2004, 12, and 20 it was pretty muted. So I don't think there's any. I don't think you can draw any kind of like. I don't think you can say, oh, we're going to have a. If you went on the cycle part, this year would be a big move based on the 8-year cycles. But who knows?
Okay. I was just curious, and like, how are you structuring things for today into this evening for your existing positions?
I'm going into the election.
Same as it ever was.
I'm staying with my position. I'm betting that bonds will go higher and stocks will go lower. I'm not betting the ranch. I'm just like, that's my core position.
How about for you, Bat?
I like his bond call. I'd like to add a gold, a little bit of a sell-off in gold too, but that's just because I need that for my position. But I like his bond call. The market to me, it's showing a volatility, approaching 20. It's only 19.15 right now. I don't know. The market could surprise us to the upside, I think, at least in the short term. But I want to fade the first move.
Hey, in other news, Asian stocks advanced following a slew of positive headlines from China that supported sentiment, and the dollar was steady as the clock ticks down to a tight U.S. election. I want to get a global view of things as we head into this day. We can start with Asia, Japan, the euro, and then let's talk about the dollar.
Well, there's no question that our Chinese stocks are. We're long a lot of Chinese stocks, and they're all higher this morning. So we'll probably take a few profits in there, I'm guessing, on the opening because Baba's up, Baidu's up. So
yeah, Baidu's up $1.50. Baba's up also about $1.50, $2. So yeah, you Chinese stocks, they're coming for the pigs, and we like that right now.
What about yen, euro, dollar?
We're betting pretty heavy that the dollar will kind of crash and burn here because it's way overbought. So all those markets are they're pretty much going our way this morning.
Yeah, the euro's higher. It's had a good 2 weeks also off of its
the euro's
lows,
higher.
So,
the yen's like unchanged, maybe a little bit lower, but the pound's higher.
Well, the yen's never going up in your lifetime, but I get it. The euro, the yen, the euro, the British pound, those are all doing much better than they have the last 2 months.
Yeah.
Hey, in other news, labor strikes have shut down operations at Canada's container ports from east to west coast, with U.S. trade left in limbo. The ports of Vancouver, and Prince Rupert are at a standstill after ILWU Local 514 walked off the job in a strike. This is not great news, but approximately 20% of U.S. trade arrives in Canadian ports. So, oh no way.
That's pretty good.
Thanks. Yeah, okay.
What do you
don't
think
care?
here, Sas?
I wouldn't even know how to. I wouldn't know how to trade that if I could.
Oh, okay. Hey, here's something interesting. A new survey from the National Association of Realtors found that Americans who bought homes for the first time between July 2023 and June of 2024 were older and wealthier than in previous years. The survey found that first-time home buyers the median age rose to 38 years old, and they had a median household income of $97,700, up from $95,000. A generation ago, a typical first-time home buyer was in their late 20s. So I just thought it was interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting, but it doesn't really surprise me. People get married later now, and they start families later, so makes sense.
And you need way more capital now, and a lot of this was fueled by inheritances. So I'm pretty sure your kids are just waiting for you.
I'm spending mine. You can see that. You got to get yourself some, Vanetta.
Hey, Tom, I think you might be interested in this because you and Dylan talk about this a lot. But U.S. companies with lagging stock prices are now quicker to blame management and to fire their top executive. Over the last 7 years, financial performance and most notably a company's stock price have become a stronger predictor of a chief executive's ability to hold on to a job. Normally, companies were very slow to respond to a lagging in their stock price, and they'd hold on to CEOs forever and ever and ever. And you wanted CEOs to be more like sports teams where they're like, hey, this is performance tied to performance. If you're good, you're good. If you're not, you're out. What do you think? I think the tide is slowly turning.
I mean, it makes sense. There's no reason to keep somebody if they're not any good just because you hired them or they have a contract, whatever.
Jules, I'm sorry. Excuse me. Oh, bless me. It's dusty in here.
I mean, the U.S. CEOs should be fired when they don't get the company going in the right direction. No question about it.
Yeah. The latest figures show 42% of S&P 500 companies that replaced their top executives this year had stock returns in the bottom quartile of their industry. The number is even higher among the Russell 3000. So
makes sense.
Which are lower cap stocks, which makes sense too. But yes.
Yes, but that's good. Just at least it's definitive that things are starting to turn around. Yet we are still stuck with Eberflus, so I don't know what is happening.
That is wrong. It is sick and wrong.
I know. That's Hey, one thing, we are always looking at things that are kind of sort of tangentially tied to this evening's election proceedings. And one thing I wanted to look at, because one part of it also has earnings, is the chip sector, because the future of the CHIPS Act could hang in the balance because of this election. The CHIPS Act, when it passed in 2022, it was bipartisan support. Lawmakers from both sides obviously see the importance of reviving America's chip-making capacity. But in the final days of the presidential election cycle, the law has now become a point of contention. And Friday, House Speaker Mike Johnson, who voted against the CHIPS Act, drew criticism after saying the quiet part out loud, saying that the program was going to be repealed under the Trump administration. How does this affect potentially chip stocks today, into tomorrow, this week, whatever?
They'll never repeal it. And he walked that back immediately and said he screwed up.
Well, because he got caught on camera.
I know, but he walked it back and said he made a mistake. And because he's really just, I mean, unfortunately he's stupid, so he just said it. But they're never going to take.
But this could have rippling.
They're never going to repeal this. It's too big a part of the economy. They're not repealing it.
Okie dokie. What are you doing in chip stocks like Nvidia, SMC?
We're not playing them. I'm not playing them for the. I have no election play on in chip stocks.
Okay. Well, what do you have on incidentally in chip stocks?
No, I have a lot of positions on in like SMH and things like that, but I'm just playing it for a premium smash. I'm not playing it directionally.
Okay.
Nvidia is up around $1 and change this morning. It was only up around 60 cents yesterday. AMD looks like it's up around $1 this morning. So they're catching a little bit of a bid, Vanetta. Market's a little bit higher too. Even the S&P's up 12.
Amazon and Meta's initiatives to build data centers powered by nuclear energy are off to a bumpy start. Amazon's project recently failed to secure a key regulatory approval, and Meta's planned data center campus is said to have raised environmental concerns. This is true. I heard they found like a rare species of bee where Meta wants to build like a nuclear reactor. And so then like the bee people are mad. And then so they can't build a nuclear reactor because of bees, man. But I mean, yeah, good. That's fine. But Amazon inked a $650 million deal to buy a data center campus from power company Talon Energy, and more companies like Amazon, like Meta, like Google, like Microsoft are now increasingly relying on nuclear power. Are you doing anything in that OKLO stock, or how are you playing nuclear?
I'm not playing nuclear.
Why?
Victor Jones was playing it a bunch of different ways, but I have not played it.
Why don't you want to be like Victor?
I'm not really. I don't like playing Amazon and Meta for a nuclear power play, and the other stocks I don't really follow them at all.
OKLY, the stock you mentioned just a moment ago.
OKLO, I think.
I'm sorry, OKLO. Yes, the stock you just mentioned a moment ago. About a month ago was $9. It's $21 right now, about $4 off of its recent high. Taking a look at the markets, it has earnings, by the way, November 14th. Looking at the December markets, they're untradeable. I mean, they're
that sucks.
The markets are wide. The stock's had a huge run. I don't want to chase it here.
Okay, all right, just bringing it up. Hey, did you do anything in Palantir?
Yeah, I sold a wide strangle in there. I think it's at the expected move, so I think I should be okay.
It's up $5.50 approximately.
Yeah, $6.
Palantir raised their annual revenue forecast for the third time, betting on strong spending from government and rising demand for its software services. Shares of the data analytics company rose about 13% in extended trading. So,
yeah, we played it really wide with bias to the upside. I think we're going to be fine.
Okay, good for you. A company called Marquetta went to high school with her. Hey, girl. No, their shares plunged 30% on a big forecast miss. It's MQ. The shares plummeted in extended trading as the revenue for the third quarter came in just shy of estimates. I'm not sure I don't know if you've ever traded this company, but it was being mentioned a lot.
I don't think we've ever. I'm looking right now. We've never traded it.
Okay.
No, this is a stock that hasn't had an uptick. It worked its way all the way down to around 4.5. It's sitting just under $6 last night. It now is trading at under $4. So this stock's going to make a new low in a minute.
Yeah, it is.
If it opens here.
Poor Marquetta.
Yeah, poor Marquetta. She should have married that other guy. Yeah.
I know. Get it together, girl. Hey, Sam Altman-led OpenAI is in early talks with the California Attorney General's office to change its corporate structure in a bid to become a for-profit business. If you remember, they started this whole thing as being a non-for-profit company, and then Sam Altman freaked everyone out, and then a bunch of people quit, and now they're like, yeah, we're just going to do whatever we want. We're going to make all this money. Hooray! It would mark a drastic reversal in governance structure for the AI pioneer, which was founded in 2015 as a nonprofit AI research lab. What are your thoughts on the pivot?
Well, I kind of think they don't really have a choice if they want to be competitive. I mean, that's my understanding of this pivot.
That was never their plan, though. They never were setting out. They were just setting out to like innovate and ideate and create. But now you're like, oh, they have to be competitive. But that was like never.
Well, I understand that, but the way that industry, the way that sector has exploded, in order for them to actually continue at the pace that they were going, they have to be competitive. In order to be competitive, they have to be for profit. That's the argument.
Why though? Like
because
rich
they
people
can't
like
attract
you fund non-for-profit stuff all the time.
Because they can't attract talent. That's why.
Interesting. Okay. Well, you can't trade OpenAI, but you can trade Microsoft kind of as a proxy. What are you doing in Microsoft?
Or flat.
I closed my iron condor on Microsoft. It worked out quite nicely as volatility's contracted. IB rank is 33 last week. On Thursday, it was in the 40 handle. Microsoft is up around 50 cents, maybe $1 to 409.5. But it hasn't had a very good week. You remember it was trading around 440 earlier this week. It's now 409.
Here's something interesting. After a trio of Supreme Court rulings in June, looking at you, Chevron, that weakened federal regulators, the U.S. Supreme Court is now set to consider bids by Meta and NVIDIA to fend off federal securities fraud lawsuits in separate cases. And this whole thing could make it harder for private litigants to hold companies to account. The former SEC lawyer in private practice said the Supreme Court's recent track record of handing down business-friendly decisions has narrowed the authority of federal regulators, and he suggests that Facebook and NVIDIA may find a receptive audience before the justices. I know you're not sort of totally on the side of the SEC, but can you see how the the weakening of federal agencies to litigate stuff could have this weird cascading effect where you can't sue Meta or Nvidia if you're a shareholder.
Yeah, but so first of all, I'm in full support of Nvidia and Facebook here because
Of course you are, you evil overlord.
the individual shareholder suits are usually originate.
Ambulance chasing.
They usually
lawyers,
they usually originate from litigation firms, not from the actual, not from the actual shareholders. The cases are 99% all bullshit, and the securities cases, from the securities regulators are equal bullshit. And so these companies spend a ridiculous amount of shareholder dollars and resources and effort fighting off frivolous lawsuits of everybody just trying to get their hands into the cookie jar. So yeah, I fully support, the Supreme Court sparing them from all this, ridiculous fraud suits.
I thought you were going to talk about your 3.5 tick scalp of some notes you just did while we were sitting here doing nothing.
You're sitting there doing nothing. I'm trading.
I'm working, honey.
3.5 ticks. Good work out of you.
Hey, in other news, Meta is extending its ban on new political ads past Election Day. Meta did not specify the day that it will lift the restriction. The company did say the policy is in place because, quote, we recognize there may not be enough time to contest new claims made in ads. What are you doing in Meta?
I have no position in Meta, but I will. Okay. I can't wait for tomorrow when the political ads are done.
I know there should be some sort of.
I agree with you there 100%.
There should be like a QR code that you get, like if you vote early and you could like scan your TV and your computer and your phone and be like, stop showing me ads. I already voted.
I mean, no they're just, it's beyond ridiculous. Like the amount.
I mean, imagine though how people in swing states feel. Like, yes, we get ads here in Illinois, but it's not nearly as bad as other places.
It is just brutal.
Yeah,
it is brutal. I agree.
Yeah. Hey, speaking of brutal, Coinbase and Andreessen Horowitz pour more than $78 million into pro-crypto PACs for the 2026 election. No more elections. They're already thinking about midterms. Oh my God, I'm so tired. And they're already raising funds. They had a massive PAC they raised $170 million for this cycle, and they dispersed $135 million of those funds. They now say they've raised $78 million already for 2026. I just want to talk about Coinbase and how it's come into focus and how it might move on election day today.
Coinbase got a good IV rank of almost 70. Coinbase looks like it's down about $1 this morning. On the other side of the coin, you got Bitcoin. See what I did there? A lot of coins trading 69 and change. The futures got down to 67.7. They show up $1,400 to over 69 right now, but they've been hanging out around this 68 to 72 range for quite some time.
Okie dokie, artichoke. Tom, you doing anything in Coinbase? Are you expecting anything from Coinbase?
We have position on in there, but we're not. I mean, it's a short premium play. It's not really a directional play at all.
Okay. Dollar Tree's CEO unexpectedly stepped down, and an analyst says the move comes at a difficult time. Dollar Tree said that Rick Dreiling has stepped down as chief executive of the discount retailer due to health reasons. But even as shares rallied thanks to its third quarter outlook, an analyst said the leadership change is arriving at a tough time for the company and for dollar stores in general as they deal with greater competition and electoral challenges.
We do not have a position. We have a position on in Dollar General, not Dollar Tree.
Dollar General? Okay. All right. Duly noted. Hey, Walgreens, WBA, Walgreens Boots Alliance agrees to pay $100 million to resolve a lawsuit over generic drug pricing. The lawsuit, it was a class action lawsuit accusing the drugstore chain of fraudulently overcharging customers for a decade when they bought generic drugs through private insurance, Medicare, or Medicaid. Good job. Their stock has been annihilated this year, so do with that what you will.
Yeah, we have a small Walgreens position on, but the stock hasn't. It's still $9.35 or something.
Yeah, they got to go back to WAGs. When it was just WAGs, the stock did a lot better. Walgreens Boots Alliance has not done well.
It is not aligning. The alliance is not aligning.
It is not. CVS has earnings tonight.
Oh, thank you, Bat.
Yeah, well, tomorrow after the morning starts again. $54 and change, unchanged right now. Good IV rank is 76. Sorry.
This is cool. Apple will now let you share lost AirTag info with an airline. iOS 18.2's new Find My will let you temporarily share the location of a tracker with an airline employee who can then hopefully help you find your bags. I use Apple AirTags in all of my luggage. It's a great hack, especially when you can get the AirTags like on sale for like a Prime Day. But it's a great way of holding an airline accountable for your stuff.
Yeah, so many people use these in their luggage. It really is great. I mean, you tell the airlines where your luggage is. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, and for lots of I have an AirTag on my motorcycle, so
yeah, right. I got an AirTag on Tom. He doesn't even know it.
Get in line.
What are you guys doing in Apple?
Saz, if somebody were to put an AirTag on you, what would be the backpack?
No, you got to put it in the beret. You got to put it in the beret.
I have an AirTag in my backpack.
Oh, okay. But where can we put ours? That's probably the best place, I would think.
Oh, just give it to me. I'll put it in my pocket.
You know, Tom, you have to change the batteries in an AirTag. So if you put an AirTag in your backpack like 5 years ago, sweetie, that battery's dead. It's not tracking anything.
Oh, don't you worry. He hasn't even downloaded the app to track the AirTag. So he's okay. But he has an AirTag in there. He's going to tell everybody, I have an AirTag in there. We should be able to find it. Oh, great.
It's really just a dusty M&M, but he's like, it's an AirTag.
Totally.
It's like a Minto that was been in there since like 89. Anyway. Do you have an Apple position, Tom?
I do. It's small. We're just hoping for a little sideways post-election.
You're getting that right now. It's down 20 cents.
Netflix is removing nearly all of its interactive titles. These are things that will help you do, like choose your own adventure. But the removal of the titles marks a disappointing conclusion to Netflix's earliest efforts into interactive content. What are you doing in Netflix?
We have no position.
Oh, okay.
Up around $1, maybe $1.50 or so. Ivy rank is only 12 post earnings.
Nah. No, it's fine.
Trading near its highs though. Netflix.
Hey, Wayfair, in their third quarter's earnings report, revealed that the number of its active customers has decreased by almost 3%. The home goods retailer has been struggling with a startling shift in consumer behavior, and they're trying to woo back customers. They delivered 6% fewer orders than they did in the same quarter. They had their earnings last week, and things were bleak. But they did have success during their Way Day event, and they are hoping that they can turn things around. Wayfair is W. I don't know if you...
Yeah, flirting with just under $40 where it was a few days ago. That would be the low. It's trading around 42 right now. It's up maybe a dime or something. But here's an interesting little tidbit. The Ivy rank in there after earnings, post earnings, is 44. So...
Oh, I might have did something.
You might have did something. For option trades today, every Tuesday and Thursday. Lucky for you, it's Tuesday.
Hey, can I tell you, my parents were in town over the weekend because they're retired and they have nothing to do but to hassle me. So
and you're available for hacking, which makes it good. So
we went to Old Orchard because my mom likes the Macy's there, and we went to this new Wayfair, which is just up the street. We were
just down the street from me.
Yeah, and we went to the Lazy Dog restaurant in Buffalo Grove. It was actually really good.
That's new. That's something new. In Buffalo Grove, you went to the one in Buffalo Grove because
I think it's in Buffalo. It's right over the line. It's right there.
Oh, because there's one in Highland.
There's only one. I think the actual address is technically Buffalo Grove, but it's right. It's right. It's Northbrook. It's Buffalo. I don't know.
Yeah, Northbrook. Yeah, that's what I was trying to think. I couldn't remember.
Yeah, but even my dad liked the Wayfair store, but then he just took his Kindle and he sat in the cafe. He's like, "You and your mom come find me when you're done."
So did you buy anything there?
I did buy. I bought a table runner. I bought like a little trash can, and I bought these really nice like leather things to like put blankets in. I don't know. It's a girl thing. But I was surprised how nice it was.
So that used to be the old Carson Perry Scott. Perry Scott's now out of business, and they took that over. They really put a lot of money into it.
Remember those great indoor stores?
Yep. Yeah.
It kind of reminds me of that. Like they have a shower thing where you can like push buttons and see how different shower heads work. That was kind of cool.
Interesting. Okay.
Tom, you should go up there.
Yeah, it's on my list of things to do before I die.
They have a restaurant and a coffee shop in there. You could check that out.
Yeah, no.
They have a cafeteria. I wouldn't call it a restaurant.
Okay, well, yeah, that's fine.
If you catch me in the Wayfair store, shoot me.
Hey, okay, so I have an interesting moral quandary for you, Tom. A lot of people don't know, but Tom is the son of a highly esteemed labor lawyer. Yes?
Yeah.
And so you would never cross a strike line or a picket line, right?
What is this thing here?
Yes or no, Tom? Would you ever cross a picket line?
I don't cross
Welcome to the Tasty Union, Sosnoff.
I could say that I don't think I've ever crossed a picket line, but what is your point here? Do you play Wordle or Connections?
So the point is the workers who work for the New York Times Guild are on strike, and if you play Wordle or Connections, they are asking you not to cross the digital picket line and to break your streak because these workers are on strike. What are you going to do, Tom?
All right. I wasn't going to say anything, but I didn't get the word today.
Is that why you're being a jerk?
And not only that, the word turns out to be a word that I knew because the word is also the name of a company that we got into a litigation with years ago. And so I blocked it out of my mind because it was a horrible period fighting with this one company with this certain name. And I did not get it today. I was like, you got to be kidding me.
But Tom, will so you shouldn't play tomorrow because now I'm educating you about this.
Before you didn't know. So we can make ignorance is 9/10 of the law for you in this instance.
I quit today anyway, so the timing's perfect because I quit today.
So it's not so much that you stand in solidarity with these workers, it's that you're mad and you want to take your ball and go home.
And I stand in solidarity.
Okay, there it is. Okay. Hey, finally today, I couldn't get it to work yesterday, but I have a bear video for you. Master Control just thought I just wanted to continue to show pictures of Jason Kelsey, two different types of bears. You know what I mean. But this is an actual bear video. Check out how lucky this wildlife ranger got doing a release. Yikes. Watch this. So he lets a baby bear out, and then the bear turns around and runs after the truck. We'll play it again.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, no kidding.
So he lets the bear out. Bear's like, screw you. Like if that guy had just missed a step, it would have.
That bear
Jesus Christ.
That bear was mad.
Yeah.
Usually they just take off for open land. I mean,
yeah,
or
I will
something
say
like that.
after releasing a bunch of feral cats, they all just sort of just run away. They'll throw double birds at me, but they just run away.
Right.
It's like, you took my balls, lady.
Kind of sounds like one of your dates. We're going to take a quick 90-second break and come back. We got more Tasty Live after this with a little bit of Confirm and Send. Goodbye for now. See you tonight, Vanetta.
See you tonight.
Know someone who needs a better broker? Earn $250 for each qualified person you refer to Tasty Trade. Because friends don't let friends trade on a bad platform. Terms and conditions apply. Join the club, genius. Tasty Trade.
Regulation time may have expired, but the conversation is just getting started. This is Overtime, the post-market scrimmage for market junkies. Join Chris Vecchio, Ilya Spivak, and me, Dylan Radigan, as we analyze the X's and O's for everything from earnings to politics to macro events and more. Nothing's out of bounds on Overtime. We break down the news to provide you a playbook for your trades. Watch Overtime Monday through Thursday only on Tasty Live.
Success is a combination of lots of non-correlated or lightly correlated underlyings to reduce risk.
It's better for your investments to trade volatility than it is to own S&P index funds at Vanguard. That's what you're saying.
I can't sleep at night as a passive investor.
Why not?
Because I think the risk is too great. Here I am, I'm a derivatives trader. I have hundreds, if not thousands of positions on, and I sleep fine because I know what I've done. What we do, it's a mathematical equation. What asset other than fear is mean reverting? And it requires no additional capital to play both sides of the market, then why would you even be directional in the first place?
The problem with what you're saying is it makes a little too much sense.
Yeah, it's logical.
And so it raises a lot of
scares the crap
skepticism because it makes a little too much sense.
Look who's back testing. Tasty Trade now has options back testing for free. Test your trades with over 10 years of data for the most popular symbols. See how your trades would have performed in the past. Look back at profit and loss and take the guess out of guesswork. Oh, did we mention that it's free? Get back testing at Tasty Trade.
So I've been trading for about 5 years, maybe 8 to 5 years, and I got in the options world because I wasn't making enough just holding long equity. You know, there's not a lot of strategy. It's just sort of like buy it and then pray it goes up. I found Tasty Live from my friend, and I started looking at the YouTube videos. My favorite part about it was just that there was math, there was probability, it was something you could consistently rely on. Once someone gets the right information, which they provide on Tasty Live, they can really change their financial situation for the better. Consistently, not, oh, I bought a stock and it went way up one time, but how can you do it consistently, over and over? And with Tasty Live, I was able to do that.
If you have any questions, feel free to toss them in the chat.
Want to know what you're getting into before you dive in? When you trade options at Tasty Trade, you see your probability of profit and loss right where you need it. Tasty Trade. Make your move.
Tomas, we are back, my friend. You know what that means. Time for a little bit more Tasty Live with Confirm and Send. But before we do, you want to take a quick look at the market? Let's do it quickly. Even the S&Ps are up 12, Sazos. Let's call them unchanged. NASDAQ up 66. The Russell doing the opposite of yesterday. A little bit lower today. Yesterday was a little bit higher with the market. Even the S&Ps and NASDAQ were a little bit lower. You've got a reversal of fortune and the Dow up 47. Volatility in by 32 cents. That's been consistent over the last couple of days. Volatility contracting from its high 20-ish level down to around 19.15 right now. Bonds starting the day off a little bit lower, down 4 ticks, about 5 ticks off of their lows, 117.18. The notes are doing the same. Bitcoin back up over 69,000, but you can see here last 4 days take a little bit of a hit, 69,100 and change. Oil continues its rally up 33 cents. You can see there. In the last 6 or 7 days, it's been higher. It's higher by a skosh, 33 cents. Gold up $9.40, flirting with highs. Got a couple more dollars to get there. But as you can see from the hockey stick-like chart here, it's been nothing but smooth sailing for gold. PLTR was your earnings play. PLTR now trading 48 and change, up around, we'll round up and say up $7. That's all I got.
All right, let's go. These are emails that came into us overnight. Confirm and send. I understand that you like to roll the untested side of a trade, eventually buying the guts and selling the wings. My question is, at what point are you doing this? I think I'm letting my tested side get breached and not rolling the untested side aggressively enough, which results in me buying the guts for a debit that is too big. Are you buying the guts and selling the wings before it gets to this point?
The majority of the time, I would say that we are getting to the point of not being inverted, meaning my call being in the money and my put being in the money. I think we've aggressively rolled. Now, I've thrown out a number like around 15 deltas on a strangle. That's just an area, it gets to plus or minus for me, for my own comfort. Tom's a little bit more aggressive, does it a little bit sooner. Other people wait a little bit longer, but nobody's really waiting until we get tested on the one side, from our research at least.
I'm super fast to adjust. I don't even care. The markets are so good nowadays and everything trades so like water. I adjust way before anything gets breached, not even close. So yeah, the answer to your question is it's always for a debit. So don't overthink this. That's I know true. Some people will write to us and say, I can't do it for credit. You can never do it for credit. It's always a debit. Don't even worry about that. You're always buying the guts on the wings for a debit. So don't worry about the size of the debit. Just do it quick, move it back, and you won't lose any sleep, or you won't regret it later on. You'll just recenter, and there you go.
You're reducing risk regardless.
You're just reducing risk, lowering your delta, risk. Taking a little pressure off. It's a smart move. Mm-hmm. Let's go to the next slide. How do you size your trades? Do you keep your positions equal based on buying power reduction? This is a question that we get all the time. It's a really good one. I have not been doing that, and I feel this causes me P&L volatility. If I sold Intel puts, I sell 1 to 2, but I'll do the same for Boeing. But they have a large difference in buying power reduction. Would you suggest if I sell 1 Boeing put using 1% of buying power, I should sell 5 Intel puts to get at least 0.5% of buying power?
Yeah, it's an interesting question, and it's a great question. My blanket answer to you is going to be no. I would not increase my size to 5. Although, with a little bit of a caveat, it wouldn't be the worst thing that you did. For me, I think size kills, and you got to keep your size relatively small. I think 1% of your buying power is on the low end. So for what you're doing with 1%, I might say, yeah, getting up to 3 to 5 contracts at Intel would be okay. If you were closer to 3% with your buying power, I would say no, increasing your size would not be the right way to do it. Thomas, what do you think?
So buying power reduction is the best way to normalize everything. Basically, you can standardize a lot of what you do using buying power reduction. It's it's our cheat sheet way of doing anything trading wise. Buying power reduction tells us what our risk is. Buying power reduction tells us what our size is. Buying power reduction tells us a lot about every trade. But just like Tony said, if I'm doing a 1 lot in Boeing, I might not do a 5 lot in Intel, but I might do like a 2 or 3 lot. But I try to keep my size around the same. But I don't do. But if I like Intel's a tough example because Intel's one of those rare, $22 stocks, and Boeing is actually a little bit rare that it's it's $155, $157, something like that. But there's a lot of stocks that $100 to $200 range. So like most of my trades, like if I did Apple and Boeing and Nvidia, they're all going to be about the same size. If I did Intel, maybe I'll do a couple more, but it's not that important to me. I don't have to get to the same buying power reduction. A win's a win if I'm right in Nvidia. Let's go next slide. But I would choose buying power reduction. It's the right way to do it. Based on the results of yesterday's option jive, what do you think about selling an iron fly and letting it run to the end of the day and letting the probabilities play out?
I don't hate it. You want to know why? Because it's been working. For the most part, it's especially if you're closing this, sometime before noon, you've been able to get a market that's inside the expected move. So it's a strategy that's been working. Now, how much longer it's going to be working, I don't know. Nobody knows. But you got to watch your size in here. Instant gratification, instant pain.
Yeah, yesterday's option jive talked about basically putting, how often do we close inside the range and how often do we close outside the range? And simply put, on the dailies and weeklies and monthlies, everything was like about 20% outside the range and 80% inside the range. So based on that, this person's saying, well, I'll just sell an iron fly, set my wings up at 80% and bada bing, bada boom, let it go to the end of the day and see how probabilities play out, because statistically I should be right about 80% of the time. And I think you will be. I don't know how much money it'll make or not make or any of that kind of stuff, but our results showed small positive returns, as they should. So let's, give it a shot. I have no issue. That's why we do the research.
Yep.
Let's go next slide. I think it's hard to hold things the whole day right to the end, but you try it. I have a strangle where my puts are exactly twice the delta of my calls. These are great questions today. The position expires in December. What, if anything, would you do right now with this position?
Where my puts are exactly twice the delta of my calls, expires in December. So if your puts are twice the delta, that means you're getting tested to the downside. I would be rolling down that call to reduce my delta by 50%. I might even be reducing it by a little bit more here because I think you've waited a little bit too long for my liking. Now, again, that's subjective. I don't know what your deltas are here. One could be 20 and the other one could be 10, and I would still be just rolling down and reducing my delta by 5. So for me, I would be reducing the delta by 50% would be my pretty standard answer right here.
Yeah, based on solely on what this email says, if my puts were twice the delta of my calls, I would roll my calls down.
Yep.
Simply put, there's no ifs, ands, or buts. No trying to be too cute here. The position expires in December. That's plenty of time to go. Roll your calls down, reduce your delta risk, and neutralize the position somewhat. That's a no-brainer for me.
Beautiful.
I've already done that this morning on a lot of my commodity option positions. We've already done it on 6 different underlyings this morning. That's exactly how we trade. Let's go next slide. I just began trading futures for the first time. Can you explain how span margin works in a way that a second grader might understand?
Sadaf, why don't you tell everybody, confuse them, and then I'll fix it for you, because you love to do this.
Span margin is a margining system that the futures world, specifically the CME, came up with in order to be like, let's think of it as next generation of the way that buying power and risk is figured out on the security side. And on the future side, they wanted to do it, make it a little bit more, let's call it a little bit more dynamic so that it moves with the market. As you get closer to expiration, volatility goes up a little, your buying power goes up a little as you're further away and you have less risk. It requires less capital. The bottom line with span is that it's how we margin overnight futures positions. It's how the whole industry works. And it's the same for everybody. And what it does is it gives you up to 6 times more leverage than the way securities business works. Now, the reason you don't have to do anything here is because it's all built into the backside of Tasty. So when you trade on Tasty Trade,
right,
it's all built in, and you don't even know the difference between the listed equity margins and span margins and all that kind of stuff. And there's
you can see it by your buying power reduction, though.
Yeah, there's no pattern day trading rules on futures and stuff like that. So it's very clean, it's very efficient, it's more leveraged, but in a simple way, it's a more advanced way of looking at margin requirements. More leverage, more risk, less capital required, more capital efficient.
I think you have to add that it is a dynamic number, much more so than what you're used to on the equity side. And
yeah,
it
does change, but the overnight requirement is the same for everybody at every firm overnight. Let's go next slide. Next slide, please.
No, next one.
And this viewer writes, what is your game plan for today? Will it be any different than any other day?
No. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for playing at home. No, I'm just kidding. No, listen. From what I see in the market so far this morning, it looks like business as usual. I'm reactive, right? I have existing positions that obviously are going to move one way or the other way that I have to react to. But I'm going to see what the market brings to me. I'm definitely not going to buy ABC stock and sell DEF stock because of what I think the market's going to do today. That's not me. I'm not that smart.
Yeah, we've traded a lot of, we've obviously over the years traded a lot of different elections, everything from, I was in the business in 1980, just got out of school, just got in the business, but I didn't really trade then. 84 was the first election, the first presidential election. I traded the 82 election, but 84 was the first presidential election. So 84, 88, 92, 96, 2000, 2004, 8, 12, 16, 20. This is my 11th election, presidential election, since I've been in the trading business. And I think every single one of these days is the same. It's much to do. It's you might want to tweak your positions. I will take a little bit of risk off the table today. My game plan for today is flatten out the positions I want to flatten out, keep the risk on that I want to keep on, make sure it's the right positions that I want to have on, take off or widen some of the trades I really don't care about. And so neutralize the trades I don't care about or close them and make sure I have the exact trades on that I want for my risk trades. And then cross my fingers, cross my legs, and hope I'm right.
Cross your toes.
Hope my positions work for me and for democracy.
We're going to take a quick 90-second break and come back. We got more Tasty Live after this. You know what comes up next? An option jive. We'll be back in 90 seconds. Tasty Live.
To my trusted financial advisor, let me know your thoughts on reinvesting what very little remains of my money into ramen noodle stock, now that I'll be eating it for every meal until I die. Best, Cynthia.
Sometimes it feels good to get smart. Get even smarter with live market insights and insults.
They're all frickin' losers. There's no skill.
From the smart mouths at tastylive.
If you missed the live show, here's our cherry on top weekly recap.
Have you seen the picture of Sosnov's creation?
With the salami?
Yeah.
I heard about it, and I gotta tell you, it sounds delicious.
I just sent it to you. If you have your phone,
I do.
You can see a picture of it.
There we go.
Oh my God.
I
I don't know where you got a picture of this from.
This looks like a kindergarten class got together.
Childish.
Okay.
Childish, that's what I said.
And they said, the teacher said, go ahead, start making it. And they just started throwing slices on. They didn't know what they were doing. And then they toasted it. And the teacher looked at them and said, nice job. So as a parent,
yes,
would you allow a 14-year-old party in your house?
No.
No, but I would allow as many pool parties as you like to have. The outside, pee in my bushes. Girls, you can come in and use the bathroom. Boys, pee in the bushes. You got to do anything else, run home. I went out there when I had the music on. I started dancing a little bit. He goes like this to me. I could see him from like 15 feet away going like this. Breaking news on Instagram, the first segment of your line dancing has been posted. Left together, switch, turn. Right together, twirl, turn. Hip, hip, hip.
Right together, spin, clap. Left together, spin, clap. Hitch, 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 turn, shuffle, rock, shuffle, rock, shimmy, shimmy.
I took 5 lessons for Casey's wedding, and all I knew how to do was
Right together, spin it around. Yup. And you want to clap. And then strut down, strut down, strut down, strut down. Right together, spin. Left together, spin. Hitch, 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 cross, turn, shuffle, lead, shuffle, rock, shimmy, lasso.
This is not good.
Hey! Oh, he's got the walk down. He's got it down.
Perfect. And you got the bag. You got everything.
That is not even close.
God, bitch stole my. Oh, it's flawless.
Look, it's beautiful.
Flawless.
No.
You're walking way too fast.
And go stick your finger in all of our lunches.
Now complain about something.
Oh, God.
Get the full scoop by checking out the archives at tastylive.com.
We just ripped higher up to 50 points, and I just thought we would stay there, but...
The thing the market does best is it keeps you very humble.
You get paid a lot for being right, and you lose a lot for being wrong.
So give me, a couple hours, and I will give you everything that you need to start trading options. See you inside.
He's a senior in high school.
Okay, cool.
He has $25,000 from working. That's amazing. Do you think it's best for him to stick with defined risk or undefined risk strategies?
The term undefined risk is a really crappy term. Undefined risk strategies have a higher probability of success. Defined risk strategies have maybe less risk. I prefer undefined risk. He should mix them up.
Any percentage weighting, 60-40, 70-30?
I'm 75-25, undefined over defined. He can be whatever he feels comfortable with. He can be 75-25 defined or 75-25 undefined, or he can be 50-50, anything he wants.
Now, don't screw up. You're the weakest link here.
You guys introduce yourselves.
I'm Tony Batista. He's Tom Sosnoff. You didn't know that? I don't have any idea why you watched.
I'm Tony Batista. He's Tom Sosnoff.
41, you got it.
See that? We knew it. Pretty good. Baseball game. It was a wonderful evening.
It was a warm summer day, 1982.
It was around
82, 83, I don't know, sometime around there.
Yeah, 83.
83, let's say.
It was 83. I remember because I was dating somebody else at that time. 1983, yes. It was a wonderful day.
No, we were playing. We played softball on the same team.
16-inch?
12-inch.
With gloves. Because we were hand models at the time.
Yes. I played third base, Tony played right field.
You've been dying to say that, haven't you?
We took him as a charity case.
Stocks go up and stocks go down. Markets move. Beta is a way to measure the movement of a specific stock relative to the market as a whole. In simple terms, it tells us if the underlying has more volatility of price movement relative to the S&P 500. Beta of 1 is our control here, SPY being the underlying. If the beta of a stock is less than 1, it would mean the stock typically moves less than the SPY. If the beta of the stock is greater than 1, it means the stock tends to move with greater volatility than the SPY.
How much does it cost you guys to do simultaneous hair flips?
Years of practice.
Everybody wanna be like me, yeah.
If you missed the live show, here's our cherry on top weekly recap.
You are making it seem I want to go.
I know you do. I know you do. Listen, there's a lot of things I want to do too.
I'll be the
night last night. I didn't have it in me. But back in the day, I could do it. I'm older now. You know.
Omaha.
Hold on. What did you want to do last night? I missed that.
Don't repeat that. No.
No. What did you want to do?
I do this every time I'm here.
I just want to know what
Every time I'm
what did
here,
he say
we gotta
he
go
wanted
down
to
this
do?
road.
What did he say he wanted to do?
Do you need me? Do you want me to?
Because usually when he wants to do something, he just said, she says, go in the and do. Here you go. Here's the. Yeah, get in the. See you later.
Nick is gonna be sick.
The last 3 weeks I've been on this show on Wednesdays, it's gone down this rabbit hole.
Nikki's about to throw up.
What do you want me to do? I got 3 old guys talking about. Like, what do you want me to do?
Nikki's about to throw
The
up.
thought of you guys is like sickening. I'm sitting here like this. Like, it's hot as hell in here. I'm like sweating. Like, it smells.
It's option jive.
Starting off option jive, go. Even the S&P is up 9.
Yeah, nothing much has happened kind of all morning. I've been watching the bonds. They've been really pretty flat too, down 1 or 2 ticks, and the notes are down like 2-3 ticks, but nothing much going on. Very, very quiet morning.
Good volume on the futures. Good volume on the futures yesterday. We'll see if we have that today.
Good volume on the futures, no volume on the options.
That's right.
Unfortunately, no volume in stocks, and expect absolutely more of the same today. All right, let's go quickly to our option jive. We're running late here this morning. We have a new producer. She's having trouble. We finally arrived at yet another election day. For fun today, we decided to take a look at the market trends surrounding election day and the immediate aftermath. What happens around election day? It's important to note, as always, Vanette asked this question this morning, that past performance doesn't mean anything, really. But still some interesting takeaways, so let's see. Let's do it. Next slide, please. So we've divided each presidential and midterm election since 1996 into 3, presidential, Senate, and House, with each receiving a point. Whichever party won or held the presidency, took the House or took the Senate, won that point. The party holding the majority of the points, whether it be 3-0 or 2-1, is considered to have won the election cycle for those 2 years. Let's go to the next slide. So on average, stocks have rallied before, sold off during, and sold off more after. Sold more after. So this is the S&P 500 performance around elections. The week prior, up 2.8%. It's hard to move the markets 2.8% when there is this high now, But
sure,
basically, all this slide's trying to show you is that we tend to be fairly good the week or weeks prior, which we have been here as well, a little bit. And we tend to be a little softer afterwards and a little softer than that 2 weeks afterwards. Nothing else to take away. It's just generally speaking, that's how it's been over the last, 2.5 decades. Let's go next
And you
slide.
say it's hard to move the market 2.8% because the market's not at this level because the number's so big.
Yeah, right.
That's
right.
Right.
I mean,
Gotcha,
2% of, 50
2% of a $3,000 number is a lot different than 2% of a $300 number. Gotcha.
Yeah. Let's go to the next slide. Perfect. When the Democrats won, elections saw greater stock volatility compared to a Republican win. So this is the S&P performance, Democrat versus Republican. And we have week prior, the day after, and the week after. So what happens here is that you can see the immediate response, because we know long-term the market has done much better under Democratic presidents, but short-term it's done much worse. Day after, down 3%, week after, down 7%, week prior, up 4%, and the Republicans have been pretty flat. Up 1.6, up 1.2, up 2.5. Okay, let's go. Let's go to the next slide. So there have been no significant trends. This is the beauty about non-correlation. No significant trends in treasuries around elections. The week prior, flat. And we have been, we've definitely been week prior, this case, we've definitely been a little soft here. Week after is flat, and the week after that down 4. The treasuries, virtually no impact historically. Let's go
I think
next
this
slide.
time's going to be a little bit different just because of the past performance over the last month or so.
Yeah, just because we're a little more on our butts now than we were last time or
Yep.
last couple times,
Yep.
but who knows? I mean, that's past performance. So interest rates fell before and after Democratic elections and vice versa for Republican elections. These are Treasury performance around elections. So, and that's a little bit of my bet here, betting that we might bounce after this election, but we'll see. But the bonds, interest rates tend to go, bond prices go higher, interest rates go lower. When the Democrats win, bond prices go lower, interest rates go higher when the Republicans win. And let's go.
And that's kind of the movement we've had so far.
Yeah, tiny movement. This year I think it's the play because this year there's been such a huge move of price extreme beforehand. But in the past, it just hasn't mattered that much.
Yep.
Let's go to the next slide. And on average, let's talk U.S. dollar. On average, the U.S. dollar fell prior to the election and then rose afterwards. I mean, personally, I'm betting on a reversal of this time because the week prior, the U.S. dollar has been, it's actually been a little bit higher. In this case, a little bit higher. After flat and then a week after lower. That's what I take that back. That's exactly what we're betting on this time.
Yeah, this is what you want.
This is exactly what I'm betting on.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to the next slide.
Yep.
And the USD rose after the elections, no matter who won. So that's interesting because U.S. dollar rose after elections, no matter who won. Yeah, I mean, those are pretty muted moves. I'm betting on the U.S. dollar selling off after the election.
You're betting on the opposite.
I'm betting a little bit on the opposite.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to the next slide.
Roll.
Gold. Gold rallied into presidential elections and sold off afterwards. So, and that's kind of been what's happened here. Gold has rallied into this election. Let's see if it's down 0.5% or a full percent a week afterwards, which, by the way, is a relatively small move in gold. I mean, gold's trading right now for $27.55. For it to be down 1% is only $27. That's a half-hour move.
And the expected move for the week or 6 days or so is $63. So, yeah. I mean, you're just saying you're expecting it to be inside the expected move, which is not saying a lot.
That's not a big shock there or anything. Let's go to the next slide.
Yep.
It's good to see all these numbers though. The relationship, gold performance around elections, the relationship was most pronounced during when the Democrats won the election. Gold had a slightly bigger move, but both of those moves are nothing. 1.4% and 0.7% the week after is essentially exactly inside the expected move. So that I would consider that a non-event. And let's go to the next slide and the last one. So takeaways. Stocks usually rally before elections, sell off during, and then decline a little further afterwards with more volatility when the Democrats win. Treasuries show no clear trend, while interest rates fall with Democratic wins and rise with Republicans. Not much else there. The U.S. dollar typically falls pre-election and rises afterwards. Gold tends to rally into elections, sell off afterwards. These movements were more pronounced when the Dems win. I think the gold is gold and has been pretty much a non-event. And we've talked about all these other markets. We're trading treasuries to the long side. We're trading dollar to the short side, and stocks, that's all on you. Whatever you want to do. I'm trading it to the short side, but who knows?
Gold has the highest IV rank of all of those, just to throw that out there. Let's take a quick 90-second break and come back. We got the opening bell immediately following these messages from our sponsors. We'll be back in 90 seconds.
This is Chicago. We invented the skyscraper, the Italian beef, and the standardized options market. SIBO is not only the birthplace of options, it's also where Liz and Jenny got their start. In an industry first, two female former floor traders broadcast live from the floor. Hear the sounds of live market action and feel the electricity as they present real-time trade ideas and research-backed market studies live from the SIBO's SPX pit. Watch Liz and Jenny live from the SIBO, only on tastylive.
Your crypto needs a wallet, and crypto is better when it's tasty. You can now do more with your digital currencies with the Tasty Crypto app. We're proud to offer a self-custody wallet for Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Polygon. Transfer your digital tokens directly in-app and access thousands of tokens available only on-chain. Your wallet is your key to decentralized finance. Download the Tasty Crypto app and get started today.
You can get up to $4,000 when you open and fund a new account with Tasty Trade. That's 4,000 buckaroos, 4,000 bills, 4 large, 4K, 4 grand. Get on the platform for traders who just want to trade. Tasty Trade. Make your move.
Tomas, that little ding, ding, ding can only mean one thing. The opening bell is coming upon you, Sadnoff. Even the S&Ps in about 90 seconds are up $10 and change, trading near the higher end of their range. They had a very tight range today. Let's call it 20-some-odd handles. They're up 10 or 11 right now. NASDAQ up 67. The Russell continues to be lower. That's the way I've been quoting it all morning. Even the S&Ps, NASDAQ slightly higher. Russell slightly lower. Dow up 27. Volatility in by 32 cents, and bonds are down one tick only, Sadnoff, to 117.21. Call it mid-price. Gold we just talked about up $10. Make you holler, Sadnoff. Silver up bigger, up 35 cents. That's a 1% move plus in silver to 32.96 and change, flirting with 33. Sadnoff, we'll wait for here. The market's going to open here in just a moment. SMCI for earnings. Devon Energy, CBS, ABC, if you go in there, a few others. Palantir is the mover to the upside this morning. It already had earnings. Palantir just under $48.
Yeah, we have a small Palantir position to take off.
Enough out of you, Sadnoff. Whoa, there's multiple bells going crazy out there, Sadnoff. Are you ready?
I'm ready. What do you got?
Beautiful. Meta up $6 and change. Palo Alto Network up just about Palantir up just around $6. Palo Alto Networks up $4.50. Tesla up $4. TSM, Taiwanese Semiconductor, up $4 also. Let's see what NVIDIA is doing. NVDA up around $2, and Apple up around 70 cents. Microsoft up around 230. Let's see what the buckers are, Sadnoff. Those are the ones that are going lower today. ENPH down $2. Lilly down $2. Not too many other names we trade. SMCI down 70 cents going into earnings. What do you got going on?
Palantir, we just closed it for
$1.37.
Yeah.
You put it on. It's a small winner, if I remember correctly.
I think we put it on for $1.
$1.80, something like that. $1.79.
$1.79, $1.80.
Right. You bought back for $1.37. Yeah, you'll be able to buy my chicken cutlet sandwich tonight. Dinner's on you.
Ooh, lucky me.
You win.
All right, let's take a look here and see what we got.
Even the S&P's up 18, so I'm not catching a little bit of a bid.
S&P's versus Russell, that's my loser this morning.
It was your winner yesterday.
Winners. What else do we have? Winners. Do we have any winners?
Apple up $1.60 now, catching a little bit of a bid.
Which one?
Apple catching a little bit of a bid up $1.50.
Snapple?
Apple. Yes, your Snapple.
Snapple.
Whatever you say, boss.
I'm gonna be widening some strikes out today just for fun.
Volatility continues to collapse. It's under 19 now, down 54 cents.
Volatility, yeah. I mean, are you?
All's good on the Western Front, Sadnov.
Are you surprised? Because
a little bit surprised. Yeah, I thought yesterday with it collapsing the way it did, that today it would catch a little bit of a bid. Completely wrong. Didn't do anything about it. I mean, I just thought that I wouldn't be able to get the amount of theta decay that I should get on a daily basis.
I think
it's come in nicely again.
I think there were a lot of people that thought volatility was going to expand into the election, and
totally.
And I don't think that. I mean, well, it's actually 1,000% not the case.
That's correct.
What do you think today about a good old zero DT?
I like it.
What is the VIX 1 day?
You're not going to like it. VIX 1D trading at 12.47, but it is down $2 and change. I know
I'm
the
okay
12
with
and a half
that.
numbers sounds good to you.
I think I'm okay with that. I think it's time for. I think I can do a VIX one. I think I can do an SPX 1 day here. Let's see.
Are you going to use a diagonal, or are you going to stay all in the 0 day?
No, I'm staying in the 0 day. I don't want anything overnight.
No. You would close it intraday. It would just be a way to reduce your buying power. Like you're going to do.
I have plenty of buying power today. We don't have any.
Oh, okay, tough guy. Sure you do. Mm-hmm.
We don't have any issues.
You got plenty of buying power. Okay. I thought you were going to make a sophisticated trade. I didn't know you were just going to do a Neanderthalish trade. When I start my own show someday, I'll be making the sophisticated trades.
Okay, thank you. I'm a Neanderthal.
You're telling me.
All right, let's see what we got going on here. I don't like the Russell S&Ps. That's for sure. That one's about $25 against us today. Bonds basically unchanged.
Taking back what it gave you yesterday.
Which one?
It's taking back what it gave you yesterday, the Russell, even the S&P.
I think that this is the kind of move today that you might. I don't know if you have anything on in some of the Chinese stocks, but I
do. I have Baidu, which is up $1.70, but I needed a little bit higher. I think that's okay.
I'm going to take some profits.
I really need volatility to contract in there. IV rank is 67, still relatively high in Baidu.
I'm taking some profits in Baba and in Baidu. No.
Baba has earnings on the 15th. Baidu has earnings on the 21st, so they are looming. I would expect volatility to stay bid in there going into this 2 weeks before the earnings are coming.
Yeah, I took some profits in Baba. I did not touch Baidu.
Got it.
I think I'm telling you one thing about today. I can already tell. We're talking liquid.
You are buying some things back here. With
No.
contract.
I'm a little bit, but mostly it's just buying the guts and selling the wings, and just just reducing some risk, like I just did in Coinbase. The only stuff we bought back was an Uber Strangle and a Baba Naked Puts. I don't know. We have some K-Web, short premium on, which I think is come in a little bit. Let me just check order chains. Yeah, it has come in a little bit, not enough.
IB rank of 50 in K-Web.
Yeah, it's coming a little, not enough. And then
how are the markets in there?
They're fair.
Okay.
They're fair. You're better off trading in China. You're better off trading, Baba or something else. And we're
there are higher monthly implied volatility, Baba and Baidu, but K-Web markets are 2-3 cents wide. Maybe they trade by appointment, but they're 2-3 cents wide.
Yeah, I mean, you're better off trading FXI. Just bought some puts back in FXI too. We've been leaning short some puts in there, and
FXI catching a little bit of a bid with all these Chinese stocks going high. Yes.
Yeah, we just took a few little profits in there. What else was I going to tell you? Is there anything else? One stock I've been trading, very small, just testing kind of the waters to see how hard it is to trade, and it's really hard to trade, is MSTR, Monster.
What brought you in there?
I don't know. A customer on the up
$18 today. Wow.
I know. The fills are better than you'd think, but well, maybe not. I take that back.
What's the play in MicroStrategies? Isn't it just a Bitcoin alternative?
Yeah,
Look at Bitcoin,
kind of.
by the way, 70,100.
It moves like Coinbase. Sometimes it moves exactly with Bitcoin, and sometimes it just does its own thing.
So it's random.
Yeah, I guess you can say that.
Coin up $4 today. Good IB rank of 71. No earnings looming. Maybe you did something for my option trades today, Sal. Not every Tuesday and Thursday. Thank God today's Tuesday.
Well, you can have a party in there. All right, I'm good.
Markets are good. All right, let's take a quick 90-second break. We'll come back. We'll come back with the E-mini S&Ps up 26. But you know what? All that means nothing. We got this man, Chris, coming in the house. Let me explain next. This is Tasty Live.
Got friends? Get $250. We'll give you a bonus for each qualified person you refer to Tasty Trade. So spread the word and earn rewards. Terms and conditions apply. Join the club, genius. Tasty Trade.
Morning, Uncle Craig. I really appreciate all the investment advice you bestowed upon me this holiday season. That opportunity Prince Harry emailed you about sounds interesting. But I think I'll just stick to watching Tasty Live.
Sometimes it feels good to get smart. Get even smarter with live trading insights and some live taunting.
I don't kick the cat or the dog or the small children until the day of Christmas.
From the smart mouths at Tasty Live.
I'm like the Tupac of economists, going out on top. And will I ever really be gone? Say bye to Ben Bernanke. Cry your eyes out past the hanky. Gone from the Fed, but still looks swanky. Bye, Chairman Ben Bernanke. Ben Bernanke, hardly knew ya. Ben Bernanke, glad we're through ya. Sayonara, Mr. Yankee. Closing bell tolls for Ben Bernanke. Now, say hello to Janet Yellen. New blood, maybe start some selling? All around the world like a market Magellan. Hello, Janet Yellen. Janet Yellen, Professor Shady. Janet Yellen, new chair lady. Welcome in the new Miss Yellen. Different from the old, there's no telling. And I'm out, like Tupac, in a peaceful transition.
Got the need for speed? No problem. On Tasty Trade, adjusting your option positions is a right click away. Rolling just got quicker. Tasty Trade, make your move.
Look who's back testing. Tasty Trade now has options back testing for free. Test your trades with over 10 years of data for the most popular symbols. See how your trades would have performed in the past. Look back at profit and loss and take the guess out of guesswork. Oh, did we mention that it's free? Get back testing at Tasty Trade.
People are always asking, where can they find my podcast? There it is, son. Look at that. Option Trades Today. You can listen here.
And everybody's waiting for my podcast tomorrow. Option Trades Today, every Tuesday and Thursday around noon. If you want to learn, sir, every Tuesdays and Thursday, Option Trades Today. You can find me on YouTube or wherever you find your podcast.
Option Trades Today. You listening to me? Option Trades Today comes out every day around noon, every Tuesday and Thursday. You too can stick with the bat.
Are you on a quest for trading enlightenment? Driven by an unquenchable need to find the twin flame to your chosen strategy?
Our Where's Bat Live event is the search for trading's ultimate holy grail.
Do you have what it takes to find the elusive bat as we visit 3 cities?
Join 6 Tasty Live speakers
as they present 6 unique strategies
and 6 unique clues using games and probability
to lead to the ultimate prize. Sign up for this free event today at tastylive.com/events.
Got trader's block? We've got the cure. Get data-driven trade ideas with Cherry Picks, our weekly newsletter that gives you insights into the market. Sign up at tastylive.com/newsletters.
That's right, sound of that music can mean only one thing. It's time for my man Chris, and let me explain.
Hi.
Hi.
We were talking about daylight saving here and how it's a nightmare. Tom, I actually just found that reference for you. From 1973 to 1975, during the oil embargo, we decided to make it a year-round experiment, and we quickly killed it because everyone hated it. It was a 2-year problem.
When you said to me,
I remember that.
When you said to me just now, we got rid of it for 5 years, and I felt like you were experienced that, so you knew that. I didn't know that it was before you were born. Yes.
Well, you guys, society worked out a bunch of these dumb ideas before I was born, thankfully. Or we put them up to Canada, like milk in a bag, for example. You know what I mean? Yeah, I got them out of the way before, and I appreciate you guys for that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I still would. I mean, I still would much rather get rid of it than keep it.
When the law went into place in 1973, public support for the measure was at 79%. By the time it was repealed, public support had dropped down to 31% for a year-long daylight saving. So just people couldn't stand it, for what it's worth.
That's so weird. Yeah, I guess. All right. Weird.
Well, all right. It's election day, right?
Yeah.
Yay. It's our favorite day of the year. And
Yay.
The obligatory reminder, as I'm sure you guys have done tonight, we're covering it live here on Tasty Live, the Election Unspecial. 7 Eastern, 6 Central time. Tom and Tony are hosting, of course. I'll be there, Victor, Vanetta, Julia, and a whole host of other guests. It's going to be a great time. But there's been a lot of emotion around the election. What's actually going to happen? What do each candidates really stand for? I care about this purely from the market's point of view in this conversation. What will each candidate do when they're in power? Now, assuming each candidate could wave a magic wand, it's worth considering how they plan on spending money and taxing us. We can do this by looking at a number of different bipartisan or even nonpartisan organizations that put out these estimates for voters every year. And being a little bit of a neurotic, I decided to go through and look at all the numbers myself. Places like the Tax Foundation or the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget have estimated that Harris's proposals will increase the debt by about $4 trillion, and Trump's will increase it by around $7 trillion over the next decade. The Penn-Wharton budget model is slightly more conservative, saying that Harris's plan is about $1.2 trillion overall, while Trump's is about $5.8. It's the mix of spending and taxing and how we get there and who is impacted by it, perhaps, that should interest people the most. Harris's plan wants to do tax cuts for those under $400,000, expanding the income tax credit, expanding pre-K childcare, increased minimum wage, and it's going to cost about $7.6 trillion. one of the reasons why with the market reaction yesterday after the Seltzer poll in Iowa, you could see the stocks were coming in, perhaps pricing in a higher odds of a Harris win, is because what she plans to do with the corporate tax rate. She'd like to increase that from 21 to 28%. She wants to increase the taxes on capital income. She wants to increase the net investment income tax. So there's a lot of money that would be coming back in the door. It's about $4.2 trillion. Trump, on the other hand, is less about the spending and more about just the cutting taxes. He wants to lower the corporate tax rate to 15% for domestic manufacturers. He wants to spend money on the border. He wants to exempt overtime income taxes, the wages, of course, that we've heard about. This is going to cost about $5.35 trillion. And when you add in the credits for first-time home buyers, his in vitro fertilization plans, which we've heard a lot about here on the trail in the past 2 weeks, the long-term care cost of everything will be about $10.4 trillion. So the 10 to 20% flat tariffs plus a 60% tariff across the board on everything from China will cost the average American about $4,000, generating about $2.7 trillion in revenue across the border. If he eliminates the Department of Education and strips the DHS and all these other agencies down, it's going to generate about $3.7 trillion in savings. So that's how you get to your $7.7 trillion number. But why do we care about this? Because who benefits the most depends on whose plans go into place. Under Harris's plan, according to the Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy, Harris's plan would generate $1,980 for the middle fifth of Americans, whereas those same group of people would have to pay $1,530 more. So on math alone, Trump's plan is a little bit more generous for the top and increases the debt by longer over the next decade. But that's if we have sweeps. So what was the point of doing all that math, Tom? Because the outcome that we're looking at today is ultimately that we're likely to see a divided Congress. If you're looking at betting markets or you're looking at polls, the outcome is for a Republican Senate and for a Democratic House, regardless of who wins the presidency. And as we've seen in the second half of Trump's term, and as we just saw in the second half of Biden's term, when you have gridlock, not much gets done. You basically continue along the path that you've been around. What path have we been on? Well, we've had a lot of continuing resolutions lately under the Mike Johnson-led Republican House and the Chuck Schumer-led Democratic Senate. So where did those resolutions even start from? They started under the Biden, Pelosi, Schumer Democratic trifecta. So under a Republican administration or a Democratic administration ruled by gridlock, what you will see are continuing resolutions built upon the Schumer-Pelosi Biden spending plan. The government spending isn't going away regardless of who's the president. And that means recession is very unlikely in the near term. And so if you're thinking about placing trades on, is the economy going to crash? Is the market overpriced or valuations too high? You just have to look into the actual numbers here and say, no matter who wins, we're spending way more than we're taking in. And that's unlikely to lead to any negative economic outcome in the real term. And at the end of the day, it might not matter at all for markets who the next president of the United States is. So I'm going to light this piece of paper on fire because all this math over the past 24 hours seems to be for nothing except for winding myself up.
But that's a good thing, right? It's okay to be passionate about something.
Certainly not the Mets, Knicks, or Jets, especially not the Jets. Can't be passionate about them.
No, you can't.
Bad for the
You're
heart,
right there.
bad for the brain. But I'm looking at this right now, and I don't see, tonight's going to be obviously a lot of fun. We're going to declare the election results at the end of the unspecial. We have, I think, Tom, as a Democrat, you get those marching orders in the mail about 3 weeks before everyone votes. And, outside of that, though, it's going to be a night of great volatility. The timing of the polls closing matters, too. Nebraska is perhaps the one to watch because without Arizona and Nevada, without North Carolina, this race could be decided by around 10 p.m. Eastern time. 10 p.m. Eastern time, depending on how it all shakes out. So this may not be a long night as long as we get to a place where the Midwest breaks all in a certain direction. So if it's breaking for Trump, this race is over by 10 p.m. Eastern. If Pennsylvania goes for Trump, it's over by 10 p.m. Eastern. If not, we got to wait for Nebraska. And if Nebraska's first district comes in for Harris, you could have a 270 to 268 electoral college split. And that's a whole other can of worms that we can talk about for how markets behave over the next few weeks. But tonight will be a lot of two-way volatility given the poll closing times in the swing states.
I love the
What do you think about this, Sadnov?
I love the way you put that all together. But what I find most entertaining about it is again, even if you knew the results of Pennsylvania and Nebraska right now, I don't know what you would do. S&Ps are up 30 right now. Like, I'm not sure you could tell me if I gave you the results, what are you going to do?
If you gave me the results, I think I could make a compelling case to do something. If it's a resounding Harris win, I think you're going to see volatility disappear. If it's a Trump win by a small margin or large margin, you're going to see volatility disappear. If it's a very, very close race, given what happened in 2020 and 2021, there could be lawsuits that draw this out, that delay any certification of the race, that keeps volatility sticking around for a little bit longer. But if Trump wins or it's a wide enough margin for Harris, I think the uncertainty dissipates right away and the volatility crush comes, as we've seen almost every single election year going back to the Great Depression. November and December tend to be very, very good because vol gets absolutely obliterated once the politics disappear from the radar.
There is
the market's already showing you that it doesn't care one way or the other.
I agree with Tony. The last 2 days, this is very
volatility down 6 or 7% in the last couple of days. Your scenario is a fun one and a good one. And ultimately, I'm sure there will be market movement, but it looks like business as usual, regardless of who wins. And they may even be, discounting this as a non-event. That's what it looks like to me.
I mean,
VIX 1D is only at 12.55. I mean, I think that's the fair read through, right? We had a bigger VIX 1D at the close on Thursday heading into non-farm payrolls.
Sure.
The market's basically saying that whatever happens tonight, keep calm and carry on.
I feel like the market was a lot more nervous. This actually makes sense to me, what's happening right now. And I feel like the market was, just like you said, was a lot more nervous a week ago. And the last 2 days, they've sucked a lot of vol out of here. And it seems like everybody's almost tired of it, wants to get it over with. And I think
so we can get back to business as usual. So we can get back to just, building businesses and stop the bull
I
crap
just don't think that I don't think either candidate is going to have a profound effect on the stock market. And there'll be individual cases where I think there'll be there's no question to me, there'll be individual cases of certain sectors and certain underlyings that will have, certain reactions that are probably a little more positive than others, depending on the candidate. But for the most part, the broad market, I just don't see a big reaction. I think the play remains. You have to kind of be a contrarian wherever they end up today. Just take the other side, but who knows? We'll see. I don't think all the numbers you read, I'm not going to argue any of them because I don't even care. Like that's all old. That's all old news. I mean, that's what's been floating around now for months. It's not, I don't know how that would not change the way I trade. Let's put it that way.
Of course not. And one of the other things I think it's worth discussing here, and I've previously mentioned how people shouldn't put politicians on pedestals for,
I don't think we put politicians on pedestals anymore. I think that is
that was not an accusation, sir. I know you do not. but also the conventional wisdom about like what sectors do well under what type of regimes. I think the conventional wisdom out there is that, when a Democrat's in office, it's going to be really bad for energy and good for big tech, and vice versa when a Republican's in office. In 2017, the top performing sector in the market was information technology. It was also the top performing sector in 2019 and 2020. The top performing sector in 2021 and 2022 was energy. So tech, Silicon Valley, the Democrat-friendly stuff out of San Francisco did really, really well under President Trump. And those good old boys in Houston who are pulling liquid gold out of the ground, they did great under Biden. So it's not necessarily about who's in office and the cultural attachments that we have to these various sectors. You have to look into the actual spending plans, where the money's going, where the geopolitics are heading. But more importantly, as traders, stepping back from it, this is stuff that we really shouldn't care about. political cycles last years, macro cycles last years? Does this impact our 45 and 21 day out typical tasty cycle? Maybe today because it's election day, but once we get through the next few days, I think Tony's right. This is a market that looks like it wants to get back to business as usual. And if we have a gridlock Congress, which is what the market's favoring, we've just been going through that for the past 2 years. So why would anything change?
Agreed.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, we're all used to this. I'm just hoping for. I'm hoping the rest of the day stays. Like, I didn't think. Here's the thing already. I did not think they'd be up 40 today. That's outside of the expected range. The expected range, I thought today would be like inside of 20 or 25 handles all day long. I did not think
the volatility contracted the way it is.
Yeah, the volatility contracting, that actually doesn't surprise me. What surprises me is the S&P's up 40 and the NASDAQ up 200. That's a little stronger than I thought we would see today.
Hey, even the Russell's catching a bid too, though. The Russell's up 11. So, I mean, it's all four indices again, which has been rare this year. We've kind of had like a rotation, even the S&P's, NASDAQ higher, Russell and the Dow a little bit weaker or vice versa.
Yeah, I thought you'd see a Russell. I thought the Russell would, after the elections would outperform, but it remains to be seen. I don't know. I love all the speculation, but up 40 today doesn't make it any fun. I wish it was unchanged and they just pumped a little vol in there and scared all the children. That's what I wish happens. This is a little more.
2 million contracts traded, 0% change in the S&P by the close. Just everyone is just changing hands, nervous as hell.
You could be right. It's funny that with bonds unchanged and on their butt, that now the banks are catching a bid. Goldman Sachs is up 2 and change. Citigroup is up $1. JP Morgan is up. They all seem to be catching a bid with interest rates. Bonds are going lower. Interest rates are going a little bit higher. There'll be no cuts. They carry a lot of cash. That's good for their business. I'm surprised that it's taken so long. Maybe they're coming for the pigs.
Well, we're gonna have a lot of We'll have a lot of tweaking to do later on. That's for sure. Okay, Chris, thanks for the info today. Appreciate it.
Sure. One last thing here. For the people out there, we are doing a special episode of the prediction trade later today. It's in the middle of overtime, 4:30 Eastern, 3:30 Central. Of course, for people who like these political betting markets, tonight on the Election Unspecial, we're going to be having John Phillips, CEO of PredictIt, and Tariq Mansour, the CEO of Kalshi, on. Tom's going to be speaking with them. So be sure to come out. And just given experience here in the United States, do not follow exit polls if you're trading betting markets right now. They are garbage, rubbish. Ignore them.
The betting markets are all over the place. I'll tell you right now. I haven't looked this morning.
I got them both, Tom. You got PredictIt has now flipped to Donald Trump 56, Kamala Harris 48, and Polymarket has it 63-37 Trump. You want me to put on a black hood when I give you these results to you guys?
No, I'm just looking right now. PredictIt. Yeah.
And hold it like a sickle or something like that, maybe?
Yeah,
Are you sure?
That's a 7-cent change this morning on PredictIt, and I didn't look at Kalshi yet, but we will. All right, this is gonna be fun.
We're going to take a quick 90-second break and come back. We got more Tasty Live after this with a market measure. We'll be back in 90 seconds.
At Tasty Live, we live and breathe the markets. But when the live show's over, are we out of breath? If you want to inhale the latest breaking market news, we've got you covered. The Tasty Live research team and on-air personalities post refreshing content updated daily covering earnings, economic reports, trade ideas, and much more. If you want a breath of fresh air and not stale takes, visit the News and Insights tab at tastylive.com.
The amount of time I spend interacting with our customers via email or anything else is pretty much my entire life.
To be so powerful and so valuable, and then to be that approachable, just amazing.
Where else are you going to be able to email a CEO, get response back?
But you know what? Before he even knew who I was just some idiot trying to learn how to trade.
And he still would email and help me learn and everything like that.
Some people say it's nuts, some people say it's insane. That's what I do.
You can get up to $4,000 when you open and fund a new account with tastytrade. That's 4,000 buckaroos, 4,000 bills, or clams, 4,000 in dough or cheddar, not the cheesy kind. 4 large, 4K, 4 grand, which is no small thing. Open and fund a new tastytrade account and get on the platform for traders who just want to trade. And did we mention a bonus of up to 4,000 smackaroos? tastytrade. Make your move.
Are you on a quest for trading enlightenment? Driven by an unquenchable need to find the twin flame to your chosen strategy?
Our Where's Bat Live event is the search for trading's ultimate holy grail.
Do you have what it takes to find the elusive bat as we visit 3 cities?
Join 6 Tasty Live speakers
as they present 6 unique strategies
and 6 unique clues using games and probability
to lead to the ultimate prize. Sign up for this free event today at tastylive.com/events.
What's up, everybody? Check out my new series, Life Cycle of a Trade, where I show you my real-time trades with insights into strategy selection, adjustment mechanics, all the way to the closing order for all of the Tasty Live core strategies.
First, Tasty Live united finance and entertainment, then probabilities and research. And now, we're uniting the symposium with the blockchain with 2 unique virtual events. 6 must-know skills for active traders and 6 option strategies every trader needs to know. Both feature legendary trader Tom Sosnoff and other Tasty Live traders. You can watch the presentations live or anytime you like, since the digital collectible is yours to own when you register. To learn more and register for free, go to tastylive.com/events.
How we respond to the most difficult situations is ultimately how we learn to build on our successes.
It takes the guesswork out of retail trading.
What happens when 2 titans of trading come together to harness the power of their prowess? Let's watch these 2 master the precision of the short game. Wow, I've seen better putting at the mini golf in the Dells. Tom, do you see holes where there aren't any, mate? Well, lucky for us, Tom and TP are better at writing than they are almost anything else. Subscribe to Tasty Live Cherry Bomb to get piping hot takes on the market delivered right to your inbox. Sign up at tastylive.com/newsletters.
I started trading around 2018, as soon as I got out of college. Stumbled upon a couple of different YouTube videos and learned that way. Truth or Skepticism with Dylan Radigan was actually kind of what really caught me in the early stages, because Dylan was sort of the skeptic, and like I was a skeptic as well. And Tom was able to sort of convince him, and that was kind of my favorite show from the beginning. The fundamental principle that present fear of future uncertainty is fundamentally overpriced. In other words, volatility and selling volatility is the key to getting a statistical advantage in financial markets is the biggest takeaway. And that's kind of just the overarching principle I follow.
It's the day that when you write dates in the American system of month, day, year, which is a little bit funny, looks like 3.14, which is one of our better approximations. And actually, this year is even better because it's 3.1415. I've never before, but this year there's a couple other math people who just got a pizza oven, and so they're bringing everyone over. We're gonna make a bunch of pizzas. It's one of the few very important transcendental numbers, right? I mean, 0, 1. There's a lot of good contenders for most important number. Anytime you have anything that's circular, you're going to wind up with pies. Anytime you have a pie, you should sort of expect there to be something circular. I can do one more than the date on Saturday. I can do 3.14159. Irrational numbers are fractions, and pi just is not a fraction. 22/7 is pretty close, but that's not what it is. It's the ratio of a circle to its area, right? And so that's not an integer ratio. It just isn't. Oh. Pumpkin. No, just circles are great.
If you say way to go out on a ledge, what are you doing?
Way to go out on a ledge is just another expression when you make fun of another trader who's not willing to take any risk, who's very risk averse. So when somebody's very risk averse and doesn't want to do anything risky, you say, "Hey, way to go out on the ledge."
When you say you're going to whack the bid, what are you doing?
When you whack the bid, that means you're selling at the best available price.
A scoopy.
Scoopy! That's one of my favorite. That's when you're just like scooping something at the bottom, like, you bought something and it never goes lower. Scoopy.
Back in the pits, you guys call them teenies. What are teenies?
A teeny is a 16th. So before we went to decimalization, we used fractions. And we used 16ths under a certain dollar amount.
Do you want the penny or the position?
Well, that's always something. The penny or the position is, do you want the trade? Then just pay up to get the trade. But do you want to squeeze it for a penny? That means you're just going to wait until you get filled.
When you say Omaha, what happened?
When I hear Omaha, I know I've gone too far.
Today's episode of Market Measures is brought to you by SIBO. SIBO is partnering with tastylive to provide educational opportunities for traders at all levels. Did you know index options like these can provide opportunities for diversification, lower volatility, liquidity, and other benefits? To continue your education on some of the mechanics learned in today's Market Measures, check out SIBO's Retail Trader Suite at www.sibo.com/minis.
Tomas, we are back, my friend. You know what that means. Time for a little bit more Tasty Live with this market measure. But first, let's take a quick look at the market. Even the S&P's staging a bold rally here, up 46.5. NASDAQ up 220. NASDAQ, the leader in the clubhouse. Even the Russell, which was down today, is up well over half a percentage point, flirting with 0.75 of a percentage point, up 15.5. Dow up 250. It's an all-out buy everything, Sadnov. You can see here on the screen, just about everything is higher except for nat gas, which is down 4.5 cents. And obviously, volatility has the opposite move to the overall market, typically with volatility doing its thing down almost 80 cents. One surprising thing for me, Sadnov, bonds going lower, I think, as is for you. Bonds 117.10, down 12 ticks. Bonds going lower, market going higher. What gives?
I'm actually a little surprised by the notes going lower too, as much as they are, because the Fed's,
that's the shorter end of the curve, right?
I mean, the Fed's going to cut rates on Thursday. So it's like the market's thinking.
Are they?
Well, it's like the bond market's thinking one person's going to win, and the stock market's thinking somebody else is going to win. It's kind of weird.
Well, who do you think the bond market's thinking going to win? Who do you think the stock market's going to win? Because I'm sure there is an opposite opinion to both of those moves. But go ahead.
Well, let's see. We'll talk more of that at length. But because you're going to get a chance right here to
you could be somebody.
You can be somebody. We have a little contest going, and you can join it. I
love it.
tastylive.com/unspecial. tastylive.com/unspecial. And you get to predict the winner. You get to predict the number of electoral votes. And whoever guesses the presidential winner with the closest number of electoral votes going to win some cool cash and prizes from us at Tasty. Submit your guess at tastylive.com/unspecial. tastylive.com/unspecial. Who will win the 2024 presidential election and how many electoral votes will they receive? Electoral votes is kind of that's how we're going to figure out who the winner is, because there's only two choices here. So that would be a lot of shared money. So we're going to have some fun with this. tastylive.com/unspecial. You have until, what time do you want to cut this off today, Bat?
I mean, we go on at 6. So you want to make it shortly after we go on?
We go on at 6. What time does anything close tonight? I don't even know. The first poll closes at 6?
Who cares? I mean,
I don't know.
The polls go. I mean, the last polls close late.
Let's
see.
No, not the last poll. What time does the first poll close?
Let's see. First polls close. So hour by hour guide of election polling. Hold on 1 second.
All right, forget it.
6 p.m. Eastern, Indiana.
6 p.m. Eastern. So that's 5 p.m.
That's
Central. All right,
That's
so we're gonna.
It's only 2 states, Indiana and Kentucky.
Yeah.
And at 7 p.m. Central, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 Central, you get 6 more of them that come in.
All right. So this poll will be over, let's call it 5 o'clock Central Time, okay?
Okie dokie.
5
You're
p.m.
the boss.
Central Time. We will end it all at 5 p.m. Central Time. You must have...
We're going to close it down.
We're going to close it down. Anybody... And you can only enter once.
Yep.
You can only enter once. Cash and all the leftover cash we have from tonight's games, and then a bunch of other prizes too to the winner. So you got to pick the presidential winner and the closest number of electoral votes. If there's a tie, we'll just split it down the middle. And nobody at Tasty except for Tony is eligible to win, because I don't think he can guess it right. Anyway, that's the first thing. Then you can go back to tastylive.com/events. And what was that?
Bonds.
Oh, that was a scratch. You can go to tastylive.com/events, and you can sign up for Phoenix, which is our last show in the US. Or you can sign up.
You get to see the bat. You get to see the bat live.
You do get to see the bat live. And by the way, if you want to call in, because we have no Scott today, so if you want to call in, you can queue him up right now if you want. When we're done with this segment, we'll take some phone calls. But if you want to come to Phoenix on Saturday, December 7th, the Bat and the whole rest of the gang, Liz, Jenny, Julia, myself, Dr. Jim, will all be in Phoenix and cannot wait. So Saturday, December 7th, show doors open at 8, show starts at 9. And hey, Beth, where is the show at? I forgot the location.
You promised me I wouldn't have to sit next to Dr. Jim for dinner, right?
Promise you. But
thank you.
Here, there's a good news, bad news. We're trying to save money, so you don't have to sit with him at dinner, but you have to bunk with him at the hotel. I got you guys 2 queen-size beds. You're going to be fine. Okay? You don't have to sleep in the same bed, all right? This time, you got your own beds.
If we have bunk bed, I mean, we don't need 2 beds is all I'm saying. But all right, whatever. Thank you, Silas. I really appreciate it.
So you each got your own queen-size bed. No more complaining. You're at the Hilton Garden Suites in downtown Phoenix. Enjoy.
Wait a minute. You took me to a Hilton Garden?
No, only you and Dr. Jim are there, because that gets you get a refrigerator. You get everything. It's perfect.
Beautiful. I love it.
Beth, where are we at? I mean, John, where are we at in Phoenix?
You said the Hilton Garden.
1 minute.
Oh, 1 minute. Okay, hear me. Good.
Didn't you just tell me we're at the Hilton Garden?
I was kidding.
Oh.
The Van Buren.
We're at a place called the Van Buren. Oh, I like it. You know where the
Frankie told me about this area. Actually, I'm sleeping at Frankie's house that night.
Oh, do you know coincidentally, the exchanges in Chicago are located on Van Buren.
That is correct.
Little known fact.
That's
but
right.
it's at a.
Hey, and if you want to meet Frankie from the YouTube chat, he'll be there also. He's a sight to see.
Not only is he a sight to see, he's a treat. Nobody else.
He is a treat. He's like a little Halloween candy. He's like one of those mini candies. He's like, what do you call those little minis? That's what he's like.
Nobody else can tell 1982 pit stories better than Frankie.
In detail.
There was this time I got an order to sell 1,000, blah, blah, blah. He remembers every order going back to 1982. It's scary.
True.
Yeah. I think one day he came up to me and he goes, I don't think you ever paid me your brokerage bill from 1986.
You didn't, Sadnoff. Frankie used to stand right next to me, and he would tell me, "You talk to that Sadnoff guy all the time, don't you?" I'm like, "Yeah, I see him just about every day." He said, "Can you get him to pay his bill?" I go, "He's going to need you to discount it." I haven't even spoken to him, but he's going to need you to discount it. You know, you were the king of the discount.
I never asked for a discount in my life.
Oh my God. Well, Frankie could tell you that story when you see him in Phoenix. He'll save it for Phoenix.
Anyway, so by the way, my SPX trade, which I've been really trying to adjust and stay flat and do everything on, so far, my 0 DT, I'm a loser.
You're a loser, baby. So why don't you kill me? It's a song.
Okay. If you can tell me I'm a loser, baby, so why don't you kill me? If you can tell me who sings that song, I'll be shocked. I don't think
Beck.
you know. Who?
Beck?
You're right.
Am I right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think because my ex-wife used to sing it to me. That's how come I know about it.
She used to sing to you, "You're a loser, baby." It's a great song. I love that song. I wish we played it more on the network. It's a great song.
I think it came out. It got to be the 90s, right? Not the 80s.
No, that song. Yeah, that song's got to be 90s. I don't know, maybe early 2000s. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a great album.
Yep.
Anyway, and one last thing. So we're going to be in Phoenix on December 7th, and we're going to be at the Van Buren, and you got to sign up at tastylive.com/events, and also at tastylive.com/events. Both of our new digital collectibles are coming. You can sign up there. The next one's on November 16th, and so you need to sign up now because that is November 16th is 2 weeks from. It's a week from this Saturday and like 2 weeks from now. So
beautiful.
Yeah, and so you need to sign up at tastylive.com/events for both these digital collectibles. You'll own them; they're free. You don't have to do anything. You can watch them on November 16th and December 14th, or you can just watch them at your own, at your own leisure. Also, lastly, we are going to be in the UK for 5 shows, or I'm going to be in the UK for 5 shows next week. Monday in Edinburgh. The Bat's going to be doing the show here with Nikki, and I'm going to be in Edinburgh on the 11th, Manchester on the 12th, Birmingham on the 13th, London on the 14th. We'll try to live stream some of it from London. I don't know if we'll be able to. And then Friday, November 15th from Dublin. All these will be at right around 6 to 6:30. The show starts at 6 at night, and we start trading at 6:30. And I can't wait. This is going to be the precursor for what we might do next year at some live events in the U.S. So we're going to test it all out on the road.
And I'm really looking forward to seeing all the people that have signed up. We have a few thousand people that have signed up in, all these different places. And so we're very excited. Small crowds, but it's going to be really cool to go back and do some live shows. So we'll see you in Edinburgh, the first stop a week from yesterday. And then a week from today, we'll be in Manchester. It's going to be a crazy 5 days. So can't wait to see everybody. You sign up at tastylive.com/events. And we'll see you. I'm bringing somebody from Scotland. I'm bringing somebody from Ireland. So there'll be no language problems.
Beautiful.
In case I don't understand the dialect, we'll be right there.
You got a translator with you.
What?
You got a translator with you. Who's going to translate for you, though?
That's a good question.
When you speak.
All right, let's see what we got today. And queue them up for the, let's queue them up for phone calls.
855-238-2789 or 855-BE-TASTY. Immediately following this program, we'll get right to your phone calls.
This is our market measure, sponsored by SIBO. We're going to talk, this is our last election piece. Because tonight, during the election unspecial, it starts at 6 o'clock, ends at 8 o'clock Central Time. We're only having fun. Nothing serious.
Beautiful.
A couple of interviews with people that run prediction sites, the CEO of Predictic, the CEO of Kalshi. But the rest of our show will be kind of a lot of fun. We're playing 3 different games with our audience. We've got guest appearances. You could get to stump Vecchio, get to stump Radigan, a little Victor Jones to wrap things up. It's going to be fun.
Can't wait.
Presidential terms and market volatility. Let's take a look at where the team went with this. Our last election piece. We looked at 2016 to 2020 and 2020 to 2024. We looked at SPY short strangles because we're looking for stuff to do today. We looked at the success rate, the premium collected, everything else. We compared the results across the last 2 presidential terms, the 4 years of Trump and the 4 years of Biden. Let's go to the next slide. We use the implied volatility rank to gauge option prices. It reports expensive options near a 35% reading when IV is near its highest level of the year. In this study, we aim to explore how varying volatility levels have influenced market conditions across past presidential terms. Interesting. Okay, let's go to the next slide. So, this table shows the frequency of each volatility level. Now, again, we're looking at 1 year, 23 to 24, then 2016 to 2020 and 20 to 24. So covering all the bases here. And the percentage of time the VIX was in, different ranges. In the Trump administration, the first one, it was weird. We got down to 7% of the time the VIX was under 10. Never happened under Biden, never happened in the last year, of course. And the funny thing is that when you look at the rest of the numbers, they're not that crazy. Volatility's been a little bit higher since the pandemic. Yeah. A lot of people think that under Trump, we had these crazy volatile times and all this other stuff. But the reality is we didn't really.
No, it was business as usual, just like every other president.
Right. Most of the time, 63% of the time, volatility was in the crapper. It only rallied a couple times under Trump. In 2020, we did have the pandemic built into there. So when you look at 2023 to 2024, 87% of the time, we did nothing. It was kind of a very weird, slow time. And then in 2020 to 2024, the whole picture, it kind of broadened out things a little bit more. And you can see over the last 8 years, we have not had, 1% of the time, 1.8% of the time total in the last 8 years, volatility has been over 40. And only 13% of the time it's been over 30. So, this is where we live most of the time.
Yep.
All right, let's take a look at, let's do this. Hold on one second. We're going to roll up some.
Even the S&P is up 50. NASDAQ up 215.
That surprise you? They're up 50?
Yeah, yes, it does. I mean, well outside the expected move. So anytime we're outside the expected move, it surprises me.
Yeah.
I didn't think today would be outside the expected move.
Figures the one time I decided to do a zero DT trade outside the expected move, like it's clockwork. In recent years, implied volatility of the S&P 500 has ranged between 10 and 30. That's very fair. This period has been marked by relatively low volatility, which suggests that selling options when the IV rank is low may not be ideal. Waiting for high V rank over 30 to initiate trades also may not be practical, as we've observed IV can decline and remain low for extended periods. Given this, should we consider a more aggressive approach? Let's take a look at the next slide. So this shows the results across different IVR environments for 4 years from 16 to 20. And we focus on the 0 to 30 range as it appeared more frequently in recent years, and it serves as a useful comparison. So the success rates don't really change that much between 10 and 20 and 20 and 30. The average P&L obviously surprises me because I think that it should have been better. And the return on investment is between 10 and 20 just because we stayed there most of the time. I think that's the real reason. And but none of these numbers, like the success rate's good. The numbers don't jump off the screen at me as anything much. Let's go to the next slide. Let's look at a different time period. So we look at 20 to 24. This is a lot more interesting because we actually had slightly higher volatility, as you remember. And the success rate's a little higher. The average P&L is dramatically higher. The return on investment is dramatically higher. The premium is much higher, and the buying power required is also higher. But these numbers are a lot more interesting. And the takeaway from this is that we had much higher volatility post-pandemic. I don't think it mattered that it was Trump or Biden. I think it mattered that it was post-pandemic and it took follow through for a couple of years. But you can see
I agree. I wish you could point to administration and say that it was volatile one or the other, but it really wasn't.
No, I think this was more of a meme stock thing and then a pandemic thing than anything else. So yeah, I think totally I guess the kind of some of the takeaways here is it's hard to predict based on a certain candidate how high volatility is going to be. Like, because I just don't think it's that easy. And again, it's hard to predict what kind of unknown events are going to happen. But higher volatility definitely leads to better returns. Let's go to the next slide. In comparing the two different terms, we observed the following impacts. The average profit and loss increased by more than 3 times on average in the second term. The premium collected was up 2 times. The return on investment rose up to 3.5 times, and the buying power only increased by 1.5 times. So just making the argument, not making the argument that trading is better under a Democratic administration, making the argument that trading is better under higher volatility. And trying to say that it really has nothing to do with who is the president, it has to do with, what happens and where's the volatility.
Agreed.
Hold on. Go ahead. What do you want to say?
Oh, no, I was going to say, what do you think about getting this market here? I think it's a little bit overextended. What are you thinking?
I think it's very overextended, but I also think, again, we're getting down to what I think is a relatively interesting area in the bond market. So I like that too.
So you like long bonds as opposed to short ES. All right.
Yeah. Nibbling here, both sides. Nibbling both sides. Not doing very well adjusting my SPX position. So far, every single adjustment I made has been a loser.
You're a Beck.
But I like to experiment that way because it keeps my mind focused. Let's go to the last slide, please. So some of the takeaways when we look at these 2 presidential terms, the last 2 presidential terms. High IVR presents ideal opportunity for selling options. However, reaching those extreme levels is very rare. Recognizing that volatility often clusters at lower levels, we should consider being more proactive sometimes. Okay, not always, but sometimes. During the last 2 presidential terms, we generally saw low volatility levels. By adopting a more aggressive approach and managing positions early, we're able to increase profits and collect more premiums. And that was kind of, that was an across the board message. That's generally the case when volatility is low.
Very good, sir. You know what time it is, Sadnov? It's time to go to phone calls, 855-238-2789 or 855-BE-TASTY. Give us a buzz. I got 4 or 5 lines open. You got questions? Sadnov has answers. You might not like them. They'll probably be wrong, but at least he'll give you his opinion. We'll be back in 90 seconds. Give us a call. We'll be back.
You can get up to $4,000 when you open and fund a new account with tastytrade. That's 4,000 buckaroos, 4,000 bills, or clams, 4,000 in dough or cheddar, not the cheesy kind. 4 large, 4K, 4 grand, which is no small thing. Open and fund a new tastytrade account and get on the platform for traders who just want to trade. And did we mention a bonus of up to 4,000 smackaroos? tastytrade. Make your move.
The beauty of Thinkorswim was that we were different. From the name to the front end technology was clearly what we wanted as traders. Second time around, I think we did a better job. Yes, we are known for our ability to support complex derivatives traders, but we also have the tools for somebody who's brand new who wants to come in on the first floor and work their way up to the top of the building.
We built tastytrade's web platform for today's traders. See it, click it, trade it. Drill into data, find opportunity, and track the action with hundreds of indicators. Track your options profit and loss history over time per symbol. Note your progress and plan your tactics with a trading journal. Fund your account and start trading right in the app. The tools, the data, the knowledge. See it, click it, trade it. Join the club. tastytrade.
Look who's back testing. tastytrade now has options back testing for free. Test your trades with over 10 years of data for the most popular symbols. See how your trades would have performed in the past. Look back at profit and loss and take the guess out of guesswork. Oh, did we mention that it's free? Get back testing at tastytrade.
Shake it up, stop when the clock hits 13. Sing 1, 2, 3, 4. Cause no one can do it like we do it, like we do it, like we do it. Cause no one can do it like we do it, like we do it, like we do it.
Well, he's more public in his mentality.
I'm a believer. I believe that the world is good.
And I know that the world is not good. That questioning yourself and questioning yourself in dialogue with someone you respect is both pleasant and sometimes extremely insightful and useful sometimes.
tastytrade has crypto, and you can trade with 0 commissions. Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, and more. Diversify in one place. Crypto, we got it. We get it. Join the club, genius.
If you missed the live show, here's our cherry on top weekly recap.
My favorite time to read is when I'm away on vacation. I'm on like an island somewhere and I have nothing to do except sit under a hut. That's my favorite time. But I don't see that happening anytime soon.
You believe this shit? The favorite time you like to read is when you're under a hut on an island. That's pretty specific.
Got the need for speed? No problem. On tastytrade, adjusting your option positions is a right click away. Rolling just got quicker. tastytrade, make your move.
Damn. Wow. Long live the trader nerd.
Man, you're a turd.
Trade junkie.
Hey, it's fun, see? Tom and Tony in the morning.
Tomas, we are back, my friend. Enough out of you. Phone lines are filled, no, but don't worry. Every time somebody hangs up, another line opens up. I'm going to go to G-Man, Scott Valley, California. G-Man, what's up?
The G-Man.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, Scott,
Good, sir.
what's
How
up?
are you?
Is this Tony? Tony, I
You
can't
got
hear
Tony
you.
and you got Tom.
Hey, last time I called into you guys, I was so nervous. I was like a fifth grader that hadn't read his book report. But my question here is, I bought a Palantir long call back in, it was a Leap, August of 2023, and now Palantir is a $17 long call that's up about 455% this morning. Generally, I follow your guys' system. I don't buy options, I sell options. And so I'm just wondering what advice you would give me sitting on such a big profit on a Palantir. Would you guys let this get assigned to you? And the expiration's January of 25. So I'm just wondering what advice you might give to someone, a rookie like me that's pretty inexperienced with this type of situation.
Hey, great trade. You got the timing right. Volatility was relatively low. More importantly, you got the move right? Palantir went nothing but straight up since the time you bought this. So good on you. Now, what do? You say January 2025. It's really only 70 some odd days away. So I would do one of two things. In the front month, meaning for you, January with 17 days. For me, who might not be as bullish as you are, I might sell the 50 or 55 calls and just have a wide, long call spread on. By doing that, you would be reducing your risk by about 40%, or at least reducing your delta by 40%. Or I might sell something in December, same strikes, 50 or 55. Personally, I'd probably, go to December, but that's just me. But I would do something.
Actually,
Thomas, what about you?
I've got 300 shares of Palantir that I'm holding, and I have 3 covered calls for the $55 strike price for, let me see what that expiration is. I believe it's January.
Well, if you're bullish, then you have the right trade on.
Yeah, it is. I've got no, actually, I've only got 2 long calls for, two $55 covered calls for January. So I'm sort of strangling as it is, right? As far as
Yeah, you're fine with your long stock short calls in January. I take profits on the other one. Take a little money off the table. Leave your covered calls on. You got another $5 to make, and take profits on your 17 strike calls. Just take your profit.
take the profit on the long call, the $17 call, instead of letting it get assigned to me in January? Is that what you're saying?
That's what I do. There's no premium left in it anyway, but I take profits on that and leave my other covered calls on.
It's stock right now anyway, is what Tom is saying.
Yeah, you got to take something off the table. You made a crap load of money. It's a nice trade. You know, then you got your other covered calls on to squeeze another $5-10 out of that stock.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I thought I was a moron for what I was buying, paying $600 for a long call, but now I'm feeling like pretty good about it.
Yeah, now you're a genius. That's a cool thing.
Exactly. Hey, I love you guys. You guys are the greatest. Thank you so much for everything you guys do. You guys are awesome.
Love it.
And I'll leave it with that. All right.
Thanks, Scott.
Appreciate it, my man. Fan favorite, Robin Maria, Daytona, Florida. How are you, gentlemen and ladies?
Hello. We are the biggest Tasty fans, as you know, and we can't say enough good things about you guys. Just wanted to call in and say how much we really enjoy working with Frank in the chat room. We love his stories. I'm meeting him in Chicago. And if anyone is in Phoenix and gets a chance to meet with him, that is an experience you just can't replicate any other way. It would be awesome if you guys would do a show with Frank maybe once a month, even 10 or 15 minutes to hear stories from him. He is a wealth of information. I think Beth would have to be on the Omaha button at all times, but still, he is just a barrel of fun to talk to. I can't say enough good things about it.
Rob, we usually leave those conversations for when he's back at the home. and there's like any supervised visits and things like that, you know, we have to be careful.
Well, he's the best. I know you need to get to other callers, but the reason we were calling in is that we are addicted to the back testing tool. For those customers that aren't used to it, it is only on the web-based version. But
No. Stop.
Rob, breaking news.
We
Rob,
just
breaking
launched
news.
it this morning on the software.
If you
God.
go
this weekend, Maria and I ran 2,000.
Second one from the bottom here. Good.
I will take a look at it. Maria and I ran 2,042 back tests over the last 2 weeks. We looked at SPOTS, Qs, Gold, IWM, NVIDIA, Meta, Microsoft, Google, and Apple, and Goldman Sachs. We looked at 10-day, 15 DTE, 25, 30, 5, 60, 90, 120, and 180s. We looked at deltas of 30, 25, 20, 15, 12, 8, and 5. We looked at closing on 100%, 75%, 50, all the way down to 5%. We looked at the last 2 years. We looked at a down 1 year, a down 2 year. We looked at futures, equities, and EFTs. And we put trades on. We used the tool, put them on every day. Believe it or not, what we discovered was of all the trades that we put in, of course, NVIDIA the last 2 years, naked puts, closing at 25%, at 12 delta, 60 DTE were by far the best. But that's a bit of an anomaly. If you looked at SPY or the Qs, what we discovered, those were the best. And it was not surprisingly, but very similar to the Tasty rules. It's 45 to 65 DTE produce the best. 10 to 12 delta naked puts. We did look at strangles and put spreads, call spreads, jade lizards, iron condors, but the naked puts paid the best in up years or down years. And believe it or not, it's closing them at 15 or 25% produced the highest rate of return. I'm not sure why. I'm just reporting the results from over 2,000 back tests that we ran.
Rob, that's awesome. And like we were just mentioning, it's on the software as of this morning. It's one of the icons in the center column.
There, Tom.
And second from the bottom, it's on icon, so you can do it straight from the software. You don't have to go to the web base anymore.
That one final thought before you go to another caller is before I started doing all these back tests, Maria said, well, why don't you just do the Qs, naked puts, 45 to 60 days and close them at 25%? That's what I do, and that's my best trade. And, of course, after running it for 2 weeks, that's exactly the correct trade.
Very nice, my
Shows
friend.
your woman's intuition. I'll let
She's
you
a keeper. She's a keeper, Rob. That's all you should remember.
Thanks, Rob.
Thank you.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
You're welcome, Maria. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for a little back testing. Why do I have to have viewers call in and promote our software when I have you sitting there with a silly hat on? Can't you do it?
No, obviously not.
We're going to go to Simon. Simon in New York City. Simon, how are you?
Obviously, I can't do anything. Hey, Simon.
Hey, Simon, what's up?
Hey, I actually have a follow-up to the previous guy's question just for 1 second before I ask the experts I have. So he said, well, let's just go sell puts in the Qs. Like, does that mean that, you should just as easily sell puts in the / EX? Because don't you get better, margin if you just do that instead of the Qs?
You do, but
puts in the /NQ?
You do, but some people like the smaller size, so the Qs are smaller. That's why. So you can get, you have more flexibility. You have, for some people, there's more strike prices. You can get to smaller size. That's the only reason.
Okay. So my actual question is a follow-up to your advice, to go figure out price discovery. So I did my research. I watched your videos. I read all the things. And so then I started trying to do price discovery on NDX, which is what you asked about or suggested that I do. And what I noticed was that, when you go and you look at what's the mid price and then you maybe go one tick over an NDX, some days, sometimes it fills, and some days, depending on which one it doesn't. So I just wanted to clarify, is what you're saying with price discovery and NDX that I should be using different expiration days and continuing to go and figure out whether someone will give me the other side of that trade and use that to optimize my trade, or am I missing something? I think that's what you meant, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, that's what we met. I don't think you're missing anything. We're just, for the most part, most commodity options and most big index options, because there are so many similar products that there are so many different market making firms that most of them trade about a tick around mid price. That's all we were saying.
Okay. Thank you, guys. Thank you for everything that you do. I really appreciate it.
Thanks, Rob.
My friend.
I'm sorry. Thanks, Simon. That was awesome.
Continued support. New Orleans, Giuseppe. Giuseppe, what's up?
Hello, Tony. Hello, Tom.
Hi, Giuseppe.
Hey, buddy. Tom, listen, I'm very disappointed in you and your political views. So maybe tonight for your show, I'm definitely going to listen. You might want to just tone it down because sometimes you're causing yourself some trouble with the Batista boys.
This is true. This is true. But I am what I am.
I understand. And then the other thing is, Tom, what's this deal about little Batista dressing up like you? He can't take my spot.
No, I know. It's an embarrassment. I mean, one of the problems that the Batista family's always had is that they want to be Sosnovs. And it's just hard for them to get that out of their, it's in their blood.
We've never, as Tom's like a pizza box. He's often imitated but never duplicated. He's like a good slice of pizza.
So Batistas, Nikki's been trying to get me to adopt that kid ever since he was a little kid. I mean, he's been trying to join the.
Hey! It's not Nicky. It's his dad too. Okay, his dad's been trying to get you to adopt him too.
Tom. One minute they want to be a Snoznoff, and then the next minute they want to be a Sicilian, and they never get either one of them right.
We're never going to be either one of them if you do 23andMe.
First of all, everybody wants to be a Sheridan first. After that, then it's something else. You always want to be a Sheridan if you can.
Got a quick question for y'all. I was listening to y'all's show, y'all's teaching a couple of minutes ago about after the election. My thoughts is, if we have a split Congress, the market would be status quo. But if either one of them wins, we should see a downturn. And that was a little bit different than what you were saying.
That's exactly what I'm thinking. No matter who wins, I think we see a downturn. I haven't varied from that at all.
Okay, maybe I'm missing.
No, what you missed is Sosnoff is wrong. Volatility is contracting. We will be strong into the end of the year. Not going to make a difference. And when we get into the following year, you might see a little two-sided action with some weakness. That's the way it's going to go. Fade the first move tonight. Looks like you're going to have to fade it from the upside.
Okay. All right, guys. Thank y'all. I really
got it, brother.
I enjoy the levity we put in this show. It's great.
Thanks, Giuseppe.
To us, man. Later, guys.
You got a chance tonight.
Ciao,
if you're calling in, everybody, you got a chance tonight when you're calling in. Somebody's going to get to play for some cash.
Oh, yeah. Somebody's going to win some money tonight. Sosnoff, we're going to go to David in Melbourne. You might think Melbourne where? Melbourne, Florida. That's right, Sosnoff. David, what's up?
I was thinking Melbourne, Australia, but that's okay. Hey, David.
Well, hi, how you doing, you guys? A few things. I'm a new time trader. My kids are both of you guys. My kids are both. My kids are Italian and Jewish. So.
So am I.
There you go.
So you got a cashew.
Yeah.
Yeah, cashew. Okay.
Yeah.
And exactly. And my name means Kugel. Maybe Tom knows what that is. I'm a Lakshan Kugel. You know what that is?
A Kugel?
I know what Kugel is. Come on.
Yeah, we know what Kugel is.
That's my last name. My last name means Kugel.
Oh, there you go.
Anyways, I'm a new time trader. I've been trading for a year and a half on TOS. I just moved to you guys a week ago.
Okay.
And I have a friend in and I live in Costa Rica most of the time.
All right, cool.
But I have a house in Melbourne, Florida. So I have a friend in Costa Rica that's a gringo that lives down there. And he's taught me, he said, listen to you guys and don't listen to anybody else. So, and he's taught me everything.
Okay.
And I've been doing the scalping trade and it sucks. So he's telling me now I need to do vertical spreads.
Okay.
And he said, watch these guys in the morning. This is the first day I've watched you. And he said, figure out how to do vertical spread. I actually watched Dr. Jim and that woman.
Okay.
So I need to do a vertical spread. I've got like 3,000 in my account right now. That's it. And where do I actually go on your website to find the vertical spreads, to look for the IV, the delta, so I can make a smart trade?
Well, you're not looking. We've changed the way we think a little bit over the years. You're not looking for a specific spread. You're looking for an underlying that either has very high implied volatility rank, or you're looking for an underlying where you like that particular underlying, one way or the other. You're bullish or you're bearish. So it's either a personal decision based on price extreme, or it's based on high implied volatility. You get to pick one of those two.
So that's what I'm saying.
I just put up a high option volume list here for you, and I have IV
that's what I'm
rank
saying. Where
on
can I
top.
find a list?
Oh, okay,
Yep.
right in
I
the
do this
center
on
column
my-
of the
on my-
software. But Tony will show you right now.
Yeah, I have it up there. IV rank. You can just click on it to make it go from high to low or low to high.
Yeah, but show them how you
high.
show them how you got there.
Well, all you have to do is just come down to these little lines here and go to your watch list. Click on watch list, and then I have high option volume.
Okay.
And I already have an IV rank in here, and I just sort it by IV rank, and then I come to the first name that that fits my scenario. Maybe you want to trade bonds, it'd be TLT. It has a good IV rank of 93. That might warrant a vertical spread to fit your liking. I like to avoid earnings, so I have earnings here. So if any of these stocks that have earnings, I might avoid them. You look at GLD here; it's got an IV rank of 83. It becomes interesting to me. You can go completely down the list and find anything. There are a plethora of stocks. You can make any stock list that you want. I also like to do a lot of post earnings trades. Stocks that have already had earnings and look for something to do in there.
Exactly. Right.
Or you can watch option trades today every Tuesday and Thursday and find trades that way. Wherever you find your podcast.
That's good to know. So I'm looking at my screen here. So over where it says watch list, that's where I go to.
Go to the watch list, and then
and
then one of your choices on there will be there's a drop down menu, and you can choose, like Tony said. You can choose high option volume. It's one of the choices in there. And then when you get to high option volume, you can then click on the column that says IVR. And if you click on it, it'll go either in ascending or descending order. So you can have it from 100 down to 0, or from 0 to 100, either way. And by doing that, you can see all the liquid stocks with high implied volatility rank. And then you can decide if those are stocks you're interested in trading based on whatever the extreme is in those stocks.
Okay, perfect. So it's basically, I'm doing it. It's under liquidity first, and then it's high options volume.
That's right.
That one, right?
That is correct.
Exactly.
Liquidity is king.
Yep. Liquidity is king.
Okay. That's what my friend's telling me. So that's what he says. I'm not going to make a trade. You decide what it is.
Beautiful.
So I figured I'd go to the big boys. Thank you very much for taking my call.
Awesome. Thanks for
got
calling
it, man. Anytime. Good luck to you out there.
Love it.
Yep. We're going to go to Eric. Eric in Los Angeles. What's up?
Eric.
Hi, good morning, Tom, Tony. I know you guys have been talking a lot about equities and how amazing, I guess, they're going to the moon today, but I wanted to talk to you guys about bonds, notes. I know the Fed is supposed to meet tomorrow, and everyone's talking about them lowering rates by 25 basis points. Is there a disconnect right now between the stock market or the bond market and the Fed? Like, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, there's a huge disconnect. I think the bond market I think the Fed is committed to this, to the second round. I mean, they basically committed to multiple rounds, but they were fully committed to the second round of 25 basis points. I don't think they're able to separate that. I don't think they're able to disengage. I don't think they want to change the narrative. So I don't think there's a choice. But the marketplace, by the longer term paper, the bonds and the notes, the 30-year and the 10-year, the ZBs and the ZN, clearly do not have the same, opinion. And it's at this point, it may be more of an election trade or something else, but the Fed is on an island here and is going to be a very difficult lower for them. And whether or not they're able to complete the rest of the cycle, the third, fourth, and fifth, drop anything like that, I don't know. Not at these levels right now. So you're right. Something has to give, and there is a disconnect. But the Fed is sticking to their guns, and usually the market wins, not the Fed. Usually the market wins.
And I know this is probably a topic for a much bigger, greater conversation, but then what's the use of the Fed? Why don't the financial institutions, the banks, the lenders, why don't they just focus on the interest rate futures as opposed to focusing on the Fed?
They do. They actually do. Nobody cares. The Fed is only for media purposes, and B, the Fed does serve a purpose though. What they do is their role is to create a little bit of a separation between the executive branch and between, fiscal policy. And they're also there in case of what happened in 2008, when you have to make a very, when there are certain situations that you need somebody to jump in with, and you don't want it to be necessarily a political decision. You want it to be you want to have at least some scientific or economic grounds for getting into a situation where where essentially you're in an outlier space. And I think that was the case in 2008, where you're essentially on the verge of a meltdown, and you need the Fed to provide liquidity. That is a very different situation, and there's a necessary role there. But there's also the perception that there's an independence, which I think is really important. As far as the banks and institutions and rates and everything else, that is determined by the marketplace. Nobody ever considers the Fed to be the leader in that. At least I don't know anybody that does.
Okay, guys, I really appreciate such a great show. You guys are full of just of good knowledge, of really good opportunity, and thank you for all your hard work as well.
Love it. Thanks,
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Sadler, we're gonna finish up in Los Angeles with Kevin. Kevin in Los Angeles, what's up?
Hey, Kevin.
Hey, good morning. I have a quick question. How would you guys manage inverted strangle? I've been stuck in a position for a couple of weeks now, and with this election, I am a bit nervous, but I don't want to take a huge loss.
What's the underline?
The underline is ENPH.
So ENPH, I would give it like about 3 stars of liquidity. And if you're inverted in there and you're let me just pull it up for a second.
Yeah, these options are about 15 cents wide.
Yeah, I have a short 100 put and then a short 95 call for December.
You're short the 95 call?
95 100 put.
Yeah, that's not inverted. I mean, your call.
Well,
I know your put is deep in the money and your call's still out of the money. But inverted, if you're really inverted, your call would have to be, lower than 85 as well.
Also in the money is what Tom's saying.
Yeah. So are you November or December? December. I mean, if it's me, and I can't tell you what you should do. Right now, you're very long that stock. Okay. I mean, it's basically, you have like a covered call on right now. I probably buy back the 95 call and I sell out the 85 or the 80. Tony, what do you do? I don't touch the put.
I probably go back to, I think it's bothering you a little bit, and it bothers me too when I'm inverted or, have a position that I have to roll down to be inverted. I might lean, because you're a little bit long, I might close with one click, buy all four strikes, meaning buy the 100 put, buy the 95 call that you're short, sell out the 85 put, sell out the 100 call. That's going to give you about 13 long deltas, then the approximate 32 long deltas that you have right now. So I would reduce that position by selling the 85 put and the 100 call. Again, it's essentially the same position. It'll use a little less buying power. It also has less delta to it, so you'll be more inclined to roll down that call if the stock continues to go lower.
Got it. What about rolling to January? Does that make sense?
You certainly could.
You certainly could.
It would reduce your risk, but I would still lower the call. The calls, you need the call to be at the money, in the money, or just out of the money. You're too far out of the money right now. So that call, that 95 call doesn't give you any protection.
Got it. Okay. Well, that's all I have. But yeah, thank you so much.
Okay.
Good luck out there. Good luck out there. Good luck to everyone, Sadnov. I'm going to take a quick 90-second break. We're going to come back. We got Liz and Jenny coming up next. We'll be back in 90 seconds. Peace.
You can get up to $4,000 when you open and fund a new account with tastytrade. That's 4,000 buckaroos, 4,000 bills, or clams, 4,000 in dough or cheddar, not the cheesy kind. 4 large, 4K, 4 grand, which is no small thing. Open and fund a new tastytrade account and get on the platform for traders who just want to trade. And did we mention a bonus of up to 4,000 smackaroos? tastytrade. Make your move.
It feels good to get smart. Get even smarter with the ultimate how-to guide. Learn 31 different option strategies, covered calls, iron condors, jade lizards. Become a trading mastermind. Get the guide at tastylive.com/guide.
This is Chicago. We invented the skyscraper, the Italian beef, and the standardized options market. SIBO is not only the birthplace of options, it's also where Liz and Jenny got their start. In an industry first, 2 female former floor traders broadcast live from the floor. Hear the sounds of live market action and feel the electricity as they present real-time trade ideas and research-backed market studies live from the SIBO's SPX pit. Watch Liz and Jenny live from the SIBO, only on Tasty Live.
Tasty Trade has crypto, and you can trade with 0 commissions. Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, and more. Diversify in one place. Crypto, we got it. We get it. Join the club, genius.
Tom versus Tony. Round 1. Trade. Massive volume. Killer trade. Surplus. Shoot. The fall. Volatility boost. Killer trade. Resistance. Straddle support. Order sold. You win.
This is Chicago. We invented the skyscraper, the Italian beef, and the standardized options market. SIBO is not only the birthplace of options, it's also where Liz and Jenny got their start. In an industry first, 2 female former floor traders broadcast live from the floor. Hear the sounds of live market action and feel the electricity as they present real-time trade ideas and research-backed market studies live from the SIBO's SPX pit. Watch Liz and Jenny live from the SIBO, only on Tasty Live.
You can get up to $4,000 when you open and fund a new account with tastytrade. That's 4,000 buckaroos, 4,000 bills, or clams, 4,000 in dough or cheddar, not the cheesy kind. 4 large, 4K, 4 grand, which is no small thing. Open Open and fund a new Tasty Trade account and get on the platform for traders who just want to trade. And did we mention a bonus of up to 4,000 smackaroos? Tasty Trade. Make your move.
It feels good to get smart. Get even smarter with the ultimate how-to guide. Learn 31 different option strategies, cover calls, iron condors, jade lizards. Become a trading mastermind. Get the guide at tastylive.com/guide.
Hey Doc, your tips on diet and exercise have been illuminating. I'm sure busting my ass at the gym 5 days a week is gonna be way quicker than just giving me the skinny shot.
Sometimes it feels good to get smart. Get even smarter with live trading insights and some live taunting
Batten down the hatches, everybody. He's going on the skinny bitch diet. He's gonna be hangry.
from the smart mouths at Tasty Live.
I bought a stock when I was first old enough to open a brokerage account. It went up 1,000%, and I made a bunch of money, and I was hooked. I felt like I was just pretty much gambling in the markets. I had a big win, and it was mostly failures thereafter that. And I thought, I need to find a way to consistently pull money out of the markets and find a more consistent, repeatable system. Fast forward, I ran into Tasty Live, really loved the market measures and the data they had behind to back up the research they were doing. My biggest takeaway is that you can find an edge in financial markets. It lies in volatility overstatement, volatility mean reversion, and having solid mechanics.
It feels good to get smart. Get even smarter with the ultimate how-to guide. Learn 31 different option strategies, cover calls, iron condors, jade lizards. Become a trading mastermind. Get the guide at tastylive.com/guide.
What day is today?
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Liz and Jenny Show. It is Tuesday. It's Election Day. Love the stars.
The stars
They look good
and
on-
stripe. We were trying to think of a good.
No, that's a Texas song.
I know.
That is not like a. I was trying to think of a real patriotic
just
song.
Just trying to adjust the red, the white. I love it.
I've got my blue and white stripes, red. You look good. Looking good, Liz.
Feeling good, Jenny.
Luckily, I know I have my voted sticker on, but I actually voted last week.
Did you just keep putting the sticker on different clothes that you're wearing?
No, I saved it. I put it, I set it aside to wear it today, but I didn't want to battle the crowds. You heard Tony's going today.
I heard Tony's going today.
What
too.
do you think? What do you think that line's going to be like?
I'm going today. My husband went. He said
What?
the lines were not bad at all.
Because so many people went early. So many people went early.
I'm going today.
Really? Well, let me know how the lines are.
I will. He got back from there. He said he was in and out in 10 minutes.
I think I waited a half
And
an
he
hour.
voted 3 times. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. But yes.
All right. Well, fun day. It's going to be a fun day. Everyone tune in for the election special.
6 to 9, 6 to 8.
6 to 8. 6
Did
to
I give them
8.
an extra hour?
6 to
Maybe
8.
if you ask, they'll stay later.
6, and maybe they will. Maybe if there's something going on, they would stay on longer. I don't know. I mean, I don't think our production crew would be happy with that, but
Oh, there we go. The election on special. Woohoo! So 6 to 8 p.m. Yes, very exciting. Very exciting. It's going to be fun. They'll have a good time.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's gonna be. How late will you stay up tonight?
30? I'm just kidding. No, I'll stay up later than I usually do.
Yeah, I'll stay up late watching everything.
Yeah.
But we're live from the SIBO tomorrow, which hopefully that'll be crazy.
It could get bonkers. It could be crazy.
I know. How lucky are we that we're live from the SIBO?
Do you know what is so
tomorrow?
funny? Do you think a lot of people would like to do a show with people screaming at them behind them?
I would.
Because so we've been there. Wait, let me think. So this is, I think we've done 12 shows maybe? Ish.
At the SIBO?
Yeah.
Well, we
It's 4 months-ish.
we started in June. We started in June.
June, July, August, September. Yeah, so 15.
June, July, August,
15
September,
shows.
October, November. 6 months times 4. We've done
it's
a
not
lot.
it's not November yet. I mean, we haven't done.
Well, okay. 5 months times 4. So you're looking at 20 shows.
Yeah, ish, like wrapped around there. Yeah. So here's what I was thinking. So we're about 20 shows in. And the last time we were down there, I think the best behavior is they're starting to not be on their best behavior anymore.
They're getting used to us.
They're getting used to us again because we were both down there. So like right before you were walking out the last time, there was shenanigans going on behind me, but I did not, like just in true form, like I used to do on the trading floor, I did not want to acknowledge, so I ignored.
I can't even say like some things that have gone on because I don't know if I'm allowed to say things like that actually are going on.
Well. That was on the trading floor years ago. They've been best behavior this time.
Remember that one day when someone walked in and everyone's like, what the heck?
Yes. Yes. But they don't do it when the cameras are rolling.
No one's behind us on camera. No one wants to be on camera.
No one wants to be caught on camera. But yeah. So nonetheless, I'm not saying that tomorrow they'll be on their best behavior because not best behavior, but they will be working.
They'll be busy.
When they're working, there's no shenanigans. When they're screaming, there's no shenanigans.
I hope tomorrow is crazy mayhem, screaming. I hate when it's silent down there.
Oh, me too. I love when and that's why I was like, I don't even know if it's a big or small order. Just scream it out when they're to the left and the right of us.
Yeah. So that's exciting. I want to give a huge shout out to Gil.
Oh, yes!
Gil. Okay, so Gil, thank you. I don't know when you sent these mugs. Love them. We just got them today because last week we were never here. We were at the SIBO. We had a busy week last week. We did the fireside chat.
Yeah.
We had a busy week, so we were never in this studio. And so
it's a beautiful picture. I can't believe you got that with the monorail in front of it.
My neighbor might steal this from me. This has the castle. It has the monorail. His dream retirement job is to drive the monorail.
Oh. You know what my dream retirement job is?
Hold balloons on Main Street.
Hold balloons on Main Street.
I don't know what my dream job will be.
What's your dream job? Well, I would love to be a villain. That would ultimately be what I would like to do, is be a Disney villain.
Really?
But I'm too old. They only accept younger people. And I say villain because I can't be a princess. You're too tall.
Okay.
Not you. I'm too tall.
Okay, so you could be a villain because you're taller.
You can be a villain because you're taller.
Maybe you could be. You think you're too old to be a villain?
You are. Well, I am.
You know where you could go? You could be in the Hoop-Dee-Doo Review.
I'd love to be Ursula in the parade. I'm not saying, I'm just saying.
That's pretty good. I would like to be the handler of the Dapper Dans. Because my favorite thing in Magic Kingdom are the Dapper Dans.
They're coming in. They're coming in.
The handler of the Dapper Dans. Clear the way, put them in their spot. You know, I always make sure I go for a Dapper Dans.
They are pretty good.
Which is what I'm going to do. So thank you so much for sending these mugs. I'm on my way. I leave on Thursday. And I just want to get into the Christmas spirit. All the Christmas decorations went up yesterday in Magic Kingdom. And I'm just going to go in the morning, get Starbucks, listen to the Dapper Dans, and look at the Christmas decorations.
So remember how I was talking about how my neighborhood is terrifying on Halloween?
Yes.
Terrifying on Halloween. And so many decorations go up. I swear they're turning into Disney because
now they're down and everyone's decorated for Christmas.
On November 1st, when I walked the dog in the morning, all the Halloween decorations were gone. To the point where I was like, what are you, Disney?
Who took them down?
They must have taken them down in the middle of the night.
Come to my neighborhood. They're all still up.
In the middle of the night, they took all they're not fully transitioned into Christmas yet, but like all the Halloween decorations for the most terrifying house on the block were gone by the morning.
That's impressive.
Remind me to never go into your basement, is what I said.
That's impressive, though.
Mm-hmm. I was like, you're Disney. You are totally Disney.
Yeah.
They take them down overnight and put up the stuff overnight.
Well, I've been getting excited because I've been seeing the posts, like Castle's decorated, Disney's decorated. And it has to be because this weekend they're filming the Christmas parade, which we're both going to be there.
I won't be there.
Okay, I'm going to be there for the filming of the Christmas parade. So I'm going to try to get in the background. So on Christmas Day, when the Christmas parade is playing on Main Street, I'll be jumping in the background. You'll see me.
I can't wait. Wear something we'll know who you are. But yeah, we're gonna miss that. We're not gonna be there for the parade.
You're gonna be somewhere in Florida.
We're at the other park during that parade.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just popping in. It's easy when you have an annual pass. Like I'm popping in for the parade and then leaving right after.
Yeah.
But did we ever find out where Tony's going to be?
No, gotta find that out. We'll find that out afterwards.
Yeah. Okay, give me a second. You can pop into Twitter. I have to get this platform organized.
Sure, let's pop into Twitter. So I'm going to make sure I refresh latest. We've got coming in first, Bob on Fire with our potential earnings plays for today.
Nice.
Now, I mean, we have the election today, and I said this is interesting. SMCI, Devon Energy, CELH, NVO, CVS, and Teva all have earnings today. I think it's kind of weird, but it's okay. I mean, the next day, too, you've got ARM, Qualcomm, ELF, Moderna, Gold, Datadog, and Halliburton.
Do you want to hear
CCJ is on Wednesday, too.
Do you want to hear some good news for you?
I would love to.
Palantir is up almost $10.
Yeah, it is. PLTR.
It's on fire.
There you go.
On fire.
Yep.
So we have earnings today to look at. We also have earnings from yesterday too. That's okay. No, it's not okay.
Wait, what's happening?
I was trying to maximize my screen and I accidentally deleted it. That's okay. I'm not going to be able to see Twitter. You're just going to have to tell me what you're reading.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah. Well, Twitter, we don't have much in there, so I just went through the earnings. That's fine. If we see any fun pictures, we'll go in there. And Gilbert. So I will tell you, but Gilbert didn't tweet. Frank Walsh tweeted, which is great. Frank the Great on there, and I love it. And he says, enjoy your mugs, Liz and Jenny. My pleasure to make them for you. We love them. Thank you very, very, very much. I love that he's watching.
Yeah, I love it. My family's going to be jealous.
It's wonderful. Okay, so that was from Gilbert. Do you want to pop into the platform and take a look around?
Sure. Let's pop in the platform. Okay. Now, yesterday, Palantir, we did this earnings trade. We did a diagonal, bought the November 42, sold the November 3-day weekly 47.
Yep.
Now, I could see with it trading 50, 65, intrinsic value of this 47 is 362. It's trading 397. So it's almost trading completely at parity. There's very little extrinsic value left in that. So
yeah,
I think we're capped out. We just have to close this.
It's funny because I'll look at it backwards. I know we spent $2 on it and it's $5 wide and it's worth $3. So
worth $4.85.
Bada bing, bada boom. PLTR, we are up $300.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. A $5 wide is worth $4.85. It's 15 cents away from the $5.
Yes, correct. So we paid $2, we've got $3, that equals $5. We know the width of them. So let's close that.
Okay, so I'm going to close that. So we made $300. Not bad. Not bad. Okay, so anything else in here? Spoo's up 49. Spoo's up 49.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I expected a little bit more choppy action than today.
I'm going to flip this around to like bottom on top here, XSP. We did these two butterflies yesterday, and because we're up so much, this call butterfly, 125, 135, 137, minus 80, we are up quite a bit on the call butterfly.
Yes.
Would you ever take it?
No.
Would we ever say like, oh, we put these on, we'll take that?
I mean, what are you up on it? Pop out the side, see what it's worth. Because I think it's up $50. And I
XSP activity. We bought the call butterfly for $217, and the call butterfly is trading for $277.
$50, right? Ish.
Yeah. I don't know.
I mean, I don't put that.
I guess we put these on to leave them till the end of the week and say like, let's see what.
That's just it. Is I'm not trying to get $50 out of this. I want to see where it ends up.
You want 800.
I want 800. That's right, Jenny Andrews.
But what I'm saying is, when we paid for both of them, we were like, okay, we paid for both. So the cost of one is kind of offsetting the other one. If we took the $50 on the calls and we ended up down, then we could have taken a win on both if we get two-way action.
I would argue if you can cover the cost of the one if you can cover the cost of the one so they're on for free, leave it. But otherwise, if it goes the opposite direction, we could lose money. Do you know what I mean?
If it keeps going up.
Yes.
Yeah. Got it. Okay, as far as anything else moving around, if we're 51%, I'm just looking at the P&L open. We're 51% on our SoFi position. We just have 2 short puts. We sold them 7 days ago.
Yeah, let's get
SoFi up 54 cents.
It's a big move for SoFi.
Well, yeah, we've got a lot of movers. So I'll just buy those back. Anything we can buy back, that's what I'm doing today. options that I've sold that are cheap or at their 50%, I'm taking them off.
I did the same thing. And I'm going to continue to do the same thing throughout the afternoon. Now, today should be a pretty heavy volume day. I think it's going to be pretty liquid. You can do whatever you want. I think tomorrow is going to be, I think it's going to be liquid too, but I think tomorrow is going to be our mover. I think, and I don't know, but I'm preparing for both sides, meaning I'm going to be pretty actively trading both sides. Tomorrow. If it goes up, I don't necessarily know it's going to continue. What do we know, though? It could go up and continue up, could go down and continue down, but I'm looking for a little bit of battle between the bulls and the bears. I am looking for a battle between the bulls and the bears.
Well, I think, and we've seen this before, like tonight it can move violently one way, and then tomorrow morning it can move violently the other way.
It can.
And so I wish, and this is where I feel like we need more of like evening traders in here. What is this? I can't think of a way to be trading tonight other than just futures.
Yeah, futures.
But
are
then
open.
you're taking that risk of, if you're leaving them overnight, you're taking the risk of tomorrow's move.
Correct.
The only thing I could think of.
But you can scalp futures at night.
Well,
go
yeah,
into
sure.
and out.
You can get in and out and scalp futures. But if you have a current position, like let's say you were short Delta and we have a big move down tonight, you could buy some futures to then lock in profits.
You could.
But I don't know that I would just put on a brand new trade tonight and leave it tomorrow and cross.
No, but you could scalp. Like that's one thing that you can do overnight. So,
but I think we'll get some violent moves.
I think so too. I do.
Okay, I do want to look.
I also have the SIBO's.
You've got
most
the
active,
SIBO
because remember that one yesterday that was 200 and we put it in. Go to the, if you go, I'm sorry if I didn't mean to.
No,
you were doing something.
Go ahead.
Take a look at our VIX position, because that was what we bought yesterday, because
those two puts.
Yeah.
And balls down.
Yes. So we did that yesterday because 221,000 of them had traded, do you remember?
Right. So we bought the 15s. Oh, this is just a spread.
Yeah, it's a spread because we saw those active.
Mm-hmm. That's just a spread.
And
when we looked,
is it November? It's November, right? Yeah. So they're back on the most active list again. Can we see the volume in those now?
Sure. 15, 17 in this 20-day, 285,000, 562,000.
Yeah, but look at that. They're all pretty heavy.
Right. Well, we looked at this yesterday. We went back, not in 2020 because it was a COVID year and vol stayed high, but the previous election, so 2016, we saw 2 weeks after the election, VIX was at 13.
Yeah.
I don't see that happening. Do you?
I do.
Do you?
I don't know, but I have no idea. But I don't think. I mean, vol is the fastest thing to come in.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know if the market's going to be up, but I do think that at some point, I think the vol has kept its wings up for a long time because of this election.
Yeah.
But we might not have a winner. Like it might be a battle royale for a while. I think they declared a winner. 20, whatever year we were looking at. Yeah. Where this one, if they don't declare the winner and it goes back and forth, I think it depends on how tight
how
it is.
long it goes.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. Lily was asking because she's in Gov too. She loves it. It's so
Jada
fun
was so
that it's so
excited.
nice that they're in Gov this year. But she's like, there probably won't be a winner. But if you go back historically, most of the time there is a winner.
Tom and Tony are declaring a winner tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're going to declare it. Whether it's right, they're going to declare it.
I think if it seems pretty clear, even though it's not declared, the market will assume.
Yeah. I don't know. We'll see.
So,
but it is, I was listening this morning. I was listening to Pete and Frank, and they're a great show, by the way. So they're putting in time super, super early in the morning. Yeah. They're on from 6:30 to 7 in the studio that's right over there. And they were talking about this too. And he's like, even if I gave you who it was,
you wouldn't know what the market was going to do.
No,
you
don't.
What the market was going to do.
You don't. And everybody's saying, oh, the trade for this is, the Kamala trade is this, the Trump trade is this. No, I don't necessarily know that that's true. So,
I know. You don't know what will happen. If it's just kind of like earnings. If you had the news, you might think you know what's going to happen, and then the opposite happens.
Right. The market's got a mind of its own, which is pretty crazy.
All right, I can leave this put spread on.
Oh, I don't care if we take it off. We just put it on yesterday so we would look at the volume today.
Right. But this is a good gauge to say, hey, let's look in 14 days and see if VIX is down to 13, like it was back in 2016.
Yeah, I like kind of having it on for.
Yeah. No, I'll leave it just so we can
keep an eye on it.
Keep an eye on it. Okay, and OKLO has gotten down. I did want to show you this too. So we have this diagonal on, and we sold that 20 call, and it had blown so far through that 20 call. Now it's coming back to that 20 call, where I wanted to see if it was what we could get to roll it. I guess there's still $1.80 in extrinsic value in that, which is a lot. But if we rolled it, let's say we rolled it a couple weeks.
I would roll it. We might as well.
Then you could go from the 20 to the 21.5, or you can go from the 20 to the 21 and take, you're not taking in anything.
I like going as far as we can, giving ourselves more profit potential.
So roll it up, roll it to the 21.5. So we go from the 20 to 20, we get $1.50 more profit potential.
Yeah, I like it.
And we take in a small credit.
So, and you can't see Twitter, right?
No, okay. You can read it to me.
No, it's pictures. So that's why we're probably not going to pop in. And I love it. Mikey we can pop in. I love this because Mikey put up a picture of me as Ursula.
I'll have to try to.
And I look amazing, by the way. So
let me see. I can get this on.
So it says, "Happy Election Day, ladies. Needs a little touch up, but maybe Jenny can drop it off at HR when she gets there." So yes, I love it. Thank you very much.
I can try. I'm sure I could pull up the.
It's my ultimate dream job. Well, maybe I want to be Ursula and hold balloons, but I think I'm just going to have to go with the balloons. But what I was going to say, but before I popped into Twitter, is on Bob's earnings. CCJ is tomorrow, and we have a big position in CCJ, don't we?
I don't think so. I don't know that we have any.
In CCJ? You have CCJ. I have CCJ. Victor has CCJ.
I thought we were in and out of it.
No, we're in CCJ.
Okay, I have Twitter. I have it.
Okay, good.
Got it. Pulled it up. I just pulled it up on my own. I'm not watching the live show, but I have it. So that is you. Yeah, there you are on Main Street.
Love it. Love it. This is what I'm going to be. My dear, sweet child.
You know who I miss? We had so many viewers during COVID who weren't really working and who were...
the Dapper Dan. You want to be his handler. That's what I was thinking.
So one of our viewers is in the jazz band in Disneyland, California.
Oh, I thought he was in Dapper Dan.
No, he was in the jazz band.
Oh.
He was in the New Orleans area jazz band. And he was great. I loved him. Rusty.
Yeah, he was great.
Yeah, Rusty and Natasha.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. The amazing people who can control my platform. Look, no hands. They're all working behind the scenes. Now I have the live feedback up.
Good job.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
When you see me, because we are going to cross paths in Disney, I don't know if I'm going to be wearing it or not, but I do have my favorite ears are my Ursula ears. And I wear purple, and I'm a villain.
I'm going to see you on Saturday.
But we're going to a fancy restaurant, so I probably won't be wearing my Ursula ears.
What time's your reservation?
7.
All right, I'll meet you either before or after for drinks.
Probably before, because I think we're hightailing it out of there afterwards.
Then I'll meet you before for drinks. I'm going to the 2:00 filming of the Christmas parade, so when that ends, then I'll head over.
Come on over.
Then I'll meet you.
I don't know what time we're going to... Yeah, I'll keep you posted on what's happening there. Okay, so that being said, let's pop back into... What I was going to say, Jenny, is we do have a CCJ position. Now that you can see Twitter, take a look at this. Now, these today, I don't know that I want to do. SMCI, Devon, all this stuff. I don't know that we need to put earnings trades on today, but I do know that we have a CCJ position.
SMCI. Okay, I do want to take a look at that. So we'll go on the platform. Here's CCJ. CCJ, we have a zebra in the January.
And a call against it.
And then a short call against it. And there's still a lot of premium in that call. So we don't need to do anything with that. And these have all been on for various amounts of time.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Well, we had that zebra, and you can see CCJ has gone down quite a bit. That's why there's so much still left in that.
Well, here's what I don't understand. How can we have a zebra where one trade has been on for 40 days and 120? I know, because when we closed the other zebra, one of the strikes was the same, so it was the old day. So it's like 20 days ago we ratcheted that zebra.
But you can reestablish in CCJ if you wanted to.
You think so?
I don't know. It's down at the 50.
Oh, I wouldn't. What? I mean, it was in the middle of the zebra.
Kind of. It's near the long call. Can we look at it on the...
I mean, it's trading 51.72, and ours is 50.55. It's right in the middle.
Can we look at it in January? Oh, you got $5 wide. Never mind. If you had dollar wide strikes, it's something it's worth looking at.
I do want to look at SMCI, Super Microcomputer.
You're crazy. Oh, it's only $26.
Yes. I have a position in this.
Did this split?
No, it's just it crashed, right? Or did it? Must have split 130.
It had to have.
Yeah, but still from 130 to 90 to I think I got in this day. This day I got into SMCI. It continues to fall.
Let's jump in. I'm going to see when it split. Hold on. When did SMCI split? And maybe YouTube can tell us too.
Okay. Now, earnings are November 5th after the bell, so that is today. And when you talk about why are people announcing earnings the day of the election, SMCI is?
October 1st they split.
Okay.
Yeah.
So $6 expected move on earnings in the 3-day.
So this thing split and plummeted.
Yeah, it plummeted.
Where was it on October 1st? Can you go back?
No, but it's plummeted on all news.
No, I know. Just give me October 1st. Okay, so it was a 10 for 1.
But it plummeted on news of like bad accounting practices and people leaving.
I know
and
what you're saying, but I can't believe it's down that low.
But I'm curious. It's so low. I want to see how much is a diagonal here.
That'll be cheap.
Let's go to the expected move.
That'll be really cheap.
So you've got 26.5, 32.5, so $6 wide for 286.
That's not bad.
No,
it isn't. Would you want to sell premium at all in there instead?
there is a lot of premium here.
So if you go to Jade Lizard like nobody's business. You can get pretty far down on those puts.
Yeah, look at that, 18.5.
Yeah.
18.5. It's using up. It's acting as if you're long the stock. It's using up 50%. So if you were long the stock at 18, 50% is, it's using up it like stock margin.
Yeah, it is using stock margin, which still isn't that bad 'cause it's so cheap, but I don't care. I'm in either way. I don't mind diagonals, but I don't mind selling premium. I just don't want to lose to the upside of it.
I have long calls left over in here from a diagonal. I think when it fell, I put on a diagonal, maybe with last week's options, and now I'm just left with long calls from last week's, my old diagonal from last week.
So what are you going to do with it?
I don't know. I mean, it hasn't stopped falling. It hasn't had an uptick. I mean, today's up 25%.
So I don't mind a diagonal. It's a cheap way to get in just in case it does go up. I don't think the election is going to skew these.
SMCI.
No.
So
I don't believe the election is going to skew SMCI.
Or is this gonna, what is gonna happen to it? I don't know. I don't know what people are doing in here. To your point, there is a lot of premium. We could
just sell the dollar. It brings it all the way down to 20.
20.
And then we'll get in with diagonal.
Yeah, 20. Then we own SMCI at 20.
It's not bad.
It's not bad.
Isn't this the one where their accountant quit?
Yeah. If you want to define your risk, we can just get $50 and risk $250.
Yeah, I mean, you're risking $250 to the upside with a potential to make more too.
That's true. Right, look what happened with Palantir, how much we made.
Mm-hmm.
How can we make it cheaper? You can get, we'll give ourselves more profit potential. $3 there. $3 on the 26.5, 33.
It's not bad. Do it.
But then we're risking $3. So then we have the 26.5 for 10 days.
I'm okay with it. I'm okay with anything. I don't mind the selling premium, and I like that I like diagonals because there's a lot of profit potential, but you're using that 3-day premium and you're getting these at a discount. But it is a directional trade.
It is a directional trade.
Yes. But I like diagonals a little bit. I love the crab trade, but I like diagonals a wee bit better than crab trades when things are moving outside their expected range.
I threw it in $3. So we have $3 at risk. It's similar to the Palantir trade. What do we pay for Palantir?
$2.
$2.
Yeah.
Similar to Palantir, if it goes up, we have a lot more profit potential. If we just sold that put, we have $1 profit potential.
I like it. These are all going out in real
time. If it
time.
goes down, we could be out $3. Although we have 10 days for our long to kick back in.
And it could go.
With the election, it could. It could go down on earnings, but then shoot back up. Who knows?
For sure.
This could go to 10.
Yeah.
I mean, it has fallen from, since all this news came out, it's fallen from 50 to, it's been cut in half.
Yeah. That's crazy.
I know. All right. 10:34. We have cherry picks today.
We do?
Yeah.
Did we get them? How do we control them?
John's pulling them up.
All right, John, can't wait.
John,
can we pull up the cherry picks?
Fire up the cherry picks.
If we can.
We forgot to mention Jajun trade. It didn't win yesterday.
I know. So we're a little shy.
We're going to take a day off.
We're a little shy on the Jajun trade. It didn't work yesterday. I thought for sure it was going to. Look at this. Dr. Data and Nikki Batista, Bitcoin seasonality. Love it.
I wasn't sure what today would be being election day.
Like it. Ryan Grace from Tasty Crypto joins us. There appears to be a degree of seasonality when analyzing Bitcoin's performance over the years.
All right. Wonderful reading, Liz.
What? You know we split it.
Q4 has historically been the best quarter for Bitcoin price performance since 2016. Yes, do you remember that December that Bitcoin just went crazy when your brother had all that crypto?
Oh, God, do I remember that?
November has emerged as Bitcoin's standout month for price performance, delivering average returns of over 30%. I hope so, honestly. November has outperformed every other month. Now, we'll see what happens after the election to the cryptos.
History doesn't always repeat, but it often rhymes.
Funny. Dr. Data, he's clever.
Since the start of Q4 2024, Bitcoin's up around 6%. Okay. I can read fast, don't worry. Go ahead.
We'll just skip to the next slide. John, let's. Can we go back a little bit? Okay, that's good. Okay, seasonality shows up in Bitcoin's volatility too, with Q4 also being the most volatile quarter. It's crazy over here today.
It is crazy. Okay.
All right, so let's see. Quarterly Bitcoin volatility. So if you move up just a little so I can see what that time frame is, that's the last quarter. So we got the last quarter high vol. Quarter high vol. And big move up. So if we're thinking big move up, do we have we can't hear because this is an account linked to the company and there's so many accounts so we can't trade.
Coin. You could look at coin.
And we have a coin position, but I'll be happy to put on.
This has not happened to us since the Greek. Remember that Greek delivery guy?
When we couldn't stop laughing when he brought our food into our living room.
Because it was just us alone in a room, very similar to it is right now, but then it was us and the Greek delivery guy.
Okay.
But we can use coin.
We have in coin. We just have a put spread in coin, and coin's up $10 today.
It is?
Yes.
Oh, thank goodness.
And so that put spread's finally coming back.
So we can't, what else can we use as a proxy for Bitcoin? Wasn't it MSTR?
IBIT.
IBIT. I thought it was MSTR. There's a couple things you can use as proxy for Bitcoin.
Okay. All right. Well, let's move on, John. Thank you very much.
So I think our takeaways from here is I want to get into Bitcoin for
my takeaways is going up from now until the end of the year. Although maybe we wait till after the election because I am a little nervous with some of my crypto positions.
So here's the expected moves. Look at this. So
but this is talking about every quarter. This isn't talking about every 4 years during an election period
No, it's just talking about November.
Yeah. So maybe we wait till tomorrow for this crypto trade.
We are in the middle of what could typically be Bitcoin's most volatile quarter. Election night tonight. What are the global crypto markets pricing over the next week? So that's interesting. So the expected move for Bitcoin is up or down almost $6,000,
and Ethereum 220. So yeah.
So Bitcoin could be, if its expected move to the upside,
could be at 73,000.
But that's its all-time high, isn't it?
Right around. I think right around.
Yeah.
But now Ethereum's all-time high. We've seen Ethereum at 4,000.
Yes, but that expected move is not that crazy.
Right.
So that's just it. Is it's up or down $227? That's nothing.
It's peanuts.
I know.
I mean, it's 10%, but
it doesn't seem. And I guess it's 10%.
Yeah,
to be honest with you,
it's 10%.
Yeah,
roundabout. Okay, let's keep going. Check out Tasty Crypto. Access more crypto data-driven insights and ideas each week. And Ryan, he's amazing. He does an amazing job with all the crypto.
He does. He really does. Okay, so thank you very much. There's
and
more
look, it shows
there.
you where to click. Okay, where it's showing let me see. If we can go, so what is it pointing to? Check here for more information. Click here. Well, go to the tastytrade.com and on the desktop version, click here. So we've got so much awesome information on all of our platforms, and this is on the desktop version.
I know there's a lot of stuff, and it's on the desktop. Okay, yeah. Just kind of moving on. Thank you very, very much.
I didn't see a trade idea. I don't know if there's more to the cherry picks or more, or that was it.
I don't know if there's a cherry.
I don't think there is
two trade ideas.
Great. Here we go. Excellent. We don't even need to come up with something.
Perfect. Okay. Calendarized ratio spread is a crab. Okay. This is great. November, December.
And this has got Nikki Bat written all over it. He's
sure.
part of this. Okay, let's see what this is.
No, we don't have to use their strikes. We just know it's a crab and coin. So let's look and see what they are, and we'll come up with our own crabs, right?
Now,
So he's November, December crab.
He had December.
November, December.
November, December. Okay. I'm going to go to coin. Let's go on the platform.
Yeah.
So in coin, we rolled. This was for earnings. We sold a put spread to buy a call spread. Coin didn't go up, it went down. Now our put spread is making a comeback. That's 45 days. Forget about this, like black tape over this, that's nothing. As far as a new trade in crab.
New trading coin. They were looking at November, December crab.
So a crab would be selling at the expected move, selling 2 at the expected move in November, buying 1. How wide do we want to make this?
No, I'm going to guess. I'm going to make only because this is Nikki Bat. When I did the crab trade with him in Tesla, which was a high price product like this, he takes his the one he's long and brings it up.
Okay. So we'll look at that.
Yeah.
This ratio spread at the expected move, and that's not that wide, 750 wide, is we're getting 632 credit. So no, whatever we're buying, we're going to get a 630 discount, which, to Liz's point, these are expensive.
He was spending $1,100 on it, so I'm going to guess.
So he was buying
the 210.
He's probably buying the 210.
Yeah. Ish, like wrapped around there. That's going to be my guess.
So then what you have is the 210, and your short's the 222 and a half. So that's 1250 wide, and you're paying almost $10.
Yeah.
If you buy the 200, then you're much wider. You've got 222 and a half, so it's $22.50 wide, but you're paying $1,300.
So here's my question though with these. Now, granted, it's November, December, and we're just extrapolating in these crabs. I almost think I'd rather a ratio if it's going to go up all through November instead of a crab.
What?
No, I said ratio. I meant diagonal.
Oh, a diagonal.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah. So, and we could do it shorter term, and you can kind of move it and adjust it. Like, let's say we go to the 10-day and sell this 220, and if we want to make it cheap,
you can go to the 31. Just till the end.
Yeah,
we want to do it through November. Let's do November.
Do the 24-day.
Yeah, let's do it pretty near term.
So the 195 220 is 1220. It's still expensive. I guess if you're paying that much, maybe you want your long through December.
That's why they keep a lot of times Nikki and expensive products will bring it up a little bit, so it's bullish. That's what we did in Tesla. And it was about $1,000.
John, can we go back to cherry picks and see what strikes he had? Okay, so here we go. In the 45-day, the 200 call, and in the 10-day, the 220, 240. So he made that pretty wide.
It's very wide.
That's very wide. 220, 240.
220, 240, and he's paying, the price was, I think, $1,100.
Okay, so 220, which is where I was selling it, and he was just making it wider to collect more here on the rate. We can go back to the platform. So it's similar. So 220, 240, that's what he's selling.
It's
selling 2, buying 1. And in the December, he was buying the 200. So it was similar.
Very similar.
To what we were looking at. The only difference is his 10-day is really wide. So if I'm paying $11.68 and my long call's at 200, my break-even's 211. So between 211 and 220, you could make $900. But then this spread is $20 wide. So if it blows through this spread, you could lose $1,000.
Correct.
Which is why we kind of like to tighten this up.
So I like this. I think these were great. Now, I want to get bullish in coin. I don't necessarily know that we have to go with their strikes. And that's what I love about this. They're just trying to be like, hey, these are trade ideas. Take a look at this and then make it your own. So if we were going to get bullish coin, we do have that small put spread in.
Right.
I think we might be selling more premium in here. I mean, it's got a 69 rank. So if we think it's going to be bullish through November, do you want to do a 10-day, 24-day? Well, it was still expensive, right? The diagonals?
They were still expensive. If I do the 24-day, that at the money is 17. I can move it to the 200 for 15.
What if we just sold put spreads weekly?
Yeah, we could.
Let's sell weekly put spreads.
We could. Okay, just if 200 to 210 is $10 wide and you're paying $10. So 200 to 215 is $15 wide, you're paying $11.50. 200 to 220 is $20 wide, you're paying $12.49.
I mean, obviously, I like to make more profit.
I like that one the best.
I like that one the best too.
But you have $1,200 in risk if coin plummets.
And these aren't bad. These are not bad. But for us, I think we should let's use the premium. Now, I don't care if we sell pretty aggressive. Like we could do 85.80.
Do you want to go on the 10-day with our first one? Yeah. 85.80. We're getting $1.85.
Yeah.
Sure.
We have more room to be wrong. It's 10 days, and then we'll keep kind of going up with the Coinbase goes up. For this account, that makes sense.
For me, I have crypto positions that I have. You've got crypto positions that you have. I'm not adding any prior to the election.
No, I got myself into a coin pickle. So I'm already in there. I'm just long coin.
Yeah.
So I'm going to stay in it.
I'm not adding like, let me add more crypto before the election.
No.
I'm not, but.
No.
Kind of like my Chinese stocks. I took off all my Chinese stocks.
Can you take a look at JD for me?
Sure.
So I think it was up today. I could probably
I think all the Chinese stocks were up.
Yeah, it was up again today.
It's up 47 cents. But it has been, it fell, and then it's just been choppy around this area.
Yeah.
And what else? Pinduoduo, I'm out of, which I usually am in. I'm usually in, but I just thought I'd get out and wait. Now, these could have a big move tomorrow.
They could. Yeah. Did you get filled on anything just now? Did we get filled on that coin? No. SMCI is the last one. Okay.
No. So I'm just waiting. Whatever. If I'm bullish them, if I'm long them, and I miss a big rally, fine. I don't want the risk of a big fall in the Chinese stock, so I don't have any Chinese positions on right now.
I still think things could go in both directions.
Yeah, but
very rapidly on both sides.
But I think so. If we're going to have like tariffs on China, then that's going to hurt PDD.
Yes.
So I closed it. I'm just waiting.
Well, still, like I said, if we don't know who the winner is, once again, even if it is the one that's not going to put tariffs on it, it could go both ways for a couple days.
It can move with the market, sure.
Correct.
So some of these I'm just kind of staying out of.
So I'm actually doing the same thing. I'm just kind of paring things back. And when I am playing, I'm not saying for fun, but for scalping purposes. Like I'm nearer term, or I've defined my risk, or I want to get into and out of things quickly.
Yeah, if you're like, I'm nearer term and want to define my risk.
Because there's less risk at things like that.
Right. I mean, you can look right here. The weekly, the 3-day aren't that expensive. If I wanted to keep a bullish position going but wanted very little risk, I can just do something like this and spend $1.74, keep it going for the week, have just a small amount of profit potential, but very little at risk in case it falls.
In case it falls, right. That's kind of how I'm kind of battening down the hatches, for lack of a better term, in my account.
And where did that come from?
Batten down the hatches? Mm-hmm. It just reminds me of Vanetta. Yeah. Batten down the hatches, everybody. What did she say that in?
I don't know.
Okay, now we don't have to pop into Twitter, but I'm just going to read this to you.
You can pop in and I can see it.
Well, no, it's just one. It's from Jack JT, because we're going to pop right back into the platform. Okay. So Jack JT, great to see you. I was considering some double calendars, aka Grumpy Cat, for SPX election exposure. Do you guys have anything set up? And then let's pop back in the platform. And then so he's looking at double calendars for what we did. And let's talk about this. We just put on the XSP.
We did those butterflies.
So butterflies and calendars have a relationship, right? So we did the upside and the downside XSP. We did the upside and the downside DJT.
We did.
We have both of those in.
They were cheap. They're cheap ways to have something on both sides. So we have those double butterflies. As far as calendars,
so if you wanted to go to it, not through it, the calendars will have the same effect as a butterfly.
Right, but with the calendar, are you thinking like sell today and buy tomorrow, or sell tomorrow and buy at the end of the week?
So if you look at those expensive ones, if you sell today and buy tomorrow,
they're very expensive.
You're going to have to stay in XSP because we can't even afford to look at SPX.
All you have to look at right here, expected move for the rest of today, $1.50. Expected move for tomorrow, $8.40. So they're calling an 80 point SPO move one way or the other.
Correct. And so that's, the price is going to be between those two if you're at the money. So you're going to take 840 minus 153 and you're going to be spending $600 on a calendar.
So if
so it's $60 now.
Goes up $840 tomorrow, that means yes, it is up $84.
But can you look at the 0 DTEs? I just want to see what kind of discount you're getting on those. If you're going to do 0 day, 1 day. So you're not getting much. You're not getting anything.
And so maybe he's meaning sell this $8. Maybe he's meaning, go to the expected move. Go to the expected move and sell the $8, and then go out then hope for
go to Fridays
or even the next day when you say like maybe we won't know tomorrow. Maybe we won't know tomorrow.
Yeah, go to
and
the
then,
2-day.
We can see, we can price it out, and then you go to the 2-day.
Your strikes are the
569 and the 585. That's cheap.
Ship it.
Thanks, Jack JT. But what this is playing for is, to stay within that $80 move tomorrow, then the next day.
Then go bonkers. But so you usually can't trade like this.
No, and usually when you do a calendar, if you do both sides, one wins, one loses. But I don't think in a situation, it's kind of like in Amazon, I did calendars on both sides, and even though one won, it won so much more than the other one lost.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like that would happen here.
Yeah, you usually can't trade like this. This is for what we think could be a choppy market.
These are for entertainment purposes only.
Everything we do is for entertainment purposes only. But that was a great call by Jack to kind of take a look at that.
Yeah.
But other than that, I don't really know what else we're doing ahead of the election. Ford was up today on some news. I did see that.
Oh, great. 21 cents.
Yeah. So Ford was up. Is there anything else that needs to be managed?
Save has earnings this week.
It does? We looked at this yesterday, too.
Save earnings November 7th, 2 days. 2 days. Not bad.
I mean, we do have a save position in there. Do you know what's so funny is it's not even on Bob's list.
For the week?
Yep. Because it's not.
So tomorrow, I will see you tomorrow at the SIBO, 10:51. We have a little bit of time, but tomorrow could be bonkers.
So did we look at where
nothing.
Did we look at where the market was at 10:30?
Oh, no, but it probably would have been a winner. I think we were up 40 something.
Yeah, so Zhajun trade probably would have been a winner already.
Yeah.
Now, yesterday was crazy because we put it in and then we plummeted right away. So Zhajun did the head
and we bounced back up where it was like a scratch, and I thought, maybe this is going to hit, and then it never hit.
And then we went right back down.
I know.
Which was pretty crazy. Now, today hasn't been like that. We started up, stayed up, and have been inching up.
Now, let's take how is this doing? It's not moving. We've got these butterflies on both sides.
Well, it's getting close to our calls.
Well, 40. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, because the downside is the 2015. And look at how much wider the calls are.
Do you remember the other day where the 80 calls were like $7? Now where are they?
Yes.
The 80 calls were $7. Now those 80 calls are $1.70.
Should have sold them. That was when we were. That was 1 week ago.
I know when we were at the SIBO, and I'm pretty sure someone there said, she wanted to like sell the straddle, and I was like, you better be careful.
She's a gunslinger.
Oh man.
Yeah. So that is
what's Robinhood doing today? Up 77 cents.
Oh, that's pretty good too.
Yeah. Everything's on the move.
Everything's on the move, and it all started with PLTR.
Except TLT down.
PLTR is the little stock that kicked it off.
Palantir. Paul, you better buy Paul something.
I'm going to buy Paul something when I see him. I'll buy him.
Paul's kind of like my brother. When my brother in March said buy OKLO, and I was like, okay, so I took him out to dinner. And Paul told you a year ago buy PLTR.
Paul told me like 4 years ago buy PLTR, and I have. I've always had it in there just because.
And now you should send Paul something because he's just a high school kid.
No, he's in college. He goes to Miami.
Oh, he does?
Yeah, Miami.
Oh, okay. I was like, that's why. Okay.
Yeah, he's in Miami at Miami.
Oh. Well, you should send him something.
Finance major.
I wonder how much PLTR he has.
I mean, keep in mind, he is a college student.
You never know.
But I was telling JD about Paul telling me to buy PLTR and how they have earnings. So he's getting geared up for his account.
Oh, good.
Getting all geared up.
How many days until he turns 18?
He's November 17th, so 12 days.
Soon.
So I was like, hey, do you want to have like a little party here? This was our text messages yesterday. I was like, hey, do you want to have a little party here for your 18th birthday? And he goes, please, no. I'm sorry. I was like, okay.
Maybe you should take him to Alinea with Tony and Vinny.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Can you believe they're going there?
No, I cannot. But I got to tell you, I'd rather give him a trading account than take him to Alinea.
Yeah, but Vinny's only turning 15.
It's true.
That's expensive.
So
but you
Alinea,
went there. You of all of us here, you're the only one who's been to Alinea.
I'm the only one that's been there, and it was definitely an experience. We kind of talked about this the other day. It's kind of like the Taylor Swift experience. You can't really explain it because you cannot explain Alinea. You just can't.
Okay.
It's definitely an experience, and it's a culinary experience.
Right.
So it's like 3.5 hours too.
Well, in our building here is Ever, which I believe is also a culinary experience, where it's $600 a person. It's similar, I think. It's in our building called Ever.
Oh, we'll have to take a look at that. I wonder if it's like Alinea. So in Alinea, which I found fascinating. Number one, there's no sign. You don't even know where you're going. You just have the address. And then when you go in, you sit in rooms. So everybody's in the room, but everybody's course comes out at exactly the same time because it's an experience. So like,
I see.
You'll have 40 waiters come in and put something in front of you, and then
So you want to see that lady get the like cotton candy balloon thing, and
correct.
you're like, what the
and
heck
you're
is
like,
that?
why is she eating a balloon? Yes. So everything is done at the exact same time. So it's always like 3.5 hours. And so all of the waiters, and it's kind of like a scene from a movie, all the waiters will lift it off at the exact same time.
That's fun.
It's fun. Like I said, it's an experience.
Oh, Vinny will love it.
Yeah, it's an experience.
Yeah.
And the dessert was worth its weight in gold.
Okay.
And I think it was gold. I think I ate gold.
All right, 10:55. I'm just keeping an eye on time. Spoo's right now, 5,800. What's your prediction for the end of the week?
I think we're going to go violently up and violently down. I think we're closing at 5,805 end of week.
I think end of week 6,000. Spoo's 6,000.
You think 6,000?
Mm-hmm.
200 points. I like it. It's bold. I think we're going to go up, down, and I think we're going to land right here.
I mean, I'm always wrong.
So am I. So, which means we're crashing. If we're both wrong, we're crashing.
And as far as today, wait, let me see.
Okay, so then just because I know we did a couple things, but Frank, this is from YouTube. Why is VIX one day up so much? It's because it's election day. This is the day.
Yeah.
This is the day that it should be.
Just the volatility of volatility. Here's one thing I just wanted to take a look at.
Batten down the hatches. The term originated in the Navy where it signified preparing for a storm by fastening down the canvas over the doorways and the hatches with strips called battens. Batten down the hatches.
I like that. I wish my grandpa was still alive. I could have asked him. He was in the Navy.
Oh, in the Navy.
Have you ever heard his joke?
No.
He was a parachute packer, and people would say like, how'd you like your job? Nobody ever complained. All right, here we go. Today, PLTR, we closed our earnings trade. SoFi, we closed our short puts. SMCI, we put on a diagonal. XSP, we did the double calendar from Scott Sommer. Thank you very much, Scott.
It's not Scott Sommer. It's Jack JT.
Thank you very much, Jack JT.
Jack JT mirrored us in, because he's big by big, he mirrored us in SPX. Not a trade recommendation.
He did SPX, so then it would be $1,890 instead of $189.
Yeah, he's big by big. He's huge.
Big by big. Jack JT, big by big.
No, but nothing we do is a trade recommendation.
All right, Liz. Enjoy your evening. I would normally stay up till midnight tonight, but I have to meet you so early tomorrow.
It's not that early.
If I stay up until midnight, it's going to feel early.
Yeah, it will be.
Yeah.
Will be. Are you going to call me again? Because the one election.
I did call you.
The one election year, and it was actually on my birthday, I believe. I got a phone call at like 1 a.m. from Jenny.
I was like, the market's crashing. The market's crashing. And we had such a bearish position on it, such a bearish position.
And when we woke up in the morning, it was gone.
We didn't do anything that night. We didn't do anything again. So we didn't trade any futures or nothing. We were just like counting our money. And then in the morning, we were broke.
In the morning, it was gone. All of it.
I'll never forget that night.
I know.
Good luck, everybody, with your trades. And remember to trade small, trade often.
Laugh with us, learn with us, and watch the Liz and Jenny show.
See you tomorrow.
It was a beautiful fall weekend in Chicago. Lots of sun, warm temps, and tons of people out in the neighborhood. To try and be more normal, I decided to work from the coffee shop all weekend. Mingle with the common folk for a bit each morning. In fact, I wrote the cherry bomb yesterday while talking markets with complete strangers. What started as a discussion about fried clams in Cape Elizabeth evolved into a heated debate about junk bonds and cashless collars. That was fun. You see, every once in a while, you need to challenge yourself. That's why, for the Bears game, I made Jamaican-inspired oxtails. Who says I'm not a risk taker? But the real reason I'm sharing the story about talking finance with random strangers is because that's what makes Tasty so special. Unfortunately, we live in an incredibly divisive era of interpersonal communication. When talking to people we don't know that well, we can't talk about politics, religion,
social issues, education, or even current events. I feel like every topic becomes an instant powder keg. Every topic except for finance. Tasty Nation speaks their own language. They're different. They can articulate certain aspects of investing that always intrigues and engages random strangers. I commonly hear, "How do you know that?" Strategic financial know-how and articulation skills are an amazing bridge between people with very different views and opinions. Let me give you some examples. The next time someone says, "Isn't Trump amazing?" you say, "I just bought a broken wing butterfly in the SPX." Or, "Kamala is just incredible." You say, "I just sold a jade lizard in NVIDIA." On immigration and taxes, you say, "I really love the leverage of span margin." Tasty Live really is making the world a better place.
Look who's back testing. Tasty Trade now has options back testing for free. Test your trades with over 10 years of data for the most popular symbols. See how your trades would have performed in the past. Look back at profit and loss and take the guess out of guesswork. Oh, did we mention that it's free? Get back testing at Tasty Trade.
The delta of paper is equal to the partial derivative of rock with respect to rock, paper, scissors. If you think like a trader, we've got your back. Tasty Trade. Join the club, genius.
Look who's back testing. Tasty Trade now has options back testing for free. Test your trades with over 10 years of data for the most popular symbols. See how your trades would have performed in the past. Look back at profit and loss and take the guess out of guesswork. Oh, did we mention that it's free? Get back testing at Tasty Trade.
I bought a stock when I was first old enough to open a brokerage account. It went up 1,000% and I made a bunch of money and I was hooked. I felt like I was just pretty much gambling in the markets. I had a big win and it was mostly failures thereafter that. And I thought I need to find a way to consistently pull money out of the markets and find a more consistent, repeatable system. Fast forward, I ran into Tasty Live. Really loved the market measures and the data they had behind to back up the research they were doing. My biggest takeaway is that you can find an edge in financial markets. It lies in volatility overstatement, volatility mean reversion, and having solid mechanics.
As always, and if you want to come join us, hop over to YouTube, type in Tasty Live, come to our channel, give us a like, and subscribe to our videos because that helps us immensely. But more importantly, just come chat with us live because we'll be taking questions throughout the show. Whatever you got questions on, from strategies, concepts, trade ideas, trade management, whatever, just come hang with us for the next hour of the day. My favorite hour of the day, I get to spend it with my buddy, Mikey Butler. How's it going, sir?
It's going great. It is the day that some people have been waiting for. Some people are happy to pass. It is the election day, and the election special, and it's going to be something to be
special.
Sorry, the unspecial.
Unspecial.
Yes. Markets are ripping higher. I looked this morning to see if there was a catalyst for this move, but it was just like straight from the open, just everything ripped higher.
I think it's a little bit of volatility. I mean, we were looking at volatility yesterday. It's come in significantly. We're at 1825 on the vol futures, down 6% after yesterday's 5% down move in volatility from the mid 20s down to the mid 19 handle. So you've had a 10 to 15, 20% crush in vol, and I think that gives you a natural bid in the market here, as well as just the event kind of volatility. And we've talked about this before, sort of like an earnings announcement. You kind of have the fluttery jitters before a big event, and then all of a sudden that event kind of comes and goes, and volatility tends to contract at that point. So
yeah,
it seems like that's kind of happening right now.
Yeah. With that said, there is still plenty of implied volatility in the one-day cycle in the E-minis, both in SPX and the E-mini futures. 86-point expected move through tomorrow.
Ooh.
Huge.
Yeah.
Huge.
Like that.
So yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll see if there's any sort of preliminary data tonight that comes trickling in. But yeah, we should expect to see some kind of movement in the markets given the current implied volatility, even though we are seeing a little bit of a crush here in this upward bound we are in.
Yes.
Before we get any further, gotta give a little shout out to a gentleman at the Dallas show that made these stickers.
We've got one behind me. You can see that one.
Yes. The
And
Where's
the
Bat
Omaha there too.
and the Omaha. So I need to put this behind me
To Mark.
on this side.
Shout out Mark.
Or maybe this side, right next to the DC. Yeah, that works.
Yeah, you can put it on top of the. Yeah. Here we go. Yes.
There we go.
And then you could put the Where's Bat on top of the can over there.
Ah.
Yeah.
Ah.
That's a good one. There you go. Look at that. Yep.
Give it a little angle.
Perfect.
Oh,
Perfect.
yeah.
These are like little Easter. These are tasty Easter eggs for all the gamers out there. You'll be able to see these Easter eggs around the studio. Very good. Very nice.
Lovely. Well,
Love
yeah.
it.
Thanks for making those. And they're the good. These are like the best stickers you can get. The vinyl
Yes.
stickers without the laminate on top, just the pure vinyl. You can throw in the dishwasher at max heat. Doesn't change anything. So yeah, lovely,
Very nice.
lovely.
Very
You are now all over the studio here.
Yes, Mark, you are a part of the studio forever.
Yes. Quite literally.
Very nice.
Beautiful.
Market going nuts. E-mini is up 58 here. We're basically at the high of the day. 58.02 the high, so about 2 points higher from here. NASDAQ up 247, the Dow up 323, and the Russell up 22. Everything up about 1%. The Dow kind of the laggard of the group, but they're all having a nice little session here. Oil catching a little bit of a bid /CL 72.57, up $1.10. As we talked about volatility, 18.25 on the vol futures. They have been smacked. Bonds down 12 ticks. You got gold and silver, both relatively muted here. Gold up $2, silver up $1,500, and then Bitcoin back to 70,000, up 3,000 on the futures, 1,600 on spot. Ethereum kind of chopping around as well.
Yeah, interesting to see Bitcoin ripping higher.
Risk on, baby.
Yeah, risk on indeed.
Yes.
But yeah, we saw the market kind of take a little tumble, but we're seeing a big green bar today.
Yes.
What that means, not too sure yet, but
you haven't done anything today.
I haven't done anything. I thought about closing my Microsoft position. I put on the post-earnings trade call diagonal spread, the 410 long December, 425 short November.
Ooh.
That's up $130.
Nice little trade.
Yeah. This morning it was up like 90 cents, so it's definitely gaining some steam here.
Bottom ticked it.
Yeah, somewhat, yeah.
After earnings, because it was down like 20-ish.
Yeah.
From the highs.
Ooh, did you hear that little ESPN?
Yeah, that was my cell phone. Sorry about that.
Someone just get traded or what?
Probably today's trade deadline.
Oh yeah, you're right. But yeah, Coinbase was another one, up $9. I've got the 240 calendar spread, long December, short November, but it's still, you would think it'd be worthless being 40 points out of the money. It's worth $600. So the market is still projecting that this thing's going to move, especially in the December cycle. It's at the expected move to the upside. So
yes,
hold on to that one. But yeah, I'm just gonna hold on to these because if we see more continuation tomorrow, I'll have a lot of trades that I can close because I've got the E-minis, Iron Condor, 10 days to go, the 5,600, 5,950.
In ES?
In ES. This is a Katie trade.
Oh yeah. This
10
is
day.
10 day.
Yeah, this was a election volatility crush trade.
I like that.
And then I've got the indirect election volatility crush trade in the Tesla.
And you had the XSP.
And the XSP. So I've got the E-mini Iron Condor, which is more of your straight up, like more of a decay trade and an Ivy Crush trade. The pure IV Crush trades are the XSP double calendar, the 560, 580, long the 6-day, short the 1-day.
Yep.
That one is down a little bit.
You posted that, right?
Yeah. That one's down a little bit today, but if we get a continuation or just a chop around here with tomorrow's vol crush, there's still $750, $710 of extrinsic value to come out of the options for tomorrow total.
Nice.
And then Tesla, another indirect volatility crush trade, long the 10-day, short the 3-day, the 230, 260 strikes. And there's $700 of extrinsic value to come out of the 3-day options. So we're due for a volatility crush in these products, especially tomorrow, after tomorrow, I should say.
Very nice. Yeah, I have actually just posted it, but I got filled on it. I had a working order in for my UVXY trade. I closed that one out, which we put on yesterday. I took $50 on that. Put on a new position for Mara that's in the cherry picks, which we'll look at in a moment here. And then Palantir, what a move. Whoever gave that that trade idea in the chat just a couple days ago. I think this was middle of last week. Yeah, on Halloween. We did a poor man's covered call there. I took $300 out of that. So
love that.
Shout out the chat. Bangers.
That pays for the candy you left outside, and then some.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, Palantir, crazy move there.
Yes.
What else do we have? We have DraftKings earnings Thursday. That's literally just hovering right at 36. Couldn't draw it up any better.
Yes. I would like to see it a tiny bit higher, but.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Perfect.
But yeah, earnings today, not too much going on. SMCI, after the close today. But it's pretty much it for today, at least. Qualcomm, Take-Two tomorrow. And then you've got Moderna, it's the 7th before the market opens. Airbnb, the 7th after the close. But, I mean, I think all eyes are obviously on today and the election.
Yeah, I think this is
the implied volatility for tomorrow.
Yeah, much more positioning in SPX and E-minis, even 600,000 contracts trade in the E-minis. Not a huge amount, but pretty decent. But I imagine it's a shuffling of positioning going into the election here. That's kind of the big thing today.
Indeed.
What I would think.
Yep. Cool. Well, it is Tuesday, which means it's Cherry Picks Day.
Yes, and we got it out early.
Lovely.
Yes.
I've got a link pinned to the top of the YouTube chat, tastylive.com/newsletters. You can sign up for free, get the Cherry Picks. It comes out every Tuesday. And yeah, you want to walk through this and see what's what?
Hell yeah. Well, this one was a fun one. We got Ryan in on this. Going into November is one of the best times for Bitcoin, or at least has been the best time for Bitcoin. Ryan helped us with all the stuff here. So if we scroll down a little bit just to the first chart there, we took a look at the quarterly Bitcoin returns. So you can obviously see the end of the year, and we had Ryan on, in October as well, talking about Uptober and whatnot. So
and it happened.
And it did happen. He bottom ticked the ETH trade that you had.
Yeah.
I mean, you got like 10% out of that real quick. But just generally speaking, Q4 tends to be one of the better performing, or the best performing quarter of the year for Bitcoin. You can see a 55% quarterly average return. It's not too shabby.
That'd be nice.
Yes.
That'd be wild.
Obviously, that comes from much lower numbers. So, there's a lot of volatility in here, which is what we'll also look at here. So if we scroll down to the next one here, also broke it down just by month. So, Bitcoin has gone up very significantly over, its history. So you have a lot of positive, pretty much every month is positive except for September there, leading to October.
Yes. That was the coiling for October.
That was the coiling for October.
Yes.
But one of the things that you can see here is just how big of an outperformance you typically see in November. And so, November, if history repeats itself, maybe this is a good time for crypto or crypto type stocks. So there's the average monthly Bitcoin returns. Going down to the next one then, we look at the current performance so far. I mean, we've gone from 64-ish up to 70,000. So we've had a nice, 10%-ish return so far just to start the first month of the quarter. So it's definitely, moving in that same direction, it seems like, so far in Q4. Going down to the next one that we have there. So we looked at the volatility, and this is just like the standard deviation of returns. And so you have, of course, bigger upside returns, but the deviation of the returns is much wider in the fourth quarter, meaning the up and down moves are bigger in both directions. And overall, it has been up skewed, meaning the most of the months or most of the fourth quarter has been skewed to the upside in terms of price. It has had, more volatility, so maybe that's in store as well. Bigger moves to both directions. Scrolling down just a tiny, tiny bit, getting into the expected moves. So I got this from Ryan yesterday. So you're seeing almost a $3,000 move just based on today's action. So definitely some volatility getting pumped in here. It goes to, the last chart as well, where you see the seasonality of Bitcoin being more volatile in this fourth quarter. Definitely playing out here. Going into the next little bit here, we have a sign up for the Tasty Crypto newsletter. Also a link on how to enable crypto in your Tasty Trade account. If you have not done that already, you should. You can trade it, you could transfer it, withdraw it, deposit it. It's all good. And then also a little teaser on the back testing in the Tasty Trade platform, in the desktop platform. If you haven't seen that yet, we have that incorporated in the desktop platform. Just went out today. Give it a try if you'd like. And of course, 2 trade ideas, Coinbase and Mara. Coinbase, this was the crab trade that we did last week. Trading at basically the same price today, so I used that one there. I also put on a spicy little Mara trade. You might actually like this, Mike. I sold the 15 put, and I did the 17-21 1/2 call ratio. So synthetically, you're short a strangle with risk. The risk profile of the strangle is like the 15-26. So you got a lot of upside room, and Mara has been kind of down in the dumps all year.
Yes.
Figure it might be an interesting trade.
Yeah, that is interesting.
A lot of premium.
In December?
I did it in December. I did it at $1.90 something.
Yeah.
$1.92. I think it's marked right around there right now. It's marked at $2, so you do it a little bit better. Gives you a break even at 13 on the downside. I mean, you could take stock and sell cover calls there if you wanted to, and then the break even to the upside at 26, 27.
Yeah.
There's a lot of room.
I kind of like what you're doing here.
No, $1,000 in buying power, so you got a 20%-ish return on capital potential. You got extra juice to the upside if you get the move to, 18, 19, 20-ish.
Yeah, I'm going to route that at $2 exactly.
Figured you'd like it.
I do kind of like it.
It's a spicy trade.
Yeah, but the break even to the upside is significant, which I think is important here.
Yes, I mean, and we've seen before the miners have not moved quite as volatile as like a Coinbase or a MicroStrategy, and that's just because there's a little bit more to it than just like the Bitcoin component. There's costs of running the whole operation that kind of takes that gets taken into account,
and the lack of reward,
obviously too. So as we had the last halving was earlier this year.
Yeah. All of a sudden, your revenue is cut in half from mining.
Yes.
But your expenses, if anything, increase.
Yes.
So tough. But yeah, I like the range of profitability there.
Yeah.
And it's a $2 credit.
Big juicy credit.
Yeah, I like it. But yes, to your point, even if you take shares at 15, you can just sell covered calls and reduce basis that way.
Why not?
And if it goes to zero, it's one contract. So this is what sizing. This is the importance of sizing.
I don't think zero is, what we're playing for, but
Obviously.
anything can happen
Yeah.
Yeah. Time.
But yeah, one contract, keeping it small.
Yes.
I like it. Lovely.
E-mini's up 64, high of the day.
Yeah, I've decided to close my Microsoft position.
I was gonna say that's.
I'm just looking at my daily P&L. It's up $175 today.
Yeah,
and
it's
it's
a nice
$1,300 position now, $1,400 position now. So it's a lot of monetary risk. And I don't really need this to just blow up in my face. So I'm working in order to close it for $150 exactly, which is 2 pennies off from where we are now.
I like it. You could take that and roll into like cheaper
Longer term, yeah.
Yeah, like longer term. You go because yours is December, November, so there is a lot of extrinsic value. What did you had the 25, right? 425 in November.
410. Yeah,
So
so,
you got
the 410 is flat in terms of P&L, and the 425 short call is where the profit is. It's down $165 from when I sold it. So
yes,
sometimes you make money on the short option and not the long, even in a diagonal spread.
Yeah. But you could roll into like a crab trade or something like that for
Yeah.
a much lower total risk. $600. I just put up the 425 in January, selling 2 of the 440s, buying 1 of the 445s, puts you kind of back up to highs here at 450-ish or near highs. When we look at the analysis mode, you can see as we throw time out the window, you get more profit potential on the upside. So something like that, I don't know. Or you just close it and take the money and run. All good.
Yep. But yeah, I'm gonna try and close that one. I'll open the Mara one, and then I'm pretty heavily positioned for tomorrow. So I think I'm gonna wait
could go wrong?
and let those positions play out, and then hopefully close some winners tomorrow, and then look at some longer term stuff for the rest of the week.
Nice.
Yeah. Good. Coinbase up $10. You'll love to see that. Beautiful. Well, if you want to join us, we're streaming live on the YouTube channel. Just go to Tasty Live and you'll see this video. I've got the newsletters pinned to the top of the chat. Let's kick it off with Manny, shall we?
Sure. If you got some trade ideas, throw them in the chat. I am flush with cash.
There you go. There you go. Short into Amazon December, 175, 205 strangle. Would you roll up the put yet? Why or why not?
November?
December.
175, 195. I think I would. I'm a little bit bullish Amazon, or was bullish Amazon into earnings. I think you roll up the put, go to the 185 or even if you want to go like the 195 straddle, flatten it out.
Yeah,
That would be
195 straddle. I would say anywhere between the 185 and 195 is where we would go.
Yeah, cut your delta in half.
Yeah,
You
pick
ju-
up some premium.
Yeah.
Because I mean, I either way, if you want to lean short, it's fine. You're still at the money ish. But yeah, if you're looking to pick up some premium and reduce some delta, anywhere at the expected move or inside the expected move is where we go. Our crypto options available at Tasty. You can trade options on some futures or some Bitcoin futures products like /BTC, even /MBT has Bitcoin options or options available on that product.
BITO is another one.
BITO.
IBIT is coming.
MicroStrategy.
Yeah, MicroStrategy.
Mara. The world is your oyster.
Yeah, there are no legal in the States. There is no option market for spot Bitcoin. So there are firms that operate overseas that have those sort of markets. And there's nothing that is currently legal in the US to put out there. The iBid options hopefully will come soon. And those will be, the first real spot type options for us to trade.
Brett, looking at Reddit, any thoughts on going short or neutral or long?
Yeah, we
huge move.
We can do some short positions here. I have enough long positions to keep me satisfied on an up move in the rest of the market. Maybe like a cheap put diagonal, like a $5 one. I was looking at 115, 110, December, November. I mean, if you get a big tail type move, like down to like 90-ish, you might not make any money, but this is one that is kind of interesting going into the end of the week. If you get a sideways / up move, this could probably be a nice trade.
Yeah. Even if you're looking for like a neutral iron condor or two, December 100, 135 shorts, and then going 5 points wide, $180 in credit. Like, I don't mind that either. You're covering well over the highs we've seen recently, and then you're below the recent low after earnings. Yeah.
580.
It's decent.
I'm in. Put diagonal.
Let's see. What's your thought on trading broken wing butterflies versus trading an unbalanced fly? You can get a similar credit for each. They're the same trade. If you're talking about like a butterfly using all calls or puts versus an iron fly that's has different spreads, it's the same trade, ultimately.
Yes. Same exact position. So it's put call parity. So this short spread that you're selling is the same value as buying this spread. So right here, so you sell this at 13.25, you'd have 13.25 max profit, 11.70 max loss. We move this over here. Same 1,300 versus 1,200 max profit, max loss. So this is put call parity. So if you were to do this twice and do this butterfly, it's the same exact position as if you were doing all puts, like on this side, it's the same exact thing. Or if you're doing call spread, put spread, they're all the same. The reason we use the one versus the other, and SPX, it's not as big of a deal, but just generally speaking, butterflies we do out of the money, and then an iron fly is an at the money position. So we typically want to sell as we typically don't want to sell in the money options to open because the bid ask spreads are typically wider. So with an iron fly, you're selling right at the money options as opposed to in the money. Like we wouldn't want to, sell the in the money call butterfly. We'd rather do the put butterfly. Same trade though.
Can you explain the $700 of extrinsic value coming out of XSP tomorrow? So I'm not looking at vol. I'm looking at.
What do you have on?
Just the XSP. Extrinsic value for the short options tomorrow. The long options are still going to decay too, but the short options in isolation, I have the.
Oh, you did it twice. That's why it's 700.
I did it twice, yeah. The 560, 580 shorts.
Yep.
So I'm short 2 of each. Short 2 of the 560s, short 2 of the 580s. So there is, $720 of extrinsic value in both of those options.
Yeah.
Combined.
Two contracts, so
yeah.
350 per.
Yeah. So yeah, they're both out of the money. We'll see how the long options hold on, but just looking at the short options, there's $700 of extrinsic value that's coming out tomorrow. LRCX short 74 put.
December,
yes. $3.
Yeah.
Sure.
74, kind of the low after earnings there.
Yeah, I like it.
If you wanted to cap your risk and buying power, you could buy like the 65 strike.
Yeah, it cuts your buying power in half, defines the risk. But if you're looking to like take shares, totally fine.
Even the 70, 60. 70 only uses $900. You're going to use more if you go to the 75 strike. What was it? 74 strike?
74.
Might even be like a little jade lizard or something like that.
Sure.
Define the risk on the downside.
LRCX.
Yes, this is what we're going to do. Little jade lizard. Sell the 80-85 call spread. Do that at like $1.50-ish. Then do the 74.60. And I just went and bought like a cheap option on the downside just to cap the amount of buying power. You get about $700-800 less buying power usage versus the naked position using 1,600. You only use like 900.
Yeah.
$4 in premium.
Mm-hmm. I like it.
All right, we'll do that. We'll see if we get filled above.
And then cores, CRZ. If we're into minors, have we considered cores? I haven't traded this. The markets, the implied volatility here is not too crazy, but it's a $13 stock. So if you're directional for earnings, looks like November 6th, they have earnings.
Cores.
CRZ.
Right.
Yeah, it's had a nice rally here from June till now. But yeah, there's not much premium to sell here. But if you wanted to take a directional shot, this is one where I would look at zebras, things like that, where you're taking a delta shot here, but not risking too much capital. Like a 10-day zebra to the upside or downside is $200.
Yeah. You can always go the in the money long call or put, depending on if you want to be bullish or bearish. That's also an option.
Yep.
It goes to what you're saying. There's not much extrinsic value, so.
Dronin, please accept the can't lose trade as a token of my gratitude. I read your email and you literally didn't have the ticker symbol.
Yeah, you didn't.
There.
You held out on us.
NVO. Let's take a look at this trade here. NVO, double diagonal.
Okay.
Long. The 108 call, November 15th. Long the 108 call and the 108 put.
Okay. So the straddle, yep. And then selling something in the November 8th?
Yeah.
What are those strikes in
November 8th? The 115 call and the 101 put.
So it's like $7.
Yeah, $7 on the put side and $7 on the call side. Paying $6 total for it. There is certainly risk in this trade, but
yes, I think he was being.
No, I know.
Or they were being.
Silly geese.
Silly goose.
But yeah, basically, you want a big move. If you get a big move in either direction, below 101 or above 115, yes, this will be a profitable trade for sure. You just can't have the inside move.
Yeah.
Inside move plus vol collapse equals losses.
Yeah. And the vol you have here, it's hard to look like this vol is heightened and reflects in the option prices. But for all intents and purposes, the difference between the 8-day or the 8th expiration and the 15th is nothing, especially with earnings coming up tomorrow morning. They're both going to collapse. So you can't really say 12 points of vol are going to come out, because there probably will be something like that, but those options are going to be much, much cheaper than 12 points of vol 30 or 40 days out in time. If that makes sense from what I'm saying.
Yeah. I crushed it 15 points, 20 points.
Yeah.
Because that gets you down to 40% IV. If you do 20 points, that gets you down to 40%, which is where all the back months are.
Yeah.
So I would say either 15 or 20%, which means you're looking at $100 in either direction if you get a big move.
Yeah.
You got to remember, you're paying $6 for it, and one of these is going to be a loser.
Yeah.
If you get a big move.
Yes.
So, but yeah, if you're playing for a big move and you get it, you'll probably make $100 on this trade.
Yep.
Let's see. What was the reload you mentioned you might put on after closing UVXY? Short vol position, potentially?
Well, I had the short vol because I did it into today. Let's see what this is trading. I missed out on a nickel, maybe probably more. But I had a long put spread that, it went fully in the money today. $50. I have another $100 to make through the next 10 days, but 30% of it, of the max profit when I put the trade on, I got overnight. So that was just a close. I'm not reloading here.
All right. Aaron has a 240 call in December from earnings, down 50%. Would you sell a 240 call in the front month? I'm not sure what else I can do to turn this position around. Yeah, that's what I have. I have the 240 long call in December, and I rolled into the 240 November monthly call, and that has come in $200. I made that adjustment right after earnings. I bought the 240, 250 long December, short November diagonal spread at first for $1,100. And then I rolled from the 250 November monthly to the 240 November monthly for $1.30. And that's where I stand right now. And yeah, outside of that, there's nothing else we can really do here. You need a big move to the upside in the next 10 days, and you'll get another $250 out of the short, and your long option will gain a lot of value back. This trade's only down $390, and it's up $130 today. But you got to imagine, if you keep getting chunks to the upside, the P&L day is going to keep increasing, because the December call is gaining delta, and the November call is losing delta as time passes. So this will become a much heavier delta position, especially if we get moves to the upside in the next week. But yeah, even if you didn't do it now, I still don't mind adding the short call that's still trading for $250.
Yeah.
If you haven't already.
Let you play for another week.
Yeah. That call yesterday was trading for $150. So it's trading for $100 more into this $9 rally.
Yeah.
So I certainly agree with adding the short call. Because even if you get a move from 195 to 240, as long as it doesn't happen in one day, even if it does happen in one day, you'll still be okay. But ideally it happens over the next 10 days. And you can make money on both. Any Celsius earnings trades?
God.
What's our boy James doing in there? Has he sworn it off? Is he chugging it every hour? Ouch. Yeah, this thing needs some kind of resuscitation here. Earnings before the bell tomorrow. $4 expected move on a $30 stock. That's big. What are you doing in here?
Do I just sell the 1 day puts, the 30 strike?
Just take the stock, and if you don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then sell calls. I mean, it's.
Sure.
It has my number. I had like a month or a couple months string
the McGarrigle pattern
of great trades in there. And then my last one, through this was the best. So I was selling puts and calls and they're scalping out of them, taking off the calls. Stock would bounce $6 the next day and it was like the greatest thing ever. Now it's dead.
Yeah.
So I think it's.
I wonder what happened there.
I don't know. The kids stopped drinking it and they had that report coming out that it had like 5x the amount of caffeine as like a cup of coffee and like people were having like heart palpitations.
And you're like, this is what I want. This is what I desire.
It's 147 on the puts. There. Done.
Don't people realize that all those energy drinks have the same, like,
yeah, they're all
Monster, 200, like 200 is the standard.
Yeah.
You go to Starbucks, you're getting over 200. Like when I leave Dunkin' Donuts with a cold brew, I am completely zapped out of my mind, which means it's over 200. So yeah, that's some fake news right there.
So I did the short put, the 30 strike put.
Mm-hmm.
At the money. And if we go down, then I'll wheel into stock / roll the put. I could do either one. Can only go to 0.
True.
That's it. It's capped at the bottom.
And if it doesn't, you're gonna make some money.
Yes.
But yeah, I like the selling the 3-day and then rolling into the December, or just taking the shares, selling a call in December.
It's a low price stock, so it's a low enough price, and capital usage is only $500 here to hold the position. So,
Sunflower took off all positions, thinking it was going to be a wild ride today. You're not wrong. Yeah, boredom can be problematic. But yeah, I mean, we're getting some big moves, but overnight and into tomorrow, we should get some even bigger moves, I would say. The market is telling us we should expect plus minus 80 points. So we'll see if that's inside or outside. But yeah, we shall see. Tune in from 6 to 8 p.m. tonight.
Yes.
We've got the unspecial. But yeah, we've got a nice cast of characters. We've got some games. We'll keep track of the market as it's moving. But yeah, 6 to 8 p.m. Join us live. Oh, there you go. Submit your vote. tastylive.com/unspecial. Who will win the 2024 presidential election? How many electoral votes will they receive? Do you have a guess, or would you like to keep that to yourself?
I have no idea. I think it's a coin flip.
I haven't looked at the odds, but I've heard the odds are kind of flopping around.
Yeah, they've been moving.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I think they're both within a margin of error.
Yeah.
The margin of error is usually like 2 to 4%. I think, depending on which market you're looking at, they're like 2 or 4% difference. So, who knows? Excited for it to be done.
Yeah, I'm excited to stop receiving text messages from both sides of the coin.
Yes.
And it's just like how I get like 10 calls a day.
Mm-hmm.
I obviously don't answer my phone.
Yes.
Unless the number's in my phone, I'm not answering.
That's fair.
So, but yeah, the text messages, not receiving those is going to be really nice. We've got an NVIDIA 146 call for November 15th. Do I roll the expiration date to after earnings?
November 15th, 146?
Yes.
Short, long?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, either way, if you're short, let's say you just have the short call on at 146. Yeah, I would roll into the earnings cycle unless you're trying to get out pre-earnings.
Yeah.
But if you're trying to pick up a lot of premium, then you can roll it to the earnings cycle. You could even move it up and out. Like you could buy this back for $1.86 and you could roll it up to the 155 and still collect a credit if you're trying to give yourself space. But if it's a long option, You're going to pay a pretty penny to move it into the earnings cycle.
Yeah, I would. If you're looking to do that, you have to close your current position and roll into like a diagonal spread or something like that. Buy the 146 and then sell the 149 against it in the 10-day, something like that.
Yeah.
You know, to offset some of the costs. But yeah, if you're short the call, NVIDIA is something that, you know, is super liquid, has great changes in implied volatility, has great price action. I would, even if you're bearish, I'd be selling puts as well, just because it's such a tradable stock.
Yeah.
You know, whether you're doing wide iron condors, that's another option here to cut buying power. But I find it hard to just trade one side on NVIDIA just because it's such a great trading vehicle.
Yeah. Post earnings trade in NXPI, 190, 260 strangle for December, $390 for 2.2K in buying power, 190, 260.
Not bad. Doesn't look all that liquid. Yeah. I don't know. I'd go into like AMD.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know anything about NXPI, but just from using the same amount of capital standpoint and for liquidity, you know, you use the same and get the same amount of credit for doing, you know, one standard deviation strangle in AMD.
Yeah. Yeah, much better markets in AMD. 5 cents wide versus 15 cents wide. CELH play, call diagonal, 32.5 long December and short the 36.
$32.5, you said?
Yeah.
Certainly could if you're worried about the downside. I like this trade better than my short put.
Yeah, I'm going to do this. I got to get in. I got to support the people.
Move it to like the 35 if you wanted to cut risk a little bit more, but same sort of thing, not a
small little trade.
Yeah.
260, do we have 260? No, we do not. 262.
E-mini's up 67 high of the day.
Classic. Yeah, Bitcoin ripping. Oh, okay, there you go. 263. 32 and a half, 36 in Celsius. I'm in. 263. Celsius, December 27 and a half put, short for earnings, $170 credit for just $275 in buying power. Based on studies, buying power is the max you can lose. Incorrect.
Not max, it's a good estimate of the potential.
Yeah. It's a much better estimate for potential in ETFs, I would say.
Yeah.
Equities, like if you're selling a put for earnings, like you have to realize you're signing up for some craziness.
Yeah.
Potentially.
Yeah.
But yeah, we did a study many years ago, and it was like how often is max loss realized, or how often is the buying power realized in terms of max loss? Yeah. And when you looked at ETFs and indices, the number was significantly lower than equities, which makes total sense.
Yes.
Because with equities, you have all these other things that can happen. Like a new CEO can sign up for Starbucks, and you can see it rip to the moon. Yes. Like those things don't happen in the ETF space or the indices space. You can still see big moves, but they're much more separated. Like you can still see a 20% move, but it's not going to be in one day.
Yes.
It's going to be multiple days. So yes, to answer your question, the buying power is low here relative to your max profit. So you have a nice high return on capital potential, but your max loss here is certainly greater than $275 potential.
Yes. I don't think it's going to zero, but that would be the max loss. But just for context, like even thinking about this position right now, for you to lose $275, you would have to go, let's just round it to $2. So that puts it at 25-ish. Plus, you'd have to go $2.75 lower. So you'd have to be at like 22. On this, in this expiration, 22 and below, you would lose more than the $275 in buying power. So, you know, it's a 30% drop in the stock-ish. 25% drop in the stock is, you know, where you start seeing more risk than the $275 buying power. Context.
Smack lovin' is app lovin'. Crab trade. And what ticker are we looking at?
APP.
Oh.
I've traded this before.
Literally APP.
Yeah.
Oh, app lovin'. Okay. There you go.
There's a lot of love for app lovin' here, going from 70 to 170 in 2 months.
It's really nuts.
Yeah.
Every single chart we pulled up is just skyrocketing to the up to the right. How about a crab trade for earnings? Long December 165 call and short 2 of the November 8th 185s. So 165 December, short 2 of the 185s, long 1 of the 205s. Debit of $8.
I don't hate it. You obviously have very high implied volatility here. The November weekly has 180% implied volatility, and the monthlies, even back, have 60, upper 60s in terms of implied volatility. So I like the setup. I can't do an upside play into something like this, into this sort of move in a stock that I don't normally trade. If you're into it, I say go for it. It's just not my setup. But it's definitely an interesting setup. You got the vol, interesting.
NVIDIA question. Short a 137, 142 November 15th strangle and short an extra put at 130.
Okay. Should be going well today.
137, 142, and a 130.
Got $3 back on just the move on the puts versus the $1 on the call that you're losing, so to speak, to net you $2 of value today. So this was trading at $10 yesterday.
Yeah, net credit's $12. Planning on holding to expiry or 50% profit. You're pretty close to 50% profit. Right, the earnings are after this expiration, so you don't have to worry about that. But yeah,
10 grand in buying power you're holding on to for
$100.
For $100, it's a lot.
And the markets could go crazy tomorrow.
Yeah.
So I think this one is a close it.
Yeah.
Take the risk off, see what happens to the market, and then come back for earnings if you want to trade earnings.
Yeah. Or take it and roll to. You can take your whole position off, roll to the 120, 160, basically $20 on either side. You do it for 683, which basically offsets your debit, and you only do one contract, so you get $5,000 or $6,000 back in buying power. And a little bit less room. And then if the stock dips, you can sell another put out.
Yeah. But yeah, it's a nice trade.
Good trade.
But yeah, I think I'm on board with closing it with the implication of big moves tomorrow potentially. And that's being reflected in a lot of these stocks. Like you still have an $8 expected move in NVIDIA over the next 10 days, $5 expected move for this week. Still pretty high. Celsius, another one. Buy a 32.30 put spread and sell a 37.45 call spread. Ooh.
Oh, so this is a super bear.
Yeah.
So you want to do this in the weeklies, I imagine. 32.30 and then what was it called?
37.45.
37.45. So this is a shot trade.
Yeah. I don't know if this is in the weekly or the 10-day or December, but can't be in December. Could be in November. But either way, yeah, if you want to, this is what you want to do, I'm fine with it. The 37.45 almost covers all the risk of the 32.30 in the 10-day cycle. It's basically a 20-cent debit. Yeah, don't mind it. Trade idea, NU 14.5 straddle for after earnings. Long straddle.
Long straddle. So we're playing for the tail. In December?
November.
Into earnings.
For after earnings or into earnings? Yeah, either way, if you're buying the 15 straddle for the 10-day, it is $1.50.
Yeah.
So you're not looking for an outside move.
Yeah.
Your risk here isn't too crazy because it's a straddle. It's going to have some kind of intrinsic value if you're buying it, but you're looking for like a $3 move.
Yeah.
I would say.
Yes. It's going to be a tough one. I mean, your
yeah,
break even is a 10% move in the stock.
Yes.
That's, when you think of it like percentage wise, big move.
Yeah. But your real time risk
stock. I don't even know what this stock is.
Yeah. Your real time risk, so like if you did this for earnings, November 13th after the close, this is a November 15th cycle. So even if you get a $1 move or something, like your max loss is not really $150, even though you're paying $150 because it's going to be.
It's not going to pin 14.50.
Yes.
Or that's
15.
a low probability.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't mind it if you're trying to play for a multiple of the expected move. Cheap shot. Strangle and AMD 120 put, 165 call. Currently up 26% after 4 days. Would you keep the position or take profit?
120, 165. It's a nice trade.
Yeah. It's trading for 320 right now, so I would probably close it. You're up $100 maybe.
Yeah.
But if you want to hold it, like tomorrow's gonna probably be a big vol crush day.
It's already happening. I mean,
yeah. The market is telling us that tomorrow we should expect some volatility to come out with an 80-point expected move for tomorrow and only a 120-point expected move for the rest of the week.
It's a nice profit. I don't know obviously what their capital situation is, but it's an interesting idea to just close this, take $100, see what happens into tomorrow or through the end of the week, and it gives you some, powder on the sidelines.
Mm-hmm.
Throw out there if you find something else.
Thoughts on natural gas? Seems to me it's most underrated Trump trade no one's talking about, and that's aside from the bullish AI powered generation factor 2.
I swore natty gas off.
Natty gas is down today.
Into the seasonality.
I've been known to dabble in natty gas. Question is, do I buy a QG contract or do I sell a put spread in natty gas? Or do we wait for tomorrow? We consult Thomas.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're trying to play for it for an election trade,
I don't know if that's. I would rather play the market itself than.
Yeah. Yeah, you can manipulate a risk reward profile here in the November monthly cycle, the November 25th cycle, by just buying a call spread. If you're trying to play for an upside move. But I'm going to hold off. But yeah, if that's your belief, natty gas being down today, if you're playing for an upside move, is a good thing for entry at least. SPX 5760, 140 points to the downside, or not E-minis, 100 points to the downside. You can see it.
50 what?
5760. Oh, that's not.
Oh, right at the money.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the current projection through tomorrow is plus minus 80 points. So if you're selling, if you think that's an inside move, 5760 Yeah, you can see a little pullback today.
15 points out of money. It's right there.
Easy.
It was there 20 minutes ago. That's it?
One more. When we talk about the expected move, what metric are we looking at? They said the expected move in NVIDIA is $8. We're just looking at the plus minus number on the platform. So if you don't have a Tasty platform, you can just pull up the straddle. Pull up the straddle price for whatever expiration you're looking at, and that's the expected move for that cycle. So in the next 10 days, $8 expected move. Next 3 days, $5 expected move for earnings. The November 22nd cycle, $15 expected move. So what we're saying is the market is still pricing in, even though there's no binary event in NVIDIA, the market is still pricing in some decent volatility into the 3-day and the 10-day, likely due to the election upcoming. And that's it. We're out of time. Thanks for tuning in. If you have any other questions, you can reach us on Twitter. I'm at Trader Mikey B. Nick's at Trader Nicky Bat. Go sign up for the Cherry Picks newsletter, totally free. tastylive.com/newsletters. I've got a link pinned to the top of the YouTube chat for your ease of sign up. But yeah, stay tuned for the rest of the day. We got plenty more content on the YouTube channel as well as tastylive.com. Don't miss the unspecial tonight from 6 to 8 p.m. It's going to be wild. It's going to be crazy. I will be sitting on my couch with some popcorn.
Yes.
But yeah, we'll see you same time, same place, 11 a.m. Central tomorrow. Peace.
Rock, paper, scissors? He just played paper. He'll do it again. No, rock. Men statistically play rock, but he played paper and lost, and the mind works in patterns. He's going scissors. He knows I know he'll go scissors, but knowing I know he knows.
Scissors, shoot. Thought we were doing rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
It's always rock, paper, scissors. If you think like a trader, we've got your back. Tasty Trade. Join the club, genius.
First, Tasty Live united finance and entertainment, then probabilities and research. And now, we're uniting the symposium with the blockchain with 2 unique virtual events.
6 must-know skills for active traders and 6 option strategies every trader needs to know.
Both feature legendary trader Tom Sosnoff and other Tasty Live traders. You can watch the presentations live or anytime you like, since the digital collectible is yours to own when you register. To learn more and register for free, go to tastylive.com/events.
I want to play a game. It's a relationship game. So I'm going to ask you each a question.
Who loves the hardest?
Yes, yes, yes. So are you ready?
TikTok kid.
Who's more stubborn? Who's more public? Who's more patient?
These are 2 of the least. These are the least patient people I've ever met.
I'm gonna say him just because he's a little older than me.
Who calls or texts more? And who do you think takes longer to get ready in the morning? Who's a better driver?
I drove a truck in New York City.
I can fly an airplane.
Who loves the bed the most? Who's the bigger spender, do you think?
Me. Yeah.
Who's the alpha in this relationship? Who is more spoiled?
Oh, him.
Who do you think is funnier? Who is the better debater?
I'm gonna give it to him.
Dylan, you think you're the better debater? Are you the master debater?
No, he's he's good because he doesn't answer the questions, which is great for debating.
Want to know what you're getting into before you dive in? When you trade options at Tasty Trade, you see your probability of profit and loss right where you need it. Tasty Trade. Make your move.
We are back. It is Tuesday, November 5th, 2024. It's election day. This is Futures Power Hour. I'm your host, Chris Vecchio. He's Thomas Westwater. Thomas, interesting market here as we wait for the polls to close.
Yeah, I mean, it's an exciting day, It's going to be a long night for a lot of people. So, I caught up on sleep last night, so hopefully I'm good to go.
I am taking the alternative route. I am only eating ground espresso all day today. I'm sure that's not going to be good for my gut, but I feel like I am as awake can be. Yeah, it's the way that we go about this. Jokes aside about what we're ingesting here to keep us awake through the night, because it's certainly going to be an interesting night. I have a feeling that we're going to see very active markets starting right around the 9 p.m., 10 p.m. Eastern hour when some of those battleground states close out, and we'll have a better idea of whether or not this is going to be a runaway race or one in which we are going potentially to recounts and lawsuits over the next few weeks. Thomas, we typically have a run a show here, but thanks to my own technical difficulties, we only have a title card here. So the usual spot from the Kristen McKenna over at Darrow Wealth Management. Up until the end of last year, how had markets responded under different types of administration mixes? And I point this out because there has been a Trump trade, so to speak, in this market, where in the month of October, as stock prices ran up, the dollar rallied and U.S. Treasury yields ratcheted higher as well. At the start of this week, when we saw that the market was responding to the Seltzer poll out of Iowa, stocks were mixed to lower, bond yields were down, the dollar was weaker. So as Trump's odds had come in at the start of the week, we had seen that markets had peeled off. Today, poly market is pushing Trump back higher. It looked like a 2 and 3 shot that he'd be president, according to those betting markets last time I checked. And stocks are running back up again. So stocks being up seems to be something associated with Trump winning, at least in the market's eye right now. Is that necessarily something that's a view that we would want to take beyond current positioning? Is this a long-term view that we should embrace? And the answer is clearly and definitively no. The fact is that the best stock market performances have occurred when you have a Democratic president with either a divided Congress, 15.72%, or a Republican Congress, where they have both the Senate and the House, 14.55%. Now, depending upon how today shakes out, we are probably looking at one of these two scenarios, right? If you have a Harris presidency, it's most likely going to mean that Democrats have taken back the House. The Senate map is a little bit trickier and probably means you're going to get a Republican Senate no matter what happens at the top level today. On the other hand, if you have a Republican president, you could see down ballot a push there across the board. It's more likely that you get a GOP trifecta on the other end if Trump wins. And that's still a pretty good outcome for stocks, 11.7% higher annualized since 1950. The point I'm trying to make here is that when it comes to the market's performance, whatever happens tonight is not the read-through that you should be taking for the next 3, 6, 9 months. The read stocks tend to go up, regardless of who's president. And if you happen to have a situation where you have a mixed Congress or an all-Republican Congress, doesn't really matter who's president, whatever short-term volatility we go through over the next 24 hours, and let's just say 48, because there's a Fed meeting coming up as well, which I feel like we're dismissing or even forgetting about. The stock market is going to adhere to the longer-term fiscal plans, the direction of interest rates, overall growth of the economy, and corporate profits, all of which have been moving in the right direction. So perhaps the best thing that we could see coming out of this election tonight is just gridlock, Thomas, right? Nothing changes substantially from the market's point of view. We continue to trudge forward. Nothing changes. So why would the market stop along their preset line of continuing to go up? That's my spiel. What else is there to say about this?
I mean, it makes sense, right? The market doesn't like uncertainty. If you got a gridlocked, Democratic with a mixed Congress, you're getting less changes. So that's less uncertainty. So I think that, aligns with logical thinking with how volatility works in the market. And the divided Congress, I'm not too in touch with the Senate. I know it's leaning Republican, but looks like divided Congress either way. So I think, tonight, 9 p.m., 10 p.m., you're definitely on the money. I think that's the time to watch. A few key swing states we can get tonight. The others, it looks like we're going to be waiting. I know Michigan said counting done by midday tomorrow, so that's going to be a big one to watch. But the days where we get a result on election night seem to be over, so it's going to be interesting to see how volatility persists through election night into these next few days.
Speaking of volatility, it's coming in here. We can see that the IVR is 35.1. The low point for IVR today is 34.79. Yesterday, the low is only 40.67. And I think this is perhaps the most interesting development here. Up until, I want to say, maybe 2 hours ago, volatility was staying pretty darn low. VIX 1D finally got some life into it today when I was on Let Me Explain with Tom and Tony. Thomas, right around 8:30, 45 your time in Chicago. We still hadn't seen any significant movement yet. The VIX 1D was sitting, I believe, at like 13.5 at that time. It's been a fairly steady march higher over the course of the trading day. And I think that's actually the really, perhaps the most interesting thing here. If you game out the various outcomes, what outcome would likely produce volatility sticking around, or at least substantiate a market that feels like volatility needs to stick around? My point of view, it's a Harris win, a close Harris win that's probably contested. Given what we've seen in the polls in recent days, it looks like it's a pretty darn close race. Nate Silver's final update to his model last night, he ran 80,000 simulations. Harris won the race, the Electoral College, in about 40,013, if I recall correctly. This is going to be a coin flip. Anyone who tells you otherwise is selling you something. This is going to be an exceptionally close race, and the market is going to be in for a surprise one way or the other, I think, when we look at how volatility is unfolding here, at least with the VIX 1D.
Yeah, definitely. So, I mean, do you see equity futures as the tell here? Do you see FX markets as the tell? Are you watching like Bitcoin futures? I mean, they can react in different ways. I guess bonds too. What are you going to be watching most closely?
Rates.
Okay.
And I suppose the read through into FX. I mean, just like gaming this out here, energy is probably going to be the least impacted right off the bat.
Agreed.
You could make a case that ag could have a significant impact because if Trump's going to be president, are we going to see trade wars again with China? Will we require more? Exactly. Watch ZS. Will we need to be thinking about the farm bailouts? There were significant farmer bailouts during Trump's first term to offset the cost of the trade war. So is that going to be in play? Rates will probably be the big tell. And that's why when you look at the market today, kind of choose your own adventure. If you're looking at this through the interest rate and FX lens, if you're looking at this through the lens of how precious metals are doing, you can't say it's resounding that the market's today moving in favor of a stronger Trump win. But bonds at the long end are weaker and stocks are moving back up. And those things have been consistent with the Trump win. I also have known from this experience, Thomas, not just this year, but from years past trading through these kind of markets, having worked on the inside of campaigns, the information that we see between now and when the polls close has almost no bearing whatsoever on the actual results. So people who are trading and making decisions based on these exit polls that they saw intraday or problems that they saw on Facebook with voting machines or news reports about this or that, like that's not actionable. Don't move on it. Don't react to it. Today's a good day to put your positions on and go for a walk, as far as I'm concerned. We don't have that luxury, but if I'm a retail trader, I'm not reading into too much until I see those results tonight.
I've been advocating for the treadmill desk in the office. We got the stand-up desk here, but put some treadmills on them, get us running. But this is why you're my go-to guy for politics. I mean, so expect a lot of text from me tonight, probably. I need someone that can cut through some of the fog of war, so to say. But yeah, it's going to be, I'm going to try not to stay up too late, but I feel like it's going to be a late night. So.
You're funny.
If
you're texting me asking for information.
One monitor, gaming on the other monitor, maybe make a couple drinks. It'll be fun. It'll be fun if nothing else.
We have an S&P 500 today with the vol coming in, when you look at the futures market, this is, again, 30 days out. Is the next 24 hours going to be fascinating? Absolutely. What about for the next month? if we were expecting this to be an election with a long tail, don't we think that maybe we would be bidding up some of the volatility futures? Instead, the VXX contract's down by $1 here today. VXZ is down by about 70 cents. That's fascinating. Volatility is coming off because it looks like the market's suggesting that whatever happens, we're not going to have a period of indecision here. And in that event, vol crush, stocks up, regardless of who's president, going back to the seasonality data. Since 1928, markets really love the last 2 months of the year. Once the uncertainty of the election dissipates, the markets tend to move higher. There are structural reasons for why one president now may be better than the other. I think I can make an argument that, just from a totally agnostic perspective, if I am holding on to my equities, thinking about selling some for tax loss harvesting reasons into the end of this year, and I see a future where there's potentially lower tax rates, do I sell now or do I wait for that future with lower tax rates? You probably hold on to them right now. So if Trump says that he's going to go out there and expand or extend the TCJA and they're going to reduce tax rates in the future, then you don't tax loss sell as much as you would otherwise. If Harris wins, rates are probably going to stay where they are or go up in terms of taxes. Although in a gridlock Congress, tax rates aren't going anywhere. But then you don't have that reason to just wait to do so. And maybe that leads to a little bit more structural weakness in the equity market up front if Harris wins. But does it change the longer term trajectory? I get this is such a difficult thing for me to wrap my head around for people who are saying if Harris wins, it's going to be a crash. Look what happened under Biden. The big complaint is that Harris isn't changed. She's a continuation of the Biden administration. A Biden administration that has overseen an S&P 500, a NASDAQ, a Dow Jones, go to all-time highs under their watch. So what's the argument that it's going to be bad for stocks? If the government's spending the money and the Federal Reserve is lowering interest rates, asset prices are going to inflate. That's what they do.
Right.
Go back through history. It doesn't matter who's in the Oval. Asset prices just tend to do that when you have that mix of fiscal and monetary policy. So corporate earnings are good. The economy's on strong footing either way, at least in the very short term. And if that momentum continues, I see no reason to change what I'm doing here, which is I still have my ESH5 6,000 calls, and I'm going to ride them through the night. And I'm looking to deploy more capital tonight if we have any sort of pullback here in stocks.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, earnings have been good. We still got a few big ones coming up. ARM later this week, Qualcomm. Those are kind of going to be coming out maybe as we get a very clear picture of who the winner is. I think earnings are kind of on the back burner right here with the election going on. Even the Fed is on the back burner. So, like you said, I mean, just thinking back to 2016, we had the Trump upset, right? I remember the markets started dipping. And by the morning, we were right back up, maybe even higher, if I remember correctly, than where we started. So it just shows you markets can be reactionary. They could signal things, but they're susceptible to the same biases that a lot of us are, because it's really just a collective, auction based on all these prices. So I think I'll have the minute charts up tonight. If I see anything going crazy, if I see big moves, I'll check in on the news, see if anything happened, see what's pushing those. I think crypto is going to be an interesting one to watch, just because I do think the market expects Trump to be slightly better for crypto. Ethereum too as well, of course. Those are the two liquid ones we can watch. So I'll have crypto up, equities, rates, like you said, and really soybeans as well for, the direction of where our farm industry is going to go.
Before we go into the specific things to watch tonight, we'll continue to make our way through the equity section here as we typically would if I didn't forget my password for my slides. NASDAQ here, 20,338 or so, and it's a pretty meaningful improvement. I reconstituted the trend line from the August and earlier November lows, which were set yesterday, just to keep us intact for what's been the most recent high-low swings outside of our consolidation, because you could argue the consolidation continues. And so to that end, we do see a bounce today, a bounce that carries us back above the one-week moving average on both the S&P and the NASDAQ 100. And likewise with the NASDAQ, it also pulls us back above our 1 month moving average. So we're beginning to see now that these pullbacks where momentum has faded, they're producing smaller pullbacks in price. These corrections are, how should we say, they're corrections in time rather than price, even if the market has been pulling back. If you want to get bearish technically, you really need to see more weakness underneath the lows that we just had under 20K. And for the S&P, that becomes right around 5730, where for better or for worse, we called this the August 22nd high, that inverse, or rather that outside engulfing bar key reversal. If it becomes the neckline in an inverse head and shoulders pattern, we have our resistance. It becomes support through the second half of September. And this week, it's been holding up. I mean, this has been a pretty decent hold of that 5730 area, all things considered. And while that initial August-September uptrend's since been dismissed, it's again in a place where a few things go right, this market is back into full bullish breakout territory from the ES perspective, from the NQ perspective, heading into a time of the year when in election years, November, December tend to be good for stocks. In non-election years, November and December tend to be good for stocks. Why would that change this time around? There has been such a wall of worry. If only to make one more point on this about what could get in the way, two of the biggest factors that fund managers and businesses have both shared, according to recent surveys, if it's from the Bank of America Fund Manager Survey or things like the ISM and PMI readings, has been that there are two big hurdles to deploying more capital, either in financial markets or into the real economy. The first of which is interest rates themselves. Now, the Federal Reserve has already started lowering rates. So in due time, we will see interest rates slowly make their way lower. Even if there's been a kick up higher, we can get into that into the bonds, but the trajectory of rates, the Fed is trying to push them to the downside. We know they're not going to be going back up anytime soon is the point. And then on the election front, well, hopefully that's resolved today. So regardless of who's president, people are still going to have to open their businesses for work tomorrow. They're still going to have customers. The economy is still going to be up and running. Your neighbors are still going to be dropping their kids off at school and going to earn their 9-to-5 paycheck. That's not going to change, right?
I'll be going.
So if all these things are disappearing, so will I. I hope so. I mean, I thought I was taking that whole thing that I couldn't get into my, Google account earlier. Like, oh, is this how they let me know that I'm gone? I'm out. But no, that wasn't it. Thankfully, we can, lucky stars. But we have here, right? This is a market where if these fears dissipate, what's left in the way? A 4.1% unemployment rate, inflation that's hovering between 2 and 2.5%. Stock market's near all-time highs. It's not the worst thing in the world if you take a step back and look at the big picture and try not to be in the political weeds of it all, which is difficult. It's difficult for everyone this time of year. So stocks here, turnaround Tuesday. Love turnaround Tuesdays. Love how it rolls off the tongue. 1.05% for the S&P, 1.26% for the NASDAQ. Thomas, talk to me about the Russell here. It's up 1%. It's been chopping around for the better part of a month and a half now between a 2,200, 2,300 range, sitting at 2,253. Do you think it's worth playing that 100-point range here? Or like me, just more patient perhaps as we look for a better signal, as it were, for a directional move?
I mean, you got energy up today. You got regional banks up today. The Russell is doing well, mostly because of those. Rates coming down, good for commercial or small business loans, consumer loans. I'm starting to like the Russell more and more. I would like to see some technical breaks above that October swing high. I think that'd be a really good place to buy it. It matches up back with the July zone of resistance back there. And then, I could see the Russell leading higher, maybe even outpacing the NASDAQ, S&P 500. I haven't liked the Russell too much because it's just technically not the prettiest chart. It's a little hard to trade off if you're basing things like your risk reward on technicals and all that. But it's definitely on my radar more than ever right now.
I have been in a boat of just waiting for 2175 to appear back on the screen to lay out some iron condors, and we just quite haven't gotten back down to the midpoint of the range. And I think just the exercise of not being in it and watching how the price actions unfolded is instructive for why you kind of just got to wait for your level if you want to apply certain strategies. We were getting pretty close to there back on Friday, but still held out, and now we're trading up 2253. So this iron condor would automatically be moving in the wrong direction just after 2 days. You want it to stay range bound, not immediately go up towards one of the barriers of the particular strategy. So right now, I'm still holding. I understand, though, there's a certain perspective out there that we've shared here on Futures Power Hour in months past, where if you want to just be outright bullish, the combination of selling the Russell put spreads, short put spreads, and then doing the long call spreads in ES or in Q, one you're getting paid for, the other one that you are paying for, so they can offset in terms of the cost. And then you have your upside equity exposure, the long delta exposure, if you will. Deploying anything today, it's not the biggest of volume days out here as we wait for these results. 730,000 contracts traded in ES. I'm not deploying anything new until we start to see what goes on tonight. But tonight is going to be fun. It's going to be interesting. And I suppose that's the obligatory reminder because it's happening tonight. Come around for the Tasty Live Election on Special, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 Central Time. Tom and Tony are hosting. I'll be there. Victor Jones, Vanetta, Julia, a whole host of other people, fun guests. And of course, we're going to be having on John Phillips, the CEO of Predicted, and Tariq Mansour, the CEO of Kalshi, to talk about betting markets and their influence on the election. So join us later today. It's going to be a fun evening, Thomas. So ESNQ, RTY, I think we're settled there. Let's talk about these bonds, though, which all their warts, they're up by 0.03% today. Volatility still high, 94.2 IVR. Should we give the Fed some time in the sun? Do we care about the Fed meeting this week with its 100% odds of a 25 basis point rate cut?
I mean, I think we're going to get the 25. I think the market's not really focused on that right now. How fast we'll shift to that after election, who knows? They say Harris is better for bonds than Trump. I think with these levels, it's really not showing us one way or the other what the bond market is thinking. But I don't think it's really reflecting the Fed right now. I think it's reflecting what's going on with the election. I'm not trading them. I usually don't trade bonds. I watch them, but it's going to be one that I'm definitely closely watching as the night goes on. So I know there's some big players that are, have opposing bets in the bond market. There's good theories either way.
Yeah, Druckenmiller has a big short treasury position on right now, apparently.
Yeah. And then who's the one that's going the other way from Druckenmiller?
Dunlap, maybe?
Yeah, I think so. It's going to be interesting to watch how they play out through the Fed. The Fed, I don't think they're going to surprise us, but last time I was saying we get 25, we got the 50. So who knows?
Why is this rationale out there that Trump is worse for the bond market than Harris? And it just comes down to the numbers of what each candidate plans on doing when they have the power of the Oval behind them and what they're going to get their Congresses to do. Now, granted, if there's a gridlock Congress, just to be clear, nothing really does change on a budgetary perspective. When you have a continuing resolution, it's basically like, okay, what's the past budget that we most recently agreed upon that was able to pass Congress? What are some adjustments that we can make to it as the skeleton framework here? Let's just keep the lights on, kind of keep things rolling. Nothing changes all that much. Some additional spending is probably added, but not all that significant of a change. The last continuing resolution that we have, you go back and back and back. Okay, so we've had a divided Congress. When was the last time we had a unified Congress? It's 2020, 2021, right? You have the 2020 elections give you a Democratic trifecta. And so you have a Pelosi, Schumer, Biden budget that becomes the basis for the continuing resolutions that have been passed in the second half of the Biden presidency. So keeping that in mind, that if you have gridlock Congress, the trajectory of the budget's not going to change all that much. Let's just say each presidential candidate were to wave a magic wand and everything that they've promised to do, the exact spending and taxing that they've laid out would come to fruition. How much would it cost the country? for Harris, and let's take a step back here. These are based on numbers from the Tax Foundation. These are numbers from the Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy, from the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, okay, as well as the Penn-Wharton budget model. So these aren't my own numbers. These are the tabulations of people who are much better at figuring out these things than I am, because quite frankly, I'm not a policy tax expert in this regard. So what do these various institutes say? The consensus is that Harris's proposals increase the debt by about $4 trillion. Well, Trump's will do it by around $7 trillion over the next decade at the high end. Okay, there are some estimates that are further out there, but those don't include the pay-fors. The Penn-Wharton model estimates Harris's plan costing $1.2 trillion and Trump's $5.8 trillion over the next 10 years. Where are the differences from? Harris wants to spend a lot of money. She wants to spend about $7.6 trillion over the next decade on extending tax cuts for people making under $400,000, the child tax credit, earned income tax credit, affordable housing, eliminating tax on tips, which is something that Trump first brought up, raising the minimum wage, supporting small businesses, expanding pre-K, more public school funding. To pay this is where stocks may not like her in the short term. She wants to increase the corporate tax rate from 21 to 28%. She wants to raise the taxes on capital income, Medicare payroll surtaxes. That will generate about $4.2 trillion. Coupled with the interest payments, that means this is going to cost around $3.9 trillion. On Trump's end, his spending plan costs about $10.4 trillion. Right? If you want to extend the TCJA, that's going to cost about $5.35 trillion right off the bat for the next decade. You want to exempt overtime income from taxes, like in Harris's plan, Trump's idea first. You want to end the taxation of Social Security, lowering corporate tax rates to 15%, yada, yada, yada. How do you offset that? 60% tariff on China, 10 to 20% flat tariffs, generates about $2.7 trillion a year, eliminating fraud, which broad mandate, but fraud. And the Department of Education, as well as Health and Human Services, generates about $3.7 trillion. So that's how you get to your $7.7 trillion in spending over the next decade for Trump. Okay, why did I walk through all of that here? Because our job as analysts is to look at this completely sober. Take off your party hat for a second. Forget who you're voting for today or who you voted for when you mailed in your ballot. These are the actual numbers that serious people at the banks and the hedge funds, at the pensions that are deploying capital into the market, the buy and hold people that constitute most of this market, that's what they're looking at right now. They're not looking at the whole, oh, well, if we just grow the economy fast enough, it will trickle down to everyone. It didn't work in 2016 to 2020 in Trump's first term, right? It didn't work in Reagan really either. Trickle down is nonsense. We have the data behind us to prove that it's nonsense. So to say that we're just going to grow our way out of the tax cuts, it's never happened before. So to think that it's going to all of a sudden magically happen, the bond market is clearly telling you that's not the case. The bond market sees the numbers that I just read you here, and they say that our debts and deficits will be going up under a Trump administration, which is why, getting this back to the trade now, if we see Harris win or it's close tonight, bonds have been pricing in pretty much a runaway Trump win. There's probably an opportunity today where bonds, the convexity of the trade, is on the long side of the market right now, regardless of what the Fed does on Thursday. This is maybe a 2 or 3 day window of opportunity here. If I'm playing ZN and ZB, which I already have skin in the game on, which I'm very ungrateful for because the timing on those long positions couldn't have been worse, but I already have my skin in the game. I am so comfortable holding on to that right now because the EV of being long bonds versus the EV of being short bonds, given how this market's traded and has been positioned in recent weeks, tells me that the likelier outcome that's going to produce a big gain is going to be bonds trading to the upside tonight. I don't know if Harris is going to win, but the fact is that if Harris doesn't win, if Trump doesn't win, there's a lot of technical damage here that could be undone because of all the spending and all these deficits that were having to be discounted, given that he was the front runner. Off my soapbox.
Yeah, I mean, we also had a 10-year auction this morning. Yields slightly lower after it than they were before. So say I didn't look at the actual results, but just off the yield, I'm guessing demand was slightly stronger than expected. Not sure if that means much right before the election. I'd probably say no if I had to say anything. But it is one of the last big auctions before the Fed decision. So they usually are meaningful, but the election is skewing everything, and like you said, we have to take our hats off, kind of look at the numbers. The convexity being on the long side, I do like that given the technical structure. Not trading it, like I said, but going off bonds, what I actually think it's one thing we could bring up is marijuana stocks. The trade, if you
definitely associate the full faith and credit of the United States and treasuries with marijuana stocks. Yeah.
Well, so MSOS, right? It's falling today. Both candidates saying they support legislation to legalize. I think Harris's position is probably a little stronger on that, if anything. But I think the more important thing is Florida has a ballot measure, right? DeSantis opposes it. But if you look at polls, you can see that it looks like it's going to pass. Now, there's a few other states also doing ballot measures, but they're very small markets. North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska. There's three of them. I forgot the other one. But Florida is a very large market for marijuana. It's a very large market for anything, right? It's a major economy in the U.S. I'll be watching that ballot initiative. I think MSOS has a couple stocks in it that will do very well. Moving into the Florida market, I think Curaleaf wants to move into there. A few other big names. I'm not sure if the national election will mean too much for it, but it's just another thing to keep an eye on if you're watching these polls.
Switching back to, I don't have a good pun there, to bonds. For this 10-year auction that came out a little bit a while ago, we do see here that after moving lower following the ISM services report, which was pretty good, again, economy is fine right now, traders ultimately look at the bond and see a higher bid to cover ratio than last month, 2.58 from 2.48. And that's above the 6-month auction of 2.53. So you're seeing that at these levels, treasuries were being lapped up. The inside of the report, I can't say they're that good. It's strong. It's not the best. The 7-year note auction that we saw recently was much, much better than this one. It was the best auction we had seen going back to probably March 2020. This is not on that level, but it's a good auction nonetheless. Look, we have the election today. We have the Fed on Thursday. Who on earth is going to read into these results? Why on earth would you be deploying too much capital right now if you were a longer term market participant? As a trader, it's one thing, right? You're in, you're out. You're not married to any position. You don't really care about valuations or the fiscal stability of the United States. That's not that's an investor concern. But as a trader, today this is a good set of numbers in the short term. Thomas, this is the time where I find myself trying to tab over to start talking about the metals, but naturally there's no tabs to go to, so we'll just slide over there. Gold up by 0.1% here, a little bit more than that, 0.11, fading over the course of the session. Do you see this election as being consequential for the broader picture of gold and silver, or is this just some short-term noise that disrupts the longer-term trend?
I'd say it's the latter. Harris being better for bonds, you say you could get lower yields. For gold, it's a non-interest bearing asset. I don't think either way you're really reading into the election results. I'm not watching gold. I think we continue to trend higher with rates coming down. I think that's the story. I think it's a simple story. I think it makes sense. The Fed is cutting. They're going to cut more. I don't want to overcomplicate it. I think it makes sense to just, say that. You sell into strength, you buy into weakness, and you keep riding it higher.
Interestingly enough, when we tagged 2,800 last Wednesday in gold prices, it marked a day when we moved more than 3% above our 1-month moving average in gold. In previous episodes, when we had done such things, we had seen the market pull back in, almost to say like this is a point of being overextended a little bit too far, too fast. For example, after we broke out here in September, when we get to September 26th, we actually, for 3 days here, the 24th 26th and 27th. We're tagging all the way in that little bit of a window here where we're tagging about 3% above the 1 month. And sure enough, we pull back until the lows are formed right at the 1 month moving average. So here we are last Wednesday, 3% or more above that 1 month. We find ourselves on a path to converge with it once more, and we're going to converge with it above the previous swing high. And I think that's the key thing here. The market is moving up. It's 2 steps forward, 1 step back, 2 steps forward, and we're never clearing out the previous consolidative high or the former yearly high before we had the mini, period of consolidation. As long as that rhythm remains in the market, as long as we hold above what's effectively, we'll call it 2708.70 cents here in GCZ4, I'm going to stay long. This has been a market that's been very kind recently. We've moved out into the H5 contract as of last week, as of last Wednesday when we tagged 2800. There's no G5. There's no reason to continue to stick around and be long on a short dated option when it hits your long strike. So rolling that out here, as long as we're holding above those aforementioned levels, 2708.70, you know what? I'm going to continue to hold on to the long gold regardless of the election because, like you said, rates are heading lower and we still have central bank buying.
Yeah.
Central bank buying is huge. That's not going to change because of whoever's president.
And gold via equity investors, if you look at ETF flows, the data's been very positive. I mean, lots of equity investors going into gold via ETFs. So that's also a tailwind.
Finally, almost. Right, GLD inflows really haven't kept pace with the movement that we've seen in gold futures this year. And that's been one of the fascinating things is have the crypto ETFs like IBIT, for example, have they been eating those flows? There's a case to be made. Either way, though, gold up, silver up a little bit more. Has anything changed substantially here? The damage remains. We're not exactly bouncing today. While we did bounce, we tried to clear the 1 week. We couldn't get through it. We tried to clear the 1 month. We're struggling to get through it. We haven't quite given up the 2134 cloud, but momentum is taking a hit. And if we do start to see further weakness below 32 and a quarter, you have to be more open-minded for a silver setback. Otherwise, resuscitating the trade back through 33 and a quarter would give me a lot greater confidence about holding on to those long deltas, Thomas, and pushing them out and expecting this breakout to carry. Because the inverse head and shoulders pattern here has silver pointing to $40 an ounce later, not this year, but perhaps early in the first quarter. And being long silver for technical reasons hasn't done me wrong yet in 2024. So there's no reason to stop with that trade.
I'm kind of waiting to see what China is going to do with their stimulus. And I think they're waiting until after the election for the U.S. Silver, a little more industrial component to it than gold. Not as much as copper, but still some. I think China is going to play a story, at least in the sentiment for the metal.
You mentioned China. Great transition. Copper is up by 0.81% today. FXI is up by 2.23% today. Gaps open higher. Is the China trade coming back in the sense that the Fed was the first domino to fall in September? Once that risk was out of the way and the world knew if the Fed was beginning its rate cut cycle or not, China said, okay, time for us to pour on the stimulus. We have a tailwind now, right? Are you thinking that because the election's coming to pass, that this is now the sign, okay, this volatility is going to come down in global financial markets? So if we want to do more stimulus efforts, the ground is now fertile for them to be received. We're going with the flow.
Yeah, and I mean, even if you get a Trump win, which is more conflicting to China, it still gives them certainty, right? They can make moves based on that. So it offers some clarity for them to actually come out with more solid policy measures. National People's Congress is meeting this week. I believe they wrap up at the end of the week. I'm not sure if they have an imminent announcement once that ends or if they decide to hold on to what they're going to do until, assuming we have a clear answer on the election, I would assume we get some more signals of what China is going to do. Do they go harder on stimulus with the Trump win? Do they try to invigorate domestic demand a bit more with some fiscal measures? I think either way, you're going to see China not go all in. I don't think you get anything like, a big bazooka in terms of stimulus, but I do think you get measured responses that are going to be slightly different based on the election. But FXI showing us after that services PMI print in China looked really good. A good print, the market goes up. It shows that buyers on the sideline are willing to step in as long as Chinese economic activity is going to expand.
In 2016, when Trump won, FXI opened up that week at 37.14. It closed at 35.98. It did push higher ultimately before closing lower. It was closing lower into the end of the year, but that was really a red herring. Because if you stayed long through the end of 2017, you saw a market that was up by, nearly a third. The point is that while there are a lot of headlines here, right, about trade wars, about presidents, markets are often removed from what we see in the news, from what we hear. It's really about uncertainty, like you say, about policy prospects. We know the trade wars here. It's kind of baked in. If you think Trump's going to be president, then part of that domino effect is, okay, well, then where do I peg the value for Chinese equities moving forward, probabilistically, if he's going to win? And if Harris wins, what tariffs continue or don't continue? What are the weighted odds of those? Okay, and then this is how I back out a scenario where FXI is equal to this. FXI did great in 2017 during Trump's first year. Now, granted, the next 2 years it was a rocky road, and we quite frankly haven't been back to where we were since then. A lot of that has to do with what China decided to do post-pandemic and their lockdowns rather than what was going on with the trade wars that Trump started and then Biden, quite frankly, continued. A lot of the Trump tariffs on China are still in place to this day under the Biden administration. So FXI going up today, copper going up today, crude oil was up overnight as well, a little bit more as we made our way through into the morning session. I think you can look at that trifecta of things. There's actually a story here to be told because that story extends to the Australian dollar, which we usually hop on over to FX right after energy, but I suppose we can use this as a China thematic waypoint. The Australian dollar up by 0.74% today. I know the RBA just met with policy, Thomas, but if the RBA isn't cutting rates, their biggest trade partner is China. I feel like there's something that we should be watching for here. Maybe if it's not like the second half of September, but removing U.S. politics from this, there is an interesting storyline beginning to unfold here narratively of the past few sessions.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, China buys a lot of stuff from Australia. Australia buys a lot of stuff from China. I think the reaction, the RBA did hold. The reaction here is from that better print out of China, the better economic data, the policy signaling, things like that. I think that's all the Australian dollar is saying today. Good news for China is good news for the Australian dollar.
Part of the reason why people say the reflation trade is tied to Trump is because of how the market responded in 2016. After the election, U.S. Treasury yields were higher, the dollar was stronger, U.S. stocks were trading to the upside. So we talk about choose your own adventure on a day like today where you see that U.S. equities are up. Okay, bond yields, they were trading a little bit firmer after ISM services this morning, heading through election day. But then you go to FX and the dollar's just kind of down everywhere right now. How do you square that circle? FX is the world's deepest, most liquid market. This tends to sniff things out before anything else because this is where the real money is, right? So, Thomas, what do we make of this dollar weakness on this Tuesday? Oh my gosh, is it Thursday already?
Tuesday.
I wish it was Thursday.
Super
If it was
Tuesday.
Thursday,
What do they
Thomas,
call it? Yeah,
about all the sleep we'd have gotten.
So if I woke up this morning and didn't look at my charts, I would probably have guessed that the dollar would be higher, right? There's some uncertainty in the market ahead of the election. The polls for Harris have kind of come in. You could say it's hurting in the polls. I guess I don't know. But the fact that the polls have shifted back to Harris a bit, and that being good for bonds, yields down, et cetera, I would have guessed the dollar would be maybe higher, but it's not. So, someone asked me today, what am I going to be watching the most? I said the FX markets, just because of the point you said, there's so much liquidity there. I think you definitely have to be keeping your eye on that. But the dollar, I don't know. It's hard to get a good read on it right now. I'm going to be watching the movement tonight. It's where does trade go? Where does protectionism go? What do other countries do? If Trump gets in, he's saying he wants to have more control over U.S. interest rates. Does he actually follow through on that? How would he do that? How does that affect monetary policy settings from every other country? Because what the Fed does really impacts policy moves by monetary policymakers in other countries because of rate differentials, because of balance sheets, et cetera, et cetera. The euro up today, we've said all the time, that's the biggest component in the DXY, the dollar basket. Is it telling us something right here? I don't know, but it's a little surprising to me to see the dollar weakness here.
I love when I get these alerts. Like, why are different, people like, Chris, did you see what happened in Nevada, the poly market feed? It's like, no, I'm not necessarily watching the tick by tick movements of what overseas traders are saying is going to happen in the Nevada presidential election on a minute to minute basis. But nevertheless, it looks like Nevada went back to Harris over the course of the session. That to me here is, again, you talk about read throughs. We see here on Monday, the Seltzer poll comes out. Markets gap open in a manner that reflects a tighter race than what was pricing in, objectively, when you look at the numbers. Runaway favorite for Trump at the end of last week. Through the middle of last week, you look to Kalshi Poly Market. If that's how you're gauging the odds, you have to think that he's favored. And you also look to the polls. And yes, while she was still ahead nationally, he was within the margin that's required for Democrats to actually be considered the favorites overall. Thanks to California's size, Democrats need to have about a 2.5% lead in the national polls to be considered the favorites in the Electoral College. So when Trump cuts into that lead where it's like 1.1 or 1.5%, that's below the threshold that a lot of election watchers look to. So when you have this Seltzer poll come out over the weekend, it kind of resets the narrative that maybe this isn't going to be the blowout race that the betting markets were indicating. The euro opens higher versus the dollar. Over the course of yesterday's, Trump odds were going up and the dollar was gaining ground again. The euro was weakening. Today, the euro is taking off. The dollar is getting slugged in the face. It's getting slugged in the face not just against the euro, against the yen too. I suppose if this was a true risk-on day, the yen wouldn't be up here at all. So I can't help but think that there is a feeling of uncertainty settling in right now. This is specific political risk related to the U.S. election because the dollar wouldn't be performing like this versus the yen under those normal circumstances. This would be a good day for the greenback otherwise. So what's your favorite trade then on the other side of the election? Like I still have my out of the money 6J puts that I'm going to hold on to regardless. Is there a particular trade that you're waiting for tonight? Like Mexican peso futures perhaps?
Peso futures, I can't say I'm been even looking at that much. I do like that we have peso futures on the platform now. For a Harris win, I kind of do like copper. I trade the micro copper. Copper is a big product. The thing is, at least my take on it, and you tell me if I'm wrong because you would know, there's so many China hawks in Congress. There's so many China hawks just in U.S. policy settings overall. Once someone makes a hawkish move regarding China, whether it be policy, trade, etc., that is hard to unwind. Even if Harris gets in, and this is partly why Biden didn't unwind a lot of Trump's escalations towards China. It doesn't look good, right? It doesn't look good to be soft on China. The American people do not like that. Congress has longtime China hawks that would not like it. It's just an unpopular strategy. So, Harris wouldn't escalate, but I'm not so sure she would temper what's already in place. But I do think copper has a good backdrop. I think it has a good macro story. And I think that a Harris win is just more conducive to a copper rally than it wouldn't be. Conversely, I'd be looking at copper short if Trump takes it. And I do like that copper. We are coming into the middle of the range from this April to July swing low here. Volatility in the product, not as much. 51 IV rank, it's okay. But yeah, I'll be trying to trade micro copper probably.
Copper has been a really interesting product because I've been holding on to it here. I had the trade structured, and we're still in it. It's now 20 days to expiration. This is turning into something that's a little less toxic for me because the trade was structured around 4.35 not breaking, right? It was an iron condor, and instead of treating the 52-week high-low range as the barriers, or rather the confines to the iron condor, we were using the pre-China stimulus pivot lows, which are here effectively on the 23rd of September. And so we're saying, okay, well, if that's the case, then the opening that day was 433. We're probably not going to break through 435 then, right? So with being in this iron condor and seeing it just hover right down there was obviously awful. Now, yesterday was 21 days to expiry. Today is 20. I should be rolling this right now. I'm going to have to unload it, but just by letting it go down to the wire, and this kind of goes to show why you stick to your plan, okay? Letting this go to 21 days, 45 in, 21 out, is why I'm going to be able to take this position off at actually a small gain, as opposed to it being a big loser. Because if I got nervous at 43 days, at 40 days, at 34 days, I would have taken it off when we were sitting right at the barrier for my strike. So letting it play out, the intention was 45 in, 21 out, 45 in, 21 out. Now, that was yesterday. I wanted to see if we got more run today. We did. So just by being patient, we're now back at a place where this position can be removed, free up some capital, and do something else with it moving forward. Thomas, as we wind this down, we always like to do a brief bit of education. But before we do, we're going to take a quick jaunt over to the economic calendar. Tomorrow morning, there is a few pieces of information due out from Europe that could move the needle, PMIs. You make your way into the U.S. session. Our 30-year bond auction is perhaps the most important thing on the calendar in terms of scheduled event risk, when and where those results come out for the actual vote tallies. If it's Pennsylvania in the middle of the night, if it's Michigan sometime early in the morning, Thomas, those will probably be significant events as those results are released themselves. So not a lot of scheduled event risk for the U.S. tomorrow, but certainly expect it to be a day where you have bouts of volatility. And finally, as we do at the end of every one of these shows, we do a brief bit of education. Head over to tastylive.com, top banner, Learn Beginner Futures, where you can find this great coursework put together by the fine folks on the Tasty Live research team. Today, we are talking about futures margin, Thomas. In a traditional equities margin account, the margin essentially represents a loan from your financial institution. But when you're trading futures, the margin is more or less a performance bond or a good faith deposit. If you're trading and your margin levels drop below what's required, you're going to get a margin call asked to top off your account, or you're going to have to close the position. And the futures margins, they aren't standardized. Depending upon what product you're trading and the volatility environment that you're in, the margin requirements may expand or contract. So just be mindful of what you're trading. Margin varies, and we'll talk about initial versus maintenance margin in the future. But go learn more now if you need some pre-election day reading. tastylive.com, top banner, Learn Beginner Futures. And a quick reminder, come to the election unspecial tonight, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 Central. Tom and Tony are hosting. A bunch of great folks from the Tasty Live team will be there. Of course, interviews with Tariq Mansour, John Phillips of Kalshi and Predictit, respectively. We'll see everyone there tonight, Thomas. I will see you later today, buddy. Looking forward to those anxious text messages some point this evening. For Thomas Westwater, I've been Chris Vecchio. Good luck trading the rest of today, folks. See you later on. After a brief break, Dr. J, he's here. He's coming at you with From Theory to Practice.
You can get up to $4,000 when you open and fund a new account with tastytrade. That's 4,000 buckaroos, 4,000 bills, or clams, 4,000 in dough or cheddar, not the cheesy kind. 4 large, 4K, 4 grand, which is no small thing. Open and fund a new tastytrade account and get on the platform for traders who just want to trade. And did we mention a bonus of up to 4,000 smackaroos? tastytrade. Make your move.
So why are we all doing all the things that we do inside of the active trading space? Simple. To make money and generate returns. Well, inside of the Tasty universe, there are essentially 5 keys to making those returns. And in this crash course, we're going to break down all the details of each one of those keys. So I'll see you inside.
I think I've always been interested in finance. I have a degree in management and I took a lot of heavy finance classes, and I've always loved it, but I've always done passive investing. And so as I went through life, I decided that I needed to have a bit more control over my finances. I started to dabble in the options world when I opened up a brokerage account in probably 4 different companies, and none of them worked really well in terms of education until I got to Tasty. You know, Tasty Live in particular, because of the educational background that they tie in every single day on how to learn how to trade options. It started with the Where Do I Start series. It's outstanding. Tasty Bites, market measures, from theory to practice. I don't think there's a show that I don't like, to be honest. You know, that education piece is highly important. I found that Tasty offered that.
I'm Jim Schultz, and this is From Theory to Practice. Welcome to the show today. Welcome to the broadcast. Welcome to the Tuesday election edition of what it is that we were trying to do, man. Thank you guys so much for being a part of what it is that we were trying to do, whether it be my show or all the other amazing shows that we have on the network. If you are watching over on the Tasty Live network, then I would actually bounce on over to YouTube, because you can get in the conversation in real time. You can communicate with your brethren that are also watching the show, and you can troll all of my trades and comments and stories and jokes in real time. It is a good time had by most. But guys, this is serious business. We are only a few hours away from the most important election of our lifetimes, from the most important election in American history. I know I say this often about economic data points, about this, about that, and you guys are like, Jim, this is serious, man. You joke about that kind of stuff. This is it. Like, this is going to be it, because this is going to be the final election. This is it. I've been reliably informed from both sides that no matter who wins, if the other guy wins or the other gal wins, then it's going to be it. It's going to be over. This is it. This is the final hurrah. And so this is going to obviously be the final show that we will have on the Tasty Live network. Given the fact that the apocalypse is coming tonight, we have a little extra time today going all the way to 3:15. So it feels right to spend a little bit of extra, to spend a few extra minutes with you all as we head and ride into the apocalypse, and we can finally say goodbye. But we had a good run. I feel like we had a pretty decent run. We made it almost 9 years, and then we made it all the way up to the election of 2024. So thank you guys for being a part of all the things I've been trying to do on the network for so long, and it's going to be hard to say goodbye. I mean, Boys to Men nailed it 37 years ago. It's going to be really, really difficult, but sadly, the time has come. So, all right, let's pop in here. Speaking of time coming, man, how's the market doing? Man, look at the market. Woo, man, look at the stock market. Stock market is loving it. Nothing like the end of the world to get the buyers out. Got EMI S&P's up 59. Got the NASDAQ futures risk-free instrument up 230. You've got the boomers up 376, and you have the Russell 2000 futures index up almost 31 on the day. So I don't know, man. Are they pricing in Trump? Are they pricing in Harris? Are they pricing in, a third-party victory tonight? Who knows? I'm sure that both sides are feeling pretty good about the market action today, given the fact that the market being green is it's going to be, wow, bonds up 6. I'm surprised by the market strength today. I'm very surprised that it's this strong this early. Now, I thought maybe when there is some certainty later tonight or tomorrow morning, or obviously 2 weeks from now, since we're not going to know anything tonight, I thought maybe there'd be, a huge green move in the market. That's very possible. But man, it's happening early. Yeah, you've got gold even up a little bit. What's silver doing? You got silver. Oh, we got silver right over here. You got silver up, silver up a dime on the day. So, man, this is really, wow, this is something. Got volatility getting crushed. Got the VIX futures down $1. You got the spot VIX, the cash VIX index down $1.40. Man, I'll tell you what, though. You've got volatility down $1.40, and it's still at 20.5. That's pretty crazy, man. It's been a while since we've seen volatility down $1.40, and it's still over 20. And so I do anticipate there being a lot of moves tonight. I do anticipate there being a good amount of action tonight and into the wee hours of the morning as the results come in, and there are plot twists and there are booby traps and there are twists and turns in the storyline. But we'll have to wait and see. We'll just have to wait and see as things unfold. And of course, don't forget, guys, we have the unspecial tonight, which I believe is at 6 o'clock Central, which would be 7 o'clock Eastern for all my Florida peeps that might also be watching the unspecial tonight. And I've submitted my my winner and electoral votes, and also Penelope and Eli submitted theirs as well. So if they get close, they're going to be very excited to get maybe some airtime from Mr. Tom Sosnoff and Tony Batista, even if they can't win anything, because A, they're minors, and also B, they're part of my family. I think it would be funny if they actually nail. I tried to explain it to Eli. Eli, man, he's an all or nothing kind of kid, man. He's an all or nothing kind of guy. I said, all right, man, here's how it's gonna work. I said, you got to pick Harris or you got to pick Trump, and you got to pick some number over 270. I said, it's got to be between 270 and I don't even know what the maximum electoral votes would be. Like if somebody swept all 50 states, right? Like it's like 500 something or whatever, right? I said, all right, so you got to pick some number between like 275 and let's say like 400, or I mean 270 and 400. I said, it's probably not going to be close to 400, but it could be. Like it's theoretically possible. And he thought about it for like 30 seconds. He's like 375. He's like 375 is my number. I'm like, man, that's a power move. That's an absolute power move. So we'll have to wait and see if he gets the victory. But we've got some time to wait for that. So all right, so we're gonna go extra long today. We've got till 3:15. So we've got the extra wide lanes even. We've got the election commentary, which I don't really have much more to offer other than what I've already offered. And then, we've got position analysis we need to do. I'm a little bit rusty since we did not have a show yesterday. And now we have an extra long show today. So we're kind of thrown right back into the deep end, stepping into the cold shower, and you just got to kind of figure it out. Questions, though. I will get to y'all's questions about halfway through the program. So I would say in about a half hour, we'll get to your questions and we'll spend the rest of the time on whatever you guys want to talk about. So I would drop it in the stream as quickly as you possibly can because, the earlier that you get it in, the better it's going to be for you in terms of getting an answer. I see Down 721's in the house. I see Mount Go Rails in the house. Paul's in the house. David Gallimore, Rob Banks, Anka's in the house. Kimberly's in the house. Man, look at you guys. Look at you guys. I appreciate you guys so much. Kimberly just popped in at the very bottom of the stream. Good stuff. All right, so let's go ahead. We're going to go through the positions we have in the portfolio. I might even put on a couple new trades here on the show. And then, maybe we'll do some Q&A. I don't know. We'll just kind of see where the wind blows us. Because, again, it's the final show. You can do whatever you want. At this point, we do whatever we want. This is like a Friday From Theory to Practice show, just hopped up on all the good stuff, man. All the good stuff. And so we'll have to wait and see what happens for the next little bit. So, all right, MES and MNQ, let's talk about these two trades. We'll do them in tandem because they're so similar from the standpoint of you've just got short premium against the major indexes and everything is working so far. So the question becomes, what are we going to do? Are we going to leave it on or are we going to take it off? Well, let's kind of talk about that for the next, 2, 3, maybe 11 minutes. If you look at MES, you've got the stock at 5802, 5801. Our strikes here are 5,400 and 59.70. And you can see we've already been able to peel off about 16 points on the strategy. And again, remember, with the futures options, you always have to apply the multiplier. So 15 points in MES would be $5 per point for about $75 or $80, which you see right over there. We're up about $78 right now. So, all right, so what are we going to do? Well, let's talk about MNQ along with this because it's going to essentially be the same discussion and the same conclusion. So with MNQ, you got the NASDAQ showing a lot of strength today, man. People just piling into the risk-free asset, which makes sense. When you don't know what's going to happen and things are uncertain, what do? You buy the risk-free instrument. And what is the best yielding risk-free instrument that exists in the marketplace? It's the NASDAQ futures. If you're brand new to the show, that was a very mediocre attempt at some finance humor. And so with the NASDAQ up 238, 240 today, man, that's a real mover, man. That is really something. I mean, this could be – if the market likes the result tonight or tomorrow or, 2.5 weeks from now when we actually know who the true winner is, man, I wouldn't be surprised to see the NASDAQ up 500, 600, 700. I absolutely would not be surprised to see that. And I think you can make a case it could be for Harris or Trump. Like, I think you could really make a case, both ways. And, of course, depending on which side of the aisle you personally might be on, it's going to look a lot, clearer to you on your side of the aisle. That's just the way it works. That's just the way we operate as humans. But here with MNQ, I'm shocked at the strength going into the results tonight. And I'll be very, very. Here's the thing I don't think is going to happen, which essentially cements it as being given. I don't think we're going to be a straight line higher. Like right now, obviously, it's been an incredibly strong day to start. I don't think we're going through the rest of the close, through the evening, through the night, into the wee hours of the morning, regardless of how the results come in. I would chip higher, basically straight line. That would really, really, really surprise me. But I've been surprised before, and I might be on the verge of being surprised again. But with MNQ up 238, our strikes here, man, we've got tangents inside of tangents at this point. 18,700 put, 21,400 call. And so you can see that we're already up about 60 points or so, a little over 60 points. In MNQ, it's $2 per point. So that would explain the P&L open being about 120, 125 bucks over there. So now the question becomes, what are we going to do? Well, I'll tell you what, man. I really, really, really like doing absolutely nothing here. I really do. Like we're going into, the election, we're going into the results, like it's here, it has arrived, there's no turning back now. Like you have to go through it at this point. You can't go around it. You can't backpedal, like it is going to happen. With these two strategies, though, I like the fact that we have so much room on both sides. I mean, you look at MES. Let me clear away those circles. Let's grab, let's mix it up a little bit. You got shocked the muscle, man. 5,400 put. That's 400 points to the downside. 59.70 call. That's almost 200 points to the upside. That's a lot of room, man. Like that is a lot of room when it comes to, just letting this thing breathe, letting the market move. Like, again, regardless of what might happen tonight into the morning and with the days to come, it's like, man, I really, really like this. And if you get some more volatility, I think we can all agree that the most likely outcome is some kind of volatility crush, because this is kind of like an earnings event in a lot of ways. Where, everybody's kind of waiting on pins and needles to see what happens. Everybody's waiting on, the battleground states and what's going to happen in Pennsylvania, what's going to happen in Michigan. Shout out to my Michigan peeps, right, since I'm from right outside Detroit. But what's going to happen in Wisconsin? What's going to happen, to that battleground state, Illinois, of course? Like, what's going to happen to all these swing states, right? So as those things come in, the market's going to move around, market's going to do whatever. But I think volatility going lower, I think the VIX could easily go 18, 19, 17. It's very possible, very possible. Now, it would be a real surprise if it gets rockier, given the result or given, whatever might happen. That would really surprise me too. But if the volatility does come in, if the volatility does get sucked out of the market, regardless of the direction of moving the market, that's going to help these strategies. Now, of course, remember when it comes to options and selling options specifically, but this also works on the long option side. You're really focused on three different factors in terms of, what are going to be the primary contributors to your P&L. It's going to be direction, delta. It's going to be time, theta, and it's going to be volatility, vega. And so what I'm saying is if there is a volatility crush, I think, it's most likely that there will be one, but that doesn't guarantee that there will be one. And so if there is a volatility crush, though, we're going to get paid on the vega, aspect of both MES and MNQ. We're obviously going to get paid on the time aspect going from today to tomorrow. One day ticks off the calendar. The question will be, how big is the delta move if there is one? Is it so big that it overshadows anything we're able to pick up on the front? That is essentially the game that we're always playing. Like that is essentially the trade-off that we're always trying to, kind of balance, kind of the juggling act that we're always engaged with. And so I don't know. I mean, we'll have to wait and see what happens. But I like where I'm sitting with MES, have lots of room on both sides. And then on MNQ, we have even more room on both sides. I mean, you've got the stock or the index at 20,300. We could go all the way down to 18,700 on the downside. So that's like 16, maybe percentage-wise, it's actually similar to ES. That looks like that's about 9% or so. So we've got about 9% of buffer to the downside. And then you've got a 21.4 call. So that's 1,100. Yeah, we only have about 5.5% to the upside. So it's actually similar. We have a little bit less upside in MES. We have maybe 4% or so. So it's similar, though. It's not that different. It looks a lot different because obviously the indexes are priced so differently. You've got MES at 5,800. You've got the NASDAQ at 20,000. And so I'm gonna sit tight. I like both strategies. I mean, we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, tomorrow we've got, there is no tomorrow. But theoretically, if there were tomorrow, we'd be with Arrow for today's assignment. And so there would be no From Theory to Practice tomorrow anyway. But there's not even going to be a today's assignment. Like, this is it. right? Like I hope you have your supplies, your hot dogs, your batteries, your water, your bunker. Hope it's all set up, man, with your favorite pillow and all the blankies and whatnot, because you're going to need it tonight. And so MES and MNQ, we do nothing, and there is an 11-minute diatribe as to why we're not doing anything. AMD, but hey, this is what happens, man. When you get the extra long show, I mean, this is what you're signing up for. I mean, you're probably thinking I didn't sign up for this, so why is this happening to me? That's, this is the way the internet works. So AMD, we've got the stock at 141. Let's go back to yellow here. It's a lot easier to see, I think. You've got the stock at 141, and our strikes are 135 and 200. And so it's like, man, we're kind of riding the line on this 135 port a little bit. But again, the way I like to treat my strangles is I don't do anything until the strikes get tested. From time to time, if things are just like way out of whack, or I really don't like the risk in the position or whatever, I may decide to adjust earlier. I may decide to, roll an untested side before the one side gets tested, before there is a true tested side, in my opinion. Excuse me, in my opinion. Which would be one strike actually getting hit. Not like a sniff of a hit, which is what we have here. Not like a hankering of a morsel of a thought of possibly being tested. Like that's what we have here. You've got the stock at 141. The strike is 135. We still have 6 points left. And so I'm like, man, I kind of want to let things just cook. Let's just kind of let things kind of simmer on the back burner, just like Autumn's chicken pot pie, which she's making for us tonight. So I'm super pumped. So my wife has two amazing, officially, my wife has 25 to 30 amazing recipes. Unofficially, just between you and me, there's two. There's two that are really, really good. The rest of the stuff it floats between below average to, slightly above average. But she has two recipes that are absolutely like lights out, unbelievable. Number one, her chili, which is terrific. It's amazing. And number two, her chicken pot pie. So tonight she's making chicken pot pie, and you can bet your bottom biscuit it is the bougiest chicken pot pie you've ever had, because it's gluten-free, it's dairy-free, it's soy-free. It's basically just an empty bowl. But man, it is delicious. Let me tell you something about this chicken pot pie. I cannot wait. I mean, it's getting a little cooler here in Florida. Like it was 78 degrees today. I'm like, this is nuts. I gotta look for pants. Right? Got chicken pot pie coming down the chutes. Man, this is some good stuff. And so anyway, I digress. But again, I blame it on the extra long show. So AMD, we're not going to do anything. We're going to sit tight. And that's going to be that. So, all right. So AMD. Oh, man. AMD, Amazon. So we've got Amazon up $3 today. We have a 165, 210 strangle on in Amazon. And you can see that it's marking at $4. It's selling for $5.59. Or I'm sorry. Let me rephrase. We sold it for $5.59, so that's not happening. That is past tense. It's currently selling for, i.e. marking for, $3.99, so $4. So we're up about $1.60 on the trade. That's a good trade. But again, guys, I don't like to take things off early. I don't like to manage, too aggressively. I much prefer, you've got the 50% target. Let's stick to that. Now, sometimes there are things that come in, and markets move and things change. And especially going into tonight, you may say, hey man, there's all this event risk. Like I want to take this off. I want to take off some of my risk. That'd be totally fine. That'd be absolutely unequivocally totally fine. I'm going to sit tight because when I'm looking at the portfolio, I don't feel like we have a ton of, outlier risk. Now maybe we do because we have some strangles on. It's like we get a huge one-sided move either direction. MES could blow up. MNQ could blow up. AMD could blow up. Amazon could blow up. Like it could all blow up. But I think I'm going to sit tight because I really like all the theta that all of these positions are bringing in. Like we're getting $11 from MES. We're getting $17 from MNQ. We're getting $10 from AMD. These are daily figures, of course. We're getting another $10 from Amazon. So I'm like, man, that's a lot of, that's a lot of theta. And you think that these chicken pot pie recipes just show up? You think that these chicken pot pie ingredients are just bought and paid for? No, absolutely not. Like we need this theta. Like you think gluten-free, soy-free, dairy-free, like paraben-free flour is cheap? First of all, it doesn't even exist. So to find it is unbelievable. But if you can find it from some dude just selling it on the street, he's going to mark up the price because he knows he's got you, man. It's just basic supply and demand. And so here, from a theta standpoint, I like hanging tight on all of those positions. And then Amazon, we're going to sit tight for basically the same reasons as the other ones. Now, DIA, this is an iron condor. We don't have a lot to talk about here just because it's an iron condor. The risk is defined on the position. So I'm not too worried about this thing getting blown out one way or another because the risk is defined. I'm a lot more concerned about the undefined risk positions. So the MESs, the MNQs, the AMDs, and the AMZNs. And so for DIA, you can see that we're right at about a scratch here. So our trade price after all the rolls, Iron Condor with 4 rolls. That sounds like a good dinner order. Yes, I'll have the Iron Condor with 4 rolls on the side, please. That sounds delicious. I mean, it's not as good as Autumn's chicken pot pie, but it's maybe in the conversation. And so right here, you've got about a scratch. And so I'm like, let's just sit tight. Let's see what happens. And we've been really, we've been getting hurt on this position basically since its inception. And so let's see if we can get a little drop in the market, get a little drop in the Dow index, which, oh, by the way, hold on a second. Quick little tangent. Am I correct here that NVIDIA, some people say it wrong. They say NVIDIA. It's NVIDIA. Is NVIDIA in the Dow now? Like, I heard this on the internet, but I'm like, all right, whenever you see something on the internet that's a little bit crazy, i.e. NVIDIA's in the Dow now, you need to check that. You need cross-references. You're going to need, letters of recommendation to make sure that you're understanding this correctly. Is NVIDIA in the Dow now? Because if NVIDIA is in the Dow now, we can't call it the Boomer Index anymore. Like, it's over. Like, we're going to have to retire that name forever. Like, any index that includes NVIDIA is immediately no longer a Boomer Index. Right. And so I feel I don't know how I feel some kind of way that we're going to have to get rid of the Boomer Index connection because of NVIDIA's now inclusion into the Dow. Doesn't the Dow have doesn't the Dow, I can't pull it up right now because I just don't know how to figure that out. But NVIDIA, which I think is true now, Microsoft, which that's kind of boomerish. But then I think Amazon might also be in the Dow. And so I'm pretty sure Apple's in there. I'm pretty sure that Microsoft is in there. But isn't Amazon also in there? And now NVIDIA's in there? It's like a mini NASDAQ index. It's like a little miniature price-weighted NASDAQ. Like, it's no longer the Dow. Like, the Dow used to be like DuPont, right? And General Electric, which maybe GE is still in there. And then Intel, of course. Intel got kicked to the curb to make room for NVIDIA, I think. And so that's nuts, man. That is so nuts. I can't believe it. I see Rich McDonald just popped into the stream here. He said NVIDIA gets added on Friday. Really? But hardly any money flows to the DJI, right? I think so. It's like 20% of a day's volume to buy. Yeah, nobody trades it anymore, but it's important, man. Because you ask somebody that's over the age of 55, like how the market is doing, they're going to say, oh, the market's at, 40,000. And so they're not talking about the S&P 500. Like, they're not talking about the NASDAQ. They're talking about the mini NASDAQ now, which is the Dow, which is at about 40,000. And so if you still want to have a connection with, the elderly folk, the elders of our day, then you need to be able to be well-versed in what the Dow is doing, who's in the Dow, and all those kinds of things. So, yeah, nobody trades it. It's not a tradable product anymore, but that doesn't even really matter. And so, all right, we're going to sit tight in DIA. Thank you, Rich, for dropping that in there. I can't believe that the NVIDIA made it to the Dow. That's really something. Man, that's really something indeed. All right, so Google, this is our crab trade that is actually doing okay, if I'm not mistaken. If I highlight both legs, I go to close it, you can see it's marking at $3.89 credit. And so now the question simply becomes, what did we pay for this when we put this guy on? So we go to our trusty chains here, and let's go in here. And boom, there you go. So we are actually up 20 cents on the trade. So look at that. So our basis, actually, 25 cents, I guess. So our basis is $3.69. It is currently marking at $3.94, which is the same number that you see down here. So our basis on the crab is $3.69. That includes, the original crab trade. That includes, adding this new short option and kind of creating a diagonalized crab trade, which is really just a diagonal spread, I suppose, at this point. And so we're up a little bit. I'm going to sit tight because I'm very intrigued by this new strategy that we've started utilizing here on the show. And so I don't really want to mess with this one just yet, if for no other reason than, we'll have maybe some more opportunities to learn things along the way. I actually have a new crab trade that we might be able to do here on the show in the next couple of minutes if there's enough time. And we have plenty of time, so there should be all kinds of time. But with this Google trade, I'm going to sit tight and do nothing. We're up a little bit on the trade. It's working out okay. And again, it's crazy. We're up a little bit. And I think this is like exactly where Google was when we put the trade on. Like right now, you can see Google's at 171. Let me delete all of this. Let me go in here and right click and do, let's right click. Let's go view market state snapshots. We opened this on October 29th. You can see it right here. We did it at 229. And if I just highlight over that, or just hover, I should say, over that yellow diamond, the price was 172.79. Okay, so we've gotten a little bit of help. Like, we've gotten a little bit of assistance here because you've got the stock at 171.30 right now. And this is a bearish trade. It was a put crap strategy. So obviously the stock going down is going to be beneficial for us. But it's not like it's fallen out of bed. Like, it's not like this thing has just, dropped like a stone. Like, it's down, a point and a half. And we've been able to really do pretty well on this strategy, up just a little bit. And so we're going to sit tight. We'll do nothing. And we'll kind of see what happens moving forward. And then lastly, our trusty old TLT, which is up now. This thing was down earlier, which is a little bit more typical for our TLT position. Interesting. So it's up today. Look at this. It's up and we're down today. That doesn't make any sense. Hold on. So we have a long call on. This is just a naked long call. This is a holdover from a poor man's covered call that we had on here. I didn't want to sell more premium against the long call. I wanted to just leave it as it is and, just kind of go from there. But we're actually down on the day with TLT being up. Now it's not up by very much. And so there's a good chance that it's just, it could be a volatility change. I mean, obviously another thing too is when you own premium like this, when you have like long options and long calls like we have here with TLT, then I mean, you're paying for each day. Like, every day costs you something. Like, I'm not picking up premium every day. I'm not picking up theta. It's costing me something. And so chances are this little negative theta, like, there you go. I mean, we're down $4 now. Well, two of those $4 or 2.5 are coming from theta. So maybe there's a little bit of a volatility collapse in TLT that is also causing us to lose money on this long call. That would be my guess. But I mean, right here, we're dealing with really tiny differences just in terms of, the stock only up 10 cents. And, we're basically at a scratch on the day. So, all right, so TLT over and done with. All right, let's do a couple of trades today, and then I want to get to y'all's questions. I want to get to as many of your questions as I possibly can here on the show. Man, look at you guys. I see Deanna Jones in the house. I see Jonathan Sims in the house. Man, I see Peter Lachey's in the house. Man, look at you guys. There's so many more. And I see Half Unlit's in the house. That's what I'm saying. Let's go. And so let's see here. Let's do well, first of all, guys, we've been talking about this a lot in just the last little bit here. I mean, we think that tonight's election is it. Like, we think that tonight's election is going to decide the fate of our country, the fate of this world, and the fate, of course, of you and me personally. But the reality is there is something happening that is far more significant than the election, and that would be Celsius earnings. So Celsius earnings, and we've talked about this on the show. Celsius earnings are coming out tomorrow morning. I thought they were tonight, but I think maybe they shifted it around a little bit and kind of moved it maybe last second. I don't know. I don't even know if you're allowed to do that. But 11/6, that's tomorrow, of course. Tomorrow morning, Celsius earnings will be reported. And again, I don't know anything about this company other than the fact that Errol Coleman, I believe he has a sponsorship deal with Celsius. And so that's all I know. All I know is that they've got, I lose an internet. Is I'm not paying the internet bill? No, we're good. All I know is they've got Errol Coleman as a spokesperson for the company. That's good for them, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. I don't know if it's going to be enough to overshadow the earnings that are coming out tomorrow morning. Because again, if you can choose when you report earnings, man, choosing to report alongside, the United States election, I mean, that's just communicating to the whole world that you don't want anybody to look at your results. You don't want anybody to know anything about what's going on with your company and the inner workings. And so I think, man, you got to play Celsius to the downside. Like, you have to, with express apologies paid to our very own Errol Coleman and his love for this company and its product. I think you've got to play this thing to the downside. So I think, man, let's just go in here with the 3-day cycle. I don't really think we have to overthink this too much. What if we did an expected move butterfly? Like, what if we do, we buy a 31, we sell a 27, and we buy a 23. Little $4 wide, expected move butterfly, selling for 93 cents. Look at this thing, man. It's beautiful. We're risking $1 to make the potential for $3. And the nice thing is, a lot of times when we do expect to move butterflies on the show, if you followed the show for a while, you've seen this. If this is your first time tuning in, hey, welcome aboard. I hope that you come back, not only for this show, but all the other amazing shows that we have around the network. I usually do expect to move butterflies in higher priced products like $100, $200, $300 stocks, where we're typically, buying butterflies for a couple bucks, $2, $3, maybe sometimes up to $4 or $5 if we're dealing with like SPX or something like that. So this is a bit of a change up. This is a little change of pace for what we would normally do with expect to move butterflies. But the good news is, if it doesn't work, and I've been known to miss one from time to time, if it doesn't work, then it's only 95 cents. Like we're only talking about, less than $1. So because of that, it really, from a risk sizing, from position sizing, from a risk parameter standpoint, it's a pretty solid trade. I mean, this is what's great about these strategies and earnings in general is it gives you a chance to just take a shot. Like it gives you a chance to take a shot and just kind of see what happens. And if you hit it, you hit it. But if you don't, it's really not that big of a deal. And so let's go ahead. Let's go with Celsius earnings tonight. And so this will give us something to do tomorrow morning, as if we don't have enough to do. I'll be up very late tonight watching the results come in and just getting absolutely pummeled on chess.com. I'm not very good. I am not very good at all because A, I don't know how to use my queen, and B, if you bring your queen out early against me, I get super scared. I'm like, man, this is not good. I'm gonna get mated within 2-3 moves. 2-3 moves. Bad. It's actually embarrassing. And so hopefully I can practice tonight and get a little bit better. But let's go ahead and let's go 93 cents. Let's see. Yeah, we don't have a taker there. Let's go. Maybe we do. Let's see here. Let's do like 96 cents. Boom. There you go. Phil, 96 cents. All right. So Celsius, we did it. We're in it to win it. Earnings tonight. Be there. Earnings tomorrow morning, I should say. Be there at B Square. All right. That's Celsius. Man, we got 2 more trades to do. This is great. And then we'll get to y'all's questions. I see so many questions. So many comments. Man, look at you guys. It's almost like it's an election today. Look at this, man. This is nuts. Look at you guys. I see Bill Buchanan's in the house. Edward F. Lond is in the house. Man, you guys really came to play today. So, all right, let's see. Let's go in. I want to do a little Netflix. I was looking at Netflix earlier, and I'm like, man, this thing, the IV rank of Netflix is like nothing. So I'm like, we've got all this short premium working in the portfolio already with your MNQs, your MESs, your AMDs, whatever. Now Celsius, of course. I'm like, man, let's get a low volatility play working for us too. Like, let's get something working for us that's going to take advantage of maybe volatility expansion. That's going to maybe help us in the event of, a big move to the upside with volatility. Again, the chalk is volatility crush. The chalk tonight is volatility collapse. What if that doesn't happen? What if all of a sudden, the VIX is 24, 25, 26? Now, that's going to be a very different story. So I'm like, man, let's go in here. Let's step into Netflix. I don't think we need to reinvent the wheel here because there's another strategy that I want to do that's not going to be reinventing the wheel, but it's going to be a bit spicier than this one here in Netflix. Let's go into Netflix. You've got the December cycle with 45 days to go. We should really just be trading the 3-day cycle, actually, because, really, we should do 0 DTEs. Like for today's close, because it's over. Right? Again, this is the final day of everything. Not just my show, but all shows. Like life as we know it. Like this is it. These are the final 12 hours that we are, on the cusp of. But we'll play the 45-day cycle just so that we can make, the Sosnoff estate happy. Let's go in here. You've got an IV rank of 8.1. You've got the stock at 762. Netflix doing pretty well for itself. I think we just go with the at the money vertical spread to the downside. Like, let's play Netflix to the downside, really to give us some volatility exposure more than anything, because typically when, market prices and market volatility move, they move inversely. So if volatility is increasing, then prices are probably going down in the overall market. So that would be, ES wouldn't be up 60, it might be down, not necessarily 60, but down something, right? Risk-free instrument, NASDAQ futures wouldn't be up 230. They might only be up, 100 or 80 or actually down a little bit. And so that's kind of how, market prices and market volatility typically behave. Again, it's not a guarantee. It's not lock, stock, and barrel, Steve Austin, Stone Cold Steve Austin certified, I should say. It's not that, but it's pretty reliable. It's like 80 to 90% plus in terms of how reliably inverse market prices and market volatility are. So I think, let's just bias. Let's just do this real quick. 770, 760. Boom, there you go. Paying $4.78, so we're risking $5 to make $5 basically. It's risk one to make one. Very typical, very standard, very Betty Crocker at the money vertical spread. This is very similar to what we would do with pretty much all of our long at the money vertical spreads. Sometimes we'll get a little cute and we'll move it a little out of the money if we want to pay a little bit less, or we might move it a little in the money if we want to increase our probability. But generally speaking, this is going to be kind of your standard default setting when it comes to an at the money vertical. So yeah, 472, 475, that all looks good. That all looks fine. So let's go in here and let's just do it. So let's see here. If I do we'll do 480. Probably get improved a little bit. Ooh, man, they're driving a hard bargain here on the Netflix strategies. Not even getting a fill of 480. Let's try 484. There you go. Fill the 484. All right. So we got fill the 484. Beautiful. The other trade I want to do, I want to trade Qualcomm. So it's the end. Like it's got to be. I mean, we have to be on the eve of the apocalypse. If Dr. Jim is trading Qualcomm, I didn't even know they were still in business. Like, I didn't even know they were still a solvent company. But then I was looking at things to do today. I'm like, we've got some market exposure. We got this, we got that, whatever. It's like, all right, what can we potentially do that has maybe some earnings this week? It's obviously not Celsius earnings that are tomorrow. That are clearly going to be bad, right? I'm like 52 to 54% sure of that. We've already put a trade on in there anyway. But I'm like, who else has something that's cooking maybe later on this week? And I looked at Qualcomm. And I was like, wow, that's crazy. It's like Qualcomm's probably in the Dow, right? I mean, it feels like Qualcomm should be in the Dow, in the Dow, I should say. They have earnings so they're tomorrow after the bell. So again, I'm taking the same approach, right? This is not technical analysis. This is not fundamental analysis. This is not even quantitative analysis. This is just common sense, being a man of this world analysis, right? If you have a bad thing to say, if you have bad news to report, when do you do that? When no one is paying attention to you. Well, who is going to be paying attention to Celsius and Qualcomm tomorrow? Nobody. Not a single person. And so it's like there's no way that these results are going to be positive. Like there's no way that these results are going to be desirable, and the reaction function in the market is going to be a good one. So I think we play Qualcomm to the downside, just like we did with Qualcomm, or just like we did with Celsius. But I want to let's go in and let's do another crab trade, man. Like, the McDonald's crab trade worked really well. The Google one is already showing a lot of promise. I'm very intrigued at this strategy. I want to get better. I want to practice it, and I want to refine my skills. And now it's getting to the point where I kind of like understand how to set it up. Like I kind of understand, like what I'm looking for, and kind of, how to do it a bit more quickly. And that's, just comes with experience and just comes with kind of putting the reps in. You've got Qualcomm at 164. What if we buy a 160 put in December, and then we minimize December? We go into the 3-day cycle. What if we buy the 160 put, we sell a couple of 150s to come in against that, and then we buy a 140 to top it all off? I mean, man, look at this thing. This thing looks pretty solid to me. When we're paying $5.48 for it, $5.49 for it. The only thing that, I actually, so it's $10 wide. We're paying a little bit more than 50%. That's kind of the marker. That's typically where you kind of want to live in the crab strategy world. Now, again, I'm just learning. Like maybe there's some play there. Maybe there's a little room around the edges with how exact you have to be with that number. But this would be a decent start. What I think I might want to do though, just to give us a little bit more room to the downside in the event that Qualcomm does report, poor earnings, which again, the writing is on the wall, guys. Just like Daniel 5, man, the writing is on the wall. I think we go ahead and let's push the strikes down a little bit. So instead of going $10 wide, let's try to go maybe $12 wide and see if we can't reduce the cost relative to the width. The cost will go up, but on a percentage basis, can I get this thing closer to 50% or maybe even below 50%? So I'm buying a 160. I'm just going to leave that right where it is. What if I sell a 148? So I'm going to stay in this November 8th weekly cycle. That's 3 days away. What if I sell my short options become the 148s, and then my long option becomes the 136? Oh man, look at that. It's almost like we looked at this thing before the show in preparation for our final show. Like, look at that. It's exactly 50%. It's off by a penny. It's 601 on a $12 wide crab strategy to the downside. So this would be a put crab in Qualcomm that has earnings tomorrow after the bell. Now, tomorrow there is no from theory to practice. Again, there's not going to be anyway. But even in a normal circumstance, in a non-election environment and not the most important election in American history, then there wouldn't be from theory to practice tomorrow anyway, because we're with Errol, I should say, for today's assignment. So I want to do, if I'm going to do any trades for Wednesday after the bell, I do them now. I do them on Tuesday. So if you want to do a trade like this or one similar to this, then I would actually wait until tomorrow, and I would wait to situate your strikes, a bit more correctly around whatever the expected move is for that, that time. And so let's go. We got a $6 wide put crab strategy. It's looking good. We did Qualcomm. We're about halfway through the show. So, man, I'm going to get to y'all's questions. We'll get to as many as we can here on the show, and we're going to do it. This is the final Q&A for From Theory to Practice. So let's make it a good one. So let's try 605. All right, perfect. So we paid, just a titch over 50%. So it's all good, man. All right, so let's see. Where are you guys? I can't even get to the start. Man, look at you guys. I can't even. This is crazy. Oh, that's not what. Let me find the start of the show. I went right back to the start of the. Oh, there it is. Perfect. Don 721's in the house. Man, I appreciate you guys. I love you guys. Each and every one of you guys. And so he says, hey, Dr. J, regarding the MES strangle that you and I placed on Thursday, I'm ready. Don says, I closed it yesterday for a 15% profit. Did I close it too early? What are your thoughts? You didn't necessarily close it too early, man. I mean, I'm leaving mine on for all the reasons I talked about earlier. But, a different way to approach the markets is, you put short premium trades on. If you get paid, a nice chunk very quickly, like within just a couple of days. I mean, you went, Thursday to Monday. That's 4 days or whatever. Some traders like to manage early. They like to manage really early, 10%, 15%, 20%. And that's fine. That's absolutely fine. The research supports doing that. And I think you can be successful doing that. I don't do that because it doesn't really fit with my personal, style and my personal abilities to be in the market, 25-8 like some other traders might be able to. So Don, you might be in that situation where you can manage aggressively. You're kind of always in there and you're kind of always able to kind of, get in and get out when you want to get in or get out. But the other thing that I think you need to be aware of is what you're signing up for, right? As a premium seller, the way that we sell premium inside the Tasty Bubble, at least, you have to have a significantly higher number of winners than losers to make it all work in the end, right? If you're just batting 50-50, it's not going to work because, we're risking 2 to make 1. We're risking 2.5 to make 1 or whatever it might be. Now, based on the probabilities in the market and based on the way that things set up, we are, set up to be more profitable more oftentimes than not. We might have pops of, 60%, 70%, whatever it might be. But if you start going in there and managing super aggressively like you're doing, that's perfectly fine. But you just have to understand that you're going to need an even higher win percentage on the back end to make that work in the end, right? Like you're going to need to win even more than you would if you held to 50% of max profit or whatever. Like just picking that as an example because that's what we typically, do. And so that's what I would not really encourage you, not really caution you. That's the information that I would give you. Let's just go with a plain standard give verb. And so there you go. So that's how I would think about that there, Don. All right, so Mount Gorail, glad you had the extended time slot, man. I appreciate you, my friend. And then Mount Gorail says, one request, do your magic to have the SPX drop by 20 plus points before your show ends. Now, man, we are going in the other direction. And so, now EMA/SPs are up 60. Got the risk-free instrument up 240, so it's maybe not too different. I think it was about 59. The Russell's still packing on some points, though. The Russell now up 35, 34 on the day. And so, man, I don't know what any of that means, but, man, the market loves it. Whatever it means, the market is absolutely, unequivocally loving it. And so let's see here. Paul's in the house. Says good afternoon to all. What's going on there, Paul? I appreciate you, my friend. You know that I do. At least I hope that you know that I do, because you are a staple, man. You are a staple of the show. So thank you so much for being a part of what it is that we're doing. David Galmore says, Dr. Jim, I got scared. It's kind of like when I see that queen come out, man. I understand. Like that queen goes to H5. I'm like, oof, I am not ready. I need to train harder, better, faster. David Galmore says, I got scared. I sold 50% of my VOO shares. That's like a Vanguard index, right? I think that's like a long market Vanguard index, I think, and bought ESCOV with the money. I am scared in case the next days, weeks gets weird. I don't blame you, my friend. I really don't. I think that, the market loves to surprise everybody. It really does. And so right now, like, what is the market trying to get you to believe? That all is well. The market is just trying to get you to believe that everything's going to be okay, right? And I've been reliably informed by the internet that that's just not true. That tonight doesn't matter who wins, because the other side is so bad, according to the internet, that this is it. It's over. Now, how can you have an apocalypse with the VIX at 19? You can't. Like, definitionally, you can't. Like, the VIX needs to be a minimum of 65, right? Whether it's a misprint, fake number, whatever, it's got to be something higher than 37. Like, you're not going to get away with an apocalypse at a VIX at 19. And so I like it, David. I think that that's a good move. I think that's a good move indeed. And you can always get back in. You got plenty of time. So I wouldn't even worry about it. Grumpy Mike says, my bunker is well supplied. Well done, my friend. You're going to need it tonight. Tonight is the night. Rob Banks says, election. What election? Yes, well played, my friend. I'm going to sleep right through it. So Grumpy Mike says 538. 538. Is that a Nate Silver reference? Didn't he come out and say it was 50-50 now? I think that the latest Nate Silver poll, whatever that means, I don't even know what that means, but I just, obviously just being a man, being a Renaissance man of the world, I just pick up little tidbits here and there. And if I'm not mistaken, Nate Silver's got it 50-50 tonight, which is kind of like it's always 50-50, right? It either happens or it doesn't. Like, it's either A or B. It's either left or right. It's 50-50. I mean, it's the same thing with the Monty Hall problem, right? It's just 50-50. Which that's not 50-50, but it feels like it should be. So Anka says, I'm glad all the political ads will be over. That's correct. I mean, political ads. Yes. 100%, Anka. I'm right there with you. That will be a silver lining for sure. Even if your guy or your gal loses tonight or tomorrow or, December 10th when we finally know who won or lost, then, at least there'll be no more political ads. So Kimberly says, 2 weeks before we know. Yeah, I mean, I'm being a bit facetious, and there might be a tad bit of hyperbole in there, but it might actually be more like 3 to 4 weeks. But Kimberly says, what are you thinking, Dr. Jim? KDH are pulling some tickets out of her pocket. KDH. Oh, is that Kamala? Well, her middle name is D? Oh, interesting. Okay. I mean, I didn't even know. Like, no one ever references her middle name. I don't even know what it is. It could be like a Denise, possibly. She looks like she could be a Denise. I mean, DJT, we all know. I don't know what Trump's middle name is, but I know it's Jay. I think it's John. But you always see. I mean, you got the ticker, man. You got DJT. Hold on a second. Like, I can go in right now and I can buy or sell DJT. I mean, look at this. Pumping today. Right there it is, up 9%. Can I go in and do the same thing for KDH? Boom, there you go. Can't do it. Right? So the pairs trade, it was right there for us, Kimberly, but we just can't do it. And so no KDH for us. But the KDH in the market, man, I don't know. Pulling some tickets out of her pocket. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. It's gonna be something, that's for sure. Sergio's in the house with a finance question, so I guess I have to take this one. Dr. Jim, 2 questions. I have a $10 wide iron condor in gold with 20 days to go. Okay. The puts are it says P 2685 and a call 2800. So I'm assuming those are your short strikes. Currently down $35. Any suggestions? And then number 2, we know about Autumn, but how did the love story with Sosnov start? Yes. So I'll tell you that in a second, but let me look at your actual trade here for a minute. So I'm going to have to kind of extrapolate what your long strikes are. So that must be a 2685 short and a 2800 short. You said it's an iron condor. So there's legs there, of course. If there's legs there, the wings, I should say. If there's wings, because the way you wrote it looks like a strangle, but I think maybe just for space and maybe you're limited by characters and you just left it out or whatever. So, I mean, it's a $10 wide iron condor in GC, which means, like, let's say you sold it for $3, right? You've got $700 of risk. Or if you sold it for $4, you have $600 of risk. And so if that's the case, it's already a risk-defined strategy. I would not do anything. I would sit tight, do nothing, and just let it cook. 100%. Like, that's how I handle iron condors. Now, some other traders on the network are a bit more aggressive. Look at DJT getting halted. Look at that. I never look at DJT, but now that it's up in my thing, look at that. It's halted. It's getting the GameStop treatment. And what's GameStop doing? They still in business? No, there's no way. Wow, 22.80. That's unbelievable. But anyway, with an iron condor, I would not do anything. Their surge, I would sit tight. And so you can roll the intesticides and do all that kind of stuff, but man, you're shrinking the distance between the shorts. I don't like it personally, but of course, that's what's great about the Tasty Network is that you can find other traders and other styles that might, be more closely aligned with your own there. And so, but let's see. The second question: how did the love story with Sosnoff start? Yes, so I'll give you the short version here. So I was a finance professor before I joined the Tasty Network, and I loved it. I absolutely loved it. I mean, being there with the students every day, I taught undergraduate classes and graduate classes at a small university in South Carolina, and I loved it. Like I went to school for that. That's what I thought I wanted to do for my whole career. And so, but then, as luck would have it, different things started to transpire, with my role at the university I was at, and it was not looking so good for Dr. Jim. And so I was like, okay, well, what am I going to do? I could go to another university. I could stay in academia. I could do whatever. And so, but then I discovered a Mr. Tom Sosnoff. Like I discovered, like, wow, this is unbelievable what he's doing with Tasty and kind of equipping people to do this on their own and like empowering them and just all this stuff. And I'm like, this is so cool. And so, and this is the experience that so many of you probably have, where you email Tom and within, 45 seconds, he writes you back, right? He writes everybody back within 45 seconds. It's unbelievable. So I emailed him just as a viewer and said, hey, I'm watching the network. I'm a professor. I love what you're doing, all those kinds of things. And he wrote me right back. I was like, wow, that's crazy. I can't believe he just wrote me back. So we went back and forth about different things and just about trading stuff and kind of became, internet besties, I guess you could say. And so, or at least he made me feel like I was his internet bestie, but I'm sure he makes everyone feel that way. And so, but then as things continue to move forward, and I was like, well, it looks like my career might be taking a bit of a change in its trajectory. I reached out to Tom and I said, hey, I think I can help the team. Like, I think I can help the team. Like, here's an idea, whatever. And then Tom was like, hey, well, come down to Chicago, show me what you can do, and then we'll talk. So I flew to Chicago and I showed him what I could do, and then the next thing is history. The rest is, is just the rest is history, as they say. I botched that like 4 or 5 different times, but yeah. And now here I am. It's been it's crazy. It'll be 9 years in January. 9 years in January, right? Tony bought 45-day puts on me. Tony bought 45-day puts on me in January of 2016, and he rolled them like 20 or 30 times. He was like, man, this thing is going to be worth so much money, and they all just expired worthless. So I kind of feel bad for him, but then I kind of don't feel bad for him because it's 9 years, baby. And here we go. We made it to the very end. I mean, this is the end of the road. Again, just as Boyz II Men predicted 35 to 37 years ago. So there you go, Sergio. So Grumpy Mike, Anka, I've recorded them so I can watch them over and over again. Oh, the political ads. That's pretty good. Yes, that's good. That's obviously what we all want to be doing. And so Edward Lond, let's see. He says the cash is on fire there. Thank you, Dr. Jim. Yes. I'm trying to think about what that's in reference to. That one's losing me. That one's escaping me there, Edward Lond. But I think it sounded like it was pretty well put. But I'm missing the inside of that inner circle here live on the show. So Bill Buchanan's in the house. What are you going to do if the market shoots up and never looks back like it did in the previous elections? That's a good question. I'll let David handle that one since it was addressed to him because I don't have a good answer. But, Theta Trader says, too late, Anka. I've added you to several dozen political call centers. There you go. Nicely done. See, you would think that Theta Trader is really busy with his back alley root canals, like just kind of book solid, and he is because he does a really good job at what he does. But he still finds time to just be there for the people by making sure that you are still getting an ample amount of political ads, whether they be, commercials on TV, whether they be text messages that we all enjoy, or maybe even, face-to-face visits. Like face-to-face visits, that's where it's really at. And so let's see. Edward Lon says, Mr. Bill, old school SNL. Mr. Bill. Man, I don't really remember the old school SNL stuff. I was a little bit too young because I was born in 81. So old school SNL, I mean, I'm thinking like, that was like 70s, 80s, I think, right? With like Dan Aykroyd and all those guys. And so I'm not getting the Mr. Bill reference. But I appreciate you, Edward. You know that I do. Rob Banks. I sold some at the money covered calls on TQQQ yesterday for Friday. Zero risk. Man, I like it. And whenever I read zero risk, I know that means there's a whole bunch of risk there. But man, TQQQ, I think we've talked about this before. This is one of those leveraged funds. And so, I get it now. It's on the NASDAQ. Well played there, Rob Banks. Well played. So now I understand the zero risk comment. It's a ton of risk, right? It's unbelievable risk. But Rob, you and I both know it's risk free. Like you and I both know what the NASDAQ really means in these markets. And so let's see. Mr. Green says everyone should identify as we the people, not Democrat or Republican. I think that would be good. I think that'd be really, really good. It's kind of like what I don't think Elon has done this yet on Twitter, X, whatever. But I remember him saying like hiding the likes so you can't see like how many times something has been liked or viewed or whatever. I think you can still see all that, so he hasn't done it yet. But it would kind of be like, let's just evaluate the video, the text stream, the meme. Let's evaluate this thing on its own merits. Because once you, and I do this too, everybody does this, of course, but once you look at something, once you see the author or you see the social proof or whatever, it completely changes the way that you view that item. I do it too. You do it. Everybody does it. It'd be very interesting what if we removed that? Like, what if we, removed, the left versus right, the Democrat versus Republican, and then all of a sudden we're just, we're handling things on their own merits. I don't know, man. It could be pretty interesting. But market's down a little bit now. Got the NASDAQ only up 210. Got EME's up 53. You got the Russell paying some gains here, only up 31. So I don't know, man. Got DJT halted again. It's not good. It is not good at all. Precious metals still hanging in there. Got gold up 5. You got what's one of my silver bros doing? Silver, okay. Silver hanging in there. 32.76. All right, so we'll have to wait and see what happens. But David Galmore says, Bill Buchanan, the 50% remaining to shoot up with the market. I have other longer-term trades that will also likely shoot up. There you go. At some time, I will move SGov to longer-dated bonds or low-vol stocks. There you go. I like it. And so let's see. Theta Trader says, people are awful too. I identify as a trash panda. Trash panda. Is that like a Kung Fu Panda reference? My kids love that movie. The whole series, but I don't remember that necessarily. Kimberly says there's an MAQ squeeze setting up to 20,238. Oh, we're way beyond that, Kimberly. We're at 20,285, and so but we're cooling off a little bit here. You got some little downside action cooking up. Let's see. Oh, squeeze to the downside, she says. Okay, all right. Well, you might be right, Kimberly. You might absolutely be right. It'd be interesting to see if that happens in the next 20 minutes while we're still on air before we get you guys to Tim Knight. And so Mr. Green says down 700 in TLT. I'm sorry to hear that, my friend. It can't be as bad as my trade, though. My trade is awful. My trade is atrocious. This long call in TLT. So hopefully you're in a better situation. Let's see. The buyout blueprint says, Jim, I have a calendar spread on in Tesla, November 8th at 250 put and in December 13th at 280 call. So that's a strangle then. It looks like the minus signs, you're short both of those. Calendar spread would be stacked strikes. Calendar spread would be, 250, 250. One is short term, one is long term. So you would you would sell the front month. So like you would sell, like in your case, you would sell November 8th, 250 put, let's say, and then you would buy the December 13th, 250 put. Like to be a calendar spread, it's got the strikes have to be stacked. They have to be shared at the same level, whatever that level might be. It looks like you have a strangle. But buyout goes on to say, do you agree with me not rolling that put? And if I get assigned, it will essentially just turn into a covered call. So first of all, yes, if you get assigned, it will turn into a covered call. That's correct. Let me look at Tesla, though. What's the price of Tesla? Oh, Elon's going to be on fire tonight, man. Like, you think his tweets have been crazy? Like, going into, today? Oof, it's going to be some next level stuff, regardless of what happens, since he has now turned into Trump's right-hand man, which is very interesting. I don't think that we saw that one coming. But, okay, Tesla at 251. So right now, yes, if you get assigned on the 250 put, then you're going to have long shares, and then you're going to be short at 280 call. It's covered call. It's correct. And that might be just what you want to do. But the way that it reads in the question, that's a short strangle. And so if that's your plan all along, I'm going to sell the put. I'm going to take assignment. If I get it, if it goes down below whatever, then it's all good. You don't need to mess with that plan. That's a good plan for long-term holding in Tesla. Like it's a solid strategy. But if you're trying to trade this like an actual strangle, then I would probably kick out the November 8th to at least match up with the call in December 13th. And then even then, December 13th is hold on. December 3rd, that's 38 days away. Yeah, I would just, I mean, if you wanted, it doesn't sound like you want to do this. It sounds like your plan is to kind of get assigned and then deal with, kind of the aftermath of that assignment and just have the covered call, which again, that's a good strategy. But if you do want to still maybe kind of maintain some remnants of the short strangle spirit of the way that this reads, then I would at least roll the November 8th out from November 8th to December 13th. I mean, I don't know what you collected for this strategy to begin with, but right now you're going to get a really nice credit for doing that, I think. If I go in here and I buy, you're right at the money with the strikes. I'm thinking this might be like $10 or something crazy. If I buy the 250 put, which this would be you rolling to December 13th, and then I go to December 13th and I sell a 250 put, yeah, you're getting almost $10. You're getting $9.35. So, but again, if that's not what you want to do, then don't do it, right? Obviously, if your plan all along was to kind of get assigned on the shares and then go cover call, you can probably just sit tight. You can just, stick with what you got. And you have a lot of risk to the upside. If Tesla takes off in the next few days, then you could get hurt on that, and you won't have the protection that you would have had if you had the shares beforehand. Because again, remember, this is such an interesting situation, their buyout blueprint. Thank you so much for joining the stream, and just a really, really, really great question that you had here. If you get assigned on the 250 put, which that will happen Friday. It could happen early, but it's not going to happen now because it's out of the money. But if Tesla goes down and the 250 put goes in the money, you could potentially take assignment before Friday, but it probably won't happen because there's going to be so much extrinsic value in that option all the way up until the end. But let's say that happens, then you get the shares, then you have no risk to the upside. Like if the stock goes up, the only thing you're missing out on is opportunity cost. The only thing you're missing out on is potential gains. Right. And, for all my buys and tries bros and my chest and back bros, that potential gains and actual gains are not the same thing. And so when it comes to your plan, it's a good plan. Well, maybe not the only, but one of the gimmies is, what if Tesla takes off now? Like, what if Tesla shoots up, into this week and maybe into next week? Your 250 put expires worthless, so you do keep the premium. You get a little bit of something in terms of helping you offset the upside risk, but you are going to have risk above that 280 call that you have in the December 13th cycle. Whereas once you take possession of the shares, that risk goes away, because that is the basic essence of a covered call. So hopefully that helps a little bit there. Buyout gives you a couple things to think about at least. And there you go. So Justin is in the house. Justin says, can you explain vol crush? Yes. Great question, Justin. Thank you so much for the question. And thank you so much for being here. Yes, I can. So if you go into, Celsius would be a good example. I'll look at the market too here in a second. But if you go into Celsius, because they have earnings, we could look at Qualcomm too if we wanted to, because they have earnings tomorrow too. But if I go into Celsius, like, you're going to see that. So Celsius has earnings. That purple box is kind of cut off, but Celsius has earnings tomorrow morning, right? Binary events like earnings, like an election, like FOMC, which that's coming up on Thursday. Like, guys, this is nuts. Like, let's just say, I just knocked my microphone out of the way. Anyway, let's just say, by some stroke of luck, that we somehow survive tonight, that we somehow make it through to the other side tonight, which again, it's not going to happen. But let's just say, as a theoretical exercise that we do you really think that we're going to make it through Thursday? Like, do you really think that we're going to get through to the other side of the most important FOMC announcement of all time in economic history? There's no way. There's absolutely no way. But that's another example of a binary event, FOMC. So when you have these binary events, Justin, oftentimes, as traders are preparing for those binary events, they're buying a lot of options because they want to cash in big if they get the direction move that they're looking for, whether it be, earnings, whether it be, elections, whatever. They want to cash in big, right? As there's a lot of option demand, as there's a lot of buying activity on the options, both calls and puts, the implied volatility of the option chain is going to increase. It's going to rise. And so that's why when you look at like an option chain here, which is like right here, right? I guess this is more like an expiration chain, and then inside of each expiration would be the more exact option chain within that expiration. But you look at, the different expirations, and then look on the right-hand side of all the volatilities. Like, each expiration has its own volatility. Like, every DTE that exists has its own IV. And so you can see, like, the 3 DTE has an IV of 189%. But then you go out to, like, the 45 DTE, and that has an IV of 86%. And so when you are right on the precipice of some binary event like we are tonight with Celsius, like we are tonight with the election, etc., then the volatility is usually going to be at a peak for that cycle. But once that event happens, once the numbers come out, once the election is decided, whatever, then there's no need for those options anymore because the event has come and gone. Now there's going to be some winners and losers, but there's going to be a huge unwind of all of those options. And so that is going to put a tremendous amount of downward pressure on the option prices and the volatilities that are associated with that cycle. And so what we typically expect is the volatility that's associated with like a front week, like right here in Celsius, this is a great example, at 189%, that's not going to persist. Because again, once the earnings numbers come out tomorrow morning, good, bad, indifferent, it doesn't matter. Just the certainty of it is going to cause the volatility to decrease substantially. And a good estimate of how far it could decrease, not immediately, but over the course of sometimes just a couple of days, is you go out to like a typical 45-day cycle, look at what the volatility looks like there, and you can see it's at about 86%. So we could get a 100-point vol crush in Celsius tonight. Well, it won't happen until tomorrow because it's tomorrow morning. But yeah, that's the basic idea behind volatility crush. And again, we'll probably see the same thing. Let me just bring up, I want to at least get to a few more questions. Man, I can't believe the show's almost over. Guys, it goes so fast. Like, man, so fast. If I go to SPX, I bet you we'll see something similar. So you've got the implied volatility. Obviously, today doesn't count. This doesn't count because this is before the election. But look at tomorrow. Look at the one-day cycle, 36%. Look at that. That's huge. Now, I mean, you go out just 9 days away, and you're already down to 25%. You go out to so you've got 36% in the 1 day. Let me delete that. If I go to the 45-day or 44-day, I mean, look at that. It's like half, right? The 44-day cycle is only 20%. Same thing, right? Same type of vol crush situation. So that's why, again, VIX going 17, 18, 19 tomorrow is kind of the chalk. That's kind of the expected move, if you will, when it comes to what volatility might do, after the results are known. And so again, that's irrespective of who wins. I mean, you can make a case that one side is better than the other side in terms of market behavior, market reaction functions, and whatever. And you might be right, but just from a purely volatility crush standpoint, the volatility is most likely going to go lower. So hopefully that helps. Anka, what's going on? Anka says, what's going to happen to Florida? Another hurricane. Yeah, I heard something's coming. The tropical storm Raphael, I guess, is on his way over here. And so I'm ready, man. I'm 100% ready. And the great thing is, I don't think he's supposed to come until like later this week. And again, tonight's the night. This is it. It's over anyway. So I'm not worried about the tropical storm Raphael or whatever it might be. Theta Trader says, Warren Buffett increased T-bills and sold stock. His financial position is slightly different than mine. As it is my own, but I still feel like it's good company with the elevated valuations. And so, are you talking about Berkshire Hathaway? Yeah, possibly. Man, I mean, I haven't. I mean, Berkshire, is that BRK? I know I can't do the A shares. BRA. Yeah, let's see. Berkshire A. Look at that. Look at this guy. Man, you want to talk about some bougie chicken pot pie? This guy's eating the bougiest. One share of Berkshire Hathaway, $665,000 a share. And you know why he's doing that, right, Theta Trader? It's to keep yahoos like you and me out of his stock. He wants to keep the plebes and the peasants like you and me. He doesn't want us having votes. He doesn't want us having a say. He doesn't want us having any of that kind of stuff. So BRK A share, $600,000. Now you go $600,000. You go into BRK B share, it's $400. It's like, sure, you can be a part of that. You're not going to have quite the clout and the prestige that you would have with the A shares. Excuse me. But you got a little something, right? You got at least a little something for your time and your trouble. And so, market catching a bit of a rebound now. So back over 5,100, NASDAQ back over 300. You got the Russell back to 64. And so, yeah, we're going to have to wait and see. All right, let's see. Kimberly says, it's like giving birth, Dr. Jim. Yes, something obviously I know a lot about. And so Kimberly says, it feels a lot better going in than it does coming out. Ooh, yikes. So Anka, you caught me there. I'm usually pretty good at dodging the mildly, if not overtly inappropriate comments. And you got me. I stepped on that landmine there. Well played there, Kimberly. But you absolutely got me there. So Anka says, Justin, option prices will go down due to the lower uncertainty. There you go. Thank you, Anka, for chiming in there. And then Anka said, live like there is no tomorrow. I mean, you have to today because definitionally there is no tomorrow. And then Edward says, let's see, now with this earnings election play, should I be drinking? Maybe, possibly. It's been a minute since we've talked about Natty Light Ice, right? It's been a minute since we've talked about, UNG, right? Our Natty Light Ice. Right, some would call this a natural gas fund. Those people would be incorrect. This is Natty, right? Light Ice. That's what that is. You can't make out what any of that says, but I promise you, it says Natty Light Ice. So that might be the move tonight. That absolutely might be the move tonight, especially if you need to stockpile funds and save capital for your bunker. You can get a lot of Natty Light Ice for very little money. So that's good. And so let's see. Grumpy Mike says absolutely. Kimberly, incoming gravity in the VIX one day. Man, I haven't looked at the VIX one day in a long time. Grumpy Mike is digging the chicken pot pie. Sergio's laughing. I appreciate you, my friend. Howie Egg says if his wife is listening, that's a zero delta. He will be sleeping alone. Yeah, that's why I've been married 15 years now, right? So I'm seasoned. I'm like a well-seasoned cast iron skillet. Like I kind of know what's going on. Like I kind of understand. And here's the beautiful thing about this show. This is just a conversation between you and me, right? I know Tom's not watching. I know Tony's not watching. And I know Autumn is 100% not watching. 100%. Autumn hasn't seen one of my shows. It's been 8.5 years. I think she watched a couple like when I started, like the first couple weeks, because she was excited. But she was like, man, I mean, what they don't understand is I get the same thing the other 23 hours of the day. Right. She's like, so I can't do another hour. Like, there's no way. Like, I get plenty. Trust me. And so I can usually play a little fast and loose with the wife commentary. But no, my wife is absolutely amazing. Let's see. Mr. Green says that it's not pot pie. Oh, it's 100% pot pie. I can tell you that. Let's see. Grumpy Mike says, speaking of recipes, are we going to get – oh, look at this. He's going into the Wayback Machine as the market catches a lot of strength here. Are we going to get the recipe for that Thanksgiving chocolate pie this year? Yes, that would be my mother-in-law's chocolate pie. Or just have to listen to you talk about it. I make no promises, man. It's not my pot pie, or not. It's not my chocolate pie, and so it's not really my call. From what I understand, I mean that thing is like it's under wraps. There's like a combination lock inside of a key lock to get to that recipe. And so I don't know that it's just going to be just an easy, hey, ask, can I have this? Here you go. Like, I think it's like this thing it's been passed down from one generation to the next. And so I don't know that it's going to be that easy for me to get that. But let me see what I can do. I appreciate you, my friend. Let's see. Kimberly's got another marijuana stock for us. I'm going to pass for all the reasons we talked about a few days ago. And then Theta Trader says tofu chicken with soy crust. That's right. And locally sourced swamp beast nuggets. Man, how were you able to guess Autumn's recipe without seeing it? How were you able to guess Autumn's recipe? You nailed the whole thing, right? You add a little salt and pepper and you'd be shocked at how good it tastes. Like you might read that and say, that's pretty gross. Not with the salt and pepper, man. A little salt, a little pepper is absolutely amazing. And so let's see. Edward Lon says, thanks, Grumpy. I'm on it for the new president, Rich McDonald. He's back. He says, or not back. You actually commented earlier, and I appreciate you. What could Trump media drop to by next Friday if he loses? Does it go sub 10? I think it goes right where KDH is. Like you've got DJT right now. Look at this thing. It's all over the place. So now it's up. So DJT at 35. Again, we got KDH is 0. KDH doesn't even exist. And so if Trump loses, I mean, I think KDH is going, or not KDH, but I think DJT is going down. I mean, Tesla's obviously going down by association, right? And then you've got, they're all just going to be in the junk heap of history. And then that's going to be that. And then Finn West says, good morning, Dr. Jim, man. I appreciate you. I got to run here in a second. Man, I see you. Look at you guys. Deanna Jones says, I want the chocolate pie recipe. I appreciate you. I appreciate you so much. Look at you guys, man. I can't get to any more because I got to get you guys to Tim. But you guys are amazing. I see Pablo G. Man, look at you guys. I see Flower Powers in the house. I just appreciate you guys. I appreciate you guys so much, but I got to run and get you guys to Tim Knight. Man, thank you guys so much. We've had one heck of a run, I think, right? It's difficult for me to say goodbye like this, but since the apocalypse is here, I don't know that we'll be seeing each other again. So if you want to shoot me an email, you can, but that stuff's all going to be gone. It's all going to just float away into the ether in the next, 12 to 18 hours. So shoot me an email if you can, or if you want to. Hit me up on Twitter if you can, or if you want to, but I'm pretty sure this is the end. But in the meantime, we still have Tim Knight coming up next with trading the charts. And so until I see you guys next time, trade them small, trade them heavy, and stay generous, and we'll see you guys on the other side.
How we respond to the most difficult situations is ultimately how we learn to build on our successes.
It takes the guesswork out of retail trading.
Want to know what you're getting into before you dive in? When you trade options at Tasty Trade, you see your probability of profit and loss right where you need it. Tasty Trade. Make your move.
Hello, everybody. Well, the excitement is in the air. It's election day, of course, and in about, I guess, 4.5 hours or so, data will start to slowly trickle in. I just noticed, weirdly, I don't know what that was all about, but DJT, the Truth Social stock, plunged from like 40 to 31 in a couple of minutes, and it's bounced right back about half of that. But that's a taste of things to come, I think. Not necessarily with respect to direction, but with respect to volatility and sudden changes, inexplicable changes. I honestly don't know what that was all about, because it wasn't the market in general that did that. But yeah, it's going to be a crazy night. And as I've said, and as you've read everywhere, it could be days, maybe even weeks, but probably days before we have a definitive answer who won what on the presidential terms. The other stuff, the Senate, the House, and all that, that'll probably be pretty clear by the time we all crawl into bed this evening. But I've got charts for you. Got them preloaded for your viewing pleasure. So let's jump in and kind of catch up with each other. The spider is up. Everything's up. It's a very green day. The NQ is up hundreds of points. The ES is up about 60 points. It's a day, I think, predicated on the notion of a GOP victory. As your resident chartist, I would say you got to watch the gaps. That's what it's all about, right like so. The spider gap's right there, 579.29. We have basically undone the big drop we saw on Halloween, and we're pushing toward that gap from October 30. So that, I can't emphasize enough, that's the one to watch. And take note how day after day after day after day, the midline to the channel is being respected as support. Now, as your resident chartist and perma-bear, I think I should emphasize that, yes, that emphasizes the importance of the support, but it all the more emphasizes the importance of it if it breaks. Because with each affirmation, there is a acknowledgement that that line has power, and has power in both directions, just as the gap does. So we're range bound right now. We've got this gap as resistance and this midline channel, which goes way back 15 years as support. So that's the key. The diamond is naturally up. Everything's up right now. We really haven't completed this topping pattern, if it indeed turns out to be a topping pattern. We kind of teased into it yesterday, but did not break. And as with the spider, we've basically undone any weakness lately. And it's helped by things such as, big industrial stocks like Caterpillar. CAT is up about $7 and is pushing up against this reasonable but not particularly large blob of overhead supply. EWZ Brazil is up a little. I'm maintaining my January put position on this, and we'll see. We will see. It's really getting into this thicket of overhead supply too, so that should slow things down. Big winner on the earnings front, now that we're sort of in the dry portion of the earnings season, Palantir. Explosive move, well above its former lifetime high, set way back in January 2021. And looking back, we can see that this move was telegraphed pretty nicely with our friendly little inverted head and shoulders pattern here. This pattern has been in place. I drew this months and months ago to affirm this bullish setup. And down here was grinding around at lifetime lows. We got down to $5 and change. And we gapped up here, blasted higher, retrace, nice confirmation of support, and then uppity up. And it's just been blasting higher ever since. So it's about 900% gain, something like that. Something crazy in just the past, what is this? Not even 2 years. So enormous move here, 700, 800%, approaching 900%, and lifetime highs based on the earnings report. On the bearish side, got some good things going. I've mentioned Archer Daniels Midland from time to time, and I wrote about this and almost certainly mentioned it too last week, because I really liked the look of this little pattern here echoing its big brother up here. And it took a couple of days, but this worked out great. This fell really hard today. It was about down 10% earlier. It's still down nicely, big old price gap there. But ADM worked out quite well for the bears based upon that analog. My big winner today is Cleveland Cliffs, which I've been impatiently holding on to for the longest time. It took a nice tumble today. We've got a new gap. The gap anchored to yesterday's low. And as I say, it's down over 10%. These are, I think, March puts that I've got. So I'm definitely kind of just crossing my arms and waiting on this, because the whole time, the rationale behind this has been to ape the behavior that took place before with this very, very similar pattern. I would be pleased / amazed / delighted if we actually went all the way back down to this trend line. That's kind of the most ambitious target I think we could imagine. This one worked out, but not as great as it looked this morning. This was another short, a little more obscure, Lattice Semiconductor, LSCC. They reported last night. They were down really hard. They were down like to 40. They were like $10 lower than this now. It fought back. It recovered that overnight to some degree. It's still down, but it's down pretty modestly. It's down, 93 cents. It's down like $10 before. I'm so flustered with it. I just went ahead and took a smaller profit than I hoped. I'm out just because I'm mad. And also it's kind of thinly traded. But yeah, that does bother me. And there's an old saying about how if something's up that should be down, or down that should be up, get out. This is a version of that. It should be down a lot more than this, because they got slammed last night. So I took a little profit on that, but disappointed. Another item you and I follow a lot is Huntsman HUN. This is breaking down nicely. You can see this is the 5th instance of a nice rounded top on this, the most recent one being the biggest. And we have sunk on this one a little more than 4%, looking good on Huntsman. And a couple of obscure ones. Chart Industries, GTLS, has been going up and up and up. Look how close we're getting to this price gap. I was tempted to get puts on this, but boy, do they stink. The bid ask is gigantic. Volume, open interest, 0 for most of them, so forget about it. But as a straight up short sale, might be of interest. So that's GTLS. And then Rambus, RMBS. This one, very pretty head and shoulders. We're getting right back to the neckline on this. So that might also be worth your consideration. Let's just throw a neckline down like so, just to make it a little more clear. it's gotten lost in the shuffle, but Jerome and his motley crew are meeting tomorrow and Thursday. On Thursday, he does this little dance. I don't know how much attention the man's going to get this time. Usually the whole earth stops and stares at him. This time, but he may have to be like, tap, 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 is this on? Because we'll all be focused on the election results. But he is going to talk, and the expectation, almost universal, is for a 25 basis point cut. Like that'll solve anything. And I mentioned yesterday that in spite of the 50 basis point cut last time, the market made the most obscene gesture at the man and actually went up about 70 basis points afterward. So the market does not care what Mr. Powell and his sartorial splendor really do. But yeah, 25 bips coming. Who cares? But the mortgage rates, as you can see here, have not fallen to help out the real estate market. On the contrary, they've been zipping higher. So this is the 15-year, around about 6% right now. As far as precious metals, I got to level with you again. I got to level with you. If nothing else, I'm an honest chartist. I got a silver again at a pipsqueak profit. I can't do it. I just refuse to do it. Just too much. I'm scared of what the election's going to do. But silver's still looking fine. Hasn't really violated anything. But it's the same logic. Gold is just so high now. I'm just a little freaked out by what'll happen if we get some shocker to the downside on this. So I'm out again. We'll see. The day comes and I actually stick with it. But SLV itself was up nicely earlier, like 1 point something percent. Now it's up a just teeny bit on SLV, and it's the same old, same old. The key is the gap here, 29.20. But it's stable, and that gap could well hold. PSLV is also up, and it's got its own attendant gap here at 10.82. I've mentioned that there are some election-sensitive stocks out there to watch. I'm sure you've got ones you're following. I mean, precious metals we just went through, I'm sure, is one of them. Tesla, very much still. It was up about $12 earlier today, based upon the same enthusiasm that's pushing all the equities and higher in general. It didn't get really past that, though, because this trio of Fibonacci's is still very strong resistance. So it's pushed up against that, but it's still up, but not as much as it was. Should a surprise happen, should, I don't know, Harris win or something like that, I would fully expect this. This is just a guess. Just saying, if Harris wins, I suspect this would weaken sharply and would find support somewhere around 220 or thereabouts. And the thereabouts is pretty broad brushstroke, but something like that. That's kind of a crazy thing to say because that's a big drop. That's like over 10%. But and I have no position in Tesla at all directly. But it just seems to be one worth watching. DJT, as I mentioned at the top of the show, also very much worth watching. I've been glancing from time to time at one of my screens here. It's still up, very volatile. You can see these long shadows, they're called in candlestick terms, off of this real body. But this is, I've got a friend, a trading friend of mine who is a irresponsibly large position on this on the put side. So we'll see how that works out. Bitcoin also very much at the mercy of the election results. Plus, there's a lot of chatter about the seasonal favorability to crypto, and Tasty sent out an email about that today as well. So since we've had some good success with earnings lately, what else is coming up? Well, a couple, I think slated for, this one I believe is this afternoon, Lumen Technologies. It's got an enormous rounded top, although it has pushed into this top rather substantially. So it's not exactly the cleanest circus in town. But I've taken in a little put position on this just to see. It's not a very expensive stock, but yeah, it's on the one hand, it's a beautiful, huge rounded top. On the other, it has penetrated the top pretty deeply. So it's, kind of a B- in terms of that. So small bearish position on that. And then, as I've said over and over and over again for the past several weeks, NVO looking better every day. I've taken some profits on this, but they announce, I believe, tomorrow morning, if they can get anybody's attention. And that that should be hopefully help push this lower. But I've taken some profits because it was a kind of an outsized big position earlier. NVIDIA, always important to watch. It's green for the moment, but really it's doing is pushing right up against this former high. It had beat the high briefly here, fell sharply, and pushed back. Also, the Dow 30 news came in here, but that blue line's worth watching. Dumb guess is that this is prone to slippage again back through here. This is not a very pretty setup, but the night could be filled with all kinds of surprises. SMH, which is kind of a roll-up of all that, the semiconductors, very clean gap here. So modest resistance at that gap. And then even bigger and broader is the cubes, of course. And as with the spiders, broken medium-term trend line, very clean price gap, the cubes gapping right up there, which corresponds very nicely with that trend line. So pushing above this level would obviously be bullish and will have shaken off this brief dip. So just to wrap things up, here's the S&P, and I just so happen to have built in a feature. Oops, hello. That's not the feature. The feature is to show what the presidential elections look like over the course of time, and that's what all those blue lines are about. There was a time that it actually tended to mark reversals here way back in the day. To be honest, looking at recent terms, it's neither here nor there. You can see these lines, which is where the elections were, nothing. Might as well be Groundhog Day. So anyway, should be quite an evening. Have fun at your watch party if you got one. And no matter what, red or blue, I'll see you here tomorrow. So thanks and good luck across the board. Bye-bye.
Welcome in Tasty CEO Tom Sosnoff, also founded Thinkorswim. Some call him the godfather of retail options trading. Tom, it's good to have you on. How would you be reacting as a startup founder to this news?
I'd be really pissed.
Yeah. As you should be, by the way. I'm glad you said it because I can't.
And this is how we think as traders. You're much better off, instead of trying to follow the trend or follow the fundamentals, you're much better off playing the role of a contrarian.
And what I really want to do today is kind of break it out of that box and make it what it really should be, which is about understanding and thinking about probabilistic, predictable outcomes, about quantitative strategies. True financial literacy is about taking risk.
There's a very thin line between opportunity and risk, but where there's the most noise, there's the most opportunity.
The second you believe that somebody knows something and it's not you, then you're dead.
You can get up to $4,000 when you open and fund a new account with tastytrade. That's 4,000 buckaroos, 4,000 bills, or clams, 4,000 in dough or cheddar, not the cheesy kind. 4 large, 4K, 4 grand, which is no small thing. Open and fund a new tastytrade account and get on the platform for traders who just want to trade. And did we mention a bonus of up to 4,000 smackaroos? tastytrade. Make your move.
Are you on a quest for trading enlightenment? Driven by an unquenchable need to find the twin flame to your chosen strategy?
Our Where's Bat Live event is the search for trading's ultimate holy grail.
Do you have what it takes to find the elusive bat as we visit 3 cities?
Join 6 Tasty Live speakers
as they present 6 unique strategies
and 6 unique clues using games and probability
to lead to the ultimate prize. Sign up for this free event today at tastylive.com/events.
Look who's back testing. tastytrade now has options back testing for free. Test your trades with over 10 years of data for the most popular symbols. See how your trades would have performed in the past. Look back at profit and loss and take the guess out of guesswork. Oh, did we mention that it's free? Get back testing at tastytrade.
Got the need for speed? No problem. On Tasty Trade, adjusting your option positions is a right click away. Rolling just got quicker. Tasty Trade, make your move.
Ring the alarm, hey, ring the alarm, boys. Turn up the charm. Listen up, y'all. Get out the damn stall. It's the last call. Hey, the last call. The last call. The last call.
Tomas, we are back, my friend. That's right, we are back. And you know what else is back? America's back. Even the S&P is up 64, Sadnoff, without a downtick. NASDAQ up 258. The leader in the clubhouse, which was the weakest this morning, is the Russell up 36. You can see here up over.
Not the leader in my clubhouse.
What do you mean not the leader in your clubhouse?
How's the Russell leader in the clubhouse?
It's up 1 5/8%. Everything else is up 1 1/4.
Oh, on a percentage basis, yeah.
I was getting there until you stepped in. Till the middle of my sentence got.
I mean, on a one-to-one basis.
Of yours.
On a one-to-one basis, it's not helping me.
I'm not asking you about a one-to-one basis, but I'll tell you one-to-one what is helping you. Bonds up 21, 118.11. Who's scoopy them? You did, and volatility down a full point. I told you volatility all day. I really thought when they were up around 50, we might get a 55 or so.
Yeah, the bond turnaround from they were down to 117.06, and they're 118.11 right now.
05 is actually the low.
Okay,
Don't want to
05.
correct you, me lord, but
Okay,
there is a 05 tick here.
like it. I like it.
Bitcoin's back, 70,000 and change. Gold is back, up $4.80. Oil up 54. Basically, just a buy everything asset. Money means nothing. Just buy the asset, Sadnov.
Just buy the asset.
Buy anything. It increases by 1.5%. Bitcoin 3.5%. Just buy anything.
Buy every asset.
Just buy assets.
Buy every asset.
Just buy every asset.
Hang on. That. Boom, boom, boom. There you go.
And instead, you're selling some notes. And
No, just taking a little profits from this morning. I'm all over the place today. I don't even know what hell I got on.
No, you had a nice reversal today of fortune, which was not very good this morning. I could tell by your attitude that you were not having a good day.
You definitely had a nice reversal today, helped by the bonds, among other things.
Mm-hmm.
I have some.
You even work so hard to basically have a green scratch in SPX. I mean, you know.
Shocking. Do you know, I have never seen, this is the truth, I've never seen one day, I've never seen the one-day VIX do what it did today. The one-day VIX is 20, it's higher now.
Yeah, it's
I have to pick the one. I said, this morning.
You picked the one day when the volatility in the 0-1 days go to the highest.
So this morning it was 12, and I'm like, I'm going to do the 0 days today because
I told you you're not going to like the implied volatility. And you said it was 12. I kind of like that. I went, okay, fine.
it's 29 now.
I can see.
I have not seen that ever.
I know,
ever.
but you got to expect that
Why?
The curve, the end is going to come down. That's the way because forward/slash VX was so weak all day, and the front month's going to stay up. It's almost like you've got a little binary event. It's like earnings. Come on, Sadnaf, are you new at this?
But it's
Are you new at this? Do I have to teach you everything again?
It's over. It's over.
It ain't over until the fat lady sings.
It's over. I mean,
that person.
The market's going to be closed in 23 minutes, and the election. There's one day. The one day doesn't make any sense.
Do it right now. Do it right now.
Huh?
Let it out. Size. Put it out there in size.
No, I'm not going to.
Oh.
But whatever.
Sissy Mary.
Okay, whatever. I'll take. I don't care. You can call me names, whatever. I'll take a green P&L on a day that I'm pretty short. And
You will. Yes, you will. Good job out of you.
Yeah. Because it was a challenge, man. I was fighting the good fight all day today.
You want to hear my theory?
Sure.
DJT's been halted a couple of times today.
I haven't looked at it one time. I will not trade that. So where is DJT?
No, I know. Well, it's open right now. It's $34.
Oh, it was up like $5 or $6, wasn't it?
It was. It traded up to $40. It's $35 right now. It's basically mid-price for the day. But the betting markets are.
How low was it, DJT?
The lowest of the day?
Yeah.
$31.45.
You know what's so funny about DJT is that it's actually better. It's a better trade than the betting markets because you get way more bang for your buck.
Okay, so I have a theory. I have an old school gangster theory.
Okay, give me the gangster theory.
Are you ready for this? I had to go deep into my I'm not happy about bringing this.
I see smoke, so yeah.
I'm not happy about bringing this. I'm not happy about bringing this person out. Okay.
Bringing this person
out. This emotion, this feeling that I have. I'm not happy. This is going back to 16, 17-year-old hubcap stealing Tony Batista before he was the bat, before he was the man, the honorable man you see before you today. Okay.
Sure.
Are you ready? Yeah. Okay. One betting market has Trump 60-40. Basically, it's a crypto market.
Sure. You can't trade.
We launder crypto. We pump it up. We launder out crypto. It's pennies on the dollar anyway.
What do you mean you launder crypto?
We're a criminal organization now, Saznoff. You got to think like a gangster.
Oh, okay. So
we have
criminals.
Crypto that we got from wherever, stole, brought, years past, whatever. We're pumping this up. We don't mind the loss there because it's pennies on the dollar. It's basically zero money. We hedge at Cauchy and we hedge at Predicted, where it's basically a pick 'em market there. It's 55, 50, 53, 51.
Yeah, whatever.
Hold on. And then we sell DJT until it just goes down like this, because we know it's a Ponzi scheme going into earnings. Oh, I said it.
I don't even know who puts these ideas in your mouth.
I said it.
I don't even know.
Oh my God.
But the good news is.
You don't love that? It's a beautiful story.
But there's good news.
All I need is the fake crypto. Do you know where I can get some?
There's good news. I forgot that.
Where it came from?
No, what? I forgot that I had
DJT Butterfly.
No. Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Butterfly.
Yeah, I forgot about that too. I forgot I had crypto to sell. So I just because you just reminded me. I forgot.
What do you mean? What do you mean you forgot? When did you buy it?
Why? When did our ETH didn't really do anything?
What's that?
I thought Ether was higher than where it currently is.
It was $200 higher than this. About $150. Yeah, $200 higher than this. Got up to 26. It's 24.34.
I sold a little Bitcoin. I sold a little ETH right now just because I said I wanted to sell these before. I didn't sell a lot. I just sold a little bit. I meant to. Oh, DJT. I do have a butterfly in there.
I doubt it moved. You paid like $1 for it or something like that? Did you
pay $1.25. It's currently trading for $1.08.
Hasn't moved, like I said. Yeah. Well, it's 20-cent bid, 245 offer. I mean,
is that what it is?
A little bit wide in there. Yeah.
I'm 50-cent bid.
I'm 60-cent bid.
I'm $1 bid. I'd pay $1 for that. Really?
No, I got it sold only because I figured I could get rid of your contracts. That's it.
Oh, hold on. Let's see. Let me just do this. 1, 2, 3, boom.
1, 2, 3, boom.
I would set up this order again, but I can't.
You're trying to do what?
No, I was gonna go back and re-enter this order and buy more.
Son of, let's ask the crowd what they thought about my scenario on my whole.
It's a dumbass idea. It doesn't make any sense. You couldn't do it if you wanted to.
The crowd loved it. The crowd loved it, Saznoff.
That's why you make the big bucks.
They absolutely loved it.
That's why you make the big bucks. Anyway, I'll tell you what I like about DJT here, because it is a pure Trump play. And whether you love him or hate him, you get front month, 10 days to go.
I think whether he wins or loses, it goes lower. It doesn't matter to me.
Well, it's already dropped today, $5. I don't think it's that much lower. I don't think that's the case. I think if it wins, it goes higher. It has a 500% front month volatility.
Yes, and earnings are November 8th. What kind of earnings can
earnings mean? They make no money. It's a worthless company.
Okay.
Yeah, earnings mean nothing.
That's my point.
Earnings mean nothing. It only depends on whether he wins or loses tonight. But here's my issue. So you want to bet Trump on a betting market right now? You get 50-50 best, whatever. You're 60-40 against you, whatever. But you're
55-45.
Whatever. It's a 50-50 bet, let's just say, okay? All right. You bet DJT, it's a 500% volatility. It's 5-1.
That's why that's where my whole Ponzi scheme ends up. The 5-1. I gave you the play. All we need to get is the fake stolen crypto.
Okay. So there's a couple of ideas I have here in DJT. I'm going to hate all these in about 3 seconds. Where do you think the 10 puts are? They're penny wide in November.
The 10 puts in DJT November? Yeah. I'm really not looking. 10 puts, $1.50.
No, 90 cents. 90.91. Okay. But hold on. 90.91 with the day to go. Now I think Trump is going to lose.
10 puts with a day to go. You said November.
I mean 10 days to go. 10 days to go.
Okay.
Oh, I got a part. I hate partial fills. I hate partial fills. Oh.
So you were selling puts and you got Sosnoff.
I got a partial fill. I hit the bid. I'm sorry. I got a partial fill.
You got Sosnoff.
Okay. So.
Oh, I got some people who are in on my front. They love the idea.
Yeah, they love it because they don't understand it. Because they're as crazy as you are. Hold on. So I'm going to sell these puts just for the hell of it. Oh my God. They're one-lotting me to death.
They are literally one-lotting you. All right.
This is where you think the markets are a penny wide and there's nothing. Unfreaking believable. They're freaking one-lotting me to death. I'm going to go down one more penny because I thought this is, all right, fine, filled. I had to give up 2 cents.
2 cents, boy, it killed you.
It does kill me. So these puts are 90 cents, the 10 puts. Stock is $34. Mm-hmm. I think the stock could go easily to $10.
Okay.
I think go to $5.
Okay.
But I'm willing to lose $5 to save
It's been $12.
I'm willing to lose $5 to save democracy.
To save democracy? On all those contracts? You really value democracy.
So I'm fine.
Wow.
So for me, that's a way better hedge because I have no risk at all. Stock goes to zero, I'm fine. If the stock goes up, I make my money. At least I get paid for. At least I get paid. On the upside, you want to talk about upside skew? This is where it gets crazy.
Oh, DJT?
Where DJT?
Yeah.
What do you think is 90 cents? Don't look.
I swear I'm not looking.
What do you think is 90 cents on the call?
November again?
November, 10 days to go.
We just did the 10 puts when the stock was $34, $20 away. That was 90 cents.
Yes.
So if there was no skew, you would say 54. I'm going to double that number. I'm going to go 95.
115.
I'm going to say it was close. I was going to go 105.
110. Sorry. No, 100. No, I'm going to say 115.
Okay.
89 cents.
I was going to go a little bit lower. I was going to go a little bit higher. I went a little bit lower.
That's skew for you. That's 500% volatility.
It is 500% volatility. And it still has, somebody else, years away, it still has 150% implied volatility, which
I don't care about that.
I know, but it's doubled or zero again.
This is an overnight play.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So let's see.
There's an overnight play, and then the markets will get really wide. You'll never be able to get out.
Oh, you'll never get out of this thing after tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's traded 140 million shares today, and the put volume is a few thousand at every strike, so it's fine.
Mm-hmm.
But whatever. Anyway, stock's down 7 cents now. Anyway, it's just a fun trade. I don't really.
People say you have low D over there.
I am not selling any calls in there because if I'm wrong, I would rather just have my ego be hurt. I don't want to have my pocketbook be hurt.
Now, you know that Pennsylvania county had problems with the voting machines. They're open till 10 tonight. You know that, right?
I don't care what anybody says about anything.
I mean, that's news.
I know. I don't care. It doesn't mean anything. tastylive.com/unspecial. If you haven't,
I was going to ask you, is that going to skew your pick at 8:00 tonight?
tastylive.com/unspecial. Submit your guess. If you can't watch tonight, submit your guess, and we'll.
Oh, you have to because Tom has the over on a $20 bet with Nick. So please, tastylive.com/unspecial. It's free. Please click the button. Put in your electoral votes. Put in your winner. That's all you have to do.
We're not telling you how much money.
Number.
We're not telling you how much money we're going to give away for this yet, and how many prizes because we're waiting to see how much money we have left over tonight from the unspecial because we're going to be giving away $2,024. The
These
whole thing.
questions are not easy, so we're going to have a lot of money left over. This is your easiest way to win money. So please, sign up. It's free.
We wrote the most difficult election special ever tonight. With respect to questions, you're going to have to know delicacies, food delicacies. You're going to have to know constitutional ratifications.
You're going to have to understand tic-tac-toe.
You're going to have to understand how to play tic-tac-toe. Circle gets the square. Remember that.
I know you're dying to say that. While we're doing the house cleaning thing, hopefully you got the cherry picks today. It is written beautifully each week. I don't know if you get it. If you don't, please sign up for that. I know you want it. Have to have it. And then what do we do every Wednesday, Sadnov?
It's what's your assumption tomorrow, as long as the markets aren't crazy and we have other things to do. Assuming that everything's normal tomorrow, we'll be doing what's your assumption. So we would love to have you in full participatory mode at 8:40. Send us your assumptions to tastylive.com/assumptions. So tastylive.com/assumptions, tastylive.com/unspecial, and tastylive.com/events. And tonight, the unspecial, starting at 6 o'clock, the Bat and I are here in studio, and we will be joined by Chris Vecchio, Victor Jones, Dylan Radigan, Vanetta Logan. Let's see who else is on. I think that's the people that are on in studio or on our network. Also, Tariq Mansour, who is the CEO of Kalshi, founder and CEO of Kalshi, the #1 app in America today.
Yes.
Bigger than ChatGPT.
Downloadable, #1 downloaded app. Yes, today. Yes.
Bigger than ChatGPT or anything else. So that's an amazing accomplishment by Tariq. And then John Phillips, who is the founder and CEO of PredictIt, which is the first prediction market, election prediction market, and somebody I've known for a number of years. Really brilliant guy and fun to talk to, and very opinionated about markets, as is Tariq. So both of those guys have a lot of opinions on a lot of stuff, and I think you're really going to like some fun interviews with those two, because they run 2 of the 3 biggest betting sites in the world. Election betting sites.
Beautiful.
Not sports betting sites. And then we've got a bunch of games. It'll be the fastest 2 hours in history, and you'll still make it to watching your insane political commentary where they're going to go, I don't know, I think he won Nebraska. No, I think he won Nebraska. The Black Angus are lying down.
The Black Angus are lying down.
You've heard that.
Rain.
Yeah, because of rain. The Red Angus stand up, the Black Angus lie down. I spent a lot of time.
There's the cherry picks. Yeah. Oh, who's it? Nick Batista and Dr. Data. Man, those guys deserve a raise. Good job, buddy. You guys do that every week. Cherry picks. Bitcoin being seasonal. November effect.
Yeah. I don't think Bitcoin's nearly as seasonal as Bitcoin is betting. There's a large Bitcoin bet.
I love it when you're confident. It sounds like easy money. Keep going. Cherry picks, please. Beautiful.
I think there's a large Bitcoin bet. Anyway, a little earnings stuff. Palantir, which opened up $7.50, is up $9.50 today. We had a very small strangle on in Palantir. We covered on the opening. I don't know.
To be prudent by its move.
Let's just take a quick look. So we bought it back just to see, because remember, we always buy stuff in the opening and we never remember it again.
It's small, like 20 cents, 30 cents, something like that on it, outside the expected move.
We bought it back at 137. We sold at 179. We made, let's call it 42 cents.
What did the crowd say?
Oh my God, you got a new toy.
Go ahead. Yes, what is it now? What do you think
that spread is now? Stock's up 971. 243. Dollar higher.
They're booing.
Sometimes we don't cover right on the opening, and later on we go, we could have bought it $1 cheaper.
Sure. Today would not have been one of those days.
Sometimes it continues to go higher, and you forget about those things. So when you're disciplined, that's what worked out today in Palantir. So Palantir was a small winner. This afternoon is SMCI.
That's correct for earnings.
It's very rare that you'd have an earnings trade on election day. So
you're trying to hide. I mean, you want to talk about a criminal organization that wants to hide. You come out with stuff when when Frank Sinatra died was when you want to die.
So right. So who has earnings today? These are companies that do not want you to focus on their earnings. One of them is AMC. Okay, I'm just saying.
AMC and SMCI, you are correct.
AMC is $4.38. They did not want you to mention their earnings today. They did not want to be the focus, all right?
SMC.
Nothing to do here with
No, forget it.
34-cent move in AMCI.
SMCI just rallied. I have no position. I had some short puts in there. I covered them. I have no position on there. Stock's up 164 today. We will take a look in 1 second. And who else has earnings? Anybody else?
Nothing that you like. No. IFF, MCHP, NVO. I think we've traded once or twice in the past.
So if you go to SMCI, the fun thing about this stock is that they have huge volatility too, 255%, because some people think they're not going to
Are you
make
looking at Nove or are you looking at Dees?
Well, I'm looking at Nove because you don't want to hold a position on in here. So
Markets are 10 cents wide.
I understand.
Not bad.
One thing to mention about SMCI, the reason I would do Nove in here rather than Dees is because I would want this position. I don't want to hold a position on in there.
You want to be able to get out. I understand. It's short term. Plus, you've got 100%, almost 90% vol differential between Nove and Dees. That's pretty big.
Yeah. So what you want to sell here is something.
Oh, drum roll.
I think you can get away with the 16 puts.
Which ones?
16s.
Say it loud, say it proud. What do you mean, 16 puts?
And the 42.5 calls.
What happened to you? You used to be so mighty.
I don't think it's a good trade.
Ugh.
I think it's just an absolutely horrible trade. I just want to do something because I'm going to be here all night with you, and I might kill myself at the end of the night. And so it doesn't matter what happens to these positions.
Well, SMCI comes out after the market closes, so you'll see it. You got filled at 112.
I know. I just did it so I watch it tomorrow morning.
Understood.
I don't really care. I did it tiny. I'm not doing it for purposes of making any money or anything like that.
Of course you're doing it to make money. But yes, I understand. You traded it small. Come on. Let's be honest here. If not, just give me the money.
Okay, fair.
Hey, you know who people I want to see? I want to see these people right now. Is that my boy Ilya? Chris and Ilya. How are you, gentlemen?
It's like a two-headed monster. It's a two-headed monster.
What do you think they think about us?
We prefer the term chimera, Tom. Chimera, you can call us.
So
I'll take it.
A kind of probably a day that none of us expected. The only kind of two-sided paper today was probably in the bonds. They were down, half a point to 3/4 of a point in the morning and up half a point to 3/4 of a point in the afternoon. I think that's the only two-sided paper of the day. Everything else was legit one way, totally one-way paper. I mean, other than like a stock like DJT, but everything else was one-way paper in the S&Ps all day. They opened up 30 something, and haven't had a downtick all day. Does this change the way either of you two think about? Oh, look at Radigan's trying to sneak in here.
Oh,
like it.
What's up, Big D?
Does this change?
What's up? I'm listening. I've got everybody. Sorry, I'm listening.
Does this change the way either of you two guys think about tonight, tomorrow, contrarian plays?
I'm kind of happy with this actually because
half what? I'm sorry, I missed that. You half what?
I'm kind of happy with this actually.
Happy.
Because I get a sense that this is the pre-positioning before everything goes the other way, and I'm positioned the other way. So I'm kind of happy that we're retesting before the outcome.
Get off of my street corner. Get off of my street corner. For weeks I've been saying, fade the first move. You get off of my street corner right now.
The first move's tomorrow.
I understand, but it looks like it's going to be higher like it is today.
I mean, I think the Russell move today is the most impressive.
So I'm fading it. I'm bearish stocks here still. I'm bearish gold here still. I'm a little bit short the bonds, but not much. I think yields maybe have one final rip in them before there's a bottom. So I'm a little bit long dollars, although I took almost all of it off last week. So I think all of this goes the other way once we get the outcome.
Mr. Vecchio, you want to take a stab here, sir?
Yeah, I'd encourage everyone to check out tastylive.com's news and insights panel. We put together our complex election forecasting model. for tonight that uses, various inputs like, well, you have to read it for yourself. So we've put our electoral college estimate here as a precursor for the election and special. Look, the market action today, where are you looking and what is it telling you? Volatility is scorching higher intraday. I find the twist fascinating where you look at vol futures, VXX, VXZ, they're both down. It's the VIX one day that's rocketing up. And just from my worldview here, if volatility is coming down in the futures market, we're probably estimating that this election is not going to have a long tail. So it could be a decisive victory for one candidate or the other.
We've been saying that nonstop, no long tail. But what's interesting, which I don't understand about the VIX one day, is it's over in 50 seconds, 40 seconds. I don't understand why the VIX one day is so pumped. Maybe I'm missing something.
You are.
Maybe I'm missing something too. I mean, I this morning when the three of us were speaking, and let me explain, we were talking about how remarkable it was that vol was in at the start of the day. VIX 1D was like, what, 13 or 14 handle at the time?
It was 12 and a half.
So,
it's 30 and a half right now.
Remarkable.
Dylan, you fired up for tonight?
Are you kidding me? I'm hosting 3 Americans, one half of American, half Italian, and one Italian. I got a full MAGA voter. I'm an RFK voter, which no one
You're an
likes.
RFK
Fine.
I like the RFK. God.
I got a full California liberal, flew in from Venice Beach. The guy's like a liberal activist from California, like Ilya.
Love it.
He's a full
Love the MAGA and liberal activist.
I got a wager on the table. I'm trying to invite them to appear. I may have some special guests from Italy. I'm trying to have the Harris voter and the MAGA voter argue in public.
Please have the MAGA voter on. We need the views. I saw the picture.
No, I got a MAGA voter. I got a MAGA. I got a full MAGA.
Ooh, they just rallied the S&P's 10 handles on the close. What was that?
It's fun to host. It's fun to have a bunch of offshore patriots, and I think it's a beautiful day. I think everybody needs to calm down. No other country in the world can even do a peaceful transfer of power at this scale, at this level, at this amount of power. They couldn't do this in Russia. They could never do this in China. Like, calm down. It's amazing. We're all lucky to participate, whatever happens.
Well, they've never actually had a peaceful transfer of power in Russia or China. So, I mean, when you say they can't do it, it's because they've never done it. No, we actually have a democracy where we do have peaceful transfers of power.
We do not have a democracy. Let's not speak crazy things, okay? It's not a democracy, but there is a peaceful transfer of power, which is pretty great.
It's a republic, yes. Mm-hmm. True.
Oh my God!
If you can keep it.
I don't know if it's a republic. It's a corrupt oligarchy, but that's for a different day. Today, it's a
We're
beautiful
getting rid
day.
of those, Dylan. We're getting rid of those today, Dylan. We're getting rid of that.
All right. Well,
aren't we? Yeah. Good luck.
I want you to rest up, Grandpa, because we're coming back in 3 hours.
That's why I'm hosting my party now.
Okay.
And then it's an all-nighter, baby. Listen, this is all just fun and games. I want to know why we're not long the bond and short the dollar. That's all I want to know.
We are. That's our core position.
Okay, thank you.
All right, boys.
Then be warned, because it's mine too. So you might want to reverse yourself now that you know that I'm.
It's a good thing I'm on the other side here. I'm feeling
as the face of the public. Be warned.
Have a great show, and we'll see everybody back at 6 p.m. Central Time. So that's 3 hours from now. 6 p.m. Central Time, and we're really looking forward to seeing the gang's all here.
You'll catch me at 2 a.m. and 4 a.m., just to be very clear, but I'll be happy to be participating and offering my various points of view.
Man, Dylan, he must have some compromising pictures of you. That's all I'm going to say right now.
No, this is
Welcome back, my friends, to the show that never ends. Just remember that.
This is volunteer. I'm happy. This is fun. Come on.
I love it.
He's the only guy on the network that actually ran for Congress.
This is true.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm a bona fide candidate. So if anybody can tell you it's a corrupt oligarchy, trust me, it is.
Well, to be a bona fide candidate, Dylan, you had to get more than 5,000 votes.
It's a beautiful.
Oh, he's cold.
The winner didn't even get 5,000 votes.
Just kidding.
It's a tiny district. No one votes. That's because nobody votes in the primary because it's a corrupt oligarchy.
Just trying to fire you up. I want that Dylan Radigan. That gets fired up.
Power. Today, it's like Christmas Day. No criticism today. No greedy bastards.
You got
no
it.
ranting.
I want a
Beautiful
Radigan
day.
rants.
Peaceful transfer of power. It's very good. Whole thing's corrupt, but it's okay. At least there's no gunfire, and that's a good thing.
Everybody wants the Radigan rants. All right, boys. Good luck. Have your show. We'll see you tonight.
Awesome.
Wait till later.
All right, peace. See you all tonight, 6 o'clock. Peace.
Too early for that.
Rock, paper, scissors? He just played paper. He'll do it again. No, rock. Men statistically play rock, but he played paper and lost, and the mind works in patterns. He's going scissors. He knows I know he'll go scissors, but knowing I know he knows.
Scissors, shoot. Thought we were doing rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
It's always rock, paper, scissors. If you think like a trader, we've got your back. Tasty Trade. Join the club, genius.
Life goes by fast, really fast. One day we're 25 and living large, and the next day we're 65 and hopefully still living large. It's the 40 years in between that are mostly a blur. When asked what they would do differently, most people confidently say, nothing. I have no regrets. As much as I want to believe them, I know better. I believe there's one common regret virtually everyone chooses not to remember. It's the taboo topic of not taking as much risk as possible every chance you get. Remember, the genesis behind tastylive was to encourage risk-taking. What were we thinking? Imagine the risk of building a business designed to encourage people to take risks. One of the things I've learned about taking risk, it's not personal. You can't let your ego dictate your decision-making. Unless, of course, you're the richest person in the world, then it's a death trade. Another thing about taking risks is that it's never obvious. There are no easy decisions. Risk-taking should be fun, engaging, and challenging. But if it ever seems apparent, success will not be easy. The great thing about the world of finance is that success does not require genius. In my opinion, the model for success, without a lot of complex math, is relatively straightforward. It's risk times longevity. Between academia and financial media, we have overly complicated embracing the paradox of risk. It's finally time to simplify the model behind success to risk-taking times duration. This definition should give everyone hope and a reason to hang in there.
It's Election Day. It's Tuesday, November 5th, 2024. This is Overtime. I'm your host, Chris Vecchio in New York. In San Francisco, Ilya Spivak. In Milan, with the new and improved belt cam, Dylan Radigan. Dylan, you were there.
This is the iPhone 15. This is the iPhone 15 Pro election cam live from the Radigan election party in Milan. Oh, I thought they were coming. I've abandoned the partygoers. I've got a MAGA Republican female CEO, Florida voter. I've got a Venice Beach, California, born and raised Harris liberal, movie editor, something like this, some movie thing. I've got a 20-year-old first-time voter, student, American. And I've got like an Italian aristocrat who's just like enjoying the entertainment. And then I'm in me. And I will tell you, it's been a very nice conversation about racism. Oh, also my female CEO, also an Orthodox Jew. So I've got a nice, interesting perspective on Palestine, Gaza. I've got an interesting perspective on racism. We talked about voter ID in California because there was great skepticism, and it turns out that while ID is not required, that they do say, what is your name, what is your address, and what is your date of birth. So it's not like there's no identity verification. So my point is, it's been very enjoyable. Think of it like a New Year's Eve party, but for politics. And I think it's a beautiful day. And like I said on the last discussion, the peaceful transfer of power is something that should be appreciated even in a corrupt oligarchy like our own.
Ilya, I so enjoy when I hear Victor and Dylan from their comfy abodes across the pond, across the ocean, talking about how wonderful election day is. But you know what? I'm with them today. You know why? Because stocks are green, and that means it's a good day for the good guys. We're saying hello to everyone here on this abridged version of Overtime today for this election day, because at the bottom of the hour, we have the prediction trade coming up, myself and Jeff Joseph, to discuss what's going on in betting markets here as we wind up for tonight's results. If you're joining us on tastylive.com, come join the conversation on YouTube, of course. Tell us what you're trading, what you think of these hot markets here, because it's a Russell that's up by 2.01% on this election day eve or day of. The presents haven't been delivered under the tree yet, of course. The NASDAQ is up by 1.42%, the S&P up by 1.31%. Ilya, is this the market trading tomorrow's news today? What do stocks and bonds tell you about how America votes in 2024?
I don't think they tell you a whole lot of anything at this point. I think looking at the S&P here is a very telling exercise, I think, because we've basically reset back to where we were in the sort of 2-week range that we were sitting in, call it just below 6,000 before last week's sell-off. We've essentially erased that sell-off here. We're hovering at its underside. I don't think we've done much of anything other than just seeing markets basically reorient, rebalance to what neutral is. You're seeing something similar in NASDAQ. You're seeing something similar in the Dow. The bonds are probably the most telling in that they are doing next to nothing. And that's probably the most direct reflection of what is actually going on, which is no one knows anything, and they're waiting on tenterhooks to get some sense of where this actually goes.
No one knows anything. That seems just about right, because the exit polls that we have here in America, all the little fancy gizmos and private data, there's not a strong correlation between that and the actual results that we see later on in the evening. For those that are trading the market tonight, I think it's worth noting, Tony pointed out, one of his Taiwanese sources told him that Cambria County in Pennsylvania would be holding its elections until 10 p.m. Eastern tonight because of some ballot issues out there. And so while the issues have since been resolved, they're extending the voting hours. So Pennsylvania ballots probably aren't counted until midnight. This is an election where I would remind people, in years past, when we get to like the 8 p.m. or 9 p.m. Eastern mark, that's when the markets really start to begin to move, because the results begin to pile in. Last year, when you look at, or last major cycle in 2022, if you look to betting markets, Polymarket, for example, had the Republicans taking the Senate at about a 73% chance up until about 8:15 p.m. Eastern on election night. And then the results started to come in and the market began to turn. Of course, the betting markets were wrong all day because Democrats held on to the Senate. And I would expect to see that same type of convexity take place across all assets, quite frankly, as we begin to see the states break down and come in this evening. We're going to be covering it, of course, on the Tasty Live Election Unspecial, which is 7 p.m. Eastern tonight. So be sure to come out there for that. Dylan, you're going to be there. I'm going to be there. It should be a fun conversation with Tom and Tony. We have something special in store for Tom as well. So we're going to have some fun with it. But guys, the bonds today, Ilya, this is what I'm having the hardest trouble squaring here. The bonds, FX, are giving you a much weaker signal for the U.S. dollar. The dollar itself, back to 2016, was one of the key pillars of the Trump trade. Stronger dollar, higher yields, stronger U.S. equity prices, an American reflation story. And for much of October, it was an American reflation story as well. Higher yields, higher stock prices, a stronger U.S. dollar. So today, if you remove equities from that equation, you see that bonds are up, yields are down, and the dollar is getting hosed across the board, even against the Japanese yen, on a day when U.S. equity markets are up. So square the circle for me here. Do we believe that the Trump trade is correct insofar as stocks are up, or do we care what FX and bonds are saying more? Is this the signal amidst the noise?
This looks more like risk on, risk off type of dynamics, where capital comes out of cash and goes into assets, and less a reflation type of dynamic, because what you're seeing here is obviously capital coming out of what is oftentimes a haven currency, the dollar, haven for its unrivaled liquidity, of course, and going into assets, stocks benchmarked therein. I mean, the bonds aren't really doing anything. they're still within the range that they've been locked in for going on 2 weeks now. Yes, they popped a little at the open. They've oscillated back and forth, but we're not really getting a strong signal on the front end, on the middle of the curve, on the long end. Crude oil is sitting, as we can see here, right in the middle of that 72-ish zone where it's been oscillating around for months. No real conviction there. Gold prices not really screaming to confirm this or that thing, with a lot of strong signaling either. So I think what you're seeing in the dollar, what you're seeing in stocks, looks more like risk on, risk off dynamics, and looks currently risk on, rather than anything that just tells a larger story about inflation, about rates, about the Fed, anything like that. It just seems cash is getting deployed into the stock market.
It's a little bit of a bounce here for gold and silver today, up by about 0.25% and 0.5% respectively. In the world of copper, it's up by about 0.7%. We also see that China is having a little bit of movement today. FXI up by 2.41. Dylan, it feels like so much of the market conversation has been fixated around what the presidential election will do, whether or not betting markets were the tail wagging the dog for bonds. And amidst all that, China really fell out of the zeitgeist. That was the story for the second half of September. What's the one thing that I think people are overlooking? What's the one thing that you think, rather, people are overlooking? Once we make our way to the other side of the elections, where should our attention be moving forward? Is it Russia, Ukraine? Is it Israel, Iran? Is it the China, perhaps, stimulus story?
I mean, honestly, I believe we go back to super glide. Stocks rally, bonds rally, dollar probably comes off a little bit, and all eyes turn to inflation data in the labor market. I mean, it's so boring and so predictable, I know, but that's what I think that everybody's going to be so happy to not, everybody on the stock market side will be so happy not to have to listen to any of this and be able to return to inflation versus labor market in an underlying environment where the bond is sold off tremendously in the last month. It's set up for at least a stabilization, if not a rally. And stocks historically love the end of the year anyway. And I think the stock market's going to be particularly happy to have this election behind it. And I think Larry Fink said it best when he said it doesn't matter who wins. It just matters that this is done. And getting it done will ultimately be good for stocks. So I just think that we're going to return to super glide, and it's going to become an Ilya conversation, which is, well, what about inflation this, and what about labor market that, and what's the Fed going to do, and blah blah blah. And I think which is going to be healthy, because it's only the peaceful transfer of power that even gives us a chance to have boring conversations about rates and about the labor market.
Given human history, what a wonderful problem to have.
Come in here. Come in here. So this is Rebecca. She's a MAGA voter.
Welcome to Overtime.
This is Khalil, and they have information. They have an election update. You got.
So 2 of the swing states extended their voting.
Come into the frame so they can see you. Tell them.
And Georgia extended voting hours.
So Rebecca is monitoring all of the corruption and vote stealing for us.
Naturally.
And Khalil is explaining why none of that is true for us, which makes it a fun dinner. But apparently, what's the news?
So 2 of the major swing states
extended voting hours.
Extended voting hours.
From when to
Georgia
when?
And Pennsylvania.
So we're not going to know today.
No,
we will.
Nobody will know. You said we're going to know.
Well, hold on, Dylan, you said that as a Democratic congressman candidate before, you get the election results like 3 or 4 weeks in advance of the rest of the country.
You know what? We decide the election results in a meeting.
Right. Yes.
Before the election.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Come into the frame, you guys.
Who's gonna win?
Who are you picking? These are Harris voters. Both of these guys are Harris voters. Look.
Yeah, but who do you think is gonna win?
If you're looking at the market today, it looks like the market is telling you that Harris is going to pull it out.
I would agree with that.
Because where do you see that in the financial markets?
The bond market and FX markets.
that's
because bond
So you're
yields
saying
are
bond and FX is pro-Harris. Not pro-Harris, but it's indicating Harris victory.
Yeah, but guys, you cannot judge it by the markets because there's a lot of money being pumped in and out. It's making it seem like that. It's
I
not
think
reliable.
You can't
I think
manipulate
it's a
the bond
50-50
market.
bet. You know what? This is a great conversation
50-50.
for the
She
prediction
doesn't want to hear
trade.
50-50. Sorry, Rebecca. Let them
It's
speak.
gonna
It's
be
their show.
50-50, right? It's 50-50 because if you look at the, I mean,
Yes.
the polls they really are this close, and have a coin flip. We took a fun gander at this before. I'd encourage people to head over to tastylive.com and check out our very complex election model, which was based on the Google search trends for Kamala SNL versus Peanut Squirrel. And if the cultural zeitgeist in internet search terms tells us anything, then Kamala might pull this out to about 308 electoral votes. But honestly, who are you going to go with right now? As traders, I think what we should be concerned with in the short term, right, Dylan? It's the volatility here. Volatility skyrocketed today in the 1 day here. You go out to the futures curve. I think this is the conversation we're asking ourselves. How come volatility for the expiries later this month and through the end of the year absolutely collapsed? This is a market that's telling us whatever the election result is, we're going to be comfortable with it within a few days' time. There is not going to be a long tail like 2020 in terms of contestations or.
So the financial market's saying that we have a winner by Friday.
We will have a winner by the end of this week. Yes.
What do you say to that?
I would want a winner by the end of the day. Like elections used to be once upon a time.
Rebecca's question is, why does it take day? Why don't we have a winner tomorrow?
Yeah, it's how it
It goes
work.
up. Sure.
And
On a state-by-state basis.
that would be better.
Absolutely. I mean, Dylan, on a state-by-state basis.
That would be better.
The election rules are determined on a state-by-state basis, right? So a state like Florida, for example, as they receive their absentee ballots, they open them up and they start counting them a week ago, 2 weeks ago, whenever you mail them in. But in Pennsylvania, for example, they're not allowed to start counting those absentee ballots until the morning of the election. So when you're counting millions of ballots over the span of a few weeks, you can get those done fairly quickly like Florida does. But when you have to count millions of ballots starting on day one of the election on November 5th, it takes you longer to process them. So I would love if everyone did everything the way that Florida did, where they come in, you open the mail, okay, this person's voting here, put it in the pile, as opposed to leaving the pile there for 2 weeks.
Yeah, but it hasn't been like this, like always. 2016, the votes were declared the next day on the night. 20, even with Obama. As well, 2012, 2008. Like, why all of a sudden it's the Democratic states that take so long to count the votes in?
And what's with the cheating? That's the question.
It does not give you confidence. But it's true. It doesn't give you confidence in the elections.
But the point, all jokes aside, is that the added time creates the opportunity for perceived corruption.
Yes.
For sure. I mean, even here in New York, like by the time they count some of the non-metropolitan area counties, it takes, I think, until like the week before Election Day. Dylan, I mean, you've been on the ballot before, and I've worked races out in Suffolk County, which is a Republican area. And we were doing the ballot counting the day before Thanksgiving in 2020, right? Where Democrats, Republicans are all in the room and they're opening up the ballots. And just sometimes it just takes the time. We don't count our ballots early here in New York. And we really should. If everyone did it the Florida way, every single state would know who is president by the end of the night tonight. Florida does it the best, I think.
But it doesn't answer the question as to why in 2016, 2008, 2012, why is this new thing where we don't know?
2000.
Over the past,
I like your absentee.
The margins are narrower.
The margins are narrower.
So it comes down to fewer votes.
Yeah, margins are narrower, 1, and 2, the absentee ballot rules have been liberalized, makes it seem like it's Democrat, but I mean opened up. So more people are eligible to file for absentee ballots now than they were previously. And particularly now, 2020 and now this year, basically you can absentee ballot for whatever reason you want. Even as an able-bodied New Yorker, I could have gotten an absentee ballot just because I wanted to vote by mail. Whereas a few years ago, I wouldn't even been allowed to apply for an absentee ballot. So the system changes. But guys, we have 10 minutes left here, less than 10 minutes left. And these are all fascinating questions. And Dylan, questions that we as Americans want answers to. But the market is telling us that this isn't going to be a long count, right? And I think that's the key takeaway here for the overtime audience. We can ask these questions back and forth and debate them. But the market insight today is that volatility, as we look out along the curve, is telling us that it's coming in, that this isn't going to be a long tail. Tonight, tomorrow could be interesting days if you look to the VIX 1D here on the screen. But the actual length it will take for this to be determined, I think we may have a good idea by tomorrow morning. And I'd say 80% knowledge of where we're going to be by tomorrow morning. And otherwise, we'll have everything wrapped up by this weekend. So, guys, we have 5 minutes left here, less than 10 minutes left, actually. Favorite trades tonight. What are you looking to do tonight? If the market is doing X, Y, Z, are you fading strength in stocks? Are you buying weakness in stocks, fading strength in bonds, buying weakness in bonds? Ilya, what's your number one thing? You have to place one trade tonight. What are you doing?
If I'm placing one trade, it's a trade I already have on. It hasn't moved anywhere, so I would place the same one here, and it would be short gold. And the reason is I think there is a premium of uncertainty to come out of it. I think it's been disconnected from higher yields and a stronger dollar for weeks. Some of that may be official reserve buying. Some of it may be a function of just uncertainty around this event. And if we get resolution, I would think, because I don't think gold is not ultimately going higher in an environment where rates are being cut and inflation expectations are rising, but tactically, as a response to this event risk for some window of time, I think gold has room to correct lower. My kind of loose estimate on how much shelf life a trade like that has, maybe a week or two, something like that. And then I would strongly reassess. But I think episodically, coming out of the event risk, if all goes well, we declare a winner, we set a path for the peaceful transfer of power, and shenanigans do not ensue, gold lower seems to make sense.
You know, when you look at the VIX 1D chart, I think the takeaway here is how often does volatility, I mean, we don't have a long shelf life for this data series. The VIX 1D is a relatively new product, right? But when we see the VIX 1D on like a weekly basis here, how often do these spikes stick around? Do they stick around for a long time? Last year, yeah, right? Like even during the depths of, oh my gosh, the Fed may have to hike again between the September and November 2023 Fed meetings, we really saw peaks up into 21, 22 in the VIX 1D. When we had that spike in August, right, we had a high of 48.84, but that is pretty rare. The point is that volatility doesn't really stick around the way that it is right now. And even on, if it's 2016 or 2020, once the election results are kind of winnowed in, the vol starts to get sucked out of the system. So watch that tonight. The S&P 500 futures are one of the more liquid products. If you're trading ES or MES tonight around the election results, that's probably the safer place to do it than NQ, for example. This is kind of like going back to the basics if you're trading futures because they're open, and cash equity stocks, ETFs, they're really not. So, you could trade after hours, but the liquidity is not fantastic. So the action is going to be in the futures. And if you're trading the futures, you're going to want to stick to ES. You're going to want to stick to ZN. You want to stick to GC and CL. And then in the currencies, 6E and 6J. If that's not for your account size, you can go to the micros one layer down, like an MES or an MGC or an MCL, because those are all also very liquid too. Tonight's not the night to be trading in and out of futures that don't have a ton of great liquidity during the New York hours. And quite frankly, you try to avoid them if you can. And I'm thinking of something like silver options, for example. Silver futures options, they have wide spreads. And so the fact that they're going to have even wider spreads and less liquid hours overnight, silver isn't necessarily the trading vehicle that I would be using to do some scalping if I'm looking around election results. So again, it's the big guys, Ilya, right? It's gold, it's crude oil, it's the notes, it's the S&P 500. If you're going to be scalping this market overnight tonight during the results themselves, you have to be staying in the most liquid products, the products that have the tightest bid-ask spreads, the products that have the deepest liquidity, highest open interest. It's not a normal trading session. A lot of people from North America will be participating, but it's still not a normal overnight session. And you have to take those factors into consideration. The market, if you're trading zero DTEs, is going to be very, 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 very volatile. You're going to see P&L swings dramatically in the span of a few minutes, particularly around the 8, 9, 10 p.m. Eastern hours as polls close across most of the country. The polls close on the West Coast 11, 12, and then out to Hawaii a little bit later. But that's at that point in time, we'll have most of the country in. And that's when you're going to see most of the movement here. right? You're going to see it here in financial markets. You're going to see it in betting markets, which we're going to cover in a few minutes' time, Ilya. So this is the abridged version. I've talked a lot here. You have final closing thoughts before we talk about the state of Kalshi, poly market, and the like heading into election night evening.
The thing that I would caution folks is not to forget to look at the price action first and foremost, and not to try to substitute interpretive twisting of news flow this way or that in place of what the price action says. I think the chart of the S&P here is a perfect case in point. Last week, we had a break through the bottom of a range. We are retesting the underside of that break. We've not overcome it. We still have a market that appears to be rolling over, having seen it bounce from a very significant former level of resistance back in August and then support at the beginning of October. At this stage, nothing is to say that we are not forming a extrapolated reversal lower, having retested a former break zone, versus nothing equally says that we're not going to rocket higher from here and take out the highs. It is a similar story in the Dow. It is a similar story in the NASDAQ. It is a similar story in the Russell, which is right up at the top of its range in the 2300, 2320 area. The NASDAQ is retesting a similar zone in sort of the 2350, 2400 zone, on and on and on and on. So the crucial thing here will be watching what the price action actually does. Why it's doing it is secondary. And I would think from an action-taking perspective, going with where the price action leads before you even have a good reason to do it is a good modus operandi for what there is to be done here. If one of my positions crosses a risk boundary, I don't care if it doesn't make sense with my macro analysis. I'm going to run.
With that, overtime is out of time for this Tuesday, November 5th, 2024. Remember to go to the polls and vote. I've been your host, Chris Vecchio. He's been Ilya Spivak. See you in a few minutes because we have more betting markets to talk, and we are not done with this election. The prediction trade coming up next here on Tasty Live, followed by Ilya and Macro Money. Stick around.
Welcome in Tasty CEO Tom Sosnoff, also founded Thinkorswim. Some call him the godfather of retail options trading. Tom, it's good to have you on. How would you be reacting as a startup founder to this news?
I'd be really pissed.
Yeah, as you should be, by the way. I'm glad you said it because I can't.
And this is how we think as traders. You're much better off, instead of trying to follow the trend or follow the fundamentals, you're much better off playing the role of a contrarian.
And what I really want to do today is kind of break it out of that box and make it what it really should be, which is about understanding and thinking about probabilistic, predictable outcomes, about quantitative strategies. True financial literacy is about taking risk.
There's a very thin line between opportunity and risk, but where there's the most noise, there's the most opportunity.
The second you believe that somebody knows something and it's not you, then you're dead.
You can get up to $4,000 when you open and fund a new account with tastytrade. That's 4,000 buckaroos, 4,000 bills, or clams, 4,000 in dough or cheddar, not the cheesy kind. 4 large, 4K, 4 grand, which is no small thing. Open and fund a new tastytrade account and get on the platform for traders who just want to trade. And did we mention a bonus of up to 4,000 smackaroos? Tastytrade. Make your move.
Are you on a quest for trading enlightenment? driven by an unquenchable need to find the twin flame to your chosen strategy?
Our Where's Bat Live event is the search for trading's ultimate holy grail.
Do you have what it takes to find the elusive bat as we visit 3 cities?
Join 6 Tasty Live speakers
As they present 6 unique strategies
and 6 unique clues using games and probability
to lead to the ultimate prize. Sign up for this free event today at tastylive.com/events.
Look who's back testing. Tasty Trade now has options back testing for free. Test your trades with over 10 years of data for the most popular symbols. See how your trades would have performed in the past. Look back at profit and loss and take the guess out of guesswork. Oh, did we mention that it's free? Get back testing at Tasty Trade.
Got the need for speed? No problem. On Tasty Trade, adjusting your option positions is a right click away. Rolling just got quicker. Tasty Trade, make your move.
This is the prediction trade. It's a special edition because it's Tuesday, November 5th, 2024. It's election day. It's here. We've been talking about it. We've been trading it. Is now the time to cash in. I'm your host, Chris Vecchio. He's Jeff Joseph. Jeff, we made it.
And we're here. We're ready to rock. Let's do it.
Let's do it. You know, Jeff, I couldn't help but notice, as you pointed out today, Kalshi, Polymarket, these are some of the most downloaded apps in America, not just for this week, but for today, for news, for finance. More and more people are turning to the wisdom of crowds to get insight as to who will win this election and myriad of other events, quite frankly. That's why these prediction markets are so interesting.
Sure.
But Jeff, I think this is a really good starting point for a lot of new traders, new applicants for the betting markets to understand what's actually going on here. So I think we should just dive into this because it's the election day special.
That's right. It's binary options 101, right? What's simpler than trading on Kalshi? But just a note to listeners today, if you've got a last minute hankering for trading the election markets on Kalshi, don't bother, or at least know that if you open an account today and try to fund it, they won't receive funds for 2 or 3 days. So that probably negates the purpose for a last minute, try to set up an account to trade the markets. It takes them a while to process their transfers. But I will say, as an observer of the prediction markets and trading on platforms for 3 federal election cycles now, 2 midterms and 2 general elections, so let's make it 4. I must say that Kalshi seems to be managing their trading volume really well. They've had no market freezes, no lockouts. Software seems to be working well. And that's a good thing because those of us who've been around this for a while knows that PredictIt locked up on a couple of occasions in the past, and it was costly, it was frustrating, it was aggravating. You couldn't get an order in, you couldn't get an order out. And Kalshi seems to be well prepared for the volume of trading and transactions that they've been the beneficiary of so far. So let's keep our fingers crossed and hope it goes through the evening that way.
And I would remind everyone, if you're interested in learning more about these betting markets, come by tonight for the Tasty Live Election Unspecial, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 Central. We'll be having on John Phillips, the CEO of PredictIt, and Tariq Mansour, the CEO of Kalshi, to talk about betting markets and the election. I think anyone who's listening to this podcast would be interested in hearing what they have to say. So be sure to come back Tuesday, November 5th, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 Central, the Tasty Live Election Unspecial. We'll be talking to the CEOs of PredictIt and Kalshi. But let's talk betting markets 101 here a little bit before we actually go into some bets for tonight, Jeff. You mentioned the nature of binary trading 101. A lot of the discussion over the past few months has been about the presidential election winner, and it was more of a longer dated option. It might move 1% or 2% here or there on a day-to-day basis, but it was a slow burn. Now we're seeing multi-percent swings almost by the hour. So why don't you walk traders through why the market's now moving the way that it is and how they should expect things to behave tonight as we effectively reach the expiration date for the presidential election cycle?
Sure. Well, this, as you've made the comparison, used the metaphor in the past, these are 0 DTE options today there are 0 DTE options because they will trade through expiration. Now, that's assuming, of course, there's expiration on all these markets today, and that gets into one of the points that we want to walk through with you today. In fact, I'd like to give you 3 takeaways if you are an active prediction market trader. They're kind of the basics of trading 101 on prediction markets. The first one being read the rules. It's that simple. If you open up a market on call sheet, open up any market for us, and we'll show you right where you can find the rules. Because the rules may seem intuitive, but not always. So, for example, if you're looking on this market, the rule is that who will win Arizona, which I'm long, by the way. I'm long this market from 71 cents. In fact, I just checked my portfolio call sheet. I'm green across the board. I have no losing positions. So let's see how long that holds. But I'm long this market from 71. I like it for the GOP, that Trump will win Arizona. It's looking good. I'm going to hold on to that position. But rule number 1 is know how it resolves. So what constitutes settlement for a market is determined in the rules, and you could show where the rules exist. In this case, it's when essentially Congress calls the market. But you can see right there, if Donald Trump or another representative of the Republican Party wins Arizona, then the market resolves to yes, outcome must be verified by the Library of Congress. That's a technicality, and some of the rules are a little bit more specific. But if the market is resolved to a yes, if Congress essentially says, passes that Arizona was won by, so in other words, a network calling Arizona tonight, if CNN calls Arizona for Trump or Fox calls it, that won't resolve the market. It has to be resolved formally by Congress, and that's a question of a matter of a day or two. But rule number 1, read the rule. Second rule, if you're placing an order, look at the order book. You can put in market orders, and of course you can see where you can do that right on the right of the screen. You can put in an order by dollars. At the top, there's a little drop-down arrow. You can put it in by contracts, or you can also put a limit order, which is not a bad idea in fast markets, and this will be a fast market tonight. Markets will be moving quickly. But if you go over and click on Donald Trump to the left, click on his name, that opens up the order book. And most people never even look at this, and it's a big mistake. You have transparency, which is amazing, in the underlying order book. You know where the buys are, you know where the sells are. You can see where the midpoint is. You can see how the market might be trending. This allows you to be a little bit more strategic in your order placement, to know where the orders are. Maybe you don't want to scalp a cent or two because you see way too many orders sitting 1 or 2 cents below you, and you want to take a market price because you'll come in at the end of that line. So in this case, if I'm going to try to hold out to buy this contract at 77, well, that means I've got to wait for 58,000, another 55,000, and another 81,000. I got to wait for 180,000 contracts to get filled before it gets to me. So it may not be worth it to wait for that 2-cent price differential. I might want to take a market price. So rule number 2, always look at the order book. And number 3 is just a trading tactic. This has been revised by, years ago when we were trading in prediction markets actively. And I forget the name of, and some of my prediction market fellow traders are going to remind me of this, I know. But it was his rule. I think it was, who was this? The rule was always sell at 90. That's a ridiculous rule to always sell at 90. His point was that there's a lot of uncertainty, and if you buy something, wherever you buy it, and it gets up to 90, take it out because you never know if something might reverse itself and you'll lose your profit. Well, that's a little too cautious. But as a rule, you don't want to wait for a market to settle. So if you buy Arizona, so I'm long GOP for Arizona, long from 70 cents. If it trades up to 80 cents, that's where it is right now, I'm profitable. If I see that at 96, 97, 98 cents, I'm probably going to take it out. Even though when it reaches that level, it means it's going to resolve probably at $1 unless something crazy happens and the market switches and I get whipsawed. That's not the risk I'm concerned about. I'm concerned about liquidity. If I can sell that position at 98, 99, I have capital I'll be able to deploy in another market. And there'll be a lot of markets to use this evening. So You can wait for the binary option outcome, and you can wait for the market to settle, but there's really no reason to. If you have a good profit, take a profit at 96, 97, 98. It's a good place to go. Let somebody else get stuck sitting there waiting for that contract to resolve. Could be 2 or 3 days later before you get your money back. In the meantime, you can't deploy it anywhere else. So 3 rules. Read the rules, look at the order book, and take a profit somewhere between 95 and 98 and get yourself out of the market and get liquid again so you can get back in.
I mean, I think point number 3 is perhaps the the underrated consideration. Obviously, read the rules is so important, and I think that goes back to an issue that betting market traders had a few years back, right? The platform MetaCalculus had a contract out there. Would there be a pandemic before the end of 2023? And so a lot of people piled into it for a pretty specific reason. But the contract resolved no, because the specific terms that were set forth on the definition of what would constitute a pandemic occurring were actually never met. And so that's why you need to look through the details of these, because if the bet, for example, is who will be president and all 3 networks are required to make that call, what if one of the networks doesn't make the call? Then the contract could theoretically be resolved to nothing, right? No, the so-and-so is president, but not all 3 networks agreed. And therefore, the contract is null and void, and you settle out at 0 cents, which would not be fun. So read the rules. But that's that other point, number 3.
Right.
Take profit. Opportunity cost. If you hold on to your position and there are other markets where you can deploy capital, making sure that you can stick out that extra 2 or 3 cents, the juice is probably not worth the squeeze. Take your money when you can get it, when the markets are liquid, and find a new place with more duration to redeploy it.
That's right. That's right. And there will be things to do tonight. You just mentioned something. So let's flip over. Can you pull up the AP market? It's on call sheet. It's when will the market get called by AP, Associated Press. It's a good market. I'm long that market. Where am I long from? I have a no on this evening. So I have a no bet that we will not have Associated Press calling the election this evening. That's looking pretty good. I probably have a 10-cent profit on that already. I think you can still buy that around 81 cents. Let's see, where is that market? Did you find it yet?
I have not.
You can search, in the search, you put a.
There we go.
Oh, you got it? There it is. All right.
When will the AP call the election?
So it's at 83 cents right now. Like I said, I think I bought it in the high 70s, but even a moment ago, you shared some information offline with me in Cambria County in Pennsylvania that there's been some problem at the polls that's likely going to delay Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, as we know, is already struggling. They are hand counting ballots right now by state law. They can't count ballots until election day as of this morning. So even though they had all these ballots come in, they couldn't start counting them until this morning. Pennsylvania 4 years ago was called 4 days later in the 2020 presidential election. The AP declared Joe Biden the winner 4 days after Election Day. So I think it's highly unlikely that they're going to call this election this evening. That looks like a real easy way to, it's a pretty solid trade to buy a no at 83 cents. I'll tell you what else I'm going to do, and I know many other traders are going to do. They're going to watch November 6th very closely. Right now, it's at the midpoint at 50 cents. If you see that start ticking up to 65 or down to 35, that means there's another election delay that's become prominent. That means it's not likely that you're going to get a resolved election by AP tomorrow either. And that could be a good trend following bet, more or less, if you see the market move that quickly, because what you'll have this evening is people like myself watching DDHQ and watching the needle on the New York Times and looking at swing state counties and bellwether counties. I mentioned last week that if you're, we'll be watching Indiana results. We'll be looking at Clark and Floyd counties in Indiana as early indicators of how this election might go on a broader basis. In Kentucky, we'll be looking at Boone, Campbell, and Kenton counties. Those are also bellwether counties we're looking at. Also elsewhere in Indiana, there's Greene and Davies counties. These are early indicators that a lot of traders keep an eye on. They're going to be trading all night. So it's one of the things you want to do is keep some powder on the sidelines if you're in these markets. And trend following is often an indicator of something happening. Often it's Steve Kornacki at the whiteboard, moving the magic board and calling some early results in. And that tends to move the market too pretty quickly. So it'll be a fast market. You have to be really careful. Price orders are going to be important this evening. But this is a market to take a good look at. It is highly unlikely AP is going to call this election tonight. Looking at AP, because that's in the rules. If you look at the rules, it says specifically that it has to be AP. And looking on AP's website, they say only when AP is fully confident a race has been won, defined most simply as the moment the trailing candidates no longer have a path to victory, will we make a call. They're very safe. They're not like the networks. They're not like Fox or MSNBC or CNN that's going to call a state early, let alone the election. Also, keep in mind that AP did not even call the closely contested 2000 race between Bush and Gore. They didn't call it at all because there was so much element of doubt in Florida. So AP calling the election this evening, highly unlikely, and then look till tomorrow, and that might be a good bet to take as well based on how things go this evening.
This to me is the more interesting opportunities on the board tonight, just because of how the election's structured. The delays out in Cambria County, Pennsylvania, extend the voting until 10 p.m. Eastern tonight. And I think that's, we think about the structure of this. One of the questions that I've heard a lot, maybe even in the last few minutes here, is why does counting the vote take so long?
Yeah.
There are different rules across every single state.
Your Italian friends were just asking that question. I saw that.
They were. And you think about just 3 states, for example, Arizona, Pennsylvania, and Florida. You're allowed to mail in your ballots to all 3 places early. Florida, when they get them, they open them, they process them, and the votes are tabulated. In Arizona, they open them. They're not allowed to process them until election day. So they get them all in a nice stack in front of the machines ready to go, chain of custody, supply, guaranteed, blah, blah, blah. In Pennsylvania, they can't even start to open up the envelopes until election day morning. So if you think about delayed voting out in Pennsylvania, and this is a state that already takes a little while to process all the information, it's probably going to be a day or so, tomorrow at the earliest. Jeff, I'm with you. I look at this contract here. Will this market be resolved today? We're actually seeing it come in a little bit more. We talked about it being an 83-cent trade earlier. It's now the no is now 94.
Oh,
okay. So it's moving here right now.
Talk about maybe we have some listeners who are trading it right now because that's a pretty fast move. Now, so at 94, when this thing hits 97, I'm out. I'm not going to sit around and wait for that to resolve. I'll take that cash and sit on the sidelines so we can do other things. I'll mention some other markets worth looking at right now. This gets a little bit more speculative, also a little bit more fun. If you look at the popular vote market right now, and that's the margin of vote in the popular vote. I don't mind sharing my position. We'll see how this plays out, but I have 2 tranches of Harris. If you open up more markets there, you'll see all the different tranches that are available. I bought Harris 0 to 1 and 1 to 2. So I paid a quarter for it. So essentially it'll have a 4 to 1 payout if she wins the popular vote from 0 to 2 cents. Based on all the polling, I think that's a highly probable outcome, but it's a coin flip election, as Nate Silver so eloquently put it this morning. He did 80,000 Monte Carlo simulations, ran 80,000 simulations and came out to a 50-50 tie, essentially. It was 50.12 versus 49.84 or something like that. But I happen to like this particular, there it is right there. Thanks for bringing it up. Yeah. That's pretty amazing, by the way, isn't it? That this thing is so tight. And it's one of the reasons that, the sheer outcome, that's why trend following, because if you want to be a gambler and just bet a coin toss, but that's not what the more experienced prediction market traders are doing. We'll look at the trends. Right now I have no interest in the Harris-Trump 50-50 bet because it's a coin toss and don't feel like there's any value, any EV in that particular bet. It's just pure speculation. But as results start coming in, and if we see certain things occur, and as we see voting trends in Pennsylvania, then you start looking at that market. If you see Harris trading at 70 cents on a yes in that market, it looks like Pennsylvania might be trending her way, and Pennsylvania is going to be a big state. So all eyes are going to be on Pennsylvania for sure. But right now we have Trump 58 to 42. You know, again, not representative of what the odds appear to be based on polling. That makes Harris a valued play, but you don't have enough opportunities to play this for you to recognize that divergence in the spread. So it's hard to call it a value play. I think the better play is to watch early votes come in and then grab a trending market, and that's what a lot of traders are going to be doing. I don't mind sharing some more as long as I said that I've got Harris with the popular vote. There is somewhere on call sheet, there's it's a hybrid vote. Who will win the popular vote and who will win the electoral vote? I took Trump winning the electoral vote and Harris winning the popular vote. I think I bought that at 28 cents. I think it's around 31 cents right now. Where is it? Where's that trade? Trump wins. It's 30. All right, so I'm doing better on that right now. So I am long that second tranche right now, which is currently at 37 cents. I'm long from 28, I believe. And, there'll be a lot of interesting trades like this to watch. Senate races too. And I know that's something you're following carefully. I know you are a big fan of, down ticket races. So let's talk about some of the Senate races and what you like there, Chris.
I'm very interested in Montana here because the Montana polls in recent days have been coming out more and more in favor of John Tester. Sometimes you have to roll the dice, as Dave Chappelle might say. Sometimes you got a race chip. In this case, Tester in the polls is ahead by 2 or 3 points. And there's something really interesting about the Montana race here. Tim Sheehy is not a native Montanan. He's a transplant, right, whereas John Tester is. And one of the things about Montana politics is they very much for people who are actually Montanans. It's one of the reasons why Tester's been able to stay on the ballot as a Democrat and hold his seat for as long as he has. He's a Montanan's Montanan, if you will.
And
there's
there's not a lot of Montanans. One of the things I got a kick out of is looking at the early ballots cast across all 50 states. The lowest of early ballots cast were in Montana for the obvious reason. There's not going to be long lines at the voting booth today, so they don't have to cast their ballots early. But to your point, that's a very, very that's a close race. I know Republicans are counting on that. That's being factored as a Sheehy win as one of the reasons why the GOP is likely to take the Senate. I am long GOP winning the Senate. I'm about to pull the trigger on the Dems winning the House. I haven't done that yet, but you're right. That is one of the key races that's going to determine that outcome. What about Ohio? Have you been looking at that's Moreno versus Brown in Ohio?
I have been watching this race. Moreno looks like he actually has a decent shot of taking it from Sherrod Brown. And you'd think that in any other year, Sherrod Brown would have a pretty good shot at defending his seat, given the demographics and overall his popularity still. He has strong favorability ratings within Ohio. Right. Nevertheless, the market is leaning very heavily into Moreno. But this could be one of those situations where you could maybe have your cake and eat it too, right? There is a world in which you'll see, say, Tester retain his Senate seat, but Republicans go on to take the Senate itself. Tester winning the Senate seat would cause a compression in the Senate odds, perhaps, for the macro level, right? Who's going to be in charge moving forward? And I think that may be the tradable event. So if there's any of these, and this is perhaps a strategy for tonight, if you're making your way through an election night, folks, and you start to see Senate seats that were penciled in as red, they stay blue. You probably get a chance to fade any compression in GOP winning Senate odds, right? And if you see that the GOP odds of winning the Senate start to go down, that's a buy the dip given the broader structure of the entire electoral map right now, where if you look to most of the polls, and if you trust the polls, which I do, I'll tell you that it looks like there's 52 to 53 Republican seats that are coming down the pipeline here. So just flipping one, right, Tester holding on to his seat, it may hurt the odds of Republicans flipping the Senate, but it doesn't eliminate them. And I think that's the trade to fade. I like long Tester here, given what I've seen in the polling in the recent days, but Republicans to still hold on to the Senate because Sherrod Brown likely to lose.
Well, another one of the Senate toss-up seats is Hovde and Baldwin in Wisconsin. How do you handicap that race?
I have a difficult time, again, looking at some of the polls that have come in, seeing Baldwin lose this race. The betting market has her at a 73% favorability here in terms of likely to win. I don't know if that's worth the squeeze, although if you are thinking about this in absolute terms, making 25 cents on a 75-cent investment over the course of a few days, not a bad return on invested capital, Jeff.
That's exactly
so if I would
right.
have called any of these races, do I feel good about I probably feel best about Baldwin being a yes here.
I
honestly,
agree with
and
you.
then my high
Yeah.
convexity lotto ticket would be long tester.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think what will give the Senate to the GOP is the Sherrod Brown's loss in Ohio. I think that's the one seat. You know, they only need 3 seats to take control of the Senate, and I know they're pretty much counting on Montana, Nebraska, and Texas. You know, Cruz looks like he is cruising to a win there overall, Red, and in Nebraska. Nebraska's interesting. You've got Deb Fisher, who's been around there for a long time, and there's an upstart independent candidate named Osborne that's giving her a little run for the money, but I think in the long run she's going to prevail there. And if Tester ekes out a win in Montana, then that win's going to have to come somewhere else, and I think it's going to be Marino in Ohio that takes out Brown. That will give the GOP the Senate.
Jeff, as we wind down this election day special, I'd remind everyone, and I think, Jeff, you've been doing a good job reminding everyone here today, that these markets are going to move fast tonight.
Really fast.
Go back to 2022, heading into the 8 p.m. Eastern hour, betting markets had Republicans holding on to the Senate or winning back the Senate with a 73% chance. Obviously, Democrats are still in control of the Senate to this day. So when we talk about markets moving, they can move very, very quickly depending upon how these poll results turn out. So if you're trading and you have a position that's working for you, as Jeff said, you get to your 93, 95 cents on your dollar, take some profit in the liquidity while you can, and then look to redeploy elsewhere. Jeff, you are the pros pro here. You have the final word on this election day night.
Oh, I would look at the 80 to 90% high probability trades right now. Don't speculate. Don't engage in coin flips. Don't let your political ideology get in the way. Don't bet on who you hope will win. Bet with the probabilities. Do the math. Do the research. There's a lot of I would never use the expression free money, but there's a lot of high probability trades on the table tonight. And one of the things that's so attractive about prediction markets is that they are not that efficient. You have something like we are sitting with an extremely high probability that the race will not be called tonight, but when we started speaking tonight, it was trading at 80 cents. Now it's up in the 90s, you said. But that's still, it's still a 6% return for what appears to be 6 hours. That's not bad if you can make 1% an hour as a trader. I think anybody would take that. So that would be my advice. Don't bet with your heart, bet with your head, and have fun. And it's going to be a fast market. So keep a couple screens open and watch. Probably Decision Desk HQ is probably one of the best live result reporting, and keep, of course, watch the election special with Chris this evening. I'll be trading, but I'm going to be watching him as well. And then keep Steve Kornacki on somewhere as well, because he is one person that does move the markets as far as prediction market traders go. If he calls a state or if he calls a trend, people pile on. So there's a lot of momentum and trend betting that will result from that. Have fun. We're going to see you Thursday because there's still going to be bets on the table. There's going to be prediction markets that are open in the election space that we can revisit. We'll revisit the outcome and pay the price for some of our own wagers, and we'll see you Thursday.
Wise words. Thanks for tuning in for this Prediction Trade Election Day special. I've been Chris Vecchio. He's been Jeff Joseph. Remember, always wager responsibly. Believe in math, master your trade, and join us next time on the Prediction Trade.
The amount of time I spend
interacting with our customers via email or anything else is pretty much my entire life.
To be so powerful and so valuable, and then to be that approachable, just amazing.
Where else are you going to be able to email a CEO, get response back?
But you know what? Before he even knew who I was just some idiot trying to learn how to trade. And he still would email and help me learn and everything like that.
Some people say it's nuts, some people say it's insane. That's what I do.
The beauty of thinkorswim was that we were different.
From the name to the front end technology
was clearly what we wanted as traders. Second time around, I think we did a better job. Yes, we are known for our ability to support complex derivatives traders, but we also have the tools for somebody who's brand new who wants to come in on the first floor and work their way up to the top of the building.
First, tastylive united finance and entertainment, then probabilities and research. And now, we're uniting the symposium with the blockchain with 2 unique virtual events. 6 must-know skills for active traders and 6 option strategies every trader needs to know. Both feature legendary trader Tom Sosnoff and other tastylive traders. You can watch the presentations live or anytime you like, since the digital collectible is yours to own when you register. To learn more and register for free, go to tastylive.com/events.
What's up, everybody? Check out my new series, Life Cycle of a Trade, where I show you my real-time trades with insights into strategy selection, adjustment mechanics, all the way to the closing order for all of the tastylive core strategies. Look who's back testing. tastytrade now has options back testing for free. Test your trades with over 10 years of data for the most popular symbols. See how your trades would have performed in the past. Look back at profit and loss and take the guess out of guesswork. Oh, did we mention that it's free? Get back testing at tastytrade. It feels good to get smart. Get even smarter with the ultimate how-to guide. Learn 31 different option strategies, covered calls, iron condors, jade lizards. Become a trading mastermind. Get the guide at tastylive.com/guide.
If you have any questions, feel free to toss them in the chat.
Americans are voting. What they're up to as far as the results, no one knows, but that's not going to stop us here from pontificating about what might come after the outcome. Because besides the fact that, of course, everybody is watching and waiting for exactly what will come of this critical presidential election now upon us, we had economic data come out, and it told an interesting story about what the next president is going to have to deal with, whoever that is. And that's what we are going to explore here on Macro Money. I'm Ilya Spivak, head of Global Macro here at tastylive. Of course, we have to do the obligatory check of where markets stand as the voting commences. And the response from financial markets has been curious. Stocks having a strong day, up nearly 1.5% on the NASDAQ and the S&P 500, a little bit more for the NASDAQ, a little bit less for the S&P 500, but comparable gains there. Relatively stayed in the yields. Long end basically flat, front end yields a little bit higher. Crude oil higher, up almost 1%. Gold a touch higher, up 0.3% almost. And the dollar getting overrun against almost all of its major counterparts, down against the euro, down against the yen, down against almost everything, and Bitcoin seeing strong gains. Now, it's tough to look at this and make much of it thematically. If you were going to tie this to some sort of policy proposals, perhaps the almost mythical now idea of a quote-unquote Trump trade, which would speak to reflation, some of these things point in that direction. A little bit higher front-end yields, perhaps, a little bit higher gold, a weaker dollar, but that's not been something that stocks have liked. And so to see them up here is a little bit different. And on the other hand, if we were to consider that reflation idea in sort of its full breadth, then the dollar should be stronger too. It has been benefiting from this reflation idea, creating the sense that the Fed might need to be a little bit more cautious about cutting rates. So a little bit inconsistent here and unclear what ultimately this price action says, other than in the past several days we'd been up a bunch on the dollar, we're correcting. We'd been down a bunch on stocks, we're correcting. We'd been down a bunch on gold, we're correcting. On and on it goes. So if nothing else, this appears to be reflective of digestion, because the polls going into this as the voting began are locked in a dead heat. Harris is up by 0.1 percentage points in the latest aggregate from Real Clear Politics, which is essentially a coin toss. That is a difference that means very little. If we look at the various prediction markets, these are essentially betting venues and represent some amount of liquidity. Of course, not anything like representative of all of what's actually out there in terms of the potential voters and where they might go, and certainly specific to some demographic characteristics, but nevertheless, people are watching them and they are helpful in shaping perceptions. The onshore markets first, Kalshi with the edge to former President Donald Trump at 58, to Kamala Harris's, Vice President Kamala Harris's 42%. The predicted markets a little bit tighter, about 54 to 51 for Mr. Trump. Still his odds a little bit higher, but much, much narrower. Looking offshore, the spread basically 62 to 38 for Mr. Trump on poly market, but ostensibly this is a marketplace without Americans on it. Theoretically anyway, because it doesn't accept American clients, theoretically anyway. So with that in mind, we put the current price action perhaps in the context of Donald Trump having a slight lead as the voting continues, at least in the minds of these market venues. We'll see how this develops going forward. But while all of this was occurring, while that slight edge in betting markets perhaps gives an interesting context to these moves here, especially if the result ends up being one that favors Vice President Harris, do we then see a reversal in stocks? Do we see a reversal in the yield curve? Do we see a pullback in gold? A rebound in the dollar? We shall have to wait and see. But while all of this was transpiring, U.S. economic data continued to tell a rosy picture. The service sector version of the ISM Purchasing Manager Index figures for October, they came out, and the numbers were white hot, much, much stronger than expected. 56 on the service activity index. That's this right here. And you can see that's the highest level since August of 2022 and follows on from a 19-month high in the prior month. So by any stretch of the imagination here, the U.S. economy is racing forward. The service sector is, of course, by far the largest component of employment, the largest share of GDP growth. And so to see this kind of dramatic reading is, needless to say, eye-catching. The manufacturing numbers from last week were much closer to expectations, a little bit soggier. As ever, these are PMI numbers, and so they operate around a logic where 50 is neutral, above 50 is growth, below 50 is contraction. The further you go above 50, the faster the growth. The further you go below 50, the faster the contraction. So what we saw was a little bit of a faster contraction, but not an unexpected one, as it were, for manufacturing. It was expected to contract at 47.6. It contracted at a slightly faster rate at 46.5. The story in services was actually that the expectation pointed to a slight, modest cooling after the surge that we saw in the numbers for September. And what we actually ended up with here was a very potent increase, a much stronger outcome. And when we look at the breakdown of the outcome, in the yellow bars is this green line here. That's the overall index, and then some of the key subcomponents here showing up. And you can see, although new orders growth moderated a little bit, still well above 50 and after a long run higher, and the price component inched a little bit lower, implying inflation is a little bit better, although that's been relatively steady essentially since the middle of last year, and generally anchoring since this spike at the start of this year. The real standout is employment. Employment was falling in the service sector, or at least employment growth was contracting. Jobs were being lost in the preceding 2 months. What we ended up with here for October's numbers is a dramatic jump in employment growth. In fact, that accounted for a good bit of why the overall numbers were higher, and this was the fastest pace of hiring in 13 months. So very, very strong numbers here for what is the driving engine of U.S. economic growth. Moreover, it comes after a series of increasingly better than expected economic outcomes out of the U.S. As a matter of fact, we can see from late August, U.S. economic activity has been steadily beating relative to baseline forecasts. This is an index from Citigroup. When it is above zero, U.S. economic data tends to outperform relative to expectations. And we can see why when the Fed started to talk about rate cuts back in July, when economic data was woefully tending to undershoot forecasts, the conversation was, oh no, the Fed has perceived some sort of weakness in the economy. That's why it's finally getting ready to pull the trigger on cuts. There's a recession coming. Well, what we've seen subsequently, after a bit of digestion, is that there's been an upturn in the data, and the U.S. economy is now performing hotter relative to forecasts anyway than it has in months, and is basically back to where it was mid-April, where deterioration around U.S. economic data flow starts to get the markets thinking in a more dovish way initially. We're basically back to where the U.S. economy's momentum looked to be after a melt-up in the first quarter of the year. One would think this is good news for the world economy as a whole. After all, the U.S. is the world's largest. So if the U.S. is doing this well, one would think this is overall good news. But it isn't quite so simple. Looking at the way that global GDP breaks down, this is from the World Bank as of 2023, the last full year that we have, 26%, so over a quarter of global GDP is the U.S. The Eurozone is 15%, China is 17%. The remaining 42% are largely client or vendor economies for the driving three where most demand originates. And of course, China as a kind of middle of the supply chain economy also depends on demand from the US and the Eurozone, even as it feeds demand from early in the supply chain economies, be they commodity exporters in South America, in Africa, or in Southeast Asia, or materials producers in Australia and New Zealand. And so we have a situation where clearly the 26%, the US portion of this, is moving at a blistering speed. But when we compare with what's going on elsewhere, the story is much more sobering. So we just got the updated numbers for China this week. The official figures were effectively at standstill. This is the private sector estimate, which is a little bit better, as a matter of fact, just updated this week in the red there. That's from S&P Global and Caixin. The green is, just to compare apples to apples, the final reading on S&P Global PMI, composite PMI, taking together the manufacturing and services sectors. In the blue is what is expected to be confirmed when final revisions of Eurozone PMI numbers come out later tonight. And as we can see here, the story is vastly different. The U.S. is holding on to steady growth, having hit a 12-month high on performance back in May. After it hit that 12-month high, growth has held up at those levels. The situation in China has been absolutely woeful. But as we can see over the past 2 months, we've seen a little bit of a pickup. Nevertheless, we are still a very far way off from the pace at which the U.S. is moving. Remember, this is the pace of growth. And so what we see here is the world's largest economy is also expanding at a faster rate than the world's second largest economy, which, while finally expanding, is doing so at a much more sluggish clip. Which is not to overlook the euro area, which for 2 consecutive months now is expected to contract. That is, not to grow at all. And so, of course, one begins to question, how is it that the world's largest economy, the U.S., is growing so briskly, but everywhere else is kind of soggy? And indeed, if we look at global PMI numbers, they haven't been updated for October yet. We're still, as we just mentioned, getting final revisions from some figures. But we can see since May, global growth has actually been slowing, even as the U.S. has been very robust over the same period. And we can see that it is the weakness at these other major nodes of growth, the Eurozone and China, that seems to explain what's going on here at a worldwide level. In fact, the composite here in the blue, we can see has dropped at this point to the weakest growth since back in January. So a 9-month low. We'll see, of course, how the October numbers shake out. But looking at what we see here so far, maybe this story out of China gives us a little bit of a lift overall, but the gap continues to be yawning. And so the question then, of course, is, well, how come there is this weakness globally when the largest economy is so strong? And when we look at U.S. inflation data, the answer stares us right in the face. Obviously, when something is in demand, its price tends to go up as people bid up the supply that is available and compete to get it. This is economics 101, as it were. And what we find when we break down the contributors to the latest PCE inflation data, this is the Fed's favored inflation gauge, what we find is that almost all price pressure still lingering at this point lives in core services. Core goods at this point are now a negative contributor to inflation, as is energy. Housing is kind of locked in place, but comparing goods and services tells the really telling story. Because, of course, services in the U.S. are mainly domestic spending, whereas most imports, that is the kind of demand that might see U.S. vigor spill over into other markets because of U.S. consumers buying from foreign producers, that tends to be in the goods space. And so we can see with price pressures in services, that's where the demand is. With no price pressures in goods, that's where it isn't. And so what we see here is a vast bias in favor of domestic demand. As a matter of fact, if we look at the spread in percentage point contributions to overall PCE inflation from goods versus services, here's a spread, services minus goods, we can see the average is somewhere at 1.25. We are now at the highest level in nearly 2 decades. Meaning services is eating up a larger portion of U.S. demand relative to goods by the biggest margin in almost 20 years. This is why U.S. prosperity is staying largely on shore, why it isn't spreading elsewhere. Now, maybe this is ripe for normalization. Maybe it can stay dislocated for longer. We'll have to wait and see. Obviously, we've seen prolonged periods where these things are sticky at around these levels. So who's to say it doesn't continue? But of course, what this all means is troubling indeed for the world economy because of how central U.S. dollars are to global trade. Obviously, the natural thing to come away with from this kind of robustness in the U.S. economy is a narrowing in Fed scope to cut rates. And as a matter of fact, that's exactly what we've seen. Here's the initial Fed cut back in September. What we see is that since then, as we've seen U.S. economic data increasingly get better relative to forecasts, so too rate cut expectations for this year and next, in some, have narrowed. And we can see for this year, things are relatively anchored still at the 50 basis points that the Fed essentially talked themselves into in September. It's a little bit lighter in the markets. They're not quite fully baking in that second cut. One, of course, is on the menu for this week's meeting, and another more than likely, if we look at what the markets are pricing in, a very strong possibility over 80% for December. The action really is in next year, where the cumulative move has now shifted to less than 3 cuts. whereas the Fed envisioned 4 when it updated mid-September. And of course, what that's done is it's pushed up bond yields. And the green here is the U.S. 10-year yield. But since the U.S. dollar is such a ubiquitous unit of global economic exchange, increasing the cost of borrowing dollars also increases the cost of borrowing, period, because most transacting is ultimately done in dollars. As a matter of fact, the Bank of International Settlements last updated that the dollar is the vehicle for close to 88% of global monetary transactions, and no other currency, or even group of currencies, if you wanted to get all excited about the BRICS, are even remotely close, even in aggregate. And so when you get this kind of dramatic increase in U.S. yields, and the expectation is, well, perhaps you are going to get fewer rate cuts in the U.S., the response happens globally as well. The blue line is the average of rates in Germany, a benchmark for the Eurozone, the UK, Australia, and Japan. And of course, in those places, as we just saw, growth is not looking nearly quite so good. And the ability to withstand higher interest rates is much more diminished. So as we look for what this means for markets looking through this election, here's an important thing to keep in mind. At the beginning of the year, we've seen this movie. The U.S. economy at that time was improving. Here's the start of 2024. Economic data is getting better and then holding there relative to expectations. Rate cut forecasts come in. They get less dovish, from 2 to just 0.75%, and stocks can keep rising. Why wouldn't that happen this time? Well, at the beginning of the year, the global economy was accelerating. And so the global story overall was we can withstand higher rates. Growth is firming. We are not in that world anymore. And as this continues, if it continues, the story becomes quite troubling, because it suggests that we are going to see rising borrowing costs at a time when the global economy as a whole can ill afford it, and where that might tip the whole world into recession despite U.S. resilience. And that is macro money for today. As ever, we will continue watching these election odds and seeing what that is going to produce for us here going forward. Needless to say, this is very much a story in motion. We'll be here to cover it all, as ever, Monday through Thursday, right after Overtime, a show that I co-host with Dylan Radigan and Chris Vecchio, looking at the Wall Street close and where things may go therefrom. Back on with Chris for Futures Power Hour, Mondays and Fridays. On with Victor Jones for The Price of Truth on Wednesdays. Back with Victor and Tom for First Call on Sundays. Writing for the News and Insights portion of tastylive.com and commenting on the platform formerly known as Twitter at Ilya Spivak. If you're watching on YouTube, like and subscribe. Macro Money's back tomorrow.
You can get up to $4,000 when you open and fund a new account with tastytrade. That's 4,000 buckaroos, 4,000 bills, or clams, 4,000 in dough or cheddar, not the cheesy kind. 4 large, 4K, 4 grand, which is no small thing. Open and fund a new tastytrade account and get on the platform for traders who just want to trade. And did we mention a bonus of up to 4,000 smackaroos? tastytrade. Make your move.
It was a beautiful fall weekend in Chicago. Lots of sun, warm temps, and tons of people out in the neighborhood. To try and be more normal, I decided to work from the coffee shop all weekend. You know, mingle with the common folk for a bit each morning. In fact, I wrote the cherry bomb yesterday while talking markets with complete strangers. What started as a discussion about fried clams in Cape Elizabeth evolved into a heated debate about junk bonds and cashless collars. That was fun. You see, every once in a while, you need to challenge yourself. That's why, for the Bears game, I made Jamaican-inspired oxtails. Who says I'm not a risk taker? But the real reason I'm sharing the story about talking finance with random strangers is because that's what makes Tasty so special. Unfortunately, we live in an incredibly divisive era of interpersonal communication. When talking to people we don't know that well, we can't talk about politics, religion, social issues, education, or even current events. I feel like every topic becomes an instant powder keg. Every topic except for finance. Tasty Nation speaks their own language. They're different. They can articulate certain aspects of investing that always intrigues and engages random strangers. I commonly hear, how do you know that? Strategic financial know-how and articulation skills are an amazing bridge between people with very different views and opinions. Let me give you some examples. The next time someone says, "Isn't Trump amazing?" you say, "I just bought a broken-winged butterfly in the SPX." Or, "Kamala is just incredible." You say, "I just sold a jade lizard in NVIDIA." On immigration and taxes, you say, "I really love the leverage of span margin." tastylive really is making the world a better place. The amount of time I spend interacting with our customers via email or anything else is pretty much my entire life.
To be so powerful and so valuable, and then to be that approachable, just amazing.
Where else are you going to be able to email a CEO, get response back?
But you know what? Before he even knew who I was just some idiot trying to learn how to trade. And he still would email and help me learn and everything like that.
Some people say it's nuts, some people say it's insane. You know, that's what I do.
Look who's back testing. tastytrade now has options back testing for free. Test your trades with over 10 years of data for the most popular symbols. See how your trades would have performed in the past. Look back at profit and loss and take the guess out of guesswork. Oh, did we mention that it's free? Get back testing at tastytrade.
tastytrade has crypto, and you can trade with zero commissions. Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, and more. Diversify in one place. Crypto, we got it. We get it. Join the club of genius.
You can get up to $4,000 when you open and fund a new account with tastytrade. That's 4,000 buckaroos, 4,000 bills, or clams, 4,000 in dough or cheddar, not the cheesy kind. 4 large, 4K, 4 grand, which is no small thing. Open and fund a new tastytrade account and get on the platform for traders who just want to trade. And did we mention a bonus of up to 4,000 smackaroos? tastytrade. Make your move.
Having trouble understanding what your trader buddies are saying? Here's what a scalp is. We love those quick profits. A scalp is a trade opened and then closed in a short period of time, usually minutes or hours. A scalp is usually done for a small profit and is typically a very directional position. Scalps are most commonly done with future products because of the liquidity and added leverage they provide. But you gotta be careful. It's not always a profit.
What is going on? Welcome back to the Bad Taste segment. Today's Tuesday. Today is election day, so hopefully everybody got what they needed to do in. But anyways, it's the beginning of the week. We got FOMC interest rate decisions this week too, Julia. How are we feeling at the beginning of this week? And how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm feeling a whole lot. I feel like maybe that's just me. But no, I'm feeling a whole lot these days. I decided not to lean out my portfolio going into the rest of the week. We have a whole bunch of catalysts, the election tonight, Fed rate decision. And I just decided to kind of keep my portfolio kind of the same, actually. I took some losses last week. We had very big moves in the market last week, and I wanted to give them a little bit more time to recover. Maybe that's a gigantic mistake, but what are you going to do? So I don't know. I'm feeling a little nervy. I think everybody sort of is. I had a great vote though. I got to, usually there's like, I don't know if you've been seeing, the pictures of lines or, the news coverage of lines to vote, but mine was just my precinct. I just walked right in. It was great.
Oh, really?
It
Wow.
was so delightful.
How long were you in that line for?
I walked in. I literally just walked through the door past this other line of people from the other precinct. And I'm like, hey, that's not so bad.
Nice. That's the highlight of the week. Today, a little rough for me today. I had that call spread that I sold on QQQ. And that had a dramatic turn of events today with the massive rally that we saw today. And honestly, I'm kind of just hesitant a little bit heading up to election season. Not really been taking as much directional trades, really been picking the spots. But in terms of the call spread, just Monday, Tuesday, I really didn't even expect the volatility that we saw, considering 2 days before election, which was really surprising, at least for me. But other than that, no, the call spread is not doing too hot right now, but there is still a lot of time on it. But the rally today, and at least the strength of the rally in the morning, definitely surprised me. But what can you do?
Yeah, I'm really surprised how everything flipped, even like ENPH, which opened down a whole lot. So it wound up flipping. The NASDAQ actually stayed pretty steady. The Q stayed pretty steady. We saw a bigger move in the Russell, actually. The Russell, which was actually calmer today, at least at the time of streaming. And yeah, I don't know. I'm not mad. This seems like the calm before the storm, though. I wished, some of these positions would recover. I really didn't want to be in gold. And I've been bullish on gold for a while. I think in the long term, I still kind of am. Although to be fair, taking kind of a contrarian or taking, a bearish, approach with gold just smashing through all-time highs is not crazy. But I've been personally kind of bullish on gold, even though we've had, a couple red days recently. So. But I really didn't want to be holding gold because I just am expecting a whole lot of price volatility in there, even though I'm bullish in the long term, just kind of throughout the week. Yeah. So I don't know. We're just, we hopefully sized appropriately. Everything's defined risk. All the options trades are defined risk. So I'm feeling a little nervous.
Oh, you're chilling.
We're chilling so far. See how tomorrow feels. I'm expecting chaos tomorrow. Maybe that's just me. Yeah. But.
No, I wouldn't doubt it. And it's just such an interesting week. Election season. We know how important these interest rate decisions have been over the last couple years, especially post 2020. So having all of that combined in less than 48 to 72 hours is gonna be really interesting. So
yeah, dude, it's gonna be bananas. So I'm excited to see what goes on tomorrow. I actually want to show something. I'm gonna be on the 8 a.m. show, the pre-market show tomorrow, and I'm gonna show a version of this that's for pre-market quotes. This is actually after the close quotes. So for post-market movers, as we're kind of talking about some of these big movers right now, I thought this would be kind of fun to show. So this is pretty much since the close, which underlying has moved the most. And obviously, we'll get into this in a second, but we got like SMCI, which I think is getting clipped a little bit. Let's see if I can expand that. SMCI, which is down a whopping 13% after the close, to probably nobody's surprise. ON, which has moved almost 1% to the downside post-market. That's a big move in just the hour and a half that we've had since the close, and in relatively liquid trading periods, which is bananas. MCHP down 4% after the close. Palo Alto Networks having a continued rally, actually. But I think, obviously, these are the ones that people are mostly talking about. SMCI probably being the biggest one. First Solar has been having a rough day today, actually. Some of these solar companies, presumably off of concerns around the future of renewables, predominantly solar, and how that's potentially going to work. But otherwise, so this heat map is going to be with pre-market quotes tomorrow before the show. So I think that's going to be really interesting because I'm expecting markets to be all over the place.
Are you specifically hopping on that 8 a.m. tomorrow morning to show the potential volatility that we can get overnight because of election tonight? Is that
that's the idea.
The volatility that you're trying to? Okay,
that's the idea.
That makes sense. So
what
are your thoughts on? So I know I've been reading a bit more articles. Maybe we get the results later tonight. I know in elementary school when I was in 5th grade during that election, I remember. It would happen so late at night. I would just wake up because I'm a kid. I would just wake up to whatever the decision was. But if it takes longer, then what if it takes an extra day or two, and then happens to get the decision around the same time we get the FOMC like interest rate decision all around the same time, that would be kind of crazy. But what would your thoughts be on that?
Well, so, and this is like a funny thing. I was talking about this earlier today about how obviously like the media tries to call a result as soon as possible. And we saw with like the 2000 election, for example, how that really screwed stuff up. Because there was like the results were not as definitive, I guess, as the media had portrayed. So that resulted in the results of the election sort of being contested, ambiguous. It was the 2000 election was a gigantic mess. And so it's difficult because we want an answer now for something that's this, impactful, but realistically, just, with the time it takes to account for mail-in ballots, corrections, there's lawsuits going on around, like disputing the results of the election already and counting out certain votes and all of that. It's probably realistically going to take weeks to actually figure out who won, although I'm expecting a result tonight, perhaps. I think, well, everybody is, but it's very important to take that with a grain of salt.
Yeah, how will the markets react to uncertainty? We will see.
They don't like the uncertainty. They do not like it. And I'm kind of expecting prolonged uncertainty. Perhaps other people are as well. What time will we be selling the news from Mr. Texas over here? What time will we be selling the news? I don't know, man. I'm just trying to survive this week. I'm just holding on for dear life. Perhaps that is just me. But yeah, we had some really interesting movers today. Super microcomputers obviously being one of the bigger ones. Utilities, CEG's moving a little bit after the close. CEG has been an interesting one if we want to hop back into the platform. Damn, this one's been moving a lot actually. What in the sham heck? I want to hop back into the platform real quick. Yeah, dude, some of these energy companies have been just absolute. What in the heck happened to CEG, Constellation Energy Group?
What is going on over there? I mean, a decent IV ring. What a move on the day.
Yeah, do you pay attention to any of these energy stocks? Energy stocks have been, I think, really interesting to watch this year. I think they're going to continue to be interesting.
No, nothing for the most part. I'm just kind of looking at here what it could have been. Wall Street slips as uncertainty surrounds election. So, I mean, some of the headlines I'm already seeing just with CEG has to do with a lot of the uncertainty with election. Nuclear power firms drop after U.S. regulators block Amazon Talon agreement. I mean, there's a few things. Who knows what exactly it is? But no, to your question, I haven't really been paying too much attention to energy in terms of like actively trading it, but have kept an eye on it at least. What about you?
Yeah, I've been watching it too. I think this one's been especially interesting. VST has been interesting. I'm seeing the same article that you're looking at right now. Talon, Constellation, and Vistra tumble after government rejects Amazon nuclear data center agreement. There's been a bit of a push, especially as like more major tech companies start to adopt AI, artificial intelligence. Obviously, like power requirements they're already insane, but they're just going to become more and more demanding. So there's been a pretty interesting transition from big tech companies into nuclear now that there's been a revitalization in that space. And we've seen like Constellation Energy, Vistra. I remember Dominion Energy, I believe, was going to work with Amazon to move some of its AWS like power requirements over to nuclear. But we did see a bit of a tumble off of some bad earnings, but also that Constellation was trying to send more than the maximum legal amount of energy over to Amazon, and that got nuked. Excuse the pun. But that's been a really interesting thing to watch, especially as big tech, like Microsoft, Amazon, just like with very significant data center power requirements kind of shift over to nuclear. So I think these have been really interesting movers so far. And this one is like liquid, which is cool.
And then we got earnings. Did that say CEG has earnings on the 15th of November?
I believe CEG already had earnings. When does VST...
Oh, that's the dividends. That's why we had the
dividends. VST has earnings in 2 days, and this is going to be, I think, another interesting one to watch. But I don't know. We shall see. There are a couple nuclear energy ETFs, so NLR. Although the liquidity, I feel the same way about like cannabis ETFs, where I feel like the liquidity is not quite there to be tradable. Either the liquidity or price levels aren't quite there for them to be tradable, at least for me. And NLR, and then I think it's NUKZ is one of the other ETFs. Oh, look, they don't have any options. And they are uber illiquid. But yeah, so yeah, I think that there's potential there, but for the time being, like certain single company names like VST or CEG, I think are maybe they're at least more liquid exposure. I don't want to say better, but they're at least more liquid, which is important.
I got you. I know it's been a while since we really talked about a lot of those marijuana underlyings. I know we used to kind of get those hyped up sectors here and there. A lot of marijuana stocks are popping off. Are you a little bit more keen to like marijuana ETFs versus the underlyings, or where do you stand with that?
With one more time, repeat that.
Sorry. Whenever like looking at marijuana, do you gravitate towards a specific underlying for marijuana rather than like an ETF versus a single stock in the marijuana space? Do you have a preference on those?
Yeah. Okay. So if I had a go-to, I would pick. My go-to is IIPR, so Innovative Industrial Properties. They're real estate, that services the cannabis sector. But you can just see how like insanely illiquid it is. It's like very difficult to trade. There's one way to get kind of diluted exposure to cannabis, which is Altria Group. So that's the parent company for Marlboro. I can say that. Marlboro cigarettes.
That sounded right. Yeah.
That sounded right. I have a hard time with it. Yeah. But there's technically a little bit of cannabis exposure in there. In terms of MJ is one of the cannabis sector ETFs. Definitely not as liquid as I would like it to be. There's actually a couple companies in the cannabis space that are reporting earnings. We got Aurora Cannabis, ACB, that's going to be reporting tomorrow before the open. That one's a bit more.
Is that based out of?
What'd you say?
I was just curious. Is that one based out of Colorado, like Aurora, Colorado?
I kind of assume so. Let me double check. Yeah. Actually, that's a good question. Aurora Cannabis Incorporated. There's also Tilray. I can't believe I forgot about that. So Aurora Cannabis
TLY.
TLRY, Tilray, fairly liquid. Aurora Cannabis is actually based out of Canada. That's at least where they're licensed. But ACB is like decently liquid. Tilray, of course, is decently liquid. And then we also have one more. I believe they're reporting. CGC is reporting on Friday. Is another cannabis company. But like I said, like if you look at the price levels of these, like CGC is at $560, Tilray is at $175, ACB is at $611, and there's so many limitations with an underlying that's cheap, like that's so cheap for option strategies, especially if you're trying to go neutral. But maybe for some putties, but yeah, I don't know, they're just cheap.
Cheapies.
They're just cheapies.
I'm taking your vocabulary, yeah.
From Theta Trader, just in case I have canned food, ammo, toilet paper, and all my shoes and glasses with me. Yeah, you're prepped and ready to go.
We're going to your house.
Yeah, I'm going to go over to your house, Theta Trader. Hell yeah. But yes, so I don't know. It's a little tour to market. It's a little tour to heat map. I'm going to be showing off that more tomorrow, which I think is going to be interesting. We had some big movers, SMCI for sure. But I think actually we were going to try something a little bit different today. Isn't that right?
That is right. I almost said Wordle again, but we're going to get into some trade. I know Julia had mentioned it last time. I was like, that would be fun if we all partook in and observed my lack of geography skills. So this will be a fun one.
So this is going to be a fun one, man. Bad Trader. We used to do Tradles all the time. It's a very fun one. Move that up a little bit. So this is Tradle. We used to play this. I remember, back in the day, we played it a whole bunch. And you're saying like it's going to be fun, but when you have total exports of about 20 billion, I think this is actually going to be very hard because it seems like a pretty small country. But for anybody who doesn't know, if you've ever played Tradle, if you've ever played Wordle, Tradle is very similar. You basically have to guess which country this exports distribution corresponds to. So for example, we have like raw aluminum, aluminum wire, aluminum plating, iron blocks, refined petroleum, iron ore up here. So we have these different categories under like chemical products, for example. We see ammonia, nitrogenous fertilizers. Over here in machines, we got like engine parts, gas turbines, office machine parts. Cheese makes up a small part of their export distribution. And then we also have cars, baked goods, precious metal watches. Dude, we got a whole bunch. And then we got documents of title. That's interesting, actually. Hardware, leather, footwear. But this is our country. The total exports are $20 billion. And now we have to guess which country this corresponds to. So we'll put in a guess, we'll put in a location, and this is basically going to tell us how far off we are in the direction, and then how much. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm picking up. We picking up what you're putting down, Julia.
Hopefully so. It's a fun game, but at one point it becomes like more of a geography challenge than a trading challenge or financial challenge.
Yeah.
But hopefully we can give a guess. With aluminum, refined petroleum, iron ore, do you have any guesses about where we're going to start?
Ooh, I don't. Chad, do we have anything we want to throw in there right off the bat?
Petroleum, refined petroleum and iron ore and aluminum, and it's 20 billion. This could be like, I feel like Kuwait would be a lot bigger. This is also going to test my bad knowledge of scale. We can also just throw out a guess. How about we start with like, here, let's see, we got engine parts, ammonia. Why don't we just start with raw aluminum? Yeah, we could just start with a country, and then I was going to start in South America,
Okay.
and then we'll just get just to get the ball rolling. Luis said Peru, which is I think a good guess. I feel like alpaca wool would have been a bigger part of that distribution. But do you want to just start with Peru and see what happens?
Yeah, let's jump into it.
Start with Peru. Okay, we are 30% of the way there. We are super duper off. It's 14,000 kilometers to the east. So Peru, it's probably some. I don't think it's anywhere in the Pacific. I think it's somewhere in sub-Saharan Africa. From Douglas, it's awesome to see you. Thank you for joining us. With 20 billion, China's would be a lot bigger. I think this is like a tiny place. We could try maybe like, I feel like if it was Madagascar, that might be a little too far actually. Well, we can try You want to try Madagascar?
I do love those movies. Those are one of my favorites growing up. So let's try
That's
it.
a good one. Let's start with that.
Yeah.
Eric C says New Zealand. I'm down to try Madagascar and then New Zealand after that. I feel like New Zealand.
Okay.
We're 75% of the way there. It's right above, it's pretty much directly above Madagascar. Okay, so it's not New Zealand. It's north of Madagascar. So that might actually be, okay, somewhere in the Middle East. Maybe it is Kuwait. I feel like Kuwait would be a lot bigger than that. Petroleum and aluminum.
I mean, if you want to try Kuwait, maybe we can kind of middle where we're at.
That's true. Trying to remember what's see, this is where it becomes more geography, right? Especially when you're dealing with, I would say, like, it seems like kind of a small country is my guess. You want to try Kuwait?
Let's do it. I think it'll give us a little more context regardless.
Yeah, I think someone who knows geography better than both of us is like screaming right now. Oh, shit.
Oh my gosh, Julia.
Okay, it's really close to Kuwait.
Oh my gosh.
It's very close to Kuwait. Oh no.
What's right next to Kuwait, guys?
That's a great. Anybody know their geography? Is election coverage, or this is going to be a separate live event, like first call on Sunday. So there's going to be another election special, which I highly recommend you guys checking out. It's today's live stream. I don't know if it's going to be I think it might be a separate live stream, but I might have production chime in there. But yes, so we're looking for something very close to Kuwait. So we did have a house rule on the show, which is basically if you get within 90%, then we can look at a map. But I don't know if we want to play on hard mode.
I kind of like it just because we have 2 tries left.
We got 3 tries left.
Oh, 3.
So maybe we can look at a map if because we're already 98% of the way there. Edward said Oman. Eric said Iraq. Syria is a good guess. I'm trying. Because Kuwait. So now I'm trying to remember my geography. So you have Kuwait, and then I think to the west is where you have Iran, Iraq. I believe it's to the west. So I'm trying to think of what's to the southeast of Kuwait.
Southeast, right?
It's not
Iran
Syria.
Would be too large.
Syria, I don't think it's. Is it Syria? I don't think so.
Syria's not a bad guess, but if you have an idea in your head where the placements can be, maybe we're off a little bit.
I mean, maybe my geography's off, but I'm pretty sure that Iraq, Iran, maybe not Iraq and Iran, but I'm pretty sure Syria and Lebanon are kind of closer, are closer to Europe. I think they're a little bit further west. What the freaking heck? Kind of like Oman. I missed the arrow. Yes, the wrong direction. Yeah, so we're looking for anybody who doesn't know, we're really, really close. We're 98% of the way there. We're 500 kilometers away, and we're looking for a country that's south and east of Kuwait. Saudi is south. I feel like Saudi is a really good guess, but I feel like it's bigger than $20 billion because they are working on some crazy projects right now.
I'd agree.
I think Yemen's actually a really good guess. I kind of like Yemen. Let's try Yemen, guys. Let's find out. Is it Yemen? Okay, we're really close.
Okay, that gives us more context though. It's above Yemen.
It's above Yemen. So it's above Yemen. Also, H. Montero, thank you for joining us. We're playing a game called Tradle, where you're given the export distribution of a country and you have to guess which country it is. So this country exports a lot of raw aluminum and refined petroleum, and their total exports are $20 billion. And we are very close. Yemen and Kuwait were our two guesses, but it is southeast of Kuwait and it is right north of Yemen. And maybe it's Saudi Arabia. I thought it'd be bigger than that. You want to try Saudi?
Yeah, it sounds great. I thought it would be larger too.
I thought Saudi would have a larger export distribution because it's okay. You want to try Saudi?
But it is in the Middle East, so regardless, we got to be close because it's in the Middle East.
I'm hoping for the best, y'all. See, we're at geography. Okay, let's do it. We got 2 more guesses left. Let's try Saudi Arabia. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
We're just kind of like
Okay,
everywhere but where this is supposed to be. Do we want to try looking at a map or should we just go for it?
Actually, next time, I guess we'll do the map thing. I guess we just full send this time around.
Yeah, Theta Trader, I was in the same boat. It can't be Saudi. The family alone has 10 times that in gold bars. We were so close. It's very close to Kuwait. It's very close to Saudi. It's very close to Yemen. We just got to stay true. We can't look at a map. Someone else said Oman, and I think with the size of the exports, that's a really good guess. So any objections? You wanna?
None. Any objections, chat? Eric, we might have to go with it.
I feel like
The UAE. I would think the UAE would be larger
bigger,
than
but
20.
Bahrain is a really good guess as well.
Oh, those sound like 2 great guesses. Wow.
Dude. Oh man. Okay. Yeah. I don't.
Okay, I say Oman or Bahrain.
A bunch of people are saying Bahrain. 2 people said Oman, and those could also be complete guesses. I think these are very good guesses. It might be neither. I don't know. I'm just gonna do Oman. I don't know. That was the first one. I don't have.
All right.
We're really
full send.
We're gonna full send it. Shit.
Oh,
it is Bahrain. Damn it.
No way.
It is actually Bahrain. Dude. Oh man, we got. I should have. God damn it. This is what I get for going with the majority. Actually, I think
Yeah, but you did, Julia. To your credit though, you did put us on the map. I think you put us on the map with what was it?
Kuwait.
That put us. Kuwait. You did put us in the map for the correct region at least.
Guys. Okay, we were looking for Bahrain. You guys did really well though. We're learning something about geography. And I think we're just about out of time too. How did we feel about Tradle, guys? Did we have fun with Tradle? I think it was a good time.
I thought that was a fun one. I mean, what did we do for the first? What was the one we got 30% on? Was it Madagascar or what was the first one?
The first one was Peru, which was a Luis guess. Okay. First one was Peru, and then we had Madagascar, and then we had Kuwait, Yemen, Saudi Arabia. But see, at that point, if you get above like 90%, I'm like, you did pretty well. Because like, especially when you're dealing with like, I would say like a smaller country, sometimes they're like the islands too, which like I'm not as familiar with as I should be.
You know what game this actually kind of reminds me of now? Have you ever played Battleship?
Yes, I have played Battleship.
It reminds me of Battleship. It's like, I'm close.
Yeah,
or I hit a piece. I'm like really close. It's got to be right here. This is what I'm reminiscing about right now. But anyways, that's it for me, Julia.
Yeah, I think that's it for me too, guys. Really good job, everybody. Had a good time as well. I hope everybody stays, like we have a good green week with all this shit going down. Hope everybody has a good election Tuesday. And a good, we got some earnings coming up. We were already seeing very big move in SMCI. To nobody's surprise, it completely donked. At least not to my surprise with everything else going on. But we're going to be back on Thursday. I'm going to be on the Tasty Live Network tomorrow at 8 a.m. talking about some pre-market shenanigans, which I'm expecting to be hella volatile. So we're going to have to see. But thank you guys, everybody, for playing. I had a great time. Had a good time with the Tradle. Really good guesses. And thank you again for the participation. We will catch you guys pretty soon, and good luck trading out there.
much does it cost you guys to do simultaneous hair flips?
Years of practice.
Everybody wanna be like me, yeah. You can get up to $4,000 when you open and fund a new account with Tasty Trade. That's 4,000 buckaroos, 4,000 bills, 4 large, 4K, 4 grand. Get on the platform for traders who just want to trade. Tasty Trade. Make your move.
I bought a stock when I was first old enough to open a brokerage account. It went up 1,000%, and I made a bunch of money, and I was hooked. I felt like I was just pretty much gambling in the markets. I had a big win, and it was mostly failures thereafter that. And I thought, I need to find a way to consistently pull money out of the markets and find a more consistent, repeatable system. Fast forward, I ran into tastylive, really loved the market measures and the data they had behind to back up the research they were doing. My biggest takeaway is that you can find an edge in financial markets. It lies in volatility overstatement, volatility mean reversion, and having solid mechanics.
Are you on a quest for trading enlightenment? Driven by an unquenchable need to find the twin flame to your chosen strategy?
Our Where's Bat Live event is the search for trading's ultimate holy grail.
Do you have what it takes to find the elusive bat as we visit 3 cities?
Join 6 Tasty Live speakers
as they present 6 unique strategies
and 6 unique clues using games and probability
to lead to the ultimate prize. Sign up for this free event today at tastylive.com/events.
Beat the opening bell. Get trade ideas and market insights before the open. From the creator, Tom Sosnoff, and our chief market strategist, Tom Preston. Every weekday. Sign up at tastylive.com/newsletters.
People are always asking, where can they find my podcast? There it is, son. Look at that. Option Trades Today. You can listen here.
And everybody's waiting for my podcast tomorrow. Option Trades Today, every Tuesday and Thursday around noon. If you want to learn, sir, every Tuesdays and Thursday, Option Trades Today. You can find me on YouTube or wherever you find your podcast.
Option Trades Today. You listening to me? Option Trades Today comes out every day around noon. Every Tuesday and Thursday. You too can stick with the bat.
Got trader's block? We've got the cure. Get data-driven trade ideas with Cherry Picks, our weekly newsletter that gives you insights into the market. Sign up at tastylive.com/newsletters.
Oh, yeah. It is Tuesday, November 5th, a little bit after 5 p.m. Central Time, the best time. It is our last day as free men and women. What's going on, everybody out there? You